would think Shem is a very important character, but if you go to Google right now, ask Google how many times is Shem mentioned in the Bible, and then go ask how many times Ham is mentioned in the Bible, and you would see it's very lopsided, right? So if Shem was so important, and he was so, where is the rest of his story? Where's the rest of his story? And you have to go to what they call the Legends of Etana or the Legends of Etna, depending on your pronunciation. You have to go to that in order to find the rest of the story of Shem. And that's why I keep trying to tell them, like, the story, it goes beyond the Bible. Y'all getting fragmented stories. Like, they took pieces of stories from all these other places, and it's just crazy.
Yeah, I know you guys are always arguing about this history of where you come from, right?
Yeah, honestly, I don't give a fuck about this shit. I think it's psychological warfare used to keep people running in circles so they don't have physics level knowledge in their head. It's hard to enslave a people regardless of their race, culture.
What's your stage name? When you put the, I forgot to tell.
I'm Laurel.
A1.
Yeah.
A1.
When you do the you guys, you paint everybody with a broad stroke.
I know, but here's
we got to be more specific.
Yeah, well, here's why I can't be specific. I was getting to that because when you click on an outside thing and put it on the screen, it shuts the names of the circles off. Take that off, and I'll show you. Watch what happens.
I know what you're saying. I see how
it
takes the names
I'm
off.
trying to get to know everybody,
but still, instead of you guys, it's Hebrew Israelites. Everybody isn't a Hebrew Israelite, or
right.
You can say Black Hebrew Israelites. That's
no, but I want to call the gentleman by his stage name or whatever he wants me to call him.
Because people are confused when you.
You're right. So can you take that Coliseum temporarily? Can you take
as a debater? I know you know how to be accurate.
Well, why don't we just make it customary before we open our mouth?
Like that. Now I can know. Who's the gentleman that I just talked to? Was it Laurel?
I see what you're talking about, bro. Like soon as you took it away, all our names popped up.
Yeah, because now I know who I'm looking at.
Okay, go ahead. Gotcha. My bad. That's me.
That's just a StreamYard thing, and it's horse shit because they shouldn't do that. They shouldn't take the names off when you go shoot a comment up like that because it's ridiculous. But we can't.
I was saying maybe I'm.
Wait a minute. Maybe there's a way to get around that. There might be
A1, make sure you make a note of this so we can notate them on that shit.
On the names at the bottom.
On how fucking annoying that is.
Oh yeah,
yes.
Yeah. I'm a complainer. I like to complain, especially when I love the product. I like to complain a lot.
Right.
I'm a Virgo, bro.
Let's go.
But like I was saying, when it comes down to understanding that whole economy, bro, they leave out the fact that the Bible comes from the Mesopotamian area, comes from the Middle East area. So you literally have to go study the other religions and the other mythologies to fully get a scope of the picture, because these gods be warring and fighting with each other. And so I'm gonna give you an example, right? So when you read the Bible, it literally tells you that that Israel is the inheritance of Yahweh, right? Now, only one way to get an inheritance. Can you tell me how an inheritance is given?
You just receive it.
Receive it from who?
From your ancestor, from your dad, or whoever hands it down to.
If the Most High God Yahweh is receiving an inheritance, what does that mean?
Well, no, I'd be receiving it from him. I thought you meant.
No. Israel,
Israel
is Yahweh's inheritance. That is what Yahweh inherited. He inherited Israel, right? Those are his people. That he is their God. They have no other God but Yahweh. All of the other nations have their own gods. Those gods were attributed to them by the Most High God, El. El was the one who gave all of those other gods their inheritance. You understand what I'm saying? So Yahweh in the Bible is actually a lesser God from a pantheon of other gods. So if you don't understand the rest of the fucking story coming from that culture, you're gonna be.
Oh, I think I know where you're coming from, but I'm just not registering. But let me go back in my mind.
I'll do it. I'll do you a solid. Watch this. I'll do you a solid. I'll just bring it up for you, man.
And while you're doing it, just let me say this one thing about Genesis, where the Lord where the serpent comes to Eve and says, "You shall be as little g gods," and she didn't say, "I don't know what in the hell you're talking about,"
Yeah.
because God said, "Let us make man in our image." Now, the Christians always say that's the Trinity, the us to make man in our image, and then you get to the serpent telling Eve, "You shall be as little g gods, knowing good and evil." She didn't look at the serpent and say, "Well, I don't know what in the world you're talking about, little g gods. There's only one true God." Is that what you're getting at?
Um. There's only one God, but there's a whole bunch of cultural gods out here that, for all intents and purposes, is just specific to their own culture. This is the reason why Kamnaga don't acknowledge a specific name of God, because that's cultural. And when you deify culture, you start slipping into idol worship. So we not calling God by no fucking names and all that dumb shit. I'm sorry, I'm gonna stop cussing. Okay, so brother, check this out. This is El. This is the deity El. You see this? Northwestern Semitic word
I don't see
God.
that yet on here. Okay, we're getting there, I guess. Hold on. You got screen capture coming?
Yeah, yeah. I'm sharing my screen.
Oh,
Yeah, I
sorry,
don't
I
have
didn't
it
see
yet.
it. I didn't see it.
Oh,
Okay,
yeah.
here you go.
So as you see, this is El, a Northwestern Semitic word meaning God or deity. It refers or referring to the proper name to any one of the multiple major ancient Near Eastern deities. So what did you just learn right there? Like we gonna go line for line. What you just learned? That El is God and is the name is one of the name of multiple Near Eastern deities. So it's not just one, right?
Mm-hmm.
So it's a lot of them. A rare form of Elah represents the predicate form of the old Akkadian and Amorite languages. So again, Amorite is another one of those these names they using from the biblical terms, even though these people are Amorus or what you would call Moors and shit like that. But
Mm-hmm.
the word is derived from the Proto-Semitic. So we're gonna scroll on down here. Originally a Canaanite deity, so now you just learned that El is a Canaanite deity. Notice it didn't say Hebrew, it didn't say Jewish, it didn't say that. It said Canaanite. It's the first fucking thing it said, Canaanite. I want you to notice the get up, right? Why is the Canaanite deity dressed like an Egyptian? But we're gonna go past that, right? This is El, right, was the supreme gods of the ancient Canaanite religion and the supreme god, the East Semitic speakers. You see this early dynastic period of Mesopotamia. We're gonna keep on going down and then they showing you how they using their names: El, Ishmael, Israel, Samael, Danael, Makael, Gabriel. You see what I'm saying? So El is often described as the father of gods. Father of gods. Keep that in mind. Often known as the father of gods. El is just El, right? And the creator of mankind. El had many epithets, including Bull El the king, father of mankind, reflecting his authority, wisdom, and parental role. Over time, the Israelite religion, Yahweh, absorbed many of El's characteristics, gradually merging their identities through a process scholars call pantheon reduction. Right? So you just learned that El got absorbed by Yahweh, or actually it's the other way around, but this is the way they pushing it, right? Because El is clearly the father, right? And Yahweh's the son, right? So, and then it goes into the Ugaritic, the Levantine mythology. El presides over a council of gods. Keep that in mind. El resides over a council of gods. He fathered he fathered major deities like Baal. That go Baal, just like I said, the Canaanites worship Baal, right? Baal. That's who Baal is. Yam and Mo. He is depicted as a wise, kingly, and yet occasionally vulnerable, complementing Baal's role as a sustaining warrior. So as we go down, I want you to take your eyes over here, right here where it says genealogy, right here, and then this right here is talking about El, right, the Father God. This is El. Now this is his consort, Asherah. You see that? So that's El's wife, Asherah, right? And then here go his children, right? Anat, Astar, Baal, Mot, Shahar, Shalem, where they get the word Salem from, or they get the word Shalom. That shit's a demon. Is a a fucking another god. Every time they say it, they're invoking another god, but they're doing it out of ignorance. Shapash, and then look right here, Yahweh. Look at that, Yahweh. Yahweh is one of the sons of El, right? So now let's just click on Yahweh. Let's click on Yahweh, and let's see where Yahweh take us. Now we ain't even gonna go through all this shit because we already know, Yahweh is attributed to El. So right here, look, parents. How does Yahweh got parents? How does Yahweh got parents? That's because they're lying to you. It's all a motherfucking. I'm sorry. It's all. It's all.
Well, no, I get it. They're talking about me now.
It's an entire compilation. It's ethno-religious psychological warfare designed to keep you running around in circles.
It's a good way to say that is mass menticide, systematic undermining of a conscious mind, brainwashing, mass menticide, just like Christianity today.
And it's all a continuation of the same thing. Now, what are they all copying? They're copying the Egyptian pantheon. That's what they're copying. They're copying the Nile Valley civilization, the way they do their things, like everything. Look, the wing disc, the symbol of the wing disc, that's Egyptian. The wing wheel, what they call the solar disc, this is also Egyptian. You can see the symbology in a thousand other places. They go to wheel right there. This is their God right here. The one that they claim ain't no idol. This Yahweh right here, sitting on the wheel, holding the fucking holding a Rubird. So holding the falcon, the symbol of Horus. You know what I'm saying?
I got a question. Shoot. What do you think about this, Jose? Because they touching on one of your favorite topics right now.
I'll say this. This is what the conversation should have been earlier. If you didn't have people like King J Muddy in the water, this is what the conversation should have been. And this is what we were trying to say all along. That according to the stories, El was the father, Yahweh was one of his sons. Right. And the symbolism that we see here clearly has a connection to ancient Kemet or ancient Egypt. So I'm with Anu on everything that he's saying, but King J couldn't articulate it as well as he.
But you guys don't believe this is the abomination stuff, right?
But this is what we're. But this is what we're saying.
I'm gonna show you how ingrained it is.
No,
let me show you how ingrained this is. There's Canaanite gods on the Egyptian pantheon. They use her name, Anat and Neith. They use Anat and Neith all throughout their literature. In fact, if you go and study about, I think it's Joshua, his sword had inscriptions to this goddess on the hilt of the sword. You know what I'm saying? So it's like, dude, like this is Anat. This is the Egyptian goddess, but it's a Canaanite goddess that sits on the pantheon. She was a war goddess, right? Look, her parents is El. Look, in Egyptian, El is who? Ra. You see that? All of it. Now, I trip off this, right? E and L, right? Guess what R is translated in Egyptian?
Is that where you get toward the Holy Spirit or their wicked way of doing something?
No, well, look, check this out. So in language, especially when you're dealing with these African, Afro-Asiatic stuff like that, right? So some of the words are, some of the letters and stuff transliterate, and some of them translate. Okay, so R in the Egyptian language would either be pronounced Ra or La, right? So L and R are interchangeable in the Egyptian pantheon, as is A and E, L and Ra, right? So this also could be an E. So sometimes you see it spelled R-E, as in Re or Ray. You see what I'm saying? So this is the same thing. L and R are the same. E and A are the same, right? So they got y'all so confused using this spell language. They're using spells, and that's what this is a spelling. And you get confused, and your mind get discombobulated, not knowing that this is all of the same thing. You see what I'm saying? The sword, the spear, the frail and the crook. That's the shepherd kings and stuff like that coming from the Hyksos that came into the Nile Valley and tried to take over. You know what I'm saying? So all of this is the same. All of this is the same. All of these is the same pantheons coming back and forth in here. And like I said, Anat belongs to that same pantheon. As you see, she's in your grade text. They're going to Amorite culture again, and I'm just pointing out stuff that should be popping out at you. Maury, right? When I talk about who the Maury is, that's why this is the Moors, the Maury, the Amaru. Those are all the same people existing up in that northern region. Again, look, watch this. At some point in time in the Bronze Age, either during the reign of the Hyksos, see the Hyksos are those Sashu Haru people that came in. They're the Asiatics, and the mixed Berbers and the mixed Bedouins and all of them people like that. Those are who the Hyksos are. It said, and shortly after they end, Anat was introduced to Egypt. So the Hyksos brought Anat into Egypt because Anat is actually a Canaanite goddess. She's a Canaanite goddess. She's not an Egyptian goddess. She's Canaanite. It says, and achieved a degree of prominence during the reign of Ramses II, whose devotion to her was well attested. Evidence for Egyptian worship of Anat is also available in various sites in Palestine, right? Egyptian worship of Anat in Palestine. So again, that's what I'm saying. Like, understand that this stuff is all intertwined and interwoven. So when you hear these people talk about this stuff, like this one culture is like this monolithic thing, it's not. It's not at all. It says which were controlled by the pharaohs in the Bronze Age. So right there, they're telling you in the Bronze Age, the pharaohs ruled Palestine. She remained part of the Egyptian pantheon as late as the Roman period. Into the first millennium BC, she was also continued worship in Sahun in Mesopotamia. She is attested in a number of Phoenician, right? We can keep going back. Phoenician, Canaanite. You go into Phoenician, Canaanite. You're gonna go into Carthaginians. You see what I'm saying? All of this stuff is all interwoven. Most of them come from Cyprus. They indicate on the island. And then like again, there you go. Origins. You can go right back into it, dealing with Anat and who she is. Now watch this. This is what I'm saying. Like, this how deep this shit is, man.
There's a lot of wickedness in the history. Then a lot of this.
It is, and I'm glad somebody is willing to admit it. That it's a bunch of, and that's why I say all of it needs to be trashed, because it's a bunch of psychological warfare. And this is neat. This is neat, right? Now, here go a goddess that you should hear Silky always talking about, but he never does.
I always thought those pictures of them Egyptian goddesses was weird, how they were looking sideways all the time with those eyebrows and everything, and the big eyes, and stupid look down.
Now, watch this. Neith is also an Egyptian deity, possible of Libyan origin. See that? She's
and connected. Egyptians are talked about in the script. I'm talking the King James Bible now. Great of flesh.
I'm gonna slide.
There's a mention of that. Did you ever read that one?
Symbologies of Neith that I want y'all to notice. Let me see if they're gonna talk about it here.
So are you basically? Let me get this straight, because I'm not sure I understand completely what you're. I mean, I'm looking at what you're doing. Are you talking about the gods of the Canaanites that were cursed? The descendants of Canaan, basically.
Okay, so now as far as the curse, right? Again, like I was explaining to you before, that Ham was they couldn't curse Ham is because blessing came through the Ham lines, right? The blessing came through the Ham line via Nimrod, which is the son of Cush. It was Nimrod who started all of that, what they call the Shemitic stuff. It was supposedly him. It was him who created Babylon. It was him who created Akkad, which is the Akkadian.
Nimrod, his kingdom was Babylon, Canaan, and Akkad, and all that, and Calneh.
Right. That's what I'm saying. Like he was supposed to have been the founder of all of those places. Now, again, like I said, that's if you're going by the biblical narrative, right? So, all of those, that everything that his kingdom that he created is basically the inheritance of Shem, right? But he's the blood heir of Ham, though. He's the spiritual son. He's the adopted spiritual surrogate son of Shem, but he's the genetic bloodline of Ham and Cush, right? So that's the reason why you see Ham and Cush all throughout his story, all throughout. So when it says through a covenant between Cush and Shem, the mighty hunter Nimrod was born. The legacy of both Ham and Shem became twisted together as one. Therefore, the curse with a cause had been partially undone. However, Nimrod was the founder of the post-flood kingship, could not be explicitly blessed. Kingship in the eyes of Genesis author was not a blessing. Oddly, only the capable Canaan was co-signed to perpetual servitude. The curse had been uttered by Noah. It could not be fully denied, so it was placed on the head of the scapegoat Canaan. The author Genesis refused to recall any curse on Ham or his son Cush. To have done so would have been a tantamount to cursing Shem, the sons born unto Shem, listed in Genesis 10.
What do you think about Jesus having one of the apostles being Simon the Canaanite?
I mean, I don't think nothing about it. I don't think you should. I don't think it's just like what you showed in the Bible, bro. Is that we're not supposed to be concentrating on confusing genealogies. Who gives a damn if you have Ham or Cush or Japhet? Like, what does any of that matter? In fact, all of the stuff that you read in that book was to that particular time. Them people was riding around on donkeys and camels. Like, can you really relate to that?
Right.
Can you relate to
no.
And try visiting oases? And I mean, like, have you ever?
I got a guy over here with an ass over here on his farm. He goes.
Like, the closest thing we ever get to a famine over here is you running out of food stamps.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? So it's like half the stuff you read in the book, it's not you can't even relate to it. You gotta infer and superimpose your own experience onto that as if.
Well, I mean, it's good to know this stuff, though, who is who a little bit, because these things are written for our learning and our admonition, right?
Right. It's wrote because we're supposed to be learning from it. They're just parables for you to learn from, not for you to sit here and cosplay and act like you one of the people. You're not supposed to do that. You're supposed to be better than the people in the book. I mean, for all intents and purposes, the Hebrew Jewish people were the most wicked people in the book. I mean, they were the most wicked, diabolical people in the book. And if you don't think so, I want you to imagine a group of people who have their own personal God creating personal miracles just for them. If you watch your God crack open the sea, let you pass and then swallow up all of your enemies, right? If you watch your God give you a pillar of fire to follow at night and a pillar of a cloud to walk
day,
you watch that, you saying you witness your God have Moses crack a rock and water come out of it so so y'all can drink and not die of thirst, right? So you watch that. You watch all of the miracles happen. You watched it, and you still went against God, and you still went against the Most High. Every single chance you got, every time you got in captivity, you turned your back on God. Every single chance you got to mix with the Gohim and the infidel races, you did that. All of your kings did it. All of your prophets did it. You see, it's like so. You talk about some of the most diabolical people on the planet. They were robbers, thieves, adulterers, pedophiles. They were all type of things, and this is all wrapped up into this character, Israel, the swindler. You see what I'm saying? So it's like it's almost like they want you to like overlook.
That's where all those judgments came down from the prophets and all that stuff. And
I'm saying, I mean, just think about that. Like these people are running around claiming to be the son of a guy who stole his own brother's inheritance.
But God's still got a covenant with that nation, right? And he's going to come back and all Israel shall be saved. But it's not like we think. It's not like the Christians portray necessarily all the time.
The Christians are worse than the Jews. I mean, for all intents and purposes, they're worse because they believe in a secondhand God. It's not even the God; it's the secondhand God. Like you mess with his son, right? Like it's like it's all a big ploy, bro. Why is it that the three major religions in the world, all Abrahamic, I might add, right, or have killed more people in the name of their God than any disease, any animal, any natural disaster? This thing has destroyed billions of people's lives. Over the course of its inception, have destroyed billions of people's lives.
What did you grow up as a kid?
A Christian, Southern Baptist.
So
I was a minister by the age of 15, bro.
So your family was like probably King James Bible, or more or less, right?
Oh yeah, most definitely. King James. Well, I can't say that. For the most part, all of the adults would use the King James Bible, but we, for the most part, were using a Black Radical Bible called the Black Biblical Heritage Bible.
Never heard of that. Never.
Oh, I'm gonna show you.
Wow. He can't do it. He's sleeping.
Huh?
I swear, A1 fell asleep.
Yeah.
He's tired. He's resting.
A1 was snoring.
You turned into the snooze unit like me.
This is my second time falling asleep. I
He's
fell asleep like an hour and a half ago.
I didn't even know.
We're cool.
You did hear him snoring?
Yeah.
I was snoring.
It didn't bother me.
Yeah, bro. You snoring hard.
Not
for
too
real.
bad.
They lying.
Mike was open. I thought it was news.
Good looking.
They lying, bro. I know damn well you watching Hog Maiden documentaries. That was not you snoring.
It had to be me. I'm the only one asleep. Shit.
That was A1 snoring.
Somebody watching Hog Maiden.
And I'm sitting here with a foot of snow piling up outside. It's over now. It's fixing to happen.
Hey, shut my screen real quick, bro.
Damn, I was logged up. That's crazy.
Yeah.
Appreciate
it's all right.
You, man. It's almost time for me to wrap it up. I want to get an admin that I knew. We're going to make it work.
Listen.
I knew. Drop your email in the back chat.
Listen.
Or Jose, what you want to do with Jose?
I said I wanted to do a review of the last show.
Okay, we're going to do that later. You ain't ready for the admin yet. We ain't going to put you in that seat. Drop your stuff in the back, I knew.
I got you.
I need a little nap if you keep it going.
I'm gonna probably get going too. What are you gonna do? You put it on the standby, kind of, or what?
If he wants teaching, shoot, he can teach until he goes.
Oh yeah.
I didn't know what y'all were in the middle of.
I really enjoyed talking. But what? So you grew up southern the Jamar, right? Or what's your name again?
Yeah, Laurel. He called me Jamar.
I'm sorry, Lamar Laurel. I got it wrong. Laurel. You grew up in the Baptist church and everything. And what did you change to again? What did you change to?
Well, I said, like, even though I was Baptist, our particular church had the youth reading from the Black Biblical Heritage Bible.
Right.
Once he showed my screen, I'll be able to show you.
Gotcha.
So what are you? And you're Hebrew Israelite now? You consider Hebrew Israelite?
Hell fucking no, man. I disavowed Christianity. I disavowed.
But you're not Hebrew Israelite either, right?
No, I disavowed that stuff. This is the Black Biblical Heritage Bible. This is what I learned the Bible from growing up as a child.
Oh, okay, wow. I've never seen that.
Yeah, I could go buy one of these for your children. If you're a Christian, I suggest you to. If you're a Black Christian, I suggest you to get this particular by John L. Johnson. And the illustrations in the book are all African Black looking characters and stuff. So it's good for self-esteem. You know what I'm saying? Building.
You still like the King James Bible?
Nah, man. I told you, man. All that biblical stuff, all that religious stuff, was psychological warfare designed.
Oh, okay, everything. Okay, I thought you got some.
Yeah,
okay,
that stuff designed to take your energy. It's not. Hey, did you send the permission, bro?
Everything. Okay.
Oh shit.
So where are you at now? Like, what do you?
Right now, my whole demo is God is light is electromagnetism. So we experience the evidence of God through electromagnetism.
Was there a point in time where you believed on Jesus and the whole thing?
Who?
You.
Was there any time that I actually believed in Jesus?
Yeah, and the Son of God and the Gospel of Christ and everything.
I never actually believed in Jesus ever in my life.
You just went to the church or whatever.
Yeah, I did it because that was a tradition of my family.
Okay, okay. That's what I was getting at. That's what I was getting at. I didn't know if you believed at one time everything that was taught.
I ain't never believed. Dude, how the hell I'm gonna believe people walking on water and talking to donkeys and shit, man?
Oh, okay. Okay.
I mean, like it'd be maybe if I was a little bit more gullible, that might have worked. But I grew up with Encyclopedia Britannica. You know what I'm saying? I didn't just grow up with somebody just preaching in my ear. I grew up with Encyclopedia Britannica and Wildlife Foundation and reading Reader's Digest and things like that. So you know what I'm saying? It's kind of hard to push that whole religious narrative on the.
But you understand a lot of the false gods that of the Canaanites and everything. It seemed like. Or
well, I mean, why false gods? Because Yahweh is also one of those gods listed.
Oh yeah, okay. I remember now. Okay, I thought that was another Yahweh that they were making up.
Man, it's the same Yahweh, man, and that's what I'm saying. Like I don't know. Like you want to call this witchcraft? Well, all of y'all shit's witchcraft. All of it's witchcraft. If I'm going by this standard that you giving me, all of it's witchcraft. All of it, and that's the reason.
So, do you believe in a God?
I believe God is light. Light is electromagnetism. I can't prove God is any other thing. Mm-hmm. There's no other evidence that God is any other thing. And I'm not saying that God isn't any other thing. I'm saying this is the only thing I have evidence to prove God exists. So I understand God by understanding electromagnetism and how it functions in my life and in the universe. That's how I understand God. I can't understand God through people parables and fables coming from the Bronze Age. I live in 2025. You know what I'm saying? So when you talk about God, I identify God as power and force. I don't identify God as a personality, this human anthropomorphic figure sitting around judging us, pointing fingers at us. You know what I'm saying? I don't subscribe to that type of God. The type of God that I subscribe to exists within this reality. It is the creation, and it's part of the creation, and it's outside of the creation. It is all. You know what I'm saying? And that is the God that I believe exists, power and force. I don't think that you can consider a thing God unless it has power and force. If it's not endowed with power and force, how are you calling it a God? By definitions, God have power and force. So I'm saying without power and force, a thing couldn't be God. So the power has to be God. The force has to be God. You see what I'm saying? So I know a lot of people.
There was never a time when you actually believed the Bible, or whatever, King James, that you were brought up with.
There's never a time in my life. I'm 45 years old. There's never a time in my life where I actually believed that Jesus Christ was a real person, or believed that he died for my sins, or anything of that nature. I went along with it because that was family traditions, and that was the right thing to do to make them happy.
And you're not even a Hebrew Israelite?
Hell no.
Okay. Okay.
You know, Anu Kakara, he's not familiar with the community, so he doesn't.
Yeah, that's me.
So he doesn't know that you are considered the electromagnetic Messiah, and you are the founder of the electromagnetic movement. He doesn't know that.
I got it now. I'm getting it.
Yeah, like I didn't want to make it all about electromagnetism.
That's all right. I'm getting tired.
No. I'm bringing it up because I want him to understand in the community how they see you.
Oh, so you weren't the guys that were talking completely earlier. The other guy must have left, the other Hebrew Israelite that was arguing with the other gentleman.
Nah, he's not a Hebrew Israelite. That's these guys are the founders of what I'm going to do. The electromagnetic movement.
Yeah, man, the electromagnetic movement.
Who was the one that told the other guy that he was mad at him because he shifted from Shem to Ham or something?
Oh, that was Nile Valley Hebrew. He didn't hop back on.
Okay,
I didn't expect him to hop back on either because he got caught in the contradictions. You see what I'm saying? Because in the end of the day, it's like you want to say that these people are Shem. Like, ain't none of those people by that name, Shem's son's name, in North Africa. There's none of them people in North Africa, bro. You know what I'm saying? So, I mean, it is what it is. Like if you want to say, you would have been better off saying that Mesopotamia was Shem land, because the original name of Mesopotamia is Shinar, Shinar, right? Which is really Shin is really close to Shem, Sin, Sinar. They got a god named Sin. They got a god named Sesmash. I would have thought that would have been more intuitive to use that. Instead, they over in Hamland doing all this crap claiming.
See, now, so for me as a believer, see, I'm a believer on Jesus, so I believe Jesus is God and He's the Word of God and the whole thing, King James Bible, basically. And oddly enough, I grew up as a Roman Catholic kid, and and my dad started listening to Christian radio with my mom when I was real little already, 4 or 5 years old. And I started getting acquainted with the Bible, and I'd go to Catholic school, and I'd tell the nuns what it said in the Bible, and they were like, "What you talking about?" You know. And we were going through all the traditions of the Roman Catholic Church, and we stayed in there, but we started reading the Bible more, and then we just got away from it. We never really left it per se, but you know, we just started reading Bible, and then later on, I just started reading more Bible, and I started going to different churches, and I believed the gospel. And I just simply believe the gospel that Christ died for my sins, was buried, rose again. And, you know, all the counsel of God that the Apostle Paul preaches, more actually, not less. I'm just tired, more or less. I didn't mean to say it that way.
So
but, I believe it.
This.
Yeah.
How do you define divinity?
How do I define divinity? I never do. That's a question I never get told about. Well, I mean, I'd have to look up the word actually. You know, divinity, divine, divine, right. Like godlike or something.
That was my next question. Is do you consider God divine?
Well, I mean, divine. I thought divine. I'm just thinking about what it might mean because I'm not looking at it right now. But it might be godlike. You know, godlike. In like divinity is godlike. Yeah, I don't know, divinity. Sometimes it's divining, like a witchcraft. It can be a little of both. It depends, I think, but I'm not sure how I define it. I just define God as being the all-powerful, all-knowing, true and living God who revealed Himself in the person of His Son Jesus.
Okay, so you call God a Him, right?
Yeah,
it's a father, right?
The Father and Son and Holy
how do you know that God got a gender?
I don't look at it like that. Like he's an old man with a beard sitting in the clouds, you know, smoking a cigar, or some stupid painting like the gay Michelangelo paintings, touching each other like a bunch of faggots and all that kind of stuff. I believe God is what He is. He's holy, righteous, just. His ways are far above our ways. I really don't know, you know, everything about Him. But so
why do you keep calling God a Him and a His?
Well, because of the Scripture, because the King James Bible does.
Okay, now, did God tell them that, or did man tell them
that? Holy men of God removed by the Holy Ghost.
Okay, so now I'm gonna ask you again. You called them holy men of God, right? Now, what's the indication that they are of or was sent by divine presence or some type of divine being? Because you agree that you don't know what divinity is and you don't know how to define what is divine. So how would you be calling these people holy men of God if you can't identify divinity?
Because I'm going by. Divinity is not in the Bible, but divine nature is. And I'm just thinking about what that means in Peter's epistle. I can't think of divinity. Is divinity in the King James? I don't even know. I don't think it is it? The word divinity? Let me look it up real quick. Divinity. Nope, it's not in the King James. No wonder I'm not familiar with it. So if I look up the definition of divinity in the old Webster's Dictionary.
Look up divine in the King James.
Well, divine is kind of like it can be... okay, the true God, it can also be a heathen deity too, or false gods. A partaker of the nature of God, the divine nature. The true God, His divine, proceeding from God is divine judgments. Godlike, heavenly, excellent, highest degree. Appropriated to God. So basically, and then the divine can be a minister of the gospel. He's a divine. which England divine.
So I'm saying, so like you still haven't defined what divine is, right?
Well, so I'm trying to figure it out.
Since we can't identify what divine is, then let's just go by the attribute of what we know is divine, right?
And well, if I don't, but I don't. Here's the trick of that one.
Well, I'm saying, but that's God, though, right?
Well, God is
divine, right?
I don't know about how to explain that divine. Here's what I'm saying.
If divine is coming,
I don't use the word divine all the time when it comes to God, other than that one scripture, his divine nature, his godly nature, his holy nature. I don't know. I guess I don't know.
Should, because the word divine and God are synonymous.
Right.
If you don't use that word, then there's a problem with your understanding of what God is.
Right. You mean if I use divine and God is synonymous, you say?
No, I'm saying they are synonymous in the English language.
Okay, so I'm gonna show different, right? Okay, so seeing how God is the only thing that you have to compare to what is divine, what are some of the attributes that we can clearly define is God's attributes, like His glory, for example? Like, well, how do they describe God?
He inhabits eternity.
Well,
everlasting, everlasting.
When they describe God's glory, how do they describe God's glory?
Above all, He's above all the heavens.
No, it's a description. They're giving descriptions.
I'm trying to think about what you're.
Now, I'm not a Bible believer, but they do use words like omniscient, omnipotent, most high.
I don't use those words too often. No.
Are you familiar with the Bible and other religious texts giving God attributes of radiance?
I'm not familiar with anything but the Holy Bible.
Is God radiant?
I see where you're going. Anu. Yes.
My thing is, like, in order to search a thing, you have to know the attributes of it. And see, to claim God, you have to know the attributes of God, or else you would just be following false deities and man, right?
Well, when you say attributes, you mean his mannerisms, his nature, the way he is.
If I ask you to go and find the blue dog with the orange paws, you're not going to look for the pink dog, are you?
No. Yeah.
Right. Okay. So the attributes of God. When you talk about
let me help him out here. Now, I'm not a Christian, but I know where you're going. He's trying to say one of the attributes of God in the Bible is God is light.
Well, I mean that's a fact.
It is. God is light, and in Him is no darkness at all.
Okay, so not now.
But He can make darkness His pavilion, and He, things like that.
Now that you have identified one of God's major attributes, which is God is light, right? Mm-hmm. How else do they describe God? Do they describe God's radiance and God's glory? How do they describe God's glory?
You mean the scripture or just general people?
In the scripture. Go straight to the Bible. Don't do nothing outside of the Bible.
There's a lot of things about shining and burning and things of that nature.
Yes, it is.
Right.
Yes, it is. And it's a continuity of description that is unbroken through all of the religions. And every last one of them say the same thing, that God is light. When you go to the Quran, it says Allah is the light of the heavens. When you go to the Bible, it says the sun and moon will give you light no more, and in the end, God will be your everlasting light. It says God is light in John. Right? You go to the Jewish tradition. You go to the Kabbalah. You see that the highest separate on the tree is what? Is Ein Sof, which is everlasting light, the eternal.
Never read it. I'm not familiar with it.
Well, I'm saying when you read the Bible and they describe God as the everlasting light, look it up. Don't believe me. Do not believe me. Just go to.
No, I know that much a little bit, but yeah, I'm just trying to call to memory the scriptures.
Now, outside of God being light, right? All of the other attributes they're talking about, if they're not omni attributes, meaning all places at all time, all powerful, all this, all knowing, all of none of those are human traits. None of those are human traits, because no human knows all. No human is all powerful. No human is in all places at one time. So those are divine attributes, right? So All of the other attributes they talk about, love, justice, truth, that bull stuff is human. That's humanity superimposing themselves onto the concept of God. Because if you are all truth, there's no such thing as a lie. If you're all powerful, there's no such thing as weakness. There's no such thing as justice when you are all powerful, right? So God, the concept of God would not have even an inclination of what injustice would be, because
But
God
it
is
does say in there that his ways are perfect, all his ways are just. He's a righteous God. His
right. But
judgment is
that's
just.
all based in human fallacy, right? What
I
is
don't know. I don't
unjust?
know. I wouldn't say that. I would probably agree with
Okay,
that.
so what is unjust to God? When God creates all and destroys all. When God knows all and destroys all, creates all, what is really unjust? What is really evil if God creates evil? It's
Uh,
all subjective to humans, to our limited understanding of energy,
you
our
know that
limited.
to me, that's when you get into the things that are like way above my understanding. His ways are past finding out. And then I just kind of leave it there.
Oh, okay. So and like that, right? What you just said, right? So in physics, they got the same problem, right? We only see 0.035%. That's 0.035% of the actual light spectrum. So
Hmm.
you only get to see this itty bitty tiny sliver of God. Like that's
You're
the
right.
only that's all you get to witness.
Hmm.
Everything else you're completely blind to. God has put a veil over your eyes so you don't see none of that stuff, right? Because if you did it, it'd kill you, because your brain cannot
So
take
you
in that
kind of
much
sound like
information.
you believe in God to me when you talk like
I,
this.
I, I believe in God. I just don't believe in this white Western ideology of God. I believe God is power and force. I don't think God has a personality where it has jealousy and anger and none of that. That like those are all human traits. Something that a benevolent, all powerful God wouldn't
Oh, I
even
see.
bear to.
Okay.
You know what I'm saying?
But
Energy
boy, a
don't
lot
have.
of the stuff you tell me, a lot of stuff, some of the stuff at least that you tell me, just sort of sounds more scripture actually at
That's because
times.
it is.
And you actually believe some of it. You know what I
Yeah,
mean?
that's because I don't. That's why I just told you earlier is
It's
that
funny y'all say the same thing about each other. He like, you actually believe some of that? You like, you
yeah,
actually believe
yeah,
some of that?
and that's it's real
Oh,
simple. It's
funny.
because I told you earlier that the only way to feed a person falsehood is by mixing truth into it. So there is most definitely
Well,
truth in.
don't get me wrong. I believe that there's been a lot of corruption and garbage and just a bunch of shit, you know.
Oh,
And
most definitely, and
and you should see my titles on my videos. I absolutely blast Christianity. I tell people that I'm an anti-Christian. I told them I'm
so
not
look
anti-Christ. I'm
look
anti-Christian.
what Jesus said. Jesus told you not to follow the Pharisees, Sadducees, and scribes. He talked down on them. You know what I'm saying? The people who claim to know the law. And,
Yeah,
and, right. So he talked down about. He called them empty husks. Like
yeah.
they
He said
just
they're whitewashed sepulchres full of dead men's
Damn.
bones. Yeah.
right. So it's like, are you really supposed to be following them? Jesus
Well, and I
told you.
don't because those are the guys
I
that
ain't
he
talking about
rebuked
you.
all
I'm
the time.
saying rhetorically
Yeah.
speaking. You know what I'm saying? Jesus told you not to call nobody your father because you only got one father. But they'll turn around and call this dude the father of the church. They'll call him Pope, which means Papa Pope.
Mhm.
You know what I'm saying? It means father.
Yeah,
You
that
know,
sounds like a contradiction, doesn't it?
it's a contradiction, right?
It
It's all
does
idol
sound like
worship.
it.
It's
There's a lot of
idol,
things that sound like it. Yeah, there really are. I
all
mean,
idol worship.
Damn.
I'm well aware of a lot of them.
The Bible, Jesus tell you not to call no man your teacher because he your teacher. You only got one teacher,
But
right?
then Paul the Apostle said there's faithful men that are able to commit. He told Timothy to commit things to faithful
But
men that
and,
are
and,
able to
then,
teach.
and then they got the nerve to turn around and call themselves rabbi, which means teacher,
Now,
right?
now
So
here's the
so
crazy.
Hey,
Now here's the
hey,
crazy
yo.
part. Here's the crazy part, Anu. You know, if most Christians really read the Bible, understand the history of Christianity, they wouldn't be Christians.
yep. If they actually read it and studied it, they wouldn't be Christians. And
Well, I'm not a Christian anymore, and I'm reading the Bible.
and here's the reason why. The Bible tell you that the path to hell is wide, right? So
Yeah.
everybody that's on the path to hell is on the same thing, right? So it just so happened that the three major religions in the world is the widest path. That is the widest path. So if you're following that wide path, guess where you're headed?
Yeah, and I'm not. I'm
Yeah.
even. You can ask Fro. I title my videos like, "All you Christians, Bible Bereans, free gracers are a bunch of mongrel, mass menticide pieces of shit," and I go on and on about it.
Oh yeah.
Well, then you're not a Christian.
I
said,
light
"Oh,
into
yeah."
these. I light into these pieces of shit. You ought to hear what I do on my channel. I'm a fucking big mouth. I don't give a damn.
Well,
I
then you're
cuss
not a
them out.
Christian.
I'm not, but I'm not
Right.
antichrist. I'm not a Christian. They started this shit with me on here. I'll tell you, if any, and even in churches throughout my life, people judging you all the time, telling you how to get saved one breath, and then when they don't like something you're doing, then all of a sudden you're going to hell. And I'm like, what the hell, you know?
I
And
mean,
A1.
Talk to me.
How did you like the song?
I didn't play it yet. I didn't play it.
Ah.
Actually, I'll pull it up. I got it bookmarked over here. I'm on a new stream. You dropped it in the back chat over there. I got it over here, though.
what's today, Sunday? I'll be doing my Sunday church broadcast, but I got to sleep too. We do a lot on the news unit too. A1, you need some rest, man, too. Don't burn yourself out. You got a buddy of yours? You like leaving this on a lot, too. Ed, I do the same thing. I do 24/7 almost broadcasting.
Sometimes I have some help. Let's go ahead and check this song out. I want to hear what he put together.
He's got a lot of good ones. They're a lot of fun.
I knew does all of the AI songs over here currently.
Sure.
But let's see. We got a competitor for you. I knew.
oh, that's cool.
Share screen.
You ought to hear some of the rap ones, too. They're really cool. Because we got these people with free grace Christianity that we've... Go ahead. I won't mess with you.
I'm going to drop out and come back in.
Right.
Yo, welcome to the spot where the brave go swing. 2 to 3 deep, that's a whole damn ring. Atlanta need vids like punches they throw. Small channel, big smoke, watch the arguments blow. The base stage lit, ain't no script in sight. They clash on the mic like they're built for the fight. Theology, philosophy, drop it on the table. Everyone's a gladiator, every mind unstable. This the cardio, babe. Speak or get shook. Step inside the circle, get cut like a book. They don't need fame, they don't need big looks. Just raw ass voices and debates off the hook. Yeah. How you on top? Who wants smoke? Say the wrong line, watch the whole crowd choke. Short hit quick like a left-hand jab. Long biz drag out like a street corner grab. You say one thing wrong, they dismantle your claim. Break it down slow, yeah, they live for the flame. No moderator saving you, you're on your own. Every syllable you drop gets weighed like stone. It's messy, it's loud, no polished disguise. Just a battle of the minds with the walls full of cries. It's the cardio, baby. Speak or get shook. Step inside the circle, get cut like a book. They don't need fame, they don't need big looks. Just raw ass voices and debates on the hook, yeah. How he's on top? Who wants more? Say the wrong line, watch the whole crowd choke. You ain't ready for the heat till it hits your lung. Where arguments cut deeper than a priest's tongue. They ain't soft. They ain't sweet. They the type to drag your worldview out into the street. Debate stage where the bold ain't scared, where the truth gets tossed and the lies get aired. Coliseum vibes, yeah, the thunder is back. Tweet warriors on a full ass attack. Yeah.
Yeah.
I could go down the road and cruise Kedzie and where's that sister road down on the south side of Chicago playing that.
I hope you liked it, A1.
I like all his songs. I think they're fun. They really are. I don't think we can hear him, right? Is his audio not working?
Oh, my audio's not working. Yeah, tell them where they can find you and support you.
Did you like that one? They're good, aren't they?
Yeah, I like that. That was fire.
Yeah,
man. I'm about to add that to this.
You know,
I have
that's like
something called the halftime show with all the
funny,
updates.
yeah.
So I'm gonna put that on the halftime show.
I like that one that he played it for me too. He's, you know, we got all these enemies too and shit, and they're really whacked out. They don't even know how to talk.
Yeah, that was.
I like to be around people that can talk, you know, about stuff. I enjoy that. Like you were doing tonight here. This was pretty interesting to me.
Oh yeah, I had to clock out the whole night, man.
We got guys, we got these nutbags that just want to fight us and meet you and all that bullshit. Oh, yeah. You know what I mean?
Yeah,
and Dave isn't afraid to.
He won't make it over here, man. This is the Coliseum of arguments. Only the brave speak here.
Yeah.
Dave isn't afraid of anybody.
Not really.
If you could do another one and put Titans in there.
I've been on the other ends of guns with fingers on the trigger, man. I know what it feels like.
Yeah,
I'll make another one.
Titans and Coliseum. Put both of those words in there. That'll be fire.
I will make another one for you.
Let's play this one more time and tell them where they can find you again.
Fro from Norway on Suno.
Fro from Norway on Suno.
Oh my. Yo, welcome to the spot where the brave go swing. 2 to 3 deep, that's a whole damn ring. Atlanta need viz like punches they throw. Small channel, big smoke, watch the arguments blow. The base stage lit, ain't no script in sight. They clash on the mic like the build for the fight. Theology, philosophy, drop it on the table. Everyone's a gladiator, every mind is stable. This the cardio, babe. Speed gon' get shook. Step inside the circle, get cut like a book. They don't need fame, they don't need big looks. Just raw ass voices and debates off the hook. Yeah, Harry's on top. Who wants smoke? Say the wrong line, watch the whole crowd choke. Short hit quick like a left-hand jab. Long biz drag out like a street corner grab. You say one thing wrong, they dismantle your claim. Break it down slow, yeah, they live for the flame. No moderator saving you, you're on your own. Every syllable you drop gets weighed like stone. It's messy, it's loud, no polished disguise. Just a battle of the minds with the walls full of cries. It's the cardio, babe. Speak gon' get shook. Step inside the circle, get cut like a book. They don't need fame, they don't need big looks. Just raw ass voices and debates on the hook, yeah. How he's on top? Who wants smoke? Say the wrong line, watch the whole crowd choke. You ain't ready for the heat till it hits your lung.
This AI is getting super advanced, man.
They ain't soft. They ain't sweet. They the type to drag your worldview out into
I'm feeling
I like it.
I'm feeling it too hard, man. I gotta stop it, man.
You know what?
That's
We love it. We love it.
For later. I'm about to get it. Dance.
Not bad for a white guy putting that together, is it?
A white guy from Norway.
I can tell he got some Mrs. Dash in the house. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, that's AI. That's AI.
Wow. Yeah, that's it, man.
Yeah. Suno is fire, man. I love Suno.
Yeah, that's dope with it, man. I'm going to have to check that out. I don't know how I'm going to get that ripped, but I'm going to figure it out by the end of the day. That's going to be on the ads for the upcoming debates. See if I can drop that back here as an intro song when we load up stuff like this.
Oh, yeah, you're more than welcome to use it. I love when people use my music.
Appreciate it.
Dave knows all about that. And if you want a special song that is written about you or anything like that you want to have in the lyrics, I have a special way of writing my songs, so you can always come over to Dave's and ask for a song, and I will write it for you under 5 minutes. Isn't that right, Dave?
Fro from Norway, man. Fro from Norway. Check him out on Suno. That's Fro from Norway on Suno. Check him out, y'all.
I should really get some sleep, man. But I really want to stay up and talk. But I was up all night.
Hey, I'm doing a marathon. I'm 10 subscribers, up 9 now. I'm 9 subscribers away from monetization. I'm doing
you really?
Yeah.
Yeah, come and subscribe, everybody. Come on.
491 subscribers. I need 9 more. Then I can get some sleep. Hold on, I'm about to drop that leak.
Hey, Morning Max is on. Today's Sunday, right? Morning Max is on already.
Hey, I'm not hip to
Max
that.
is live. Who's all with him? Just one guy? He's doing something over there. What's he doing? He wants to do something. He's bored.
Yeah, when we're doing the podcast with David tomorrow, that will be fun.
Yeah. What else we got cooking here? Good thing
go ahead and plug your stuff. Let them know what you got coming and where they can find you.
I'm looking for. And Isaac is running his mouth. We got a lot of wackos too that we've been around. You know, they're just a pain in the ass. They ain't got nothing good to talk about, and they can't even discuss anything. And they got to the point where they got so crazy that they can't even talk with anybody. You know, there are people like that. You know,
yes,
I don't.
Like that.
Yeah, I mean, yeah. They can't handle it, you know, talking with people. They just couldn't get out of the house if they wanted to or whatever. One way or the other.
Are you
Yepper.
subscribed at Titans Debate League? If not, head on over here and subscribe right now. I'm 9 subscribers away from monetization. Help me run these numbers up. I appreciate you guys. Again, that's at Titans Debate League, so that way you don't miss any of the fire action like this. Let me go ahead and go to a word from our sponsors.
These are not just speakers. These are thinkers, forged in fire. Warriors of words stepping into destiny. Welcome to the Coliseum of arguments, where logic clashes with conviction and ideas spill like blood in the sand. 16 titans, 16 minds, one path to immortality. They come seeking truth, they fight for redemption, they burn for revenge. Featuring the intellectual elite of the Titans Debate League. Every round a new war, every word a new weapon. Every titan ready to fall or rise in glory. This is not debate, this is combat. Step into the Coliseum of arguments. Only the brave speak here. Are you not entertained?
Yes, that's the tournament that had me start this page and that brought everybody together. This is an open panel. You can go ahead and click that link and come on up. Most of these gentlemen here are going to sleep. I know Jose might have got
And then
him
you
a
can
little
just
nappy.
blame Smokey for having us come over.
No,
here.
but listen,
Hey, shout out
I tried
Smokey,
to
man.
force-
Shout out y'all for pulling up, man. Y'all kicked it with
No,
me the whole
it's all
night,
his
man.
fault that you've inherited the news unit and fro.
You went toe to toe with some of the toughest Hebrew Israelites for about 8 hours straight. And
Oh, don't worry.
few
So Netter
Muslims.
said when I went on his channel a while back, I was in the big leagues. I was in there for a good while, man.
I could definitely say you're an official Titan in the arena. You can hold your own, so I can vouch for that. You know, I seen that tonight.
Yeah,
You was
I've
running
learned
around with that
throughout
scripture.
social media a little bit of stuff.
Let's
Just
go,
a little.
man. I can tell you've been around, man. I can
A
tell
little
you've been
bit.
around.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. And I've been around live. I've been broadcast on YouTube for over how many years now? Let me think. Probably to 12 or 13, maybe 15 years already.
And again, I'm 9 subscribers away from monetization. If you haven't subscribed already, get over here to at Titans Debate League.
Yeah.
I'm doing a marathon. I'm not going to sleep until I have my 500.
How many you got to go yet?
I got hold on, wrong page. Let me go back to mine. Yeah, I still need 9 more. I'm at 491. 491. Come on home. 500. If you're at home right now, hit that thumbs up, hit that bell so you get a notification every time we go live. And don't be scared to share this to somebody. Let them get that early morning word. What we talking about, Jose?
Boy, I tried to go to sleep about 5 times. I conked out, woke up. The stream was too good, and I got juiced up. So I couldn't even go to sleep.
The stream was lit all night, man. And
Yeah,
the
man.
dope thing is we had amazing decorum. I had to clock out. I'm about to start running it like that, man. I'm about to run a really tight ship.
You guys know
But it was actually healthy,
those...
and everybody got a chance to speak, which doesn't happen a lot.
What happened?
You have up to 10 to 15 people on the panel. So that was very dope. You know, and shout out Laurel. You know, Laurel got some fans in the crowd. You know, Ink Guy Artist Guild, man. You feel me?
Do you know somebody? You know quite a few people over at Sonetter too. Did they come over?
A lot of the people that you see over here frequent back and forth. So
they do. Okay.
A few of the people.
You ever see Tahuti with the snake? The guy with the snake, Tahuti.
Yeah, I'm familiar with Tahuti.
Is he still around?
Yeah, he was just debating. I think Jabari recently, or had a discussion with him.
No, what he was doing was throwing a fit because they had a discussion, and Sandetta hyped him up. And then later on, Sandetta came back and hyped him back down to say he didn't win a debate against Jabari. That's what happened.
Does Natasha, what's her name? The Senators girl, Senators lady.
Hey, bro. We can't mention that lady's name because she's very controversial and it causes problems.
Oh, okay.
So we're not gonna call her name because everybody calling the woman name and it causes problems. Yeah, I'm not familiar with who you're talking about per se, but yeah.
That's all right.
I'm not really checking for men's women to see who they are.
Now he's talking about the Pasha. She co-hosts, but a lot of people have a problem.
Big shout out to them, their co-host and everybody over there, their platform and their team, doing their thing as they always have been.
How about Black Jesus Minister? You ever run into him?
I haven't seen him around in
Me
a
neither.
while.
I don't know
That would be dope. If you see
Oh
him,
wow, you know
if you bump into any of them, bring them on over here, man.
You know Black Jesus Minister.
Oh yeah, he used to come over and talk to me a lot. He liked to talk to me. Yeah.
My phone fell. Yeah, if you bump into them, bring them on over.
Black Jesus Minister is an interesting character.
Yes, I want to interview him just about the history. I've been watching him for a while. It'll be fun.
Have you read Christ Michael yet?
I haven't. He's in like 2 of my groups. He just posts. He never responds.
Wait till Christ Michael. Wait till Christ Michael hit the scene, bro.
He gonna pop up on me one day.
Christ
like,
Michael.
I need to interview. I'm waiting. We gonna talk him into existence. It's gonna be this week. Watch.
You hear me?
He gonna pop up on me like, yo, it's time. Are you ready?
What do y'all know about the Urantia? Have y'all ever?
I don't know anything about that. Pull it up while you talk about it. Show it on the screen at the same time. Because that's gonna already know that's something different.
I gotta get some rest because I gotta get up and plow all this snow. I got a foot of snow on the ground and everything's stopped. I gotta get the plow out. I gotta go lay in the snow and hook it up.
Go take care of that.
Yeah, I went and got wood the other night so I could keep warm, and that's all I had time for. And I thought, you know what, I'll just leave the plow out there. I guess I'm just gonna have to lay in the snow and put it on my quad. Now I'm gonna have to do that. I'm gonna shovel the plow out. Let's do what I gotta do. But y'all have a good night. It's been nice meeting you, talking to you, and enjoyed it.
He talking about have a good night, man. It's 8:30 a.m. Rise and shine, buddy.
I'm gonna hit the rack. I'm gonna leave my broadcast on, but it just lays there, and Smokey can do what he wants. We kind of do it, together.
Oh, I appreciate you. Hopefully, I have these 9 subscribers and be ending this soon.
So, all right, y'all have a good night.
You too.
All right.
And it is an open panel. Anybody can click that link and hop on over here.
So Anu, let me ask you a question. Would you be opposed to coming on my platform and doing an interview?
No, you know I'm game with whatever, bro.
Yeah, I think I need to pull you and A1 to come over to my platform and do an interview.
I do want somebody to interview me on my history, my past. I had somebody doing it that actually knows me in person, though. That's gonna pull up and do one. Shout out Taz the GOAT in here. How you feeling today, Taz?
What up, Taz?
I'm good, my nigga. What's up with y'all, bro?
Chilling, man. Let's shift gears since you in here, man. What's on your mind today, man? What's on your heart? What you want to talk about?
I'm wondering where I'm at, bro. Am I in a debate arena or am I in a fucking church, bro? You know what I'm saying? Like, I mean, come on, bro. Like, because listen, man, it seems like, now this is just me and my assessment of the debate spaces. It seems like a lot of the spaces are only, they only debate this religion shit. And so I'm gonna be real with you, bro. If I'd have known this was a religiously driven platform, I wouldn't have had that debate. You know what I'm saying? Because, I mean, think about what I'm saying here. I'm sitting here saying, fuck the Messiah. There is no Messiah. And the people listening are a bunch of religious people.
That ain't true, bro. I was on your side.
Okay,
you sitting
I'm
on
wondering, like, damn.
You sitting on a panel with 2 non-religious people right now. When I debate,
all right, cool.
I'm an agnostic, and I usually take the atheist thing. I be saying the same thing as you. Go ahead, I knew. Break down what you was just saying about religion.
I'm gonna be honest with you. Once I listened to his argument, I'm like, okay, I was following it. But then when he started turning Black Messiah into other things outside of the 1920 to 1960 context.
You're talking about the debate, but go ahead, though.
Yeah.
What
I'm saying it's tied in, right? So once he took it out of that narrative, right, it became an equivocation fallacy. I'm looking like, okay, so you just gonna jump back and forth. Now you making James Brown a Black Messiah? Okay, so
I never heard that.
The milkman can be a Messiah. You know what I'm saying? Like, what are we saying? Like, so I was really on your side in that debate. Like, if I was voting, I would have voted for you because I agree with you. It's a religious terminology. Yeah. It's a religious term, and it belongs within the religious political arena. It don't belong in entertainment. It don't belong in movies and sports.
And I would say, and I would argue, it don't belong in Black liberation. You know what I'm saying? I don't feel we need a Messiah. I feel like we need to find within ourselves what we need to do to help each other But as one person being him, one person being the guy, come on, fam, that sound crazy.
That's facts. That's facts. And even when I watched the Steve Coakley episodes, they never talked about he preached against a whole Black Messiah thing. He was preaching we need a round table. So that way, because once you start playing that one game with the Black Messiah thing, they get ahead of you and start grooming the next one. With a round table, it never matter. It doesn't matter if they take off the head because it's a round table. There was never anybody in charge in the first place. I mean, of course, there's naturally going to be leaders. There's naturally going to be people who are better at others at certain things. So they're going to excel in certain areas anyway. But it's supposed to be a collective. And playing the one game against you things like Barack Obama, the list goes on. Malcolm, how deep do you want to go? I think Taz hit a lot of them in his debate. So yeah, and again, and to your point, religion is a conversation. I'm a preacher, son, so at the end of the day, I enjoy the conversation. I like debating, so it's just happened to be what people talk about, and I'm familiar with some of the stuff. But I want to get the conversations that y'all been having over here, which is why I've been reaching out. Like I can't do nothing right now, but what I can do. So I told you, help me out and get them started, and then you're gonna pull more FBA or whatever conversations over here because I don't have nobody to do it. I just finally had my first Muslim do a show last night. You know what I'm saying? And people were saying the same thing. Is this a Christian channel? I mean, it's always something until I can keep expanding. So I'm just trying to keep growing, keep expanding. You see, I'm networking with everybody, whoring myself, as they say, whatever. But we ain't gonna go that route. Yeah, man, I'm networking, man, like real niggas supposed to, man. I would hit another city and do the same thing. I would talk to everybody that walked past me, man. I'm a hustler. I done sold waters on the street corner. Nobody walks past me without getting talked to. I don't care because it's a numbers game. So at the end of the day, we're going to keep doing that. I'm linked with a lot of FBA people, but they just, I haven't got one of them to say, yeah, let me do a show, make me the background, and I'll be there Thursday. That's all they got to say. Or whatever you
think is a sensitive topic because they've been trying to blend the whole Apple and to the FBA, which I never, from my first time hearing about FBA, I assumed that I was an FBA. I didn't think it had nothing to do with being indigenous, but as far as being a foundational Black American, I felt like if you were and this is my own opinion. To even be called a foundational Black American, first you got to be anti-government. You have to be anti-establishment. You have to have separatist ideology because that is foundationally what we've always been here. Everything that we've done has gone against the grain here. So I mean, foundationally, you are a rebel. You're a maroon. You are insurgent for the most part. So everything that we do is revolutionary. Everything we do is militant. That we've been here has been militant and been in that particular demonstration. So those FBAs who want to integrate into the American scheme, I just see that as being problematic and counter intuitive unless they're going to do it in their way, unless you're going to do it in your way and not by the format that's put in front of you like we do with everything else. I don't know. Like, so can you explain, like, when you talk about FBA, are you saying it from an indigenous American perspective?
I said it actually. He never even used the word.
Oh, okay.
I just was I was making an assumption and I shouldn't have did that. Actually, I would like him to explain what type of conversations he's specifically talking about.
So like,
just so we can start getting them popping. Even if I got to just text you like, "Hey, we about to crank up the live. Make sure you're there." Because
you talking to me or you talking to somebody else?
I was talking to you. Go ahead.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah.
Think about it.
Yeah. I don't. So like, the FBA thing is Tariq shit. You know what I'm saying? Just to keep it straight up. So I try not to use that as my position. Right. And I don't like all the extra Indian origins of Black people ass shit that go along with his complaint and conversation. Now, I think if you remove all of that and the fighting with Africans and all that stupid ass shit and just get to the foundation of the conversation being, I got 2 Black parents. there are people with a white and a black parent, let's say, that would be considered black too. I don't think there's a distinction between who's black, who's African American,
Right.
who's, these terms that are identified for all of us. You know what I'm saying? And I'm not even saying I care about the shit because I got nieces and nephews that are mixed. So it's not the point of creating contention around it. It's more of a point of if you're creating a solid identifier, well, you're trying to make a distinction between people with two black parents and yourself who have two black parents, but then you'll embrace someone who doesn't have two black parents. So I don't understand what they're even arguing at the end of the day with the FBA shit from that context. Now, what part of it I would agree with is if you're ever going to get reparations, you need to have a solid identity, right? Some of the things that, in terms of like just coming over here from, let's say Africa and being able to identify as African American as if you've been here the entire time, some of that is problematic. But again, those things only come up in the political dialogue. There's no need to create division before we get to a political dialogue, though. So I'm not just really not a fan of how FBA do shit.
I feel you on that. And then when it comes to,
I wasn't even aware that it was a Tariq thing because the first time I heard it was from the African Diaspora News Network. I follow them. If y'all ain't out there following the Diaspora African News Network, y'all need to subscribe.
Oh no, I would never. No, I
they
would
got
never.
an app. they got.
I rock with Vicky Dillard though. I fuck with her.
Yeah. They got a mobile app. Look, I'm just saying, like, we got
these people. I'm just tell y'all like this though, so y'all know though, fam. Like for real, these people been around a long time, and these people are not who they're saying they are. So in the interest of A1's platform being respected, I won't go into why I'm saying all that. But
tag me when you do the episode.
just be careful in who names you said, because some people had to turn like, who? You know what I'm saying? Like some of them people, they're just grifters, bro. And they grew channels off of the grift, not necessarily supporting us. You know what I'm saying? So he like him, for example, think about what we say. The Africa Diaspora News Network, but you promoting FBA?
Well,
you know what I'm saying?
I think he got the same. I think he ran the same problem I did is when he heard Foundational Black American, he automatically assumed that it was Black African Americans who were naturally born, bred here, descendants of the slave trade. I don't think he ever knew anything about the indigenous portion of it because.
Oh no, Phil knew. Yeah, Phil knew.
Oh, Phil, you talking about Phil?
I ain't talking about Tariq. I'm talking about the guy who
Phil. You talking about Philip?
Runs the African
Philip.
I'm trying not to do too much.
Man, do your thing, bro. Do your thing.
Okay,
Phil Scott.
Yeah,
your views don't represent the channel, and you speaking on your own. Go ahead.
Yeah, these ain't my views though. His wife is one of them though, is what I'm saying. So I'm not. You know what I'm saying? I'm not trying to get dirty, play dirty politics and those shit. But like that, his wife is one of them. His wife is not black. She's indigenous or whatever. So you know what I'm saying? He's always.
I'm not even aware that like the politics there. I just.
You know what I'm saying? But he's always. But just think about what I'm saying. I'm here saying it though, bro. So my buddy's gonna see it. But look, he's always lied until he got exposed. He didn't become the African Diaspora News Network until he got exposed. He was telling people he was married to a black woman. Right, he got exposed for being married to a Mexican/indigenous woman.
And I don't even tripping off who you're married, but why lie? Why lie?
Right,
is the question.
Right. He represented himself falsely. Well, the false representation of it while doing "I love black people" content was the issue that people ran into.
I think that's kind of fallacious to say because I love black people that I can't love another.
No. See, it doesn't go there. It starts with the misrepresentation, and that's where you got to start the problem. Yeah, it's not a problem to love who you want, and so that's why he should have did it instead of lying to the people because he thought certain people wouldn't mess with him if he had that. So that's where the problem starts.
I mean, that's understandable. I mean, like our people will castrate each other because of your loyalties to other things. Like we do that.
But listen, but the thing is,
that's real fair if you're trying to be a public.
But they'll do that to you with a black wife, is what I'm saying. So why lie?
I'm
they'll
saying,
to you with a black wife.
I guess so. Like I look at it in different perspectives, right? Because when you say black, I don't necessarily think African. I just think dark. I think dark when you say black. You have to say black African for me to associate black with African. You know what I'm saying? I mean, I know everybody else not like that, but I've learned enough not to associate and deal with the color of law. So when you say black, I identify black as a political ideology, and I don't identify as a ethnogenetic marker or anything of that nature. I don't think it's a tribe of people. I don't think it's a nation of people, even though we use it politically as a nation of people. You see what I'm saying? So it's like when you do certain distinctions. When you say black, you're literally talking about dark. So dark in comparison to Europeans. So anybody that's darker than Europeans will be considered black. So I mean, if we want to argue about what nation they come from or what history they had, like I think that's kind of petty, especially coming from our own background and the plight, in our own communities. I think that's a little petty. I mean, but that's my.
I mean, I understand where you're coming from, right? As far as, but listen, what I'm telling you though. When you're doing content that says I support my people, I love my sisters, blah blah blah, all this, over the top shit, and then when people find out you're not standing on that, they have an issue with it. I like A1 said from the beginning, if you just say that and then people have an issue with it, then you retain your ability to come back and question why people judge you. But when you lie, you lose that ability to people. People are judging you because you lie. Damn, you know what I'm saying? So that's where the issue came in.
Do you mess with W.E. Du Bois?
Oh yeah, definitely.
Okay, so you didn't care that he had a white wife?
So okay, now I'm not in agreement with that. Let me state that first. But what I will say is when we're looking at, let's say 100 years ago, I'm willing to concede that their reasoning behind it was legitimate enough for me not to judge him today. So that same thing applies to Frederick Douglass. Even though I don't like it, I would say they could have did better or whatever, but I won't judge them based on the time period they lived in where it was actually socially beneficial. Now, if it was socially beneficial today and people were saying, yeah, that's my stepping stone, I wouldn't have the same argument, but it's not what it was 100 years ago.
Well, now, what about Candace Owens?
Nah. Don't. We're not gonna bring up Candace Owens.
Wait, why not? Why not? Wait,
that was a good question. I want to hear the answer.
Why can't?
We're not gonna do that.
Content.
Well, I'm gonna answer him, so we're gonna do it.
Whether we think that's part of the community or not, but she puts out content. She's a black woman, and she's married to a Tamu.
Yeah, that's a black woman, and so okay, now back to that point. I think she used marrying a white dude for that socioeconomic climb. You know what I'm saying? I think it works for women more so than it would work for a man. I don't think we can marry a white woman and climb socioeconomically while a woman can. So again, I disagree with Candace in damn near everything, but that's Candace. That's sis. You know what I'm saying? So
Candace, that's crazy.
I ain't one of them who just hate Candace, but
I'm a Candace lover. I want to point that out. I'm a Candace lover. So
I ain't gonna say I'm a lover, but you know what I'm saying? They be going too hard on sis though.
Got ovaries of steel. She got ovaries of steel. The stuff that she talk about can and possibly will get her whacked. So I mean, when people go out there on that limb to put that amount of truth out there without any regard to their own family and their own well-being,
I disagree though. Now I disagree with that because here's where Candace falls with me, right?
They whacked her homeboy Charlie.
I don't. Not they. Until you see the conspiracy proven, it's not a they, right? It's a cracker, one person. My bad. Damn, goddamn, my bad.
Yeah.
One person.
Tighten up. I'm streaming on his channel right now. He not even here. Appreciate
Okay,
you.
no doubt. My fault, family. But no. So we got one person. There's no proof of this grand conspiracy yet. And I think as content creators, we got to recognize a play when it's a play. You know what I'm saying? They got one dude that they said did it. And I understand all conspiracy. I'm actually a person who studied the JFK assassination most of my life, right? Still studying it to this day. So I know things can happen that are questionable, but there's no they yet to identify in the Charlie Kirk situation.
I mean, I feel you, man. I've just been following Candace and her little investigation, and it just seemed like every time she touched something, stuff start falling apart, and stories get to changing when Candace get on the trail. So I don't know. Like, shout out to Candace. Man.
So look, so let me ask you this. Wait, because I can't believe you saying this. So was it like that 10 years ago when Candace was saying that police brutality wasn't happening and black people wasn't being killed by the police?
I'm not saying I've agreed 100% with everything that she's saying. I don't agree with nobody at 100% what they say, but the things that she have said that resonates, I agree with. Now, I'm one of those people that will tell you that I don't agree with the no snitching policy in the hood. So I don't give a damn about criminalistic ass niggas going to jail for the rotten ass.
What? I'm sorry. What no snitching policy in the? Do you agree with the no snitching policy in the police department?
No, I think you
got a debate on that. He got a debate on that.
I think that should be disbanded. So
Well, no, I'm only asking because you said the hood, like I can't show you more people snitching on their homeboys than police officers snitching on each other. They have the no snitch policy that keeps them.
I mean, they got the game in common. They perfected they debauchery.
Hell yeah.
And real quick, let me see, Jose, you want to add anything, and then I want to see if V-Note has anything to say.
Now let's say this: we have to deal with the origin of snitching. The origin of snitching is police pulling two people into a room who did something and telling one of them, "We gonna let you off easier, or we gonna let you go free if you tell on your homeboy." So the issue is not I'm not encouraging criminality. The issue is you're gonna let off a dude like Sammy the Bull who killed about 10 people to get his boss, and that's what snitching is about. So that's why people don't like snitches, because you're gonna get away with a crime, and I'm gonna go to jail. And anybody who's a human being is not down with somebody, some slimy dude who gonna skip off scot-free and put you in jail for something he should be going to jail for too. And it's not about being a criminal, it's about principle. Because when you was young and you start talking your mother business, she whipped your ass and told you stop tattletelling on your brother. So your mama didn't like snitches neither. Your mama didn't like tattletales neither. Correct?
So I'm one of the people that want to walk around and have safe streets for children. Like I don't want to have to go outside and worry about people carjacking and shooting people for no reason. Like I don't know. Maybe I'm just different. I don't like that type of stuff. I like knowing that I could send my little nephew outside, my niece outside to go play in the yard, and they ain't got to worry about straight bullets smacking them in their head. You know what I'm saying? It's just something about living.
Now I knew I'm with you, but guess what? Civilians and non-criminals can't snitch. Calling the police is not
I understand,
snitching.
but I'm saying control your families. Like you can't complain about the neighborhood if it's your cousins and brothers and uncles that's tearing the neighborhood up.
I'm with you on that.
You know what I'm saying? Like we gotta have some type of accountability, like in our own families. Like screw trying to control the neighborhood and the nation. Just people under your house.
That's crazy.
People under your house.
I heard somebody say, "Go ahead."
I'm saying I'm going to the extreme. I'm saying close your doors to them. Oh, you can't get no job. You can't do nothing productive that's going to bring honor. Guess what? You're not part of the family no more. Don't come, don't call until you get your stuff straight. It's that simple. You're going to have tough love, man.
And the other day I heard somebody say, man, people ready for a revolution. They want to tear the nation up. And like, let me see how you handle the Crips in your neighborhood first. Go get the gang members out your neighborhood first. Yeah. What else did he say? He said, you niggas, y'all can't even tell your wife what to do at home. You want to take over the nation. Have a revolution.
See, but A1, but A1, that is where we're getting confused. Me, as a non-criminal, calling the police is not snitching. That's not what snitching is. Snitching is one criminal telling on someone else to get a
bro, that's not. It's bigger than that, bro. I'm gonna be honest with you. I mean, for example, if I know you did something and I call the police and tell them you did it, man, that's snitching, bro. Like I understand what point you're making, but if I ain't got nothing to do with what you got going on and I get involved in it, I tell on you, that's snitching as well, bro.
Well,
You know what I'm saying? Like,
because if I see you rob the next door neighbor, what logic would it make for me not to assume that you ain't gonna rob me next?
I mean, that's fine, but that don't make it any less snitching.
No,
that's not snitching, bro. Like I don't want to be robbed.
Herein lies the super niggerism ideology in the
Wow,
hood.
bruh.
Where,
hey, man. Hey, motherfucker, we not finna. Hey, one, you better check this shit right the fuck now, nigga.
That's
what
a
the
black
fuck?
guy. That's a black guy.
But
still,
no, bro. No,
I see what you said. Okay,
like what?
And we streaming on several other racist channels. Let's not even use that terminology.
Sorry.
But yeah, but that was.
Let me use the word.
Come on, bro. It's early.
Hold on.
My apologies. My apologies.
Hold on. Let me rephrase.
No, he said
he put the ER on it, bro. He put the ER on it.
No, he put the ERISM. He put an ERISM on it. Erism. He put an erism on it. But he's from the Caribbean and he's from Brooklyn and he's black. So, but yeah, still though.
Come on,
yeah, this the wrong channel for that.
Come on, bro.
Okay, I didn't mean it that way.
All right, bro. We good. We great. We good, fam.
Let's use this word: super ignorant black behavior and super ignorant black ideology.
Let's just take the color off of it.
Wow.
Just take the color off of it.
I can't even say that.
I can't say white. I mean,
yeah.
Like, bro.
Okay.
No, you can. It's just as an insult or as a, when you're getting at somebody. If you're explaining some science or we're explaining something, like there's going to be times where you have to deal with that, and that's not what we're doing. But I understand what you're saying. But I'm trying to figure out, is there a better way you can say that? But yeah.
But it is though, right? So you can identify the ignorant behavior without attaching race to it, right? So it don't matter. It does not matter what race you are. If you're being ignorant and being belligerent and being illiterate, it don't matter what color you are. That shines all through. You see what I'm saying? So
all right,
just describe the behavior.
Nisha says, "Damn, Jose."
Okay, my bad. I'll say ignorant, hoodish behavior that people think calling the police is snitching, and that's not true. Calling the police if you're not a criminal is not snitching. No, we're making it that because we're allowing the criminals to tell us that you as a civilian is not allowed to call the police, and that's not the rule. The rule is civilians are civilians. If call the police on you.
Okay, let me tell you what the rule is, fam, because you really must obviously don't know, right? The rule started back when we were in elementary school, and something happened behind the teacher's back, and the teacher asked what happened. Even if it don't have nothing to do with you, if you raise your hand and tell that teacher what happened, you are a fucking snitch, bro. Like, you know what I'm saying? I'm trying to figure out, this didn't even always have to be criminal, right? Like, this could be you and your little brother telling your mom some shit, right? Like, snitching has a context outside the criminal.
I'm with you that snitching has a context.
I'm not with that. I'm not with that. I got a rebuttal for that. So
let Jose get it out, and then it'll be on you. I'm about to pull out the clock on y'all, gentlemen.
I'm with you that snitching now in 2025 has a connotation outside of criminal activity. But the original form of snitching has to do with someone snitching on their homie to get out of jail. We're expanding it to something that it really doesn't have anything to do with.
No, that's what it turned into, bro. It was always don't tell on shit. Stop being a tattletale. You never heard that?
That's where it started.
Okay. Now I'm gonna have to backtrack and say, even though I did use the word snitch, I could separate tattletaling and snitching. Even though I could separate the two.
How?
They synonymous.
No, I could tattletale without snitching, and I could.
He about to try though. He gonna try.
now,
same thing.
now,
same
I could
thing,
be a tattletale. I could be a tattletale without snitching, but all snitches technically are tattletale.
Yeah. Okay. We not tattletale. We whistleblowing. How about that?
Yeah, that's snitching, bro.
He said that's snitching too.
Because listen, I'm willing to agree that it's righteously snitching. Like even when you say it with the person next door and you know what I'm saying, breaking in your crib and shit, that's righteous. I'm not saying it's unrighteous. I'm saying it's righteous, but that don't change the context of it.
Okay, I'm with you. I'm with you on that. I'm with you. I could.
My point to say that wasn't, hey, don't call the police. No, I'm calling and righteously telling. Like okay, I'm you know what I'm saying? I'm saying if it's unrighteous though, it's when it's fucked up. You know what I'm saying? You go over there and help the nigga steal the shit, then call the police on him. You know what I'm saying? That's what you know what I'm saying? That's what it's unrighteous.
I'm with you on that one. I'm with you.
I was gonna point out that like even in school, right? I was one of those kids that if Reggie did something and then she turned around and be like, hey, who did it? Guess who got blamed for it? I did. And guess who got and put in the hallway? Me. Because of the no snitch policy. So then when I Billy Bop dude at lunchtime, right now I'm extra violent, right? I look like an extra victimizer because now I didn't beat this dude up. That nobody can't even know why I beat him up, but I beat him up because I got in trouble for what he did. Now, had he been a man, right, and just said, I did it, teacher, I threw it. He didn't. Then you let everybody else go down with you. So guess
that ain't gonna cut it, fam. You lose on that one. Now here's why. Because look now, because I agree with you in that scenario, but the failure in that scenario is where you defend yourself. You are not snitching on that person when you say, I didn't do it. He did it. That's not you telling on him. That's you defending yourself. I'm not going out in the hallway for what he did. How are you snitching when you're going to be punished for it? I ain't do that shit. If that nigga ain't gonna tell on himself, I'm going to tell you.
What if you don't want to be the next victim either?
But because like I say, if we ride in the car, fam, they find a gun. You don't tell them it's your gun. By the time they get me to the back of that police car and cuff me, they're going to know it's your gun. If you can't tell these motherfuckers it's your gun, for real, I say, some people might call that. I'm telling you, nigga, I'm not going down for your shit. Okay, so you better tell on yourself, or I'm going to help you along the way.
I think I got an A1. He's saying snitching with conditions is okay.
Nah, it ain't no condition. That ain't my fucking gun. What am I snitching on? Now because look, the context changed at some point.
You know that's his gun. You know it ain't your gun. You going?
Yeah, but at some point he lying on me though.
Hey, that ain't my gun. That's his gun. You just snitched on your homeboy.
No, at some point he's lying on me. If he don't take that case, he lying on me.
All he said was, "I don't know who gun that is. This ain't my car."
Right, which now it's my gun. By default, it's my car. It's my gun now.
So again. That's what
bro. I ain't going.
Listen, when you live in a neighborhood that you pay taxes in and you spend money on your houses and your cars and all the luxuries and amenities of this free world that you partake in, you work hard for those things, bro. Don't nobody want to sit here and be getting held at gunpoint from some old knucklehead who ain't got enough sense to go get a job and stay in school so he can do better for himself. So you gonna go rob and take from somebody else, and then I gotta be a victim because there's a no snitch policy. Like come on, man. Like that's literally
there is no snitch policy, bro. I don't like that's not real.
There's not real. To be one though.
But that's not real. Like I'm saying, as a person who's been in the streets my entire life, that shit ain't real, bro. That is propaganda for people to go and help the police do their job. There's never been a time when people did not help the police. The police wouldn't even get half the goddamn jobs, the murders and shit solved without help. Like we got to stop this fake no snitch shit, but people tell all the time. Have y'all not seen all these body cams and interrogations on the internet? Like people tell every day.
It don't even take much.
Well, they're not supposed to.
but that's why I said like it always come back
not
down
supposed
to. It always come back down to like the value system, and that's why I say once we start changing our value system, a lot of those things will change. And it just start at home, right? It just start at your house. You can't control the rest of the neighborhood. You can't control the rest of the community. You can only control what happens in your house and what you allow coming past your threshold. That's it, right? And once you get a hold of that, hopefully your neighbor got enough damn sense to do the same thing with his children and his family members. Hey, you can't come over here. Why? Because you ain't got no job. And I can't have your no job having ass preying on my neighbors. Hey, look, you don't want to be looked upon like that. Do something with yourself. We got to bring honor back to the family. What does it like when your son do something? That should be a stain on your entire family's name. It should be a stain.
Hell no.
Oh yeah. Oh yes, it should. It should be a stain on your entire family's name, which would force you, the man, the head of the household, to put him in check. Or else get this thing.
That's how it is overseas. It's like that overseas.
Yeah. What if your credit score went down every single time that your kid did some atrocities in the neighborhood? I bet you would get them on a leash.
I mean, these things all sound good to try to whip the black community into a better state or whatever. But the reality is, like, people get their crimes covered up and we never hear about them. Those people go on to be politicians and people that are celebrated and loved, while the fact that they were, reckless teens and whatnot is never held against them. Like, this only applies to black kids. It's insane. And it's because they're criminalized. You don't see that criminalization happening to other groups of teens. Police let them go home. They don't charge them. They let them walk away from incidents. And all these teens do the same shit. That teens are teens. But because there's a highlight and a focus on the ones that are over-policed and criminalized, you'll say these things, but that shit applies to every community and all the teenagers, bro.
I'm with you on this one, Taz, but we also have to understand in black families, especially in our time, we have this thing of covering up things that go on in black households. With
no,
you have the funny uncle and these things, and people just don't really do anything about it. It's a fact. It's not just black households. It's not just black households. They have in families in general. People say they have a weird uncle that does things to children, but they don't turn them in. They tell you to stay away from him, and that's it. And that happens a lot in families in America and everywhere else. They give them a pass because that's the uncle. They just think it's cool for you to stay away from him, but that same uncle is doing things to other people's children, and you don't report him, and you don't deal with him.
Hey, I knew I'm going to the store. I'll be back in like 10 minutes. You got the ad, man.
And that's where the problem comes in, Taz. We have to stop covering up. We have to stop covering up these weird relatives that we have and deal with them. And particularly in black families, sometimes we don't do that. We don't know how to deal with it. We don't. It's only
it only becomes an issue when you make it a black family thing, though, bro.
No,
like that's not a.
But here's what I said. I said not only black families. It may be. I'm just saying black families because I'm black. It's not only black families. I agree with you, but I'm speaking that in black families in particular, it's a problem for me and other people who are black. It happens in white families too. It does, and I'm not saying that it doesn't. But I can only speak for my people and how the problem in my community, how I can try to stop it in my community by not covering that up. And it's been done in black families and white families and other families too. We have to stop covering up for these weird relatives. We have to deal with them. And it goes back to
that's a fact.
Of dealing with home. And unfortunately, we have to admit, it seems to be highlighted in that this is a problem in black families in particular. That may or may not be true, I don't know. But I can't speak for other people's families. I want to speak for black families and fix it. And that's the problem in the black community. We should fix it. And let other people fix their problem. Because we have our own problems that we have to deal with. That's what I think we should focus on. And then we can help other people. If we want to make it a black thing, we don't have to make it a black thing. But in this case, since I assume everybody here is black, we're going to make it a black thing for the moment. That we have to clean up our communities because we're over-policed, marginalized, and people you know, we have to fix those stereotypes, and we have to fix the things that are actually wrong too. Not just the stereotypes, because there are things wrong in Black families that tend to be generational that we have to fix. Do you agree or do you disagree with me?
I somewhat agree. When it comes to a lot of these topics, it's like, we gotta stop highlighting and focusing on Black though. You know what I'm saying? Because again, it's like some of the issues they just apply. So it's like we could talk about those issues without making the focal point being Black.
Well, I'm with you, but unfortunately, I'm accustomed to dealing with all Black panels, and we tend to be a little Afrocentric.
Right,
So maybe
right. Negatively though, right? Because what you're saying is, oh, Black people bad and Black people this and Black people need to fix that. And
no,
a
no, no,
lot of
no.
Black people gonna tell you, fuck you. You know what I'm saying? They're not gonna.
No,
The
I'm
Black
not.
people ain't interested in some
I'm not
fix
saying.
from somebody who they don't know.
I'm not saying
Black
that,
people,
Taz. I'm not saying these are only Black issues, and I'm not saying that Black people are bad. That's not what I'm saying. I'm saying that if I'm saying I'm pro-Black and I'm part of a Black conscious community, then I should be focused on Black families and Black people first. That doesn't exclude anybody else. That's not what I'm saying.
well, in terms of media, focusing on Black people first means positively though. It
No,
means to somewhat let the negative be what others are talking about, and you got to focus a lot on the positive because of how much propaganda is thrown at us.
I'm with
Because
you.
y'all sound like the propaganda. Sound like you
No,
spreading the
no,
propaganda.
no, no. I'm with you that some of these things are propaganda. But at the same time, we have to admit that there are certain problems in the Black community that we need to focus on that are is not only in the Black community, but it affects us more as Black people. I'm not saying, you know, white people don't kill white people, Chinese people don't kill Chinese people. I'm not saying that. But I want us to be able to live up to our best potential. So when we do go out there and talk, and they do throw a stereotype at us, we can show them that it is a stereotype and that it's not true. So we have to focus on educating our children to understand how to deal with the world in an educated way. Because they're always going to look at Black people funny anyway. But
My thing is, when you're at the bottom of the totem pole, everything is magnified, right? So even though we have the same problems that everybody else have, they're the same problems. They're just magnified, right? Because you're at the bottom. All the weight of society just kind of lays on our shoulders, on our backs, and then we got to kind of like muscle up through that. You see what I'm saying? So
I'm with you.
Once we eliminate the color issue, we can just deal with some of the main problems, which is post traumatic stress, trauma, psychic trauma. We could start dealing with some of those issues, abandonment issues, trust issues. Those are the things that that's actually plaguing our community. It ain't got nothing to do with color per se, but it most definitely has everything to do with our family economy.
But here's the thing, Anu. We're living in a world, not just America, where Black people are marginalized everywhere, and we're accustomed to being marginalized. So we just automatically take the stance that everyone is out to get us once they don't look like us, and that's not true. But history has scarred us to think that because you're of a different race, particularly quote unquote white, you're out to get us. And that may or may not be true. But I'm a Black American like you, and I'm accustomed to that dynamic. When I left America and I moved to Trinidad and Tobago, I realized that Black and white dynamic doesn't exist everywhere. Because when you're living in a country when most of the people are not white by American standards, then you understand, a difference. When you hear people in these countries talking about racism, you laugh at them because you know what real racism looks like. People in Trinidad and Tobago think because one party is Black and one party is East Indian, and people throw stirs back and forth, that's racism, and it's not. And I'm fed up on telling people in Trinidad they don't know what real racism is in 2025. Because as bad as they think it is here, you know how many people would have killed to wake up and see someone who looks like them running the country for their entire life, no matter how bad they think it is? And a lot of people in the Caribbean don't appreciate that until they leave here and go to America and experience being treated differently because they're black. And when you live in a country like Trinidad, you don't realize that you're black because they don't really have what we consider white people here. And that is, and that
That's
is.
interesting.
Say it again?
I said, that's interesting. You said they don't realize that they're black.
Now, let me explain what I'm saying, right? The majority of people here are either is between people of African descent and people of East Indian descent. They don't really have that European dynamic that we have in America. So they're not reminded that they're black. It's just normal to be black. It's just normal. Black is normal. They don't have white people breathing down their necks in that sense. So they don't realize what black means to people who don't live in the being black means to people who live outside of that dynamic. So they go to Canada and people look at them funny. Because my wife said she left here and went to New York. She had an incident with a coworker who used to wipe down the keyboard after her because she was black. And she said that blew her mind. Even though she laughed at it, that was a culture shock for her because she didn't understand that. She didn't experience that kind of thing. If you understand what I mean. She couldn't understand it at first. She had to get used to it. Because those kind of things don't happen here.
Hey, so whenever y'all coming up, do y'all automatically got love for the white people, or is y'all looking at them sideways?
You know, I'm a black American. My wife is not, y'all.
I'm gonna be honest with you. I grew up as a young child. I grew up in Mississippi. I never heard the N-word. I never heard that until I moved up north to St. Louis. Nobody down south used those terminologies. Everybody was nice. All the white people was nice to each other. All the black people was nice. All the Native American people were nice to each other. There was no bigotry and fighting in the communities. Or the schools I used to attend. It wasn't until I came up here north to St. Louis to where the teachers was calling me the N-word. Other black people was calling me the N-word. And I had to go home and be like, hey, Mom, why do they keep calling me a nigga? And she had to sit me down and explain it to me because I was oblivious to it. You see what I'm saying? So it's not.
No, I don't see what you're saying, fam. Because listen, so I want to understand this. So are you because I've lived down south, and it's like I've actually been to Mississippi so many times. I can't believe you saying this. So are you telling me that the racism is non-existent, or it's not overt? Because it's certainly there.
It's not overt. It's not
right,
overt.
Okay, right. So what you're speaking to then is ignorance. What you're speaking to is like your family.
My ignorance of my surroundings when I was a child. I was totally oblivious to it. You know what I'm saying? And then when I got up here to St. Louis, I got a heavy dose of it. Right now, I don't know what the difference is between the Mason-Dixie line or whatever, the cultural differences. But when I was in Mississippi, nobody in my family used the N-word, and we are black as black can get. Nobody, none of the cousins, none of the uncles, aunties.
So what words do y'all use?
Southern Baptist family. So
what words do y'all use as far as what words do y'all use?
Brother, friend, auntie, uncle.
That's cap.
Like we use those terminology. Like we wasn't using those terms until I got up here, and then like down in Mississippi, like I didn't even know what hip hop was. Like I didn't even know what none of that stuff was until I came
from
up
the
here.
country of Mississippi or from the
Philadelphia, Mississippi.
That's cap.
That's cap, bro.
That's cap.
Yeah, he tripping.
That's cap.
See, well, I mean, it was 40-some years ago, bro.
Here's what you would be saying, right? And this is absolutely no disrespect to your elders who came from a place where it was really the fuck going down. Okay, but what you would be saying if I didn't call it cap is that your family didn't teach you nothing. They hid your history from you, and you were born and raised ignorant to what was going on around
you.
And I
know that ain't him, because he said he said at the foot of his elders.
Yeah, I don't believe you, bro.
he said at the foot of the elders his whole childhood.
Well, yeah, but that don't stop the fact that we didn't have no criminal elements growing up around us.
No, your elders didn't teach you
We
about.
practically lived on a farm. We lived on a 50-acre land.
But your elders that you said at the foot of.
Spar, don't let him switch it around.
Was a half a mile down the street.
But wait. We wasn't talking about the criminal element no more. You said that there was no racial element.
Yeah. I didn't. That's what I'm saying. Our neighbors that lived down the street that had the cows and the bulls and all this stuff. There was never any racial tension between us. The other white people that lived up the road, we never had any type of interactions ever. While I was down there, we never had any type of negative interactions with each other. And so I never had negative interactions until I came up here north. And once I came up here north, that's when I seen. But like I said,
you know the history of Philadelphia, Mississippi?
No, they don't teach I'm 45. I'm 45 years old, and I still don't know the history of Philadelphia, Mississippi, bro.
Yeah, that's probably why you shouldn't be saying these things, bro. Because
I'm just going off of my experience, and I'm just saying I'm not the only black person that got that experience.
You
can't be, but you can't be mad at him if he was raised.
I'm not mad at him. I'm saying he must be a coon.
Don't say that.
I wasn't raised as a young child.
Don't say that.
That's what I'm saying. As a young child, I was not raised with racism around me. You know what I'm saying? It wasn't until I got older. It's I got older. It's second and third grade. Once I came up here to St. Louis, and then that's when I got introduced to racism and people calling each other names, bigotry, and hip hop and all that. That's when I learned all of this stuff. But down there, we listened to Mississippi Mass Choir. We listened to. Now
let me say this. Now let me say this to you, Taz, before you go off the rail. I think.
Yeah, be careful what you say.
I think.
Be careful what you say. You're a foreigner, fam. You don't know what you're talking about. You are a foreigner. Like, you better be careful.
I'm not going to disagree with you. You're arguing for no reason, Taz. Let me explain.
Like, but you shouldn't be talking to me.
I am not a foreigner. I am not a foreigner, brother.
You don't know. You are a foreigner, brother. You are. And you don't know anything about Philadelphia,
You're not listening to me. You're not listening to me. I told you I've been here for 20 years. I was born in the U.S.
You're still a foreigner?
No, I sound like no, brother. Brother, I was born in the U.S. I came here 20 years ago. I wasn't born here. I wasn't born here. That's what I'm trying to say to you. I wasn't born here.
Go ahead, man. Make your point.
What I'm saying to you, Taz, is he is ignorant of the history of the town that he comes from. That doesn't make him a traitor to the race. He just didn't know, and he really didn't experience it.
Okay, so
he really didn't.
He did experience. If he is from Philadelphia, Mississippi, where James Chaney was killed, okay, he must know his history. You cannot come out of Philadelphia, Mississippi, the place where Dr. King went. It is documented. There are videos of his visit to Philadelphia.
Bro, my right-handed guy, this is the first time I've ever heard any of those names.
What?
Any of those names.
But that's what. But this is the history of your city. I mean, if you don't,
so you never heard about the 1964 murder of the 3 civil rights leaders?
I wasn't born in that city. That was just the city I was raised in when I was a child, when I was a little small child. Then I came back up here to St. Louis.
Yeah, that's true.
But when you said at the foot of your elders, that didn't teach you about white supremacy?
No, there was no white supremacy to be talked about. Like they would be teaching me something that wasn't relevant to my life, bro. Like
was the elders ever like, man, fuck them crackers, or
no, nobody. Like when I was
remember,
a
you
little
can't say
child,
that word over here no more.
Use that type of language.
My bad.
I grew up in a religious house. Nobody used.
No, but seriously, because the way that you described it to me in the back chats, you said you sat at the foot of the elders, you listened to different brothers, Ashwell Quasi, Dr. Joking. Okay, so that's what I'm saying. Like,
no,
that's never taught
a whole
you.
Different era. When I was a small child, right? I wasn't listening to Ashwell Quasi when I was in first grade, man. You know,
I'm talking about your personal elders, or was that a metaphor? I thought you were saying you actually had elders.
Yeah. So you got your childhood, right? When you under your parents, right? And then when you start getting older, once you start getting into your preteens, once I was in my preteens, I had already been up here in St. Louis, acclimated to everything up here. You know what I'm saying? And yeah, by then I was already in the church and learning
But when you was in Mississippi, your black family never used the
when I
word
was in
nigga?
Mississippi, we never got taught none of that, none of this black stuff.
You
None
never
of
heard the word nigga till you got to St. Louis?
I never heard the word nigga until I came up to St. Louis, bro.
Wait, so
and I'm saying, like, and be honest with you, I got the same story that a lot of these so-called abos tell you. My ancestors told us that we was Choctaws. That's what they told us. My grandmother told me that she was she looked Choctaw. She was light skinned with wavy hair, high cheekbones, short, chubby, stubby Choctaw looking woman. Like so, I assumed that that's what we were growing up. That we were Choctaw. She had the little funny looking little house on the prairie dresses and stuff. And yeah,
wow,
we ate flatbread and used bird grease and like we did a lot of stuff that, I mean, that maybe y'all didn't experience that. I did. I grew up on a farm growing snap peas, corn, and watermelons, raising chickens, and all type of stuff like that. I didn't witness racism.
Well, to go back to the original question, yeah, I loved white people when I was young. I wasn't raised to hate white people. Like, I celebrated Christmas with a white Santa Claus. I was a Christian with a white Jesus. And I went to summer schools with white kids out of town, you know what I'm saying? So in my early years, I wasn't inherently like mad at white people. It was only until I saw when I saw Christmas fall apart, I started seeing lies, and then I saw Christianity fall apart. And then yeah, it got real after that, and I started paying attention to certain stuff. But yeah, after 9/11, for me, it was like it was on the popping. I was full fledged. I know who the enemy is.
See, mine came early, being targeted in school. So being targeted in school and knowing that a lot of this ain't my fault, but I don't respond to it right, because I mean, as an adult, I can tell you, I didn't respond correctly as a kid. You know what I'm saying? But I was being targeted. These people did not like me. I went to at first I went to an all-black school. I grew up in an all-black school around all black people, barely saw white people. I switched over in middle school. My mom moved to the outskirts of town. I'm going to a white school now, and the straight A student turns into a student getting suspended and expelled. And so those are my experiences with white people that started in school, which, like I said, I got it early on that they don't like me. So my own experiences led me to researching and trying to figure out what it was, and getting it from my grandma and my mom and dad and whatnot. You realize that some of this is, it's going to happen. Now, I think with me, the bad part about it was I took it and lived it, though. I took it and lived the fact that white people don't like you, so you know what I'm saying? That ain't really a good high school mentality. You know what I'm saying? You know what I mean? So I ended up getting expelled, and you know what I'm saying? Of course, I went back and got my diploma and whatnot, but I wasn't on the right path because I did not have the right educators. The educators did not care about my success. And so again, it was early on that I was able to see that. And it's crazy because I moved down south, and it seemed more obvious there that they could care less about your success. You know what I'm saying? So I don't know. You make it sound like the South is like there's no racism, or like you can't see it, or like you don't know. And I just don't know how, I don't know how that's possible. When I only went down there in the summers and I saw it.
I don't know, man. Like I said, I lived out in the rural area. We wasn't like in the cities. We was out there where they got chickens and cows, and like my next door neighbor was like a half a click away, man. Like it was a journey. Like going to the store, you wasn't going to the store unless you had a car.
I've never heard. What's a click?
Yeah, you say what's a click?
What's that?
Y'all crazy. Y'all crazy, bro.
I'm just saying, like it was a little ways away, man. Like walking.
Hey, leave this man alone, y'all. He's obviously countryer than Eddie Murphy in life. So
the next door neighbor was hella far down the street. Like there was no such thing as walking to the store.
So Taz,
There was no walking to the store, or you would have to you need a cab or a car
you
or a
got to
bus.
go into town. You got to go into
Yeah,
town.
you got to go into town. Like it wasn't no where I went outside and I had a bunch of people in the neighborhood to play with. I had
Jump
the
jack,
cows and the
jump roping in the
chickens. I
street
had
and
my
shit.
sister. I had the watermelon and the I had nature. You know what I'm saying? And every now and then I would see the mailman. I would see the milkman every now and then. I was, you know what I'm saying? I would see my neighbor that would come by every now and then to ask my grandmama for some stuff. I would see the Avon lady that come by every now and then and sell my grandma some stuff.
But like, given your experiences now, though, do you think they failed you in any way?
Nah. The reason why I say that is because I got a healthy dose of it once I came up here. What I didn't learn down there, I most definitely learned up here really quick. So you know what I'm saying? Like, so you get a culture shock and you adapt quick. Either you adapt or it turn you soft. And so it didn't turn me soft. I just adapted to it. And now I see it for what it is. I know what it is. I identify it. I just don't allow it to control me. I don't allow racism and bigotry to control me. You know what I'm saying? I'm black first all day, but that still come with conditions. Because just because you black don't mean I'm gonna overlook your debauchery.
Right. No, I agree with that, but like that first statement was crazy though.
Now here's the ironic part about that. I knew we would assume by the way that you talk now that you would have grown up in a household that we would consider pro-black and not me.
No, I wouldn't.
You know, some of us might assume hearing you now that you might have had and being raised.
Nah, the pro-black stuff didn't kick in until I came up here to St. Louis.
Well, that's clear though. I don't know what this dude talking. That's what I'm saying. Like, but you a foreigner. You don't know what you're talking about.
I'm not a foreigner.
He's not a foreigner. I can clearly hear he's not pro-black. I can clearly hear his family didn't teach him nothing about his history. I can clearly hear that. What are you talking about?
Taz, so when you was young in your experience, when you said you didn't get it or they came at you, you knew it because you was black?
Yes, hell yeah. Because again, like I say, I'm from black people. I'm from the south side of Lima, Ohio. There's only black people at. White people don't really live out there.
Shout
You don't
out
really
Lima.
like that.
You know I know about Lima. I was locked up with a lot of them. Go ahead, though.
When you go to the north side of Lima, Ohio, now you're on the inverse, where it's like 95.5 the other way. And so it even if that's not the case, I just say it like this. Even if it's not the case that it's racism, it felt like it. And I know most of it was. But there may be instances where I felt, you know what I'm saying, isolated and fucked up and whatnot as a teen that were not based on racism, that I attributed to racism because everybody was white. Like, brother, I wasn't used to white administrators, bro. Miss Gurley was black. You know what I'm saying? So when I get out there to the white school, fam, the dean, the principal, the assistant principal, the counselor, everybody white.
You know what we call that? I call that though when you in a situation like that. I call it complexing because now you thinking everything is that when it's not. Like, bro, you complexing, like you know what I'm saying?
Yeah, but when
and that's I know that's a little bit that, and it's a little bit exactly what the fuck he was saying. You know what I'm saying? So, because again, I grew up in the hood too, and then I ended up going to a white school my last few years. I got kicked out quick, but I didn't attribute it because I was black. I was just bad, and I was a straight A student. You know what I'm saying? I was 15 my senior year. So
now that's the thing that I see that gets to me, because when I look at our grades at a certain point, like we're raising our hand to answer questions, and even if we're not, when them tests get put in front of us, like we A's and B's. Never went to a white predominantly school, but I did go to like summer camps, biology class during the summer that took me outside my territory. But I guess even then, I was the special condition. So it wasn't like a focused racism on me. It was more like ooh, the black kid from an urban area. You know what I'm saying? His parents trying to keep him afloat or, whatever. But when I did have like a couple white teachers, like I bumped like it was two white math teachers, like two white math teachers I bumped heads with. And it's like I never thought like, hey, this is racism. You know what I'm saying? I never thought that. I think the racism that got me was it was because I never felt a situation where I was like, they only doing this because they white. But it was like once I bagged back and saw the whole picture, oh, the reason why this shit is like this, you know what I'm saying, is because of white supremacy. That's where it really caught up with me. But that's interesting as hell. Like to be little as hell.
Let me give you an example.
I remember my first
right quick, man, right quick.
introduction.
Ninth grade, I go into the lunchroom, nigga, and KKK is written on the lunch table that we sit at every day.
Wow.
And everybody knows we sit there. I mean, it's lunch, right? At your school, everybody sits in the same places every day. Everybody knows where we sit. Everybody knows we sit there. We sit there. KKK is written there, and I sent that bitch up, nigga, because there's a difference when you know what this shit means. And it just, like I say, we got experienced very young at Elida High School in Lima, Ohio. It was clear they did not like black people. You know what I'm saying? And so, like I said, when you're the only black people and you being treated differently and you can see it, yeah, fam, you're going to start to embrace it. And like I said, with me, it became, fuck y'all. When I come back to school, I'm going to turn this bitch up again.
Wow. That's interesting, and that explains a lot that we need to know about, about you.
But that's what's up, Tash, because you know what I'm saying, I come from that same kind of neighborhood, you know what I'm saying? My neighborhood, they ended up shipping us, you know what I'm saying, like in elementary, it was like all black. Then they end up doing like the busing thing. We end up getting shipped out way as far as like the kids in our neighborhood getting shipped to like a whole other city, basically. And
you talking about the DSEG program? That's what I was about to comment on.
Well, I was just talking about as far as like when I was coming up, you know what I'm saying? Like we didn't go to the high school or the middle school that was close near us. You know what I'm saying? But within the neighborhood, within the high school, but they was having race rides, or they had a race ride at the high school that I went to right before I went. So like it was always that type of, you know what I'm saying? Like, hold on, niggas playing funny. Shit, it's whatever. Niggas fighting coaches, teachers, everything. You know what I'm saying? For real though.
Yeah, that's when I really found out about racism, like for real. So when I was going to school, it was all good because it was just always black people. It was always black people there. So that there was no the only racism you heard was everybody calling each other niggas. But when I when I got put into another school, well, actually I didn't get put into another school. They started up the DSEG program. And I don't know if any of y'all know, but that's called desegregation, right? And this desegregation program would bus city kids out to the county schools and bus county students to the city school, although that never happened in reverse very much. But they would ship all of us out there to the county schools. So now we're here in this culture shock. So you got a bunch of these rich, prestigious, upper middle class white kids. We're in these upper middle class white neighborhoods. You know, the kids driving to school at the age of 16 in cars and Beamers, and you know what I'm saying, stuff like that. So that was all culture shock. We was robbing them. We was stealing from them, stealing their bikes, beating them up, hopping on bi-state bus, going back to the city and stuff like that. So it became a thing where we just preyed on them. You know what I'm saying? And then that fueled the whole race hate between all of us because we perpetuated the stereotypes. Niggas is thieves, they liars, they this, that, and the other, because we were actually doing those things. We was actually doing, you know what I'm saying? We was actually doing those things. So and it's like I can't really look at it like now that I'm older. I can't look at it like, oh, they just hated all black people. No, they got tired of us stealing all their stuff. They got tired of us knocking out their family members. They got tired of that stuff, and so people lashed out in whichever way that they could. You know what I'm saying? Like we had race war. By the time I was in middle school and high school, they was having full-fledged race wars after school. They was meeting up in the back of the school by hooks and beating the crap out of each other with bottles and chains and all that type of stuff like that. So, You know what I'm saying? After a while, it's like you become acclimated to it. Like if it wasn't for the DSEG program, I probably still would have been oblivious to the racism. If it was not for the DSEG program, because I would have just stayed in St. Louis City schools, and I wouldn't known no white people except for the little sprinkle of them that live in the neighborhood. And when there was white people that went to our schools, they would dog the hell out of them people. Like they used to call the white girl the booger girl. They used to call her the booger girl, and nobody would drink out of the water fountain that the booger girl drink out of. Nobody in the entire school, from the 5th graders all the way down to the 1st graders, none of them would drink out of the water fountain that Christina drunk out of because she was white.
Right. Yeah, I mean, because I want to make sure you understand why these things were happening. I mean, after 100 years of them happening to us,
I get it now.
People started to fight back. And it sounds like when people were pushing back, because again, what I'm telling you is this was an understanding, right? Like most of us that experienced this when I was growing up understood what was going on around us. And so again, what it sounds like is you chose to run with white people while watching them do shit to black people. And then when you got around black people, now suddenly you want to start trying to check shit. Now suddenly you can see the issues and like now even the black community this, the black community that. But you never had those issues with white people because you were you were taught to pedestalize them. And then even when you saw it later in life, you chose to pedestalize them. That's a problem.
I think that's a little stretch because here's the thing. Like we was never taught to respect or reverence white people in Mississippi. It was never a thing. Like the color was never an issue. Like my being black and them being white never stopped my family from buying eggs from them or them buying produce from us. That never stopped anything. So I never heard my next door neighbor call my grandma old black bitch. You know what I'm saying? I've never heard none of our neighbors refer to.
And you wouldn't if your grandmother is in line.
I'm saying, listen, bro. If you're not living that lifestyle, you just will be oblivious to all of that stuff.
No, that's not the only case. There's also the possibility of your family being weak and cowardly and willing to be afraid of white people.
That's not the case, bro. Every male in my family went to the military, except for me. I was the first one out of all.
That points even more to them being
man. That makes me come from a warrior culture. We come from a warrior culture. All of the men in my family are military men, bro. Like I'm the first one in all of the generations to stop that tradition. We've always traditionally joined the military in our family. You know what I'm saying? So again, that ain't. It's a lot of black families that are
finished, but I just want to be clear. So you telling me going overseas and knocking some people off because the white man told you to, you cool with that?
I was gonna say I'm happy it ends with you.
Again, nobody in our family joined the military to go kill people based on color. They joined the military because it was escapism. It was a way out. It wasn't because they were looking to hurt or harm people based on color. So again, I was not a radicalized black child.
Can I respond to him after this? I ain't said it too much because that what you just said scares me. Because now it makes me think: is that what the Moors were saying? Like, it's not about race; it's just a way out. And then to say, like, well, I'm happy that I said it. I'm happy it stops with you because I know one thing. My grandma told me when I was a kid in East Cleveland. I told her I was 18. I'm about to go join the army, right? Because I was hurt and I needed some money. She like, boy, don't you ever let these people take the children of the people they enslaved and use them to go take some more people's stuff. You know what I'm saying? She was saying they already stole all our stuff and they're gonna use the children of those slaves to go do it somewhere else. She's like, I'll disown you if you do it, pretty much. And that's where
my family.
That was the last time I thought about that. Go ahead, though.
No, I said my family total opposite. They are most definitely military family. They're a very professional family. They're bankers, lawyers, doctors, all them type of shit. So like they are ingrained in that stuff, and they are very, very pro-black. They just don't preach that stuff. They don't radicalize children. They don't teach that stuff to children. I learned that stuff after I came up here. And
radicalized.
I was 18, so
radicalized. Everything is based on color, bro. You are extreme. When everything is bad, all you see is black. That's a problem.
So
that means you got tunnel vision. You got narrow.
No, fam. You're the one with tunnel. Okay, so this is crazy, fam. When you say radicalize, you're implying that your history being taught to you by your grandparents and your parents makes you a radical, which is fucking crazy because the alternative is
language. Because once it starts to escalate, it just keeps going. So we're gonna try to keep it all the way down from the beginning.
Right. Okay, no doubt. Your position, though, again, sounds like if you keep the youth oblivious to their history, that would be better for them.
No, see what it is history wasn't used as a weapon. It wasn't used as a tool to mold my mind to think a certain way. Things were introduced, and you either understand it or you don't. You see what I'm saying? So, yeah, I'm not going to sit here and harbor on race all day when race is not a big, huge part of my life like that. And what I mean by that is I do business with black people, mostly black people. 99% of my business is done with black people. I eat with black people. I fight with black people. Almost everything I do is with black people. I have almost no interaction with white people outside of going to work or running into them on the streets. You understand what I'm saying? So for the most part, I don't see racism. I don't see racism because I'm around nothing but black people. So what people are saying,
that's deep though too.
When the last time a white man called y'all an N-word? When's the last time? When the last time you just people?
If it wasn't on here, for real.
I'm just saying. Right, the last person that called me an N-word was y'all. Y'all was the last one who called me that, not a white person. So I'm just saying, at the end of the day, how much racism are you actually facing on an everyday basis to be that radicalized? I mean, and I'm not saying you're wrong for being radicalized. I'm not saying you're wrong. You are entitled to your own feelings. I'm just saying it does not control my everyday life. It doesn't.
Right. So this is where again your parents and grandparents failed you at though. So again, what I'm trying to make
let's add Holmes. Come on.
Yeah, I'm just saying because I ain't cuss out anyone, but we just got to.
I don't.
You know, once the back of you real tough skin. But you know, once it starts to go, somebody want to say something back a little bit flyer, and it just escalates.
He's straight because I do believe that my parents and my grandparents taught me a lot of stuff out of ignorance and tradition. So I mean, he's not wrong about what he's saying.
Right. So again, fam, when we talking about this, it's almost like the experiences of racism that we all know you would have faced in life. It's like you're willing to downplay those. And I don't know, it's kind of weird because it sounds like you have a lot of smoke for what black people can do while not acknowledging what has been done to black people to put them in the situation they're in as a community.
My bad.
That's just a misconception because I'm pro-black. I'm a pan-African.
You're not.
Well, I mean that's your opinion.
What makes him not pro-black?
My body of work says otherwise.
You're not. There's no body of work to be pro-black. I mean, you're talking to the real one, fam. There's like Bill Gates.
So what it means to be pro-black?
You can go do money.
I mean, for me being pro-black is
listen to his mentality. Listen to his mentality. Your mentality makes you not pro-black. I don't care how much work you got to do. Your mentality makes you not pro-black.
Okay.
You think you can sit here and demonize?
I got black children. I got a black wife.
I'm asking Taz, what makes you pro-black? Like, what makes you pro-black?
Yeah, what makes me pro-black, as far as my opinion about what makes me pro-black, is the fact that I am about family and my people first, race first. But that comes with conditions. It comes with conditions. It's not just blind faith. It's not just me blindly just accepting you. Just like all people, they all have to prove themselves. The respect is not just given, it's earned. So if you don't earn my respect, you won't get it, regardless of what color you are. The content and character means a lot more to me than the photoreceptors of my eyes accepting whatever tone or shade you are. You see what I'm saying? So, you know, you can look at that as that's a twisted way of being no pro-black It has nothing to do with putting white people down. It has nothing to do with hating white people. It has nothing to do with that. It has something to do with when I look for scientists, when I look for innovators, I look for my people first. When I look to help a person, I look to help my people first. And guess what? If my people ain't there to help, I help the next person. And I don't care about their color, bro. Like I'm American. We're all American. We're here in
So that's not pro-black. That's what I'm saying.
Hey, gentlemen, real quick before y'all get back at each other, I'm pulling out the timer. We got 8 people up here. This is something I've been doing to keep a tighter decorum, and so that way everybody does get a chance to speak. A lot of times your ideas will overlap, so sometimes people will yield. If you end with once you get your 2 minutes, like let's say you end at a minute, you can give somebody else a minute to rebuttal you back. But I just want to make sure it gets passed around. Because even at this rate, you will only get to speak 4 times an hour for 2 minutes each with 8 people up here. You know, I'm good with the math. Let's get it, y'all. Time starts when you start. Somebody go ahead.
Yeah, so pro-black, for what you was asking me, if you're not integrating the history of black people into your argument, you're not pro-black. And what I hear him talking about is his personal experience having been good with white people, so we don't need to deal with that race stuff like that. The black people need to just chill out talking about all that race stuff.
I never said that.
Don't interrupt. He's got 1:30. Go ahead.
I'd
no,
like to hear his rebuttal.
Unless you want to hear his rebuttal. Okay, you got a minute and a half to finish his time.
Shit don't work, man. We just talking, bro. I ain't
okay. I mean, it's just a lot of people up here. I want to make sure everybody speak. Go ahead, though. If y'all got it, go ahead, though. But I know Jose been quiet. Smokey hopped up here. He been quiet. I want to make sure everybody somebody got a minute to respond. Who jumped in on him? I'm going to pause the time until you get back at it.
Oh, no, I was just saying, I wasn't saying those things. You know what I'm saying? Like, again, me being pro-black has nothing to do with my hate. It don't mean that I'm erasing the history. I'm just not allowing that history to control every facet of my life. You see what I'm saying? So I can still navigate in life knowing that I have trauma. I've dealt with that trauma, and I'm emotionally intelligent enough to deal with the trauma as it comes to me. So I'm not going to keep on crying about the same thing over and over again. I'm just going to adjust my life accordingly. You know what I'm saying? So again, if somebody, I'm almost
talk to me though, because
we've all been hit before. And that does not stop you from interacting with other humans just because you've been hit and struck by other humans. So
all of this is the problem. I'm to go on and on and on.
No, that's why I brought the timer out, though.
Right,
yeah, but the problem, the problem is you just going on and on and on when someone wants to actually just talk to you. Because if you're, again, I'll say it. If I've listened to you now for 20, 30 minutes, you're not integrating Black history into your thought process. You're downplaying it.
I'm starting the time now. Go ahead.
I don't see that.
Because you don't know Black history either.
Hold on. You know what? Ben Eaton just hopped up here from the crowd. He's been up here a few minutes. I'm about to restart the time. Ben, you get 2 minutes to address everything you've heard. I've seen you down there for about 45 minutes. Time starts when you start.
Yes, sir. No, I'm just jumping on. I was just kind of seeing what the conversation was about. I don't think there's any special requirements to be pro-Black. I don't really know what that even means, honestly. But yeah, I mean, the brother, if you pro-Black, then you pro-Black. I mean, I was asking Taz to kind of define what he means by if someone is not pro-Black or whether they pro-Black. Like, what are the requirements?
Right. So you say some crazy shit like there are no special requirements to be pro-Black. So according to someone like you, Rachel Dolezal is pro-Black because she put in work in the community.
But can she not be pro-Black and be a white woman?
I'm talking.
Yes, sir. I apologize. I apologize, sir.
You're not even listening. But go ahead and try to rebut that point, please.
I just did. I said, can a white person be pro-Black? And what do you define as pro-Black?
No, they can't.
Why?
Explain
your reason.
Because they're white, and I'm not of the belief that a white person is going to put your interest in front of theirs. If they do that, that would make them
Ben. What we gonna do, Ben? What we gotta do is be able to land our plane.
You're right. I apologize, A1.
Yep, because I'm gonna make sure that you have a chance to.
Yes,
that's why I started bringing out the clock. Because people look, but Taz, see, look, that's why I bring out the clock because people want to interject.
I don't mind.
My bad, Taz, you got it, brother. I'll be quiet.
Just minded.
I'll be quiet.
Definitely just minded on that one right there.
You don't have to be quiet, bro. I'm gonna pass you the mic right back, fam. I'm not long-winded like that.
So, but people that at least know, don't start. Hey, don't say nothing for 2 minutes. If you yield your time, you yield your time. We're gonna pull these
I'm just
stocks
saying,
out.
I'm gonna pass the mic right back to him, though.
Go
I don't
ahead,
need
do your thing.
2 minutes.
No, I kind of said I asked the question and I will let you respond. That's all.
Ask the question again.
I said how can white people not be pro-black if they are concerned with the affairs of black people? And, you told me how can they not be pro-black? That's all I was saying.
Okay, so for that to be possible, you would be arguing that white people will put their interests before yours.
Okay,
That's
I
what you have to be arguing. So first, I need to understand that that's your argument before we can go any further. Because I'm arguing they will never do that, which is why they can't be respond. A motherfucker ain't even listening to me but want to respond. Hey, bro, this shit finna go up.
That's not me talking. That's not me talking.
Go ahead and throw your cape on for him, bro. Let's go. Go ahead. We finna light this bitch up, fam. Fuck it. Throw your cape on.
I just asked the question, man.
The black person's interest in, before they own. Are you familiar with the abolitionist John Brown?
First of all, fall back though. Second of all, when I say I'm pulling a timer up, that's exactly why I'm pulling it up. Maybe not because you need 2 minutes, but other people need to know not to interrupt you until that shit goes off. So let's get it back in, and I'm gonna start this over again. I want you to be able to finish what you were saying, Taz. So that way you don't have to keep getting live. And everybody let him finish. He cut you short and you gave it to him though. But
yes, I'm done because he cut me off. And when he cut me off, I want to hear the response.
And that's why I keep pulling the timer out. So
right, but you're in the way. If we're being honest, you're in the way. I mean, if we're being honest.
You're going to keep getting cut off and keep yelling though. I'm in the way of that too. That's what I'm trying to be in the way of.
I'm fine with it because what the fuck they ain't going to do is prove me wrong. That's what's not going to happen. No matter what.
I'm about to put this timer back on. Y'all ready? Go ahead. Yes, 2 minutes. Start.
Yeah, so again, obviously he's not aware of the abolitionist John Brown, who got all of his sons murdered in order to kick off the Civil War. John Brown was an abolitionist. They called him a heretic. The white people hated him because he said that God told him to free the slaves. And so that's exactly what he doing. And they hung that man for that. And then there's another white man named Marcellus Cassius Marcellus Clay, who's Muhammad Ali named after, which was one of the most gangsterous white men that ever walked the face of the planet. And him by himself killed dozens, if not dozens of white slave owners. Killing white slave owners just because they own slaves. And he was the son of one of the wealthiest slave owners in the nation. So that is examples of white people putting black people ahead of themselves. Not to mention you had a whole war called the Civil War where millions, if not millions of white people got slaughtered and killed on both sides. So to sit here and say that white people can't put other people's interests ahead of their own is a lie.
Okay, so I'm glad you went all the way back to 1859 in Harper's Ferry in the raid with John Brown. Because now I'm gonna ask you to name me something that exhibits that same level of support for the black community in the past 50 years. Not 15. I ain't gonna do you that bad. How about 50 years?
Okay, so in the past 50 years, you have the civil rights movement that was also bipartisan with African Americans, Jews, and a host of other ethnicities like Native Americans who also were there. There were other minority groups that were also there. I don't even want to mention their community, but they were also there. So again, within the past 50 years, you've seen massive amounts of people advocating for black people, putting their own interests to the side. You just brought up Rachel, right? The NAACP woman. There go another white woman who put her interests before her own and got castrated by her own people because of it. So I mean, again, that just proves you wrong.
Okay, so this is where I think like you need to get your debate judging up A1, because this is what's not gonna work.
the remedial low-level understanding of who you're talking to. Listen close, bruh. You used John Brown. I told you to show me something in the past 50 years that relates to that. Do you actually know what happened at Harper's Ferry? We're not just talking about somebody saying, I support black people when they march. I support black people in what they're trying to do. I'm talking about who ran up in some shit and off some white people on behalf of black people to the level of the example you used from over almost 200 years ago. Rachel Dolezal ain't did nothing like no goddamn John Brown.
Yeah, again. You asked, I gave you what I had. You don't like it because it destroys your narrative, and that's okay, bro. You want me to keep on bringing up examples of people?
No, I want to be able to ask a question right now. I just want to ask you a question.
We got a whole military full of black people that put themselves on the line, and white people who put themselves on the line for each other. They're brothers in arms. What are you talking about?
Absolutely.
Are you saying that John Brown's assault on Harper's Ferry,
somebody put their life on the line for another person is the greatest sacrifice that you can give to anybody, and to overlook that for whatever racist agenda that you have is crazy.
I don't have
like in the hip hop generation. We respect the shooters. John Brown sacrificed his family.
Who said anything negative about John Brown?
Okay, so what are you talking about?
So is John Brown pro-black?
You said white people.
The question was,
us defend themselves, and I gave you examples.
I hate that my people are so slow. I'll go back to the question. What has been done in the past 50 years that was even remotely close to John Brown?
Doesn't matter.
You fucking dummy.
Your mom is a dummy.
Yeah, but he ain't said, you said white people can't be pro-black, and he's giving you examples. We talked about the British. We talked about how the British Empire put ships across the Western across the West Coast of Africa to prevent the slave trade. But you trying to make this a black and white thing.
If we come into the modern, bro, your ass ain't getting whipped by no damn slaves. You ain't getting whipped by no. You ain't getting none of that. What are you talking about?
And I wouldn't be.
And you're not. And that's the reality that you're not. And you're sitting here talking.
Pause right here for a second.
You're not though. But you're not though. So you're talking about something that happened in the past. You're talking about past trauma.
I'm talking about
that you didn't even suffer through. You didn't even suffer through it.
We could rewind this video, fam. I ain't brought up shit about the past. You brought up John Brown. You motherfucker. You brought up John Brown.
You just asked me to bring up an example of somebody doing something like John Brown. 50 years, right? And the past 50 years is the past, right? 50 years before that is what? The 1900s? It's the 1900s. 2 years into that, that's the 1800s. So we're not like we talking about a long time ago, bro. This is not a long time ago. So if that example worked for back then, it works now. How you gonna step on people's contribution to your own freedom?
Yeah. Exactly.
Wow. And this is what I'm saying. Like how can we people hold your head up in honor when you can't even respect the people who died for you? Your own leaders, you won't even stand up for them, and you want to sit here and talk black stuff. When the last time you protected a black leader? Our black leaders die alone in nursing homes. Our scholars die in nursing homes. And you want to sit here and talk this radicalized black crap to people? Fix your families. Fix your house. Stop trying to fix the entire community. Fix your house.
Yeah, I think how you doing? I think you could do both. I don't think we should be like. I don't think we should create such a boogeyman of what's going in our house, where it's like, yeah, don't come outside and talk about nothing in the neighborhood unless you fix your house. Like we could do all of that. I could talk about bringing awareness to the sick uncles, as well as the over policing of our communities, as well as the systematic white supremacy.
Man, you keep calling people names, man. Ain't nobody calling you no names.
Fam, I will ask you this though: if you're gonna kick me off, don't let people just keep on running on and talk about me though, bro.
Bro, I'm not
talking
about
but look though, if you're gonna kick me off, have a conversation at least. Be man enough to stop the conversation if you bold enough.
Is already the conversation.
Be bold enough to stop the conversation.
Bro, once I kick you off, I'm not about to be trying to do nothing, man.
So
I don't even want to kick. I don't want to kick you off. I wish you would respect the rules, but since you don't want to respect the rules, why should I respect anything that you asking me or give you anything that you asking me, bro? For a person to not respect me and then come ask me, can you do this? It just crazy work to me.
What rule did I break?
Crazy work.
What rule did I break?
I just streamed for 12 hours straight. This is like 14 hours.
Did I break? I don't keep asking you, fam. I'm just asking you, what rule did I break?
You calling people names, man. You keep calling them a dumbass motherfucker. For what? What are you so triggered by? We just streamed for 12 hours with nobody calling a name.
My bad.
It didn't happen until you got here.
My bad, fam. I shouldn't have called him a name. Right. You got it, fam.
You just don't agree with him. He still ain't called you nothing back. Okay, but
Taz, I'll tell you something real quick though, bud.
You like love taps. I don't like love taps.
Taz, I promise you.
I'm doing something.
Taz, you ever come over to MySpace, buddy? I promise you can call me every name under the sun, man. I'm open platform over there. You wanna come over there and vet and call everyone out by every name under the sun, buddy? I'll open a stream for you. Come let loose.
I don't do that clan shit, but this man brought my mama up, gang. If you're gonna hop your ass in there, you better hop in there sooner than what you doing.
Well, that is true. He did say the mama dumb part.
I'm not gonna stop and complain. I'm gonna keep going and get back at you.
Did he say that was a response to something you said to him? Am I correct?
I ain't bring up his mama.
I told you once it started. Well,
he called him dumb, and I think you said your mama dumb or something like that. I don't know.
Hey, Taz, I'm about to kick you off of here again. You get to argue with me again because I told you once it starts to escalate, and you started it. Now it's dead, and don't start it again. Go ahead, whoever want to talk.
We're not here to tough guys.
I'm not trying to be tough. What I am going to be is stern, and I'm going to stick to my guidelines no matter who's up here. It could be Jesus Christ, bro. Stop doing this to me and making me even have to go through this with you, bro.
I didn't know I did nothing wrong, bro.
You keep calling niggas dumbass motherfuckers. I don't want to hear. I don't even want to hear that shit. I don't care if ain't nobody else bothered by it but me. He can have tough skin. It's bothering me. That's my channel.
I'm not trying to argue with you, bro, but I already agreed, fam, and then you keep going and going.
After you made me argue for 2 minutes. So it's cool that you want to agree and just pump the brakes, but the train don't slow down like that. You just told me the other day you apologize.
You trying to slow my train down?
I'm not trying to slow your knowledge. I'm trying to slow the ad homs that you keep throwing around for no reason.
Bro, all right, fam. Like I said, so again, I can get back to the conversation. I don't have to do ad hom. I'll just ask, like, please, bro, stop him from talking to me like that. That's what I'm gonna do next time.
He didn't say nothing.
We'll get back to the conversation.
Yeah, let's get back to the conversation.
When it comes to what was said when I was kicked off, how dare you try to praise some white? You use 2 examples of white people. Do you have any modern examples of what you're referring to? Because an NAACP scheme by Rachel Dolezal does not equate to John Brown.
Yeah,
again, come on,
you keep on asking to go back to John Brown. You want me to show you an example of somebody in the past at the same time negating the past? How does that work?
I'm not negating the past. I'm a historian.
So if you want an example, I gave you several, and those weren't good enough for you, right? So now you're trying to refine. Now you're trying to refine and polish it, right? Guess what? You're just wrong, bro. There are people that can put other people's interests before their own.
Right. So what I'm telling you is what you're speaking to is pre-Civil War, pre-Jim Crow, pre-Civil Rights Movement. Then when you try to use the Civil Rights Movement, I debunk that point by telling you what you're comparing from the 60s does not relate to John Brown. Do you not how is this not registering to you, fam? You use John Brown as an example. I said, okay, because that example did happen. That is a moment in history we can look at and say, yes, that's true. So you get a point for that in 1859. What about now? What about in my lifetime? What about in my mother's lifetime?
Within the political context, right? John Brown was doing what John Brown was doing within that time era. We're in the 1900s. We're in the 1950s. 2000s, right? So it's not the same the same racial tension, is it? Or do you believe that it is?
There was the same racial tension.
Brother, is the atmosphere from the 1800s the same as it is now?
Like, these
is
are
this
black people doing this, man.
Is this the same atmosphere? Yes or no?
I said in the past 50 years, who's done something remotely close to
brother,
let him get. You gotta let him respond. If you're gonna let him respond, let him respond. I knew.
Like I said, in the last 50 years, which means
I knew you're not letting them respond, but you're not letting them respond though.
But you're not letting them respond though. If I eliminate 25 years, that's 1980, right?
You ain't gonna kick him off. You gonna just let him keep talking,
bro. He ain't called you out your name. I knew.
But he can disrespect me though.
He asked me a question.
You take that. I don't like being cut off either. But I'm not gonna cuss nobody the heck out about it no more. I'm more mature than that.
Bro. Like, because
can I jump in? Just maybe add a touch of clarity.
And I asked you if you want. Hey, no, don't. You don't get to complain, bro. You don't get to complain about people cutting you off when you didn't want to adhere to a clock, which would have eliminated this. I tried to bring it out. You told me no. Go ahead. We can talk. And obviously you can't talk. So now when this happens, I say let's bring it out, and you're gonna be like, no.
All right, put the clock up and let me tell you 2 minutes why the clock don't work. Since you seem to be just as slow as they are, bro. Put the clock up for me so I can explain to you why the clock don't work.
That's a half of one for you. Because I got tough skin, but it's just a principle.
No, the principle is he literally hears me rebutting, and so he don't have to get embarrassed for not being intelligent enough. He just cut me off.
I would deflect too from insulting me, but go ahead.
So again,
I don't have to deflect from insult you. I'm only not insulting, so I don't disrespect your show.
He just asked me in the past 50 years. That's 20. It's 2025. I eliminate 25 years. That put us in 1980. 25 years after that, we're in the 70s. We're in the 70s. Is the 70s the same atmosphere as the 1800s? Same question.
No, which is why
it's not. Why would you be looking for somebody?
Can I please respond? Can I please respond?
I just muted you. You got the admin. You're doing too much right now.
So
if you're gonna let him go, you're gonna let him go.
So what's happening right now is he realizes that he's caught. So now he's trying to re-ask the question that was brought to him as the original response. Because nothing has happened since 1980, 1975. Because of that, I immediately told you, can you come into the modern? I told you that was 1859 where you went. Can you come into the modern? So now you're trying to flip it around like I didn't tell you to do that in the first place. The reason I told you to do that is because there are no examples of a John Brown in those immediate past 50 years. I think you're confused on who you're talking to. This ain't one of them dudes you used to talking to, gang.
And he has 10 seconds left. Do you yield your time?
Can I say something?
Let's let somebody else get in for a second to let you.
Well, can I just jump in with just
man? I knew. Go roll up, baby. It's
gonna
be all right.
Go ahead, Smokey.
Come right back.
I'm straight, man.
Okay, I'm just fucking with you, man.
If I could, I just wanted to see if I could nail down a little bit of clarity on the current
Smokey
contention.
2 minutes on the clock. Go ahead.
Hey, buddy. I appreciate it, man. Thanks. So, I know this kind of started with the whole whites can't be pro-black, and then it was like, well, give me an example, and then he got examples, and it was John Brown, I guess, and that's too old, and now something in the first 50 years now needs to qualify or something. And it's a look to me, and I'm Taz respectfully, it just seems a little bit of a dodge to the original point. Because the original point was that whites, can't be pro-black. And then examples were given, and your attempt to get out of that is to try and shorten the time frame to where it would apply. And then to make an equivocation like, well, there's no one like John Brown today. Well, there wouldn't be. And actually the gentleman here, I guess it's the GOAT, it had a really, really good point to kind of nail that down, which is that it's not the same environment. And that's true. There were lots of big wars to fight back then. The Civil War, the freedom of the slaves, the Civil Rights Movement, the end of Jim Crow. These were big battles. These were big social battles to change, the mind of the populace, and more importantly, the government, really. And it wasn't the government that decided to end Jim Crow. It was the capitalists who said, hey, we just want the money. We don't care what color of skin of the person that comes into our shop wants to spend money. We want them all to be able to come in. And that's really what kind of ended up pushing. And it was a portion of it economic. So the thing is, I think there's a false equivocation, kind of a desperate plea to try and cling to the original point to say it has to be within the last 50 years. Well, there's no more huge wars like that to fight in the last 50 years. So the type of civil rights leaders, even Martin Luther King, you're not going to find doing the types of things that the early abolitionists doing, where it was warfare and brutal, and they're doing incredible deeds to really fight for the cause of equal rights of all people. So you're not going to find that today, because those big wars were settled by them back then, which deserves to give them honor. And by trying to say, well, it needs to be within the first 50 years, you're kind of disgracing what they did as if they don't qualify as being pro-Black because it was too far ago. I'll yield my time.
You don't have no time to yield. So let me respond to that.
Blinking at the screen, like,
problem with what he just did.
That was perfect.
Pull that from Smokey. My bad.
That was perfect, bro.
But you actually think you made a point. So here's the problem with what he just said. Not only was I not running from the point, I was actually trying to help him move him along into like the modern, but we'll just deal with John Brown since you want to use that point. So there are approximately 27 million white men in America in 1860. Give me 25 more pro-Black white men out of those 27 million white men. I'm listening.
Why?
Because you don't get to use one white guy to say white people can be pro-Black.
No one is killing for slavery today. Why do we need to do all this, man? Come on.
Well, because again, I'll say it again. There were 27 million white men in the year you're using a white guy. So in order for me to believe or even agree that white people can be pro-Black and you're using a white guy from that time period, show me.
I'm pro-Black, Taz.
0.2% of white men.
Hold on, Taz.
Boy,
he's pro-Black. Is he?
He got a minute left. He got a minute left.
Taz got a minute left. Taz got a minute left. Stop. Taz got a minute left. Come on. Cook Taz. Cook Taz. I thought you was done. I was about to drop the bomb, nigga. I thought you was done.
I thought you was done too. I'm sorry.
My thumb was on the bomb. My finger was on the dang. Nigga, I got you. Literally, I was about to say rebuttal game crazy. I don't know. It was the pause you took. Maybe you took a breath, nigga. You sounded like you was done. I was about to hit you with the bomb. Like, damn, this nigga just rebuttal draw crazy. I didn't think it was
insane, bro.
Nigga.
So again, I'm asking, bro, with 30 seconds left now to say it again because y'all interrupted and tried to get away from the point. Of the 27 million white men that you're saying could possibly be pro-Black, can you name me 10 more pro-Black white men from this period, or are you just leaning on John Brown's act? An act that I would call an isolated incident in history. Are you trying to lean on that act to make white men pro-Black? I'm listening.
I got you. Taz, do you know what a gully slave is?
damn.
I'm listening.
Deep. That's deep.
So the British have gully slaves.
27
and post abolition.
It's crazy.
Hello?
Go ahead. The clock running. Go ahead.
Oh, yeah. And post abolition, there was an instance where Arab slave traders were illegally trading African slaves. And the British, who were abolishing the slave trade in the Arab and African nations, there was an instance where gully slaves, which are the slaves that roll underneath, were captured and the ship was going down. And these British soldiers saved 25 African slaves out of like 120. 25 African slaves. They risked their lives to go and save who were drowning. Are they pro-Black or no? They don't really give a shit.
And with 1:15, do you yield the rest of your time for him to rebuttal?
Absolutely.
Go ahead. You got a minute.
Yeah, so I don't mind answering that once my question is answered. Of the 27 million white men used in his example, you gave me one and said, see, white people can be pro-Black. Do you have any other examples from 1859, the year you chose to hinge your argument on?
I didn't choose him out, but that's not the point, Taz. The point was, can white people be pro-black? You trying to run from that point?
I don't know why he just right. So once we established that you didn't have a point with John Brown, I'll embarrass you on the next point. Of the 27 million white men that were in America during the time John Brown did his isolated act, can you show me some more John Browns?
Right. Okay. So again, like I said, I don't know why you're trying to isolate it to one time period as if they hadn't been fighting slavery ever since the 1700s,
exactly,
1600s. But you got Levi Coffin. He was a Quaker abolitionist, right? You got Thomas Garrett, John Rankin, Isaac T. Hopper. Now, all of these individuals were actually people who were on the Underground Railroad. So these were white people, right, that were conductors on the Underground Railroad, which means that they were actually sacrificing their families, their careers, everything that they have to hide black people in cellars and store them away. Do you understand how that works? That if other white people call other white people harboring black people, they would get murdered and hung too, right? So that's them putting their life on the line. But I guess that don't count to you. But we got Lucretia Coffin Mott, Calvin Fairbank, William Lloyd, John Fairfield. We got Harriet Beecher Stowe, right? The same woman that her Stowe College named after. No, know that person, right? Then you want to go to other abolitionists: William Lloyd Garrison, Angelina Grimke, Theodore Dwight Weld. There's tons of abolitionists, white, black, and indifferent. Again, all of these people put their own interests to the side and help black people. So, I mean, I don't know how you look at all of those civil rights pictures and see all those white people marching right alongside of black people and then sit here and say that they can't put their own interests to the side. It's crazy.
Yep.
Yeah.
Right. So
I feel like you straw man the argument because he wasn't talking about the civil rights time. Wasn't he
he's not talking about
abolitionist
time because it's not the point of the time. It's just white people.
I'm gonna give him a bomb, man. I'm gonna give him a bomb, fam. Go ahead.
Are we kind of missing the glaring elephant in the room of all the white people that fought in the Civil War and died to free blacks? Were they not pro-black in some way? I mean, that's a lot of white people that all decided to fight a whole bunch of white people for the sake of black people. I mean, that's a pretty glaring example, I gotta say.
I'm sure some were, but even to your point earlier in your assessment of their thing, you said it was economic to a lot of them. They wanted people to.
So that's true. I'd agree. No, I'd agree. It was heavily.
I did hear. I just heard you lay that out.
Crazy though, fam. So again, what happens is he runs backwards, right? Because if you know anything about the names he named, those are abolitionists that worked on the Underground Railroad and such. And so because he can't move forward with his argumentation, he moves backward, and then he goes and Googles. Y'all hear me, right? He Googled abolitionists and then read a list of them as if he's making a point. Harriet Beecher Stowe in no way, shape, or form relates to John Brown, considering when you laid out your original argument, you said he sacrificed his sons. That's why we're here. We're only talking about this point because you elevated him to a level of sacrifice that the people you putting in the conversation now can't even reach. So now you want to lower the bar and just talk about somebody who helped black people. That would be changing the conversation. If you need to change the conversation, just acknowledge you can't show me other white people who did what John Brown did. That's the only question I've been asking for the last 20 minutes.
He got 20 seconds. Let him finish.
You keep running from the point you initially made, which was John Brown. And I don't know why you think someone else of another race can help you because he chimes in. I asked you to give me the equivalent to John Brown. You still have yet to. You can't Google Harriet Beecher Stowe, man.
And Lilith's Revenge says no.
they were just too poor to draft. And then somebody else said, even ChatGPT says the abolitionists weren't pro-black. I don't know who said that.
Yeah, so again, bro,
But that wasn't the question, man.
I just
That
got
wasn't
to
the
make the
question.
same fallacy over and over again.
Hold on, real quick. Actually, I knew. Let me get back to Ben Eaton because you went twice, and he posed the question, but it got.
But right,
But wait. Even before you, Ben.
You right.
My apologies. Let me just check on Jose.
Yes, sir.
And let me check on VA to note, right? If I'm saying your name right. Do you two have anything to chime in? Jose, I haven't heard you in about 45 minutes. Okay, you taking a smoothie break, do your thing.
Nah, man, I'm cool, man. I'm just sitting back listening, man. It's a fire conversation, man.
Okay, I just don't want anybody to be left out. I made this page for people with no voice, so I want everybody to get a chance. Suave, you know how to jump in and jump on somebody back when you want to.
Yeah,
Go ahead. Go ahead, Ben.
No, listen, the question was, can white people be pro-black? And he went and somebody gave examples, just like Smokey kind of just laid it flat out. Somebody gave an example, he don't accept the example, and he switched the argument to John Brown. No one is really talking about John Brown. We're talking about if white people can be pro-black. And we got examples, give a list of examples, and now that's an issue. So and how else? I mean, people can't remember. Ain't nobody memorizing abolitionist names, so it's all right to Google the names to show.
I can name all the reasons why they're not pro-black, which is why I'm doing it without.
That was the question, though. You went on to the John Brown thing. That was the question.
Right. So the reason I went into John Brown is because that was the example that he had before he Googled. Now that he has more examples of abolitionists, we can get deeper into the conversation. But just because it's three people here trying to help him, I'm still trying to figure out why y'all can't just acknowledge that there is no other example like a John Brown. So when he said he sacrificed his sons, he boxed himself in. He the one made it sound like he had countless examples of people sacrificing their sons.
So no one can be pro-black except John Brown because no one did what John Brown did? What is this argument, Taz? I don't understand, buddy.
Let me respond to him. Let me respond to him, please.
His first
argument again
is white people. That was his first request. One white man, and I gave it to him.
Right. And you and again, that's why we're dealing with him. But now make sure everybody heard him. That was what you said. So we're dealing with what you said. You can't stand on what you said. So now you're adding 75 other more points to it. Just say you can't stand on it.
Well, I had other things that I said too, like John Brown was within a particular time, and we don't live in those time frames. And you're still asking for examples in this modern era, and they don't exist.
Exactly.
So
no one is killing white people because they own slaves.
You're the moderator, bro. You're the moderator. Can you not acknowledge that when he make that point? That's the reason why I said in the first place, can you give me something then from the recent 50 years? But then you let dude come up here and make it sound like I'm ducking the question by saying, give me something recent. Make up your minds. This is your debate.
He pro-black.
You got dummies up here.
Taz, is Smokey pro-black?
Hey, fam, do you hear what I'm telling you?
I was just asking the question, brother.
Smokey, your homeboy. So you might view him that way. It's a lot of black people. I'm just trying to respond to you, fam. I'm just trying to respond to you. It's a lot of black people like you that are willing to look at white men, and because he agrees with you on something, or because he needs me to be wrong, because I'm exposing what they're doing to people like you, yeah, fam, you'll think he's right.
You just gotta answer the question, Taz, man. Just answer the question. Is Smokey pro-black? He said he pro-black, so explain why he's not pro-black.
He's not. He's playing with you.
Explain why he's not pro-black. Because he's white.
He's playing with you.
Because he's white. Because he's a white guy.
All right, that's actually a little bit of an attack on my character, Taz. I got to respond to that. I'm not playing with anyone, man. That you're calling me a liar and a deceiver in terms of my position. I don't think that's fair. I think I should get a chance to respond. Now you've attacked me personally.
Or a liar.
Yeah, you did. You just did because you say I'm playing these people by saying I'm pro-black. So I'm gonna respond to you now. I'd like my 2 minutes. I'd like my 2 minutes.
Calling those ad homs.
No, man, it's implied, buddy. It's implied. And I'm gonna point it out.
Hey, where you at, fam? Because when it go up, I don't need you to step in and say I'm disrespecting your platform.
No, man, I'm not making that claim. I'm saying you called me essentially deceptive by saying I'm playing these guys by making this claim. I'm not playing them, and I'm going to be real clear, and I'm going to explain it right now so everyone in the room can hear it. Okay, let's be real clear. When I first
dang,
came
I'm
in
muted this whole
room,
time. I'm over here talking about dang. I don't know why he threw me under the bus like that. I'm thinking y'all can hear me the whole time. First he said, "Did you hear what I'm saying to you, fam?" And then I said, "Yeah, I hear you saying we got dummies up here." And then he kept like, but none y'all couldn't hear none of that. So one,
I
I'm
couldn't hear
focusing
that.
on the
So
first language, and then he goes into all of this with you, throws me under the bus like on some weird stuff. That was very weird. But again, this is my debate club. It's just like a chess club or any other club. Whoever made the club makes the rules. If you don't got to adhere to them, but you don't got to be here either. As much as I would love to have Taz's conversation here.
no, I want Taz here. I'm
He
not
had to
trying
go
to
on a little
chase
vacation.
Taz out.
You
I'm
didn't
not.
chase anybody out. What Taz is doing is making my own space uncomfortable for me. It
I
has
get
nothing.
it.
You didn't
I
say
get it.
anything. I don't care. I'm not gonna say I don't care how you feel, but at the end, it wasn't. You didn't say anything.
No, I get it.
Once I start feeling uncomfortable, I start changing things in my life. I don't know about you guys. That's just period. If not, you're gonna live an unhappy life. But I don't let weird shit sit around me and shit that makes me uncomfortable. So since he wants to keep personally attacking people and throwing it's as simple. I don't know why he keeps calling people dummy. It's simple though. I keep saying I don't want to start there because it escalates. We just did 14 hours, no problems. Taz pops up. He's dropping ad homs crazy at Laurel. Laurel never responds. Finally, he does and says something, and then he tries to make it seem like we're not gonna go down there. I don't even want to keep talking about him.
Well, I like to
That's
address.
dead and that's done. But I gotta be. I'm strict, and I want my club to be. I'm my number one fan, and once I start not liking my content, then it's a problem. So
Respect. Yes,
I get
indeed.
you.
Well, I like to get some on that, and then
do your thing, bro. Do your thing.
address what Smokey was saying. Yeah, I believe that non-black people can be pro-black. I believe that there are opportunities to display that. I just don't think white people today are willing to do what it takes to be pro-black today. Like, yeah, shout out to John Brown and shout out to all the white people who, you know, fought for the progression of black people from being murdered or lynched or enslaved or segregated, this, that, and the other, right? So now, today, when I hear a brother say, yeah, I'm pro-black, well, I mean, first of all, it's just so I don't go off on wrong context. How do you define pro-black? Smoke.
Yeah,
I wanna build up and propagate good black men as bastions of society and examples to the younger generation. That's my idea of pro-black. I want to take people like A1 who loves truth and virtue and discussion and order and increasing dialogue and strengthening relationships and building bridges. I want to promote men like that. To me, that's pro-black. That's chasing away any prejudices, any ideas that all blacks are the same, that they all fit in the same box. I want to raise up good, right black men, you know, and I want to do what I can to support those good black men. Because to me, that's what I think is going to inspire everyone to get better. And by the way, just so you know, this goes for every race. I don't want shitty white men rising up either. If a white man rises, I want him to be a good white man. If black man rises, I want to be a good black man, Indian man, Chinese man. I don't give a shit. If it's a good person with good character. When I first came in this space, I didn't see this as a black channel or a black debate channel or something. I was listening to it for 3 or 4 days. I didn't see it as any of that. You know what I saw? I saw a room of a bunch of fellow debate bros. That's all I saw.
Yep.
And I came in bold, just ready to talk with you guys. Yeah, I got a little race baiting here and there, whatever, man. You know, I built a thick skin. I've been doing this for years. I know debate. I know it can get fiery, it can get spicy. A little bit of spicy is good for the sauce. I don't even mind. You know, it's good content sometimes, you know, just too much, you know, too much spice will ruin anything. Too much of anything will ruin anything, you know, so, but you can have a little spice here and there. That's fine. I let it roll off, man. I've got hard feelings against it anyway. I think Taz, you and me had a little bit of a go. I don't hold anything against you, bud. You know, but I support this environment and I want to support good black men. To me, that's what pro-black is.
Yes,
Understood. So this is what I say.
Before you go, Suave, look, I just went to the bathroom. I just came back, and he sound like a single baby mama talking about. I just want to support good black men. I don't know, like I don't know what I missed for the last like 2 minutes. I was just in the bathroom. That's all I heard. Like what the heck? Like, yeah,
Well,
that was funny. That's all I caught. My bad about that.
Okay, you good.
That
Well,
was good. I appreciate that.
I sat on Black Power, right, which is a form of pro-blackness. So it's like pro-black to me is the self-definition and self-determination of black people by black people. And so it's more than just making good black men better Americans. Black people are not a monolith. And the fight that I'm fighting is the original fight. Leave us alone. I don't want a better, more comfortable place in a white society where I have to wait for white people to get, a better heart, and just because we're not being lynched and hung and enslaved, not just because we're being denied in the buildings and water hosed and dogs sick on us. I still haven't forgot the first fight, which is separation. We don't want to be this. What you're trying to be, we don't want to be this. Now, a lot of black people do. And those are the black people that white people tend to want to the light. Now, help. So I ask you this, brother, do you believe black people deserve their own nation?
No.
Smokey?
I'm so sorry. Say again. I apologize. I stepped away for a second. I'm so sorry.
Do you believe black people deserve their own nation?
I mean, if they so decide that they want one, I mean, I think.
Have you ever heard of that? Have you ever heard black people saying we want our own nation?
Well, no. I mean, not that I can really think of. In fact, the only example I can think of was a forced version. What was it? Liberia. I think it was kind of forced kind of extradition from the country, Civil War era. I forget the exact history of that.
Black nationalist groups
like Garvey, Pan-Africanism.
Well, what do you mean? Like black nationalist social groups, like within a country?
Black nationalists saying we want a black nation.
I mean, not that I can think of off the top of my head, honestly.
Okay, well, yeah, that's out there and it's pretty thick. So it's like, you know what I'm saying? Like, yeah, black people want their own nation. That's like separation from the United States and the basis of white supremacy that's systematically implanted into it. We don't want to have to sit up here and just keep competing on this unfair scale and make it seem like because we progress as politicians, white supremacy is over with. Oh, we're going to school now. White supremacy is over with. No, the whole thing was black people were dehumanized, disconnected from their heritage. And now here we are born into a system where we're not aware of that. But now the knowledge is growing back up. And what we're saying is, hey, why am I complaining about the ills of being an American when I shouldn't have to be an American by law?
Well,
like we were
I mean,
forced into this.
So are you talking about like you want and you're speaking for this cause, I take it, right? That you want a nation that is just black people and black people only.
No, I want a black nation. I know that the citizens can be mixed, white people are allowed, but I want a black nation.
Well, what defines a black nation?
Yeah, what does that mean?
Just so I'm clear.
So I want to comment on that. I want to comment on the swap. So I think
I remember your question. I got you.
I think a better way to say it is we want black autonomy. Like we already got our own nation, but we don't have control over our nation.
So let me separate my point from your point because that's clearly not what I'm saying. And I respect your point because it is a black point, and I hear black people saying that. We'll fight for black people to get black autonomy. If when black people get that autonomy, they don't say, well, I'm satisfied because I want separation. I want the ability for black people to come into this world born into a black system that has a black mind, that has like this is a land, a country ran by black people. It's not an anomaly to see us as president. It's not a pat on the back for us to be the first senator, the first governor, the first photographer of Time magazine. No, I want a black nation.
There's a place like that already exists.
What does that
Yeah,
look like?
that's
Yeah, I
What
don't.
does that
Yeah, I
mean
don't
to
really
look like?
understand. This isn't really clarifying anything for
oh
me as to what
crap.
it
Okay,
actually
bet.
You got to
is. Like,
define nation for him, Suave.
That's
Okay,
it's
okay.
Like
already
he
a
don't.
place like that that
He
already
like
exists. It's called Haiti. It's the first black republic
yeah, because when you
in
say
the
nation, they
Western
think the
Hemisphere.
land. Like I
Yeah,
don't know what
You
yeah.
you
hear me?
got to
You hear
explain.
me, Suave?
Yes, I hear you naming the places
Yeah.
that
I'm
are
saying
considered.
Haiti is a black republic. It's a black nation
Yeah, it's been like that for
that's
the past few
lacking
years.
proper leadership and guidance and infrastructure and
Hmm.
all of that stuff. And if you want to separate, I think Haiti would probably be the best place to go. It's all black. It's ran by black people,
Hmm.
and they need help. And
why
I
don't you
Well,
just want to
no,
live in a
no.
place that's? Well, wait a minute. Why don't you just want to live in a place that's run by good people instead of just black people? Like, why is the black better than them just being good people? Like, I don't understand.
that's really easy to answer, right? Because we don't know how we would be unmolested. We've never been ourselves
Well, I
unmolested
don't
by
know if a meteor is going to hit me in the head when I walk out the front
yeah,
door. I
yeah,
don't make
but
life
the
decisions
odds
over
of
it.
you being hit by a meteor versus being hit in the head by a racist police officer is,
Yeah, but I mean that racist. I mean, I've seen black police officers act a fool. We had those red dogs.
yeah,
Taking the
operating
conversation
up
anywhere,
under
and this is
white
what
supremacy.
happens when black people have these conversations. Not omitting
I
you,
don't think it's a
Smokey.
white black
I'm
thing.
really appreciative of your presence. I wish that we could have more transparent white people like you that's willing to step up and say such bold things and know that they're not coming off racist. Okay, so anytime we had these conversations and we add any other variable to it, you're cheating. When you say, and I don't even want to see bad white people. I'm not talking about that. When you say, oh yeah, I'm not talking about that. What I'm talking about, I don't want to move to Haiti. Okay, Haiti is a foreign culture to me. The culture I understand, and that's by definition of nation, a body of people united by common descent, history, culture, or language. And the history, descent, culture, and language that I had is being denied by America. It's being disregarded by America unless we're considered good black people. And what I'm saying is that we watch white people be not so good white people, but figure it out along the way. They had that freedom. There was nobody saying, well, I guess you can't, step up to the next plateau because you still got a group of white people over here enslaving people. No, we shouldn't have to come to the table perfect. We didn't create ourselves to this condition, but yet we pulled ourselves up by the bootstraps, got education, economics, family, low crime rate. Like when black people were left alone, like Tulsa, Oklahoma, the dollar went around over 20 times. You haven't seen that. Crime was at zero. You haven't seen that. Economic generational wealth was at 500. We haven't seen that. So black Americans left alone is better than what I've seen anywhere else. And that's what I want for black Americans
Let me go
to
next
go over
too.
here,
Yeah, I would
go
like to
over
respond to
here
that.
and not do predatory lending, not do predatory politics, but actually, like I said, do what we already did before hundreds of times, which were burnt down and destroyed by being in proximity to white people, good white people. These white people were good, white, hard working people. And then one day they just decided, man, I'm tired of going to this coal mine. Let's do something about this. So, and I mean, and I mean that's just it. So you don't understand that?
And I don't know what you're talking about,
Yeah,
man.
me
I don't know
either.
what part of history or what examples you're trying to bring. Man, that was I'm going to be
You
honest,
never
but
heard of Black Wall Street,
I didn't
Tulsa,
really
Oklahoma?
understand any of what you were trying to really
Hey,
play out there. I apologize.
Understood.
prior to the Civil War,
I
Understood.
mean,
why
it
did you
might
say
be
the black
me.
people owned their
I mean,
homes?
maybe I'm
No,
just
no, 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 no. Hold
dumblet
on, hold on.
about
Let's not
what
let the
was being said
conversation
there. But
deteriorate. I get it. I get it. Because even to me, this may be a pioneer conversation. This might be a forefront when, I might go to your conversation. I'll be like, what is he talking about? So you never heard of Black Wall Street, Tulsa, Oklahoma, 1922?
I think I have heard something
You
in
think
the
you might
past. Yeah, I
have
think I
heard
watched a
something.
documentary on it probably years ago. It
All
sounds
right, well, I
familiar.
gotta leave it alone at that point. I gotta leave it alone at that point because
So
I feel
Well,
Well,
like
I mean,
I
just
feel
prior
can you
to
like
the
yeah.
just
Hold
give
on,
me
Civil
hold on,
your
War,
hold on, hold
point?
on,
I
hold
mean,
on,
I
hold on,
might
hold on,
not
hold
have
on,
all
hold
the
on, hold on.
black
factoids, but
Americans owned their
I
homes.
can analyze the logic.
I got it. But what I'm saying is that, um, respect to you, saying you pro-black, I'm pretty sure that you play a part in that. But what I'm saying is that
What did I
for there
play
to
a
be
part in?
such, but for there to be such
Being
ignorance
pro black.
on
on certain foundational militaristic things in the black community, and you say, well, maybe I heard of black people wanting the nation, but I don't think so. I think I may have seen a documentary somewhere about Tulsa, Oklahoma. Like, no,
Man,
we don't have
you
that
know,
option.
blacks were very successful even during Jim Crow, very educated, very much pushing to education, very much having their own businesses. And as you gave all those examples, generational wealth and stuff like that, this is the period of American history where they weren't being left alone. So your point was just, I didn't understand what you were saying. Like you had Jim Crow, you had, generally people, there was a milieu, there was a stigma, especially over, southern states and things like this over black people. It was a relatively toxic environment, which you guys talk about all the time, but you prospered. Like you rose above. And now, since you've been left alone more and more and more, you've gotten worse and worse and worse. And now you say you want your own nation to be left alone.
Right.
Okay, hold on. Let me respond to that.
Yeah, I was gonna say, let me respond
Let
to
me
that
get
too.
that. Let me get that right there. He just threw out there like that, right there.
You gonna get that? Go ahead. That's it.
So what I'm saying is, no, we haven't been left alone more and more and more. It's just the society is more and more controlling. Like the person that used to stand on the corner and say, "Hey, you black people can't stand right here," is now in your hand. It's a phone. It's an app. Like the ways of white supremacy work has got more technologically advanced. The system has got more sophisticated, so you don't need harboring white people keeping black people in order. But we clearly know our place. So what I'm saying is, places like Tulsa, Oklahoma, were one of those places that, yeah, we were left alone, but we were still left alone to be American, right? Which was fine. They did a good job, but then other Americans came and burnt that down. And so, where's the addressing of that? If I was a white person,
I'm about to
pro-black
bring
to
this
me would
clock
be
back out.
okay. Bet. Yep. If I was a white person, and I'm calling for all pro-black white people to call for redistribution of land, even if it's their land, redistribution of resources and economics, even if they make your family poor. That's putting black people in front of you. If white people aren't out here saying, "Yo, I make way too much money in comparison to my black counterparts. We need to fix this."
And I
Then I
want
don't
King
see it.
J. I want
That's
King J
wild.
to go next, and
That's wild.
King J or Ben Eaton, but you two are next. So you two, whoever goes first. I know King J hasn't said anything since he came up yet.
Yeah, he's free to go. But I just think that's impractical to think white people need to do that to be considered like for the movement or something.
I agree. I mean, to the brother I've been listening. So to the brother who speaks about this black utopia, right? So I just like the brother brought it up. Like I mostly like any crime I've experienced through cops have been black cops from urban areas. You know what I'm saying? When I live in Detroit, it's all black cops up there. But the thing with cops is they're not black or white, they're blue. You know what I'm saying? They're blue. So they don't adhere to the same, standards. But I just wanted to say, like, in regards to like, it's 2025, brother. You sounded really racist up here to the black dude, to me, because I don't subscribe to any of that stuff that you're saying about this white supreme power stuff. Black people ain't doing, brother. It's 2025, brother. It's not but it's about the have and the have not.
Exactly.
It's not about being black or white. Let's talk about capitalism. And if you know within a system of capitalism, somebody has to be at the bottom. Like I'm all for a capitalistic system where you're out with a free open market, whereas I can get paid off of my skills. Now, is it tyranny if I then made $3 billion and you ain't made, you know what I'm saying? Then that's a problem. I think there should be some sort of cap on how much you can make, but don't tell me that well, this person has less talent and skills, so I can't make as much money because I don't want to upset well, they need to get up off their butt and make it happen and grind just like we are. That's kind of like I'm saying even under the Trump administration, I've had more success as an entrepreneur than any time period under Barack Obama.
You voted for Trump?
Bill, I didn't vote for any of them, but I would say that
I wasn't gonna go on your top. I don't care who you voted for, but
yeah, I didn't. I was just hold on. Let me just land my plane. Let me just land the plane. I would say that Trump policies are better for entrepreneurs. There's nothing about black or white in this. Either get some money or you don't. And that's just kind of the mentality where I'm at right now with it. Like it ain't got to do nothing with black or white, cause ain't nobody white breaking into my house. Shit, you know what I'm saying?
Well, let me respond to that, then I'll pass it to you, Lorel. Like I said, redistribution of land, redistribution of economics. This is not our grandfather's fight, okay? So black people standing, the system is racist. You like to come in and say this black utopia already lets me know where your foot is standing at because I never described that. And for you to say, I don't see this white supremacy, what I said is white supremacy is based, the United States is based in white supremacy, the system that stand on. And when we're talking about black people doing better as Americans, yes, yes, now that you agree to be Americans, but don't forget, we didn't care about, a lot of us didn't care about being Americans. That was like the better of two evils, but a lot of people died trying to separate from American what being American is, and people still stand there. We're not willing to die alone. We're not willing to hit the streets and we shouldn't have to. So yes, you doing better. Congratulations to you, but you're still participating in a predatory capitalistic society. I might not have a problem with capitalism if I was introduced to it healthy, but there's a predatory capitalistic society. And what I'm saying is that accepting that black people are going to be on the bottom, not saying you said that, but that's who's at the bottom, is ridiculous to me. So
That's
Is
not
that
what I said.
can I say?
Go ahead. But I was just going to say that's not what I said.
I want
But
to.
I'm just suggesting that in a
I just
capitalistic
said you
system,
didn't say that. I said I'm not
somebody,
saying that's what you said.
but went ahead
I
and
just want to
still alluded
respond
to,
to some of
but
the
still
things.
alluded to it. But I'm just going to say that in a capitalistic system, somebody has to be at the bottom. There has to be a boule, where a group of people who own
No,
the businesses and things like that. It's very hard to work your way up through that type of a capitalistic system. But I would just say this: in America, you're calling yourself black. I mean, you're
Right.
calling yourself American, but you're Afro American. You're Black American. That means that you are denoted as something other than an American. So if you're sitting here saying I'm an American, then you're delusional under you're lying to yourself under that context in itself because you're something other than
I think
American.
I think that's like
so I want to
black
respond to a
radical
couple of things,
nationalism.
right?
Sound like
So
radical nationalism to me.
I want to respond to a couple of things. One, capitalism is the dumbest thing that humans ever created. Money is the dumbest thing humans ever created. It's
So you probably
primitive.
ain't got none.
Oh my God. It's primitive and it don't make no type of sense in a civilized society that uses
That sounds
logic.
like somebody who ain't got no money.
Oh, okay. So with that being said, again, I'm going back to people was looking for autonomy. They're not necessarily looking for separation from the land itself. And the reason why I say that is because right now, every African American in this country has the right and the privilege and the power to expatriate to any place in the world that they want to, but they refuse to. They'll tell you that
because America is the greatest country in the world. They know
that they'll tell you that they ain't got the money when it costs less than $1,500 to get a ticket to Africa or wherever the hell you want to go in the world. And
Why
you
would
got
you want
the
to go to
right.
Africa?
Nobody's holding you at gunpoint, keeping you here. So if you don't want to be here, you can leave. So when the idea of going to an actual black republic is put on the table, that's denied for some odd reason. It's assumed that they don't have the same culture or ancestry, even though the Haitians have the exact same ancestry as other mainland African Americans. The only difference is our level of European that we're mixed with, right? We have a greater admixture of European than a lot of our Haitian brothers do. Outside of that, we still have the same ancestry. We still come from the same West Africa.
What type of system do the Haitians use in their government?
Oh, okay. Well, their system is broken. Their system is broken, which is the reason why they need black African
What system is
Americans.
broken? What
The
system is
reason
broken?
why they need professional black African Americans who have pro-black Pan African ideologies that will help build up that nation and help sustain that nation and bring it up to date.
So how are
So
we bringing up? How are we bringing
Mussolini
up?
said
How
to
are we
the
building up
Italians.
Haiti's nation? We only have one in our own country.
well, that's
That
what
don't
I'm
even make
saying.
sense.
If you expatriate to Haiti, you will have a nation of your own. It's a black republic, the first black republic in the Western Hemisphere,
So
and
we
it
don't see
needs
what's going on in Haiti.
your help. Those are your
Exactly.
people too, and they need your help
Come
They're
too.
on, man. We
hierarchies.
don't see what's going on in
In
Haiti, and
fact,
that's a black republic.
in fact, if it was not for Haiti, you would not be free right now. If it wasn't for the Haitians, you wouldn't be free right now.
No. Come on.
Okay, so if
That
we
was
get
their fight.
Well, I'm saying that the Haitian revolutions what sparked all of the slave in the Western Hemisphere. It's what sparked the entire world to revolt against slavery. The Haitian
no, you
revolution.
made that up because Jefferson ain't free the slaves because of no dang on Haitian revolution. That's made up. You made that up, brother.
Jefferson didn't free the slaves, brother.
Well, whoever the president was that freed them or wrote the
Lincoln.
Okay, Lincoln.
What
the Haitian Revolution is before
Oh.
the Emancipation Proclamation. That's you talking about 1804, 1791.
Well,
bro.
you're right about that. The Haitian Revolution is before the Emancipation Proclamation. But are you saying that they wrote the Emancipation Proclamation because of the Haitian Revolution?
I never made that claim. What I said was.
So why are you bringing it up and putting it together? Yes, you are alluding.
I said that
because it sparked slave revolution in the Americas,
around the
brother.
world.
Yeah, but that's not.
It did spark slavery, though, but that
revolt.
isn't the reason why Lincoln freed the slaves.
Yes,
it has nothing to do with
yes,
slavery.
Yes, it is. Because if it was not for the Maroons and the Americans that came up out of Trinidad, those are the same brothers who trained the slaves up in Chesapeake Bay. Those are the same brothers who marched on Washington and burnt Washington down. Those were black.
So why does Lincoln say?
Hold on. Those people were trained by the British. Those people were trained by the British. Those same people are the same people, the same Negroes who were allying with Native American nations. Those are the same Negroes who are heading war parties for the Native Americans. Those were the same Negroes who held down Fort Negro, those were the same Negroes who fought in the war of
Negroes
New
fought on both
Orleans.
sides of
Those
the
were
war,
the
brother.
same
They
Negroes
didn't know better.
of the War 1812. Those were the same Negroes of the Seminole Wars. For you to say that they were not the catalyst to all of abolition in the West, you're crazy.
That wasn't an argument, brother. I said that Lincoln didn't free the slaves based upon the Haitian Revolution and Revolution. That was electoral votes, brother, votes. It has nothing to do with they are revolution. They have a revolution in Haiti. Let me get rid of these slaves. Lincoln, if I'm not mistaken, says he would prefer not to free the slaves, if for the sake of the Union. So I mean, like, you're making that up, brother. You're trying to correlate two things that don't have anything to do with each other.
The Haitian slave dynamic was a lot different than the ones that we see in America. Remember, you had elite black businessmen and women that were free blacks that had slaves. The dynamic of the Haitian Revolution is a little different than abolition of slavery and the rest of Americas.
And then he said that
slave revolutions didn't spark the abolition. It didn't spark the abolition. It's the abolition.
It absolutely did, brother. It was constant turmoil in the United States the whole period that we know as slavery. It was constant turmoil, brother.
He said slave revolts was the reason why abolitionism happened.
Bro,
that's not the reason.
I can pull it up for you if you like. I can give you a history lesson.
No, I don't need a history lesson, brother. I'm
so you just refuse the knowledge.
So you saying slave revolts were solely the reason for abolition?
I'm saying abolition, the abolition movement was sparked because of the Haitian Revolution. You
had abolitionists before the Haitian Revolution.
Brother, listen.
What I'm saying.
The Haitians whooped France. You're talking about one of the biggest war machines in the world. They whooped them to a standstill. If it was not for the Haitian Revolution,
what the hell for the British?
Brother, if it wasn't for the Haitians whooping the French, they would have never sold the Louisiana Purchase to who? Who did they sell it to?
The colonists.
Who did they purchase to?
Just waiting for you to finish.
Huh? Do you know?
Just waiting for you to finish, bro.
Okay, so again, if they had not whooped France, right, the Louisiana Purchase would still be French land. That would still be French territory. You understand what I'm saying? So it's on because of that. Interrupted them. They could no longer fight. They had to give up their position there, and they ended up selling that Louisiana Purchase to the United States, which is the reason why you had the United States today. So if it wasn't for the Haitians, you wouldn't even have half of the damn country. You wouldn't even have half of this country that you claim. You understand what I'm saying? Like, so when you talk about that movement that happened down in Haiti, that wave went across the entire Western Hemisphere all the way up to Canada. You understand what I'm saying? And that revolutionary spirit is what sparked many slave revolts all throughout the Southeast and the Northeast. And when the British came in 1812 and employed slaves into the military, saying that basically, if you come here, you're gonna be free. If you fight for us, you're gonna be free. That tipped the scale. This is the same reason why they're gonna lie to you and tell you that they freed the slaves, because no, they freed the slaves because the British was using the slaves against them. And you had people who was just slaves last night wake up and they got the colonial Marines in your plantation, robbing you of your storehouses and robbing you of your stuff, killing your kids. And dudes was just the people that were sweeping your floor.
Let's pass that mic one time, baby. I'm about to. That timer still on the screen? Yeah. Okay. Who hasn't got a turn to go?
I mean, I'm about ready to drop out, so I mean, I can make a final point if that's what anyone
Smokey,
can say.
could you subscribe to my channel, bro, or come back and up and have a panel with me sometime?
Yeah, buddy, I'm happy to. The screen's kind of small. Who's talking?
The Suave Boss.
Oh, Suave. Yeah, buddy. Yeah, if you want to drop it in the back chat there, I'll grab it before I go, and I'll go subscribe. Sure, bud. Yeah, no problem. So yeah, anyway, so I guess just like a final word and kind of like my kind of take on the whole, and I get it, the pro-black and the, having your own nation and stuff like that. Here's the problem I see is that we've had environments like this. We've had even micro environments. And I want to give like probably maybe a couple examples, but just a quick finish on the Haitian government, which is, as you guys noted, it really is a black nation. And they are plagued with corruption, and they do take advantage of their own people because, at the end of the day, that connection to their race isn't enough to dissuade someone from wanting to make merchandise out of people that are lesser than them, even if they are their own skin color. And this is how even a lot of the original slave trade started by, blacks basically capturing and trading and selling other blacks. This is a lot of what was going on. So, and there's another example. This is recent. There's Tiffany Henyard. I don't know if you guys heard about her, but if you haven't, go look into it because it is a drama of the highest order. Probably one of the most blatantly corrupt mayors anyone's ever seen in Dalton Village, which I guess is just outside of Chicago, in Dalton, Illinois. She was the mayor there. And her whole city council was black. She's black. Everyone in the government, the higher ups are basically black. And she just took every opportunity to take advantage of every poor black person there, hiking up their property taxes to try to pay for her overspending for her expensive trips and taking care of herself. And it's at the end of the day, to me, this has a lot less to do with the color of the person's skin that gets into office or who ends up in control or who ends up being an example. It has to do with whether or not they're a good person. I don't care what color you are. I don't care where you came from. I don't care where your ancestors came from. I don't care when you got here. If you're a good person, you're a good leader, you got talents, you got things that can benefit people, I want you to be propagated. I want you to be promoted. I don't care about your skin. And I think that's the attitude that protects making sure things run better, not making sure it's black people, because you could have a horrible black person who, like Tiffany Henyard, who's going to take advantage of poor black people and end up chasing them out of their homes to pay for her overspending, and I think it's more important to look at the character. As Martin Luther King said, that's what was his dream, right? Where people will be judged on the content of their character. That's the world I support and that I like, and that's why I see myself pro-black. So I love you guys. Thank you for letting me join. Really, respect to all of you. Peace to the panel in the chat. I love you guys. I love you, A1. I love what you guys are building, and I hope you guys have a blessed day.
Peace, smoking man. Always a pleasure.
Hey man, hey, hold on, man. I gotta address something. Hey man, the chat is ridiculous. Y'all is off the chain, bro. Like y'all got some of the wildest comments there. I can't even put half of it up there just to keep the channel pure, cuz. But y'all is wild, cuz. Y'all, the chat is off the chain, yo. Chat, man. Hey, but yeah, if y'all not familiar with that information, that bit of history, like I said, it's not like that stuff is even readily available like that. You actually got to go search up those terms: colonial marines, American, Merikin. You got to go actually look those terms up, actually find that, because you're not gonna find it in the history books. They're not gonna never tell you about the colonial marines. They ain't gonna never tell you about the Americans. The Americans, not Americans, just Americans. They're not gonna tell you about them.
They're not gonna never tell you about the Day Massacre.
No, they're not gonna tell you. They're not gonna really go in depth about the Maroons, because if they do, then they gotta explain to you how the hell did we have organized communities before the formation of the United States. They got to answer to that. And that's where the whole indigenous thing talk comes into play, is the fact that you were here as an organized group of people before the construction of the United States. We don't give a damn about anything else past that. Like
that sounds like some FBA bullshit.
That, you doing too much. You're doing too much. You were a Black African people, descendant of indigenous people, descendant of Native people, right here in landmass before the construction of the United States.
Brother, you made that up, brother. There's no Black people from Africa before 1490.
You're a descendant of slaves, man. Come on.
Before 1492, we have no Africans in America, brother. Like no scientific study shows that.
You say anything about 1492, brother?
Well, whatever you're talking about, we don't have any blacks before Columbus gets over here.
Brother, who said anything before? I said we're not going past this, right? I said before the construction of the United States. When was the United States constructed?
Well, we have the 13 colonies. So,
brother, I said, when was the United States?
I don't know. What's the date, brother? When 1782, 17?
That's when the signing of the Declaration of Independence was 1776. That is the beginning of the United States.
Okay.
So before 1776, there were already free Black communities in the continental United States prior to the United States being created.
Yeah, that's fine. Yeah.
Can you name one?
There's tons of them, bro.
Name one. Name one, just so we know you're not lying.
They're called Black towns and free towns and
but were they descendants of slaves, or were?
Can you name one?
Some of them were descendants of slaves. Some of them never was slaves. Some of them.
Are they native? Are you saying they native to America?
Some of them are natives. Yeah, some of them are natives.
Name one.
Okay. I'm trying to explain.
No, I can agree.
I can agree. Don't agree because you can't name one of them.
I'm trying to. If you go into the history, look up Fort Negro, Fort Marche, you'll see that they had huge communities.
Yeah,
they had huge
Fort
Maroon
Negro.
Communities. That was one of the hugest Maroon communities down in Louisiana. And what you say? The Ninth Ward, Reuben?
Well, brother. Let me stop here. Let me stop.
Down in Louisiana was a large Maroon community. They were all independent communities, free communities that had their own cultures. They had their own trade routes. They didn't do business with the government. They was not doing business with the white man. They were doing business with Native Americans, other people of color. Right.
Brother, let me just say this, because what you're doing is kind of disingenuous, brother. So when you said Maroons, right? Maroons are runaway slaves. That means when you say they got their own free community, brother, they ran away and ran to the Gullah and ran to the Black Seminoles, and they mixed with them. And they mixed among them and started communities, brother. That's not the same as Black people got their own town. So when for instance, we talk about the Trail of Tears and the Native Americans and the blacks that walk, and you mentioned earlier, somebody mentioned Black Wall Street. If you're not on the Dawes list, brother, like that's not a good example of Black. That's more of a Native a Black Cherokee. Are we Black Cherokee?
To the information, brother, and I got a presentation coming up on the channel on this. Tune into it, and you'll learn.
Okay, well, great, because I'm finna look up Fort Negro, but to say that black people have these great cities is just ingenuous, and you can't even
But
name one.
remember, prior
They
to the
ran
Civil
they
War,
ran
20%
south.
of black people owned their homes. These were black communities. We had plenty of black communities. I mean,
We did, but not
Yeah,
before.
not to
their homes
mention,
prior to the Civil War.
that it's documented during the Civil War. You know what I'm saying? What tipped the scales for the Union was absorbing a already standing black militia in New Orleans, and that tipped the scales, brother. So how you have an already standing black militia before the slaves was emancipated? That's the question.
So you
Standing
saying that
army.
the black Cherokee were a black militia?
No. He said there was a standing black militia down in New Orleans. Where did they come from if they wasn't free yet?
But those aren't black people. Those are we calling Native Indians, brother.
Brother, those were black people.
Hold on,
I never mentioned Native American. I never mentioned Cherokee.
Louisiana. You're talking about Gullah Geechee. Them are them are.
Oh, now
black
you're gonna
people.
tell me. Now you're gonna tell.
The Gullah is Indians.
Name them.
They're
If you
not.
can't name them,
The Gullah are not Indians, brother.
Yeah, man.
Name them.
I don't think that's true.
Name them.
The Gullah Geechee are Negroes, bro.
They're mixed.
I thought they were
mixed.
slaves. They were runaway slaves.
They're mixed. They mix with the Indians.
The Gullah speak a West African language, bro.
Yeah, okay.
No, it's not. It's a mixture.
Yeah, it is a mixture, but the main body of it is Mongolian.
Brother, it's a mixture of indigenous native languages. It's a mixture of indigenous. So when these maroons ran away, they ran to the native Indians.
Sometimes the native Indians was running to them.
They weren't. They weren't running to the slave plantations.
Brother. Okay, so obviously you don't know about Fort Negro and you don't understand the whole concept of the war.
This is why you need to understand. But hold on, brother, because we can go back and forth. I just want to throw this point out there to you, to maybe just give you something to think about. You do know that the slaves, the first slaves here were not Africans; they were the actual native Indians, right? So when they they know the land. The slaves that came from West Africa, when they were talking about they was running away, they didn't know where to run to, brother. They didn't know where to run to because they weren't indigenous. They weren't familiar with the territory.
By the 1800s, niggas had known every inch of this mother.
How? They was only on the plantation.
Bro, because from 1500 all the way up to 1800 is 300 years. They had 300 years to run around the woods. 300 years.
They didn't go no outside of their plantation, brother.
Oh,
for
man.
300 years.
Nah, they
that's not true, bro. Like somebody lied to you, man. I mean, like black people was all over the place, all in the West.
Name one place. So, brother, it's like I don't have a problem with anything you're saying.
A place off the top of my head, like I just memorized all these things.
But you should if we having a discussion because it just sounds like you're making up.
Just like I should have memorized them, you should have went and searched them out.
Well, brother, they don't exist. That's the whole point I'm trying to establish.
Now you know, so now you know what to go look up.
Brother, I would just encourage you that if we're having a dialogue to actually know the name of the places that you're talking about.
Man, I can't know everything, bro. Then they'll call me a know-it-all, man.
Well, we on this platform would be good too. No,
I don't want to be no know-it-all, man. I just want to be unique, man.
You just saying random information, okay?
No, it's not random, man. Don't do that.
But he can't name the place. Name one of the cities that the black people had established.
You said Fort Negro. You said cities. You said city, right? Like they give you a different
Fort Negro.
What I was saying. I said there were free communities. I never said nothing about cities.
Yeah.
But can you name one? Name one free black community.
I already named a few.
Name two.
Name one. I forgot. Fort Negro.
Fort Negro, Fort Moshe.
All right, hold on.
Freemantown. There's a lot of them, bro. All you gotta do is go look up black free towns before the Civil War.
Mm-hmm.
Black free towns before the Civil War. That's all you gotta do is go look it up. It's gonna be a whole list of them that you ain't never seen before. I'm gonna shut my screen if y'all don't mind. Do anybody mind? Y'all mind?
Yeah, I mean, I'm in South Carolina right now, and there's a historic.
Oh, so you ought to know all about this. Man.
Yeah, there's a historic black community down here. That
It's
like
historical black communities all over the place. Just like one of the brothers or one of the sisters in the chat just mentioned that Haiti was started by Haitian.
It says Seminole. I looked up.
I think Jacques something like that, right? He
started.
He's the founder of Chicago.
Carolina.
And if you go check the records, the Native Americans always makes jokes to the white man that the first person they ever seen in Chicago was a black man. Like that's all recorded history, and that's before the you know what I'm saying, the United States, bro.
Your source says, hold on, stop right there. Your source says Native Americans. That's what it says.
What you talking about?
Right here, your Fort Negro. Let's read it. Don't just stay right there. Just stay right there. Let me read, brother. I'm trying to read, brother. Stop.
The Indians was our allies. I'm just saying,
brother.
You're reiterating the point that I've already made.
Let me read, brother. It's all we heard your narrative, brother. Just let us read. Come to our own
conclusion. You're gonna read it.
Yeah, if you shut up, let me read it. We heard your narrative. We don't need to narrate it. Just let me read it, brother. Go ahead.
Go ahead, bro.
Good morning. Thank you. All right, so it says. Built on a site overlooking the Apalachicola River, so the name of that alludes to Indian. Apologia, Florida. It was the largest structure between St. Augustine and Palencia. Blah blah blah. It had existed since the late 18th century there, and San Marcos for serving local Native Americans and fugitive slaves. So let's stop right there. The local Native Americans or Indians who already were there before the fugitive slaves came. So when I said earlier when I said earlier that the Maroons ran to the Indians, this is exactly what this says. So they're not cities that black people established. They were Native American cities that the black people ran to, and they were Native American cities that the Maroons ran to and were accepted into and sometimes admixed with.
Fort Moshe is indeed a black.
He brought up this one. He brought up this one.
He brought up both actually. He brought up both.
You're just reading surface.
Okay, this one we debunked.
Because if I continue down the source, you're gonna have a foot in your mouth. So I'm just saying, like, bro, chill out.
It says the later runaway or free slaves from the plantations of the South, right? So your source,
we got this.
Your source doesn't match what you're saying, brother.
Bro, listen.
I'm listening and reading your source, and it doesn't say what you say. It says what I said.
Keep reading. What did it say?
It says that the Native Americans already had these cities or towns established, and that the Maroons ran away down there to them.
He said keep reading.
I did.
No, he said read some more.
It don't stop. Keep reading.
But it doesn't matter. I already said what I needed to say. It's already established that these cities. It's already established, brother. We can't talk over each other.
I'm gonna continue.
You just read what you need to read to prove your point, and then I'll read after that.
In 1815, at the end of the war, later American histories would accuse the commander Edward Nichols of ensuring that the fort was left intact for the use of Indians. Instead, it came into the possession of a band of free renegade Negroes.
Okay. After
Let him finish, brother.
The black people running a fort.
It is the largest and best known instance before the American Civil War, which armed Africans, escapees from American slavery resisted European Americans who sought to return them to slavery. And a much smaller example is Fort Mose and St. Augustine, right? These are all free black communities that's been around.
No, brother, that's not what that says.
Brother, okay, so let me reread it. I'm going to reread it, right?
Brother, you don't have to reread anything.
Oh, it said it's the largest and best known instance before the American Civil War. Do you know what the American Civil War was fought over?
Brother, we're talking about a fort.
Bro,
that's where
It's not just a fort.
It is a fort, brother.
Oh no, it's more.
No, but that's, you know, churches are just churches.
If I keep
but when you
reading,
got a community around the church,
you're
it's a
gonna put
community.
your foot in your mouth,
brother. You put your foot in your mouth when I read the first
I'm
sentence.
just letting you know it was more than a fort. It was a center.
It was a community
of consciousness and rebellion. It was a center, and it was only because of Fort Negro that made them annex Florida. That's what made Andrew Jackson murder his ass, come down there and enslave those people, because they were on free land. They were in Florida was not part of the United States. Yep. So that means that the United States broke their own laws and encroached into foreign land and destroyed free people. Free people. This is direct.
How are they free if they fighting for? How are they free if they fighting for their rights?
Destruction of a black nation in the United States, within the continental United States. You see what I'm saying? So the Fort Negro is big when it comes to our demand when it comes to reparations, right? Because this would have been, for all intents and purposes, one of our capitals. This place, Fort Negro would have become one of our capitals, just like Washington, D.C. is for them. That's what that would have been to us. But they destroyed it. They encroached on land that wasn't theirs, that was Spanish Florida at the time. That was Spanish Florida. That was not their land, and they came in there and they killed our ancestors and put them back in slavery. And those same people that was fighting in that fort are the same people that burnt down Washington. The same people who was in Chesapeake Bay in York. Those are the same people who performed all type of different slave raids all up and down the East Coast. Bruh, don't shit on our ancestors.
The brother from the Carolinas attested this. They came down through the Great Dismal Swamp, because you had Maroon communities in the Great Dismal Swamp as well that was resisting slavery.
The fort was more than just a fort. It was a symbol of resistance against American imperialism. You understand what I'm saying? You talking about fighting against the man? You want to talk about black power? That's as black power as it get.
That's right.
You talking about guns, muskets, cannons? We got food. We got food. We got
raiding plantations for supplies.
That's right.
They were supplying their own. The guns they was using, they was building and manufacturing those. The bullets they was bucking, they was making them. With the resources under their feet, bro. This was our ancestors before all of this bullshit. All of it.
Yes, indeed.
This was our ancestors looking from us. The Bible Belt belonged to us, bro. It belonged to African Americans. This is our ancestral homeland. Your grandmama's mama, your grandmama's mama's mama is buried in the Bible Belt, bro.
Yeah.
This is your ancestral land. We supposed to be taking pilgrimages back.
That don't mean it's your land
every year.
Remember, you got civilized. So
you had communities like this. You had communities like this in the Carolinas, down into Florida, across the Mississippi, Georgia, Mississippi, Alabama, Louisiana. You had communities like this, but history swept that under the rug.
Absolutely.
And now look what it say right here. It said to attract recruits, the British visit the Creek, Seminoles, and Negro settlements. Now, notice it didn't say Negro settlement. It say settlements. So that means there was many of them along the river and its tributaries, distributing guns, uniforms, and other goods. It says the Creek were enthusiastic about the opportunity to attack the United States, whose settlers had taken their land. At the request of the British, started inviting blacks to join them. Enslaved Africans of the Spanish Pensacola were also invited. So you see, these are two different types. You got these enslaved Africans, right? And then you got these Spanish. You got these Spanish enslaved Africans, and then you got where they just saying blacks right here. Blacks joined them. Enslaved Africans of the slave of Pensacola joined them, and they were also invited and came by the hundreds. They came by the hundreds. As a result, the British post was a beehive of activity. Listen what they call it, a beehive of activity. You know, bees swarming around. It's busy and stuff going. What that sound like to you? They don't sound like no meager existence. That sound like they thriving. That sounds like thriving to me. That don't sound like they barely scraping by and scared of Mazda coming. They not scared of Mazda coming. You see what I'm saying? Colonel Nicholas had under his command at Prospect Bluff or living up the river of some 3,500 men eager to attack the Americans. So this is a whole, this is an army. This is a whole army. Yeah. Most of the blacks, the African blacks, did not want to return to be slaves in Spanish in Pensacola. Some of them adopted English names and claiming to be fugitives from the United States so they would not return. So you see, you got black people playing both sides. They just playing the politics. Oh, nigga, if you an American slave, nigga, you got these conditions. If you're a Spanish slave, you got these conditions. Oh, well, I'm a free Negro. You know what I'm saying? It was just a mess, chaos. Right? And I just said, like, bro, all you got to do is go and dig off into this history of Fort Negro, a whole different picture. It's not going to be that crap that they feed you. Like, they not going to never teach you about Prospect Bluff in school. They're not going to teach you about this because then they're going to have to admit that, one, white people were afraid. Two, they were getting they ass whooped from one end of the country to the other. We just didn't know it because we had bad communication. They had means of communicating long distance between each other. Well, we didn't have that. Like we had pockets of resistance all over the place, and sometimes you wouldn't even know that it's a pocket of resistance just 25 miles from your position. You don't even know it, but they doing the same thing you do, and that was happening all over the place. We didn't know. That's why when you go research the KKK, they'll tell you that they had to reconquer the South. Why would they have to reconquer the South if they helped the South? They didn't.
And they was killing Republicans too. They were killing white Republicans. They did not hold the
South like they claim, bro. Like black people and Native Americans.
Not to mention the first rendition of the KKK was defeated and disbanded by a black militia.
Yep.
They don't talk about that history. You see what I'm saying? So when you get to talk about our ancestors' history in here, I ain't saying that we indigenous, like as far as being here, from time immemorial, but we most definitely precede the United States being here. No, we precede that and seeing how that's our only protectorate. The United States, them the only ones we got to deal with. You ain't got to deal with the Spanish and the French and nothing like that. Because I'm telling you, after we run the white man pockets, we run in the French pockets, we run in the Spanish pockets, we run in the crown of England, the crown of Spain, and we run in the pockets of them Arabs. So it's all coming, but we gotta get our just desert here first, though. We gotta get once we get our just desert here, and the rest of the world see like, okay, we're gonna have to respect that. They're gonna have to come up out their pockets.
So what do that look like? What does getting our just deserve here look like?
I mean, here we go with the reparations.
Once we get our political body together, we could discuss that, bro. But we need a political body first, man. And one that's
wait, we can't discuss it unless we get a all right, okay, brother.
Nah, I ain't hear you. What you say, bro? Swat.
Somebody sleep.
I thought I was tripping.
I said no. I bow out of that conversation. If your stance is we got to get a political body first before we talk about what does getting our just due look like on the YouTube channel, then yeah, I'll bow out of that conversation.
Oh well, no, okay, I feel what you're saying. Okay, so the reason why I say you got to do the political body first is because there's no way to administer what that would look like without having a ministering body to do it with. If that make any sense? Like for instance, how do you, if they was gonna cut the check, right? How would they cut that? How would they cut that check, and who would they be cutting that check to? They would need to be cutting that check to a nation because according to Black's law, reparations is due to nations that attack other nations. So you would have to have a political body in order to represent your nation, and that we don't have that right now. What we have is state representation of the government of the system, not necessarily representing us as ourselves as Black African Americans. So that's why we're opposing and saying no. We need our own political system within the people, like African Americans, house to house. You know what I'm saying? Family to family, like we all agree.
But we can agree that, but we can agree without having a party that a check need to be cut.
Okay, bro. Listen, I don't know.
No, I'm asking.
No, don't work. That don't
You
work.
so you don't
You need a
agree that
political
a
body.
check need to hold on. So you don't agree that a check need to be cut.
The who? The check?
So you don't agree that a check needs to be cut.
Oh, I most definitely believe that the check needs to be cut, but I don't think that needs to be the end of nothing. That's not the
Okay,
end of
bet.
anything.
Yeah. And you see how we came to that agreement without a political party?
No. I think we all should be able to. Well, I
You
don't
thought
even
we
think
had
it
a
should be. I
political
don't think
party
it should
just
be an
now?
argument whether the check should be getting cut or not. I don't think that should be an
Okay, and
argument.
that's what I'm saying. When I say what does that look like? That's like
Honestly, this is my own. This is my own. Just thinking about like if I was going to receive reparation, I put myself in the shoes of the government and as a recipient, right? So I had to say to myself, what is fair? Because as a government, I'm not going to break myself. I'm not going to just. I don't give a shit how much I owe you niggas, right? So, but I do owe you, right? And I want to right that wrong. So as a government. I think I would say from the age of 18 to 35, you'll probably be receiving a certain amount of money, up into the age of 35, and then after that, you on your own as far as money cash settlement goes. Now, as far as the rest of the restitution, not reparation, but the restitution of our nation. That's what I'm looking for. Is the restitution of our nation. That same shit that we was just talking
What
about
nation?
that got destroyed. We want our shit back. We want our shit back, bro. Our land. We want our land, our capital. We want it all back. We want and we want to do it. We want to do it unmolested, just like you talking about, unmolested.
okay,
We don't need no
but you're
help.
doing. You see how healthy of a job you're doing when your first answer was we need a political party to have that conversation. And so what I'm saying is that yes, it will be the things that I named, the things that you named, right? Like fine tuning it down to who and what definition. But one thing that I don't care about as a descendant of people who went through this are the set laws. Okay, because laws get set when in historically in America when white people want laws to get made, whether anybody else feels some type of way. So what I'm saying is that yes, America owes the black people in America land, education, financial fucking and yeah, and unmolested, right? And it shouldn't have to be a perfection thing. It shouldn't have to be like we can't let them measure everything. Feel me? So
No,
yeah,
I agree.
if
I ain't got
America
no
did
pushback.
this and it drove America in debt, then then I don't care. I don't care. If it drove America in debt, America's already in debt.
Well,
If
you
it
got
drove
you
America
got
in debt, then you could take away from your military, you could take away from your support of Israel, Russia,
I agree with
Ukraine.
all those, but you still gotta care though, bro. Because in the end of the day, like this the host country, like this the host nation, right? They're hosting us, right? And for you to say you don't give a fuck about them when they your protectorate, they're your protectorate, right? So if
No,
they
they're not. I'm not under attack. They're my attacker.
you not under attack because won't nobody touch them, won't nobody do
And
nothing to
if
them.
somebody went to touch them, they still wouldn't touch us.
But not yet. They would. You think
Hell
somebody's
yeah,
gonna
they would.
differentiate you?
You said what?
You think so? You think the enemy combatant is gonna shoot past you or differentiate you from another American? No, they're not. You not them.
Yes.
No, they're
Yes.
not.
Because
No,
we will be the ones in the ghettos. We will be the
no,
ones in the
no,
ghettos and
bro.
the
No,
projects. And they
y'all
will be
are.
the one.
That's not
I
how war
mean,
works, bro.
I mean, listen.
As a soldier, I
Okay,
wouldn't
go
trust
ahead.
nothing
Go
like
ahead.
that.
I don't know why you get so triggered when conversations get had, where it's like, you get this long drawn out speech and then you react to half a sentence. What I'm saying is that yes, unless you run your black ass over there with them and call yourself a soldier and start gearing up, they're not caring about the everyday average black person. They're coming with an agenda. And I don't mean just kicking in every door on Martin Luther King Street. No, they're going for a set amount of targets. And if that's what happens to the government, that's what happens to this government. I don't have, like, they're not our ally.
Yeah,
They're not.
yeah. I don't know if I'm a trust. I can't trust that. Like so. My thing is, I know this devil. I know the devil I'm dealing with right now. The other foreign devils, I don't know them devils yet, and I'd rather deal with this devil than deal with another devil because the other devil might be worse than this one.
So you
So
saying black people have no relationship with any other foreign country? You remember the Black
I'm
Panthers?
not saying that. I'm saying that as a nation, you have not been able to interface with another nation as a nation. So,
Okay.
like as individuals, yeah, you've been able to go and do stuff with as an individual, but not as
No,
a.
I'm talking about as a group. You remember the Black
We
Panther
ain't never done
embassy? You
nothing
remember the black?
collectively.
You remember the Black Panther embassy in China when China gave the Black Panthers an embassy?
No, I don't remember that at all.
See, that's what I'm saying, dog. Okay, all right. Well, I'm gonna leave it alone then.
But I'm just saying, like me personally, I'm one of the people that think that once we come into our political body, we do need a treaty with the United States because we're a national security threat. We always been a national security threat because we don't share the same interests as the United States, and we have no reason to have any allegiance to the United States. You know what I'm saying? So the first order of business would be the treaty with the United States because they're the host country. You know what I'm saying? I'm just talking on a political level. Like we would have to treaty with the United States first, nigga, or else you instantly become enemy of the state number one. You become insurgents immediately. So you have to treaty with the United States, if not for nothing, just to be like calm down, like holster your weapon. You see what I'm saying?
Even
Because
with the Black Party example, right? Isn't that a political party?
you say what?
So even with the Black Panther example, Swab Boss just gave, isn't the Black Panther Party a political party?
Yep, it was a political party, and they had a head.
The Black Panther Party was a multitude of things. So yeah, there was a respected political
I
front
mean
to it, but
that's irrelevant if they respect it or not. You need a political body so you could do.
Yeah, you need a political body to interface with
like I
other nations.
said, like I was trying to express, the Black Panther Party was not an absolute political party. Like, yeah, we're gonna pick somebody and we're gonna run for president, this, that, and another. No, but they did address politics.
Well, you know why that is though. You know why they
According
not
to
that.
you, no, I don't. Go ahead, let me know.
Okay, so the reason why come they not that is because black people don't support them no more. If we all supported them like we support the Democrats and Republicans, then yeah, they would be just that. That president would be our president. Whatever he say, that's what we doing. But we don't.
Plenty
We
of
don't.
black
We don't
people. You
honor our
said
own
black
leaders
people
like
didn't
this.
support the Black Panthers? Is that what you just said?
No, I'm saying when I'm saying support, I'm saying the same way. You see how when you work every day, your taxes come out of your check, and those taxes support the government, the same government that's oppressing you, right? Okay, well, we're not doing that for the Black Panthers. We're not
The
taking.
Black Panthers got infiltrated and destroyed. Of course we're not. But when they wasn't
I'm
infiltrated
talking.
and destroyed, guess what black people were doing?
I'm
Funding
just
them.
I'm
How do
speaking
you think they got the
hypothetically.
free
I'm
food? How do you
speaking in
think
a
they got the free
hypothetical,
clothes? How do you think they got the free
bro. I'm
transportation,
speaking in a
free
hypothetical.
medical care? How do you think they got the free legal
I'm speaking
representation?
of
That was black
speaking of
people taking
hypotheticals,
their
bro.
hard-earned dollars and supporting the Black Panthers.
I'm speaking
What
of
are you
hypotheticals.
talking about?
I'm
There's
talking in
no reason to speak in a hypothetical. We have a
yeah,
literal
it is
Black Panther
because
group.
it don't exist.
Brother,
It
why doesn't it
don't
exist?
exist. That's
Why
why it's
don't
a
it
hypothetical.
exist?
Because
I'm
we
saying
are
what I'm
made
talking about
easy.
don't exist.
You just said the reason that they wasn't a party is because black people didn't
No,
support
I'm
them, which
saying
is
the
a lie.
reason
Black people
I said the
supported the
reason
hell
why
out of the
they're
Black
not what you
Panthers.
were saying. The reason I was saying the reason why they're not
So they
what
don't
you were
support them
saying
like they separate,
is
like they
because
support
you don't
Democrats and
support them
Republicans.
like we support
Yes,
the
they
Democrats.
did.
No, they don't, brother. Listen what I'm saying. Every person in the United States who works, a portion of what they do goes directly to the government. That supports the government, right? We are not taking a portion of our earnings and giving it to the Black Panther Party to support the Panther Party. That's the difference.
That's because the new Black Panther Party ain't the party I'm talking about.
Man,
I'm talking
bro,
about the
look,
Black
I'm just
Panther
saying.
Party.
So you're saying everybody on this phone, everybody on this panel will be giving a portion of their earnings to the Black
No,
Panthers?
I'm pretty sure you wouldn't be giving a portion, but I would. It would be plenty of black people giving a portion
Okay,
of their
so I'm
money.
saying,
And we seen that when the
are
black
you currently doing
contemporary
that?
to the Black Panthers,
Are you paying dues to
contemporary
the
to the
Black
Black
Panther Party?
Panthers, contemporary to the Black Panthers, black people supported them with their hard-earned dollars. Are
Yeah, bro.
you
That
denying that?
the support don't stop though. It's a continuous
I'm
thing. It
saying,
never.
are you denying that? Because that's the
No,
statement you
no, no.
just made.
I agree. I agree. Black people
Okay.
support the Black Panthers. Like that's a given. But what I'm saying is the small amount of people that actually do support it is not enough to do what the Black Panthers need to be done, or what we need them to be. What we need them to be, they're not getting funded for that, right? So like the little stuff that they're able to do, they got a little money for that, right? But they ain't really got no money to put out a security force. They ain't really got money to the run political ads, and like that. Some of that stuff costs thousands, tens of thousands of dollars just to post up an ad. And I mean, like that, you would need a continuous stream of money, industry backing that stuff, powering that stuff, and like you would think that all of our superstars, our mega superstars, that they would be just dumping massive amounts of money into our nationalist organizations, so our nationalist organizations can be just that, our government. But they don't do that. We don't support.
Yeah, no, I don't see them doing that because they're compromised already.
Well, I mean, it all is. I mean, and we know the nationalist
No, it's not.
organizations are all
It all
infiltrated.
ain't. The plenty of black people who supported the Black Panther Party with their money were not compromised. They said we
Supported.
want we.
Yeah, that's what
Your,
I'm
your
saying.
state,
Like,
your statement was past tense, which kind of
Now,
points
why was
to.
my statement past tense? Since you want to
The
go
Black
back and
Panther
try,
Party
But
don't exist no more.
I'm just saying. I'm just
so what
saying.
I'm
Suave. Can I land my plane? I'm just saying the fact that your statement is past tense is proof that it was compromised, brother.
it was infiltrated and attacked and destroyed and imprisoned unrightfully, brother.
Which is a compromise, right? That means it was compromised, correct?
Yes, from the outside, yes. But the statement was they were not that because black people didn't support them. Yes, we did. And they're not here to be supported again because we were attacked, which is my whole reasoning for for the conversation. Now, do you deny, Brother King Naga, that the Black Panthers were being supported financially from black people?
I mean that would be an asinine argument to make, but
Wow.
the fact that they were infiltrated by an outsider shouldn't sway our support for them. You understand that?
Brother, they're dead. They're in jail. What, you want to go throw money on their grave?
That's because them being compromised from the outside, swayed our support from them. If you're
No,
not
it
willing to
didn't. The
die,
destruction of them made
brother,
it
clear the runway,
impossible to support them.
clear the runway. If you're not willing to die for the revolution, stay at home. That's the way King Naga see it.
Why are we going there? We're talking about legal action that black people were taking. We shouldn't have to go outside and fucking die. We're going out there giving out free food, free clothes, transportation, health care, legal representation. Tell me at what point do I need to die? It
Bro,
was an
you said,
undeserving
did you,
death, and they
brother?
should have to
Okay,
answer for
and
that
and,
shit.
and black people saw that and got scared. That's my
Yeah,
point.
and left.
Man, black people were scared from the beginning. But what I'm saying is that there were a group of people who supported them, scared or not. I don't
Man,
care about all of that
it's
I
a
other
mean,
say,
just
shit.
being
For
honest, the
you to
Black
make
Panther
the
Party
statement, for
per
you to make
capita
the
wasn't a
statement,
big
black people did not
organization
support
anyway.
the Black Panthers is
it,
incorrect.
ain't nobody
That's
making that
incorrect.
argument, Suave boss.
You
Nobody's
did.
making that. No, I
Okay. All
didn't.
right, bro. Let me mute out, man.
I mean, the
I just
majority
wanted
of black folks wasn't a part of the Black Panther Party. It was a small organization, really.
right.
well, that's why I was like. So when it comes to the political party, we just don't do that, bro. We don't. You're not continuously supporting the organization. We do it for church though. We'll support a church 30, 40 years straight. Same pastor, put money in the offering, earnings. We'll do that shit for the church all day, but we won't do it for our own nationalistic agenda, which is the crazy part. Like, I mean, like it's just nuts that percent of what you make to the church, and you won't do that same thing for your own political party.
But the church do more for the community than any other.
Well, I bet they can. You giving them 10% of everything you got. I guess the hell they would have a lot to give to the community, wouldn't they?
Yeah, no, I ain't disagreeing with you. I'm just saying.
You know what I'm saying? Like if you give the 10% of everything you got to one of the nationalist programs,
absolutely.
You know what I'm saying? It would be a different story. You know what I'm saying?
You're right. Like, you're right.
Hey, the UNI really, be doing this, that, and the other, but you don't do that.
Yes, indeed.
We don't do that. We got political structures out there. We don't use them. We don't use them. We don't employ them. You know what I'm saying? I mean, some of us do, but it's not enough to make a difference. That's why we not gonna keep on talking about getting a million people together who just want to do just that. We create our own little system of government. You know what I'm saying? And create a corporation that interfaces with the government as a corporation on our behalf, on the behalf of those million people. That's it. Real simple. And we can do it. All we need is a million people, man. And we can those million people can live free for the rest of their life. You know what I'm saying? It's real simple. But and then from there you just you replicate the program and everybody get free. It's real simple. All it takes is $40 a month. I don't want to sound like we trying to start some type of Ponzi scheme or nothing like that, but it is that simple. Funding your own government. I mean, if anybody are familiar with fraternal lodges and stuff like that, fraternal orders, those organizations exist off of membership donations, and those membership donations get turned into businesses and investments, which in turns give more money to the give more money to the organization, which allows them to open up stuff like the Shriners Hospital, right? And a host of other different services and stuff that you use on an everyday basis that you don't know come from them people. And those people I'm talking about is the Masonic organization, Masons and Shriners, right? Same type of deal. They have a society within the society. They pay dues within that society. Those dues are tributes, or what we would consider taxes. Those are taxes, and those taxes help build up that organization. That organization in turn does things like have life insurance policies for their members. They got housing programs for their members. They got all these what they call in the political arena welfare social programs. All of those organizations do those things. The Black Panthers used to do the same thing as the WIC program and the food stamps and stuff. They basically doing the same thing. So all of your nationalist organizations do the same thing that the government do. It's just that you trust the government over the nationalist organizations. That's the only difference. That's the only difference, is that you trust the government. You trust the U.S. government over your own people. That's the difference. You trust the government. You trust the white man. You trust the white man with your birth records. Right? You trust the white man with all of your paperwork. You don't trust niggas to do that type of shit. That's why it don't exist. Now, who want to comment on that, man?
No, you said that.
Yeah, man. Like all we got to do is start investing in our own stuff. That's why I suggest God to go to Haiti. Shit, you want your own place, want an expatriate where there ain't no white people around telling you what to do? Haiti. You can go there, talk some sense into the brothers, get some type of organization going, nigga, where you can actually build up an industry. And hey, I told you take Julian Brown with you, dude who turned the plastic into gas. Boom, you pop that up in Haiti, you make a big one. Yeah, you make a big one, an oversized one, right? Now you got a whole gas industry popping up out there. And all you doing is using the trash that's just laying on the ground. There's plenty of it there in Haiti.
Yes, indeed. Yes, indeed.
It's plenty of it, and you can sit there and make gallons and gallons of gas. And they said, "Oh well."
So wasn't dude exposed for that plasticine shit?
No,
Like
that
I
is
saw
real.
it,
That is real deal. Man, that is the real deal, bro.
Yes, but didn't he like? Okay, didn't it come out that the system that he used it's an antiquated system? It's not like he discovered it. It just was
Yeah, no,
dismissed
people
because
have been. I've seen that people
Yeah,
have
I
been
could
doing
believe
it.
that. I could believe that. It's a bunch of
Yeah,
technology that's
okay,
been
and
out.
they're also saying that it's way more toxic than gas, and they saying the
Bro,
amount of plasticine, the
I
amount
want
of
to. You gonna
plastic.
believe? You gonna believe that coming from the people who want you to keep on buying gas at the pump?
Wait, what? You don't even know who that came from.
Yeah, dude. I saw the test.
Let me mute out, man.
Huh?
So I'm gonna mute out again, man. I'm just trying not to just
Oh
get
no, no.
pissed off at y'all.
You
That's it.
I mean, if you know something else, I mean, because I mean, me and Naga, we all sat down and watched the videos of him in the at that little lab, and they was running the tests on there, and they was basically trying to say the same thing, but the tests were coming back that his stuff was clean. So I don't know, and like he's powered all type of things. I watched him power run though that atmosphere generator thing. That was a big huge diesel, big boy diesel engine right there, right? And I mean he doing what he say he do, and I mean I think it's amazing, and I think Haiti could benefit from that dude's technology, and you know what I'm saying? I think that would make Haiti a powerhouse. It'll be clean, pristine, and they got free gas. You can go anywhere you want, drive all around, all you want, because the gas free. The more trash you make, the more gas we make. You see what I'm saying? So it's like you just need to bring technology to those places, bring a sense of love back to them, man. Because right now it's filtered with gangs and
yes, indeed.
Corruption and people dying for no reason, and
Yeah,
you know what I'm saying? It's basically the hood times 100.
yeah,
It's basically the hood times 100. Businesses can't stay around because people getting whacked, and that's if they ain't holding you up, holding you for hostage, and like it's a lot of stuff going on. And I'm not saying that I'm not saying all of Haiti like that, but I mean it's enough of it. Let's see.
yeah.
I could have swore I heard somebody just pop up. Somebody just pop up. No, yeah, but yeah, man. Like I said, in the end, it's just like if we just start supporting our own, bro. You just gotta support your own, man. Do your own thing, man. Find you a nationalist organization that you particularly like, and you join it, and you climb up in the ranks, and you help build that nationalist organization up, promote it, get other people to join, pay dues. The more y'all pay dues, the bigger it gets. The more money you collect, the more things you can do. It's that simple. But what ain't gonna happen is ain't no nation in the world gonna interface with 60 million individuals. Because that's what we are right now, 60 million individuals. We're not one body politic. Reason why it's hard for us to interface with other nations. We can't say we've done nothing with any other nation as a nation because we ain't got no political body. You just been interfacing with other nations as individuals, not as African Americans or as the black nation or whatever we would call ourselves. You know what I'm saying? Me personally, I think we should honor our ancestors and call ourselves Americans. I don't see no problem with that.
Say it one time. Say it one more time.
I said I don't like I want to push for American to be or the last rendition of African Americans name nomenclature. Like we've been Negro, black, colored, all type of things. You know what I'm saying? African Americans, Afro American. We've been all these labels, and I'm saying I think American should be the last rendition. After that, we should not be getting called anything else but American.
Okay.
American. Merikin. American. I'll put it up on the screen for y'all, man, so y'all can see it. I don't know if y'all familiar with the term?
Yeah.
Huh?
I think I heard the term before, just randomly.
All right, check it out. This is something that that me and Naga, we've all been hammering down on this topic and this subject, which is the reason why we out here to talk about it. We talk about it with so much passion. But this right here is the Americans. You see them with the top hat. Hey, Ruben, I'm gonna give you one of these top hats too. I'm gonna give me a top hat, and I was thinking about getting me a shirt like this with that. But let me show you. They didn't tell you about this. Look, boom. First thing you seen right there. Look, African American. First thing you see.
Mm-hmm.
So the Americans, see how they spell it, are the four Africans who fought to escape bondage and to gain their freedom, and join the colonial corps of Marines. Right. So my thing is, this part right here is irrelevant. Whether they join the colonial Marines or not means absolutely nothing. The only thing that really matters is this. Are they the formerly enslaved African Americans who fought and escaped bondage to gain their freedom? That's all of us. That's all of us. All of us. Mm-hmm. That's every last one of us. You know what I'm saying? Whether we join the colonial Marines or not, or we join the U.S. Marines, or you join whatever op, you know what I'm saying? Like whatever op you join, you know what I'm saying? Like it doesn't matter. You did it for freedom. We fought for freedom. The Civil War, we was fighting for freedom. People escaped the South to join the Union. That makes them American. That makes it. There were people who escaped the U.S. The United States to flee into the Confederacy. That makes them American. It's the fact that they are formerly enslaved. That's us. All are the descendants of the formerly enslaved. That's who we are, and we have fought. We have fought, and is still fighting against slavery to gain our freedom. That's all we've been talking about all night. Am I lying? And then we've been talking about all night: freedom, autonomy, being able to govern ourselves, unmolested. And then we've been talking about. So we're still fighting in that same spirit. So that's why I said American is perfect for the last rendition of our name and what we should be called. It says after. It said they fought alongside the British against the United States during the War of 1812. Some people might got a problem with that. The fact that we was against the United States, I said that's perfect. That's the most American thing you can do, is to be against oppression and to be against oppression. That's the most American thing you can do. So if I had to go join the British to fight against oppression, then that's the most American thing you can do. So after their service in Bermuda, they established a community in South Trinidad between 1815 and 1816. The region was largely populated by French-speaking Catholics, but soon transitioned to an English-speaking Baptist community. After their arrival, it was believed that the name is derived from the local patois. You see that? Patois is a speech or language that is considered non-standard, although the term is not formally defined in linguistics, such as patois, can also be referred to as pidgin, Creole, dialects, and vernaculars. So this actually comes from our own African-American vernacular English, right? So this is not English. This is African-American vernacular English. This is our own language. Americans. Say it. Americans. That's who... Don't it roll off your tongue perfectly? Nigga, America. Nigga, what national? I'm American. It makes sense, right? No more lies, no more trickery. American. You can't beat it. And if you want to break that down linguistically in comedic science, go ahead, nigga. You're going to see that it's perfect for us. Even all the way down to the slave history. Like, it's all in there. But as many Americans have long been in the habit of dropping the initial A, it's also likely that new settlers brought the pronunciation with them from the United States. Some of the company villages and lands granted established back then still exist in Trinidad today. So right here they showing you how Colombians would dress, you know what I'm saying, like a thug and stuff, you know what I'm saying, with the top hat on, like a pimp, you know what I'm saying, got the long shot rifle, you know what I'm saying, putting it down. And like I said, this is back in the time where it wasn't supposed to be no armed black man. You see what I'm saying? So during the American Revolutionary War, the British issued proclamations to free black slaves, black American slaves. So keep this in mind. Another sovereign nation signed proclamations for you to be free. So which one do you adhere to? Do you adhere to the cracker that's telling you that you're free? Or do you adhere to the cracker that's telling you that you are
Can't say that word no more.
Oh yeah, that's right, my bad. So you gonna adhere to this one colonizer telling you that you're free, or you gonna succumb to the one that's telling you that you're a slave? Right? I'm just gonna pick the one that say that I'm free. Right? Whatever I gotta do to be free, I'm running with this one, right? So they issue proclamation with free black African American slaves owned by patriot colonists. Right? Again, patriots are the ones that were against the British, and they were trying to establish the government because they were a bunch of tax dodgers. There was bunch of tax dodgers and cross-dressers, bunch of cross-dressing tax dodgers. That's what they were. And you can see them right here with their little stockings on, cross-dressing, and they wear wigs and makeup, playing flutes. They're cross-dressers. You know what I'm saying? I'm not making it up. Y'all see the pictures. You see we dress like thugs right here. You know what I'm saying? It's like a Dickie outfit. You know what I'm saying? Like he's about ready to go work on somebody's car or something. You know what I'm saying? With the top hat on, with the mud chops, right? So he ain't on that same time in his day. Thousands of slaves escaped to British lines. I want y'all, what they say? Don't they say thousands? Somehow you think you're not the descendants of some of these people. Thousands of slaves escaped to British lines during the war and gained their freedom. Now, where you think all of them went? Finding work as domestic servants, military personnel, and sanitation workers. Many were evacuated to Britain or its remaining colonies between 1782 and 1783. So they gave them brothers like a year, like, yeah, y'all coming and y'all not, right? During the war of 1812, British Vice Admiral Sir Alexander Cochrane, right, issued a similar proclamation, right? So at this point, this is a tactical war with the white people. So it's really like, yeah, they freeing you, but they only freeing you because it weakens the enemy, right? It ain't because they had a change of heart or they had some type of moral epiphany or something like that. Like it was still, their own selfish, gain. So I mean, good with the bad, man. We take good with the bad, man. So during the war of 1812, Vice Admiral Sir Alexander Cochrane issued similar proclamation on April 1814, offered all Americans. They said all Americans. They ain't just talking about the black ones, but all Americans opportunity to resettle in the British Empire. And this is what it said. All those who dispose to emigrate from the United States will, with their families, be received aboard His Majesty's ship or vessel of war, or at the military post that may be established upon or near the coast of the United States, so on and so forth, right? So through the proclamation, made no mention of slavery. It was intentionally targeting the black American slaves. Word of the proclamations quickly spread amongst the slaves, despite white Americans' attempt to suppress it. See, again, that's what I'm saying. Like, which side are you on? Are you on the black people's side, or are you on the white oppressor side? Because the one is trying to keep you in slavery, and one is trying to use you as a tactic to weaken the other one. So, like, which one We can't really shake either one of their hands, right?
Mm-hmm.
Like we can't really look at neither one of them like one of them benevolent. Like ain't neither one of these dudes benevolent. But we're gonna go with the lesser of two evils, right? So the word of the proclamation quickly spread amongst the slaves, despite the white America's attempt to suppress it, and hundreds of slaves soon began to escape the British, who freed them. Now you know, anytime they tell you numbers like this, is probably 4 or 5 times as many, right? Anytime you see numbers, they either downplaying it or
they exaggerated
or over exaggerating, like always. We know it's actually probably more, right?
Mm-hmm.
So escaping to the British, who freed them, 6 companies of former slaves drawn from along the American coast between Chesapeake Bay and Georgia. From, you know how long that's the entire East Coast. Chesapeake Bay to Georgia, that's the entire East Coast. And this is what I'm saying, like, y'all got to listen to the language. Look who they telling you to. Oh, it's just 6 former companies drawn from along the American coast between the North and the entire South. Bro, it was a lot of these dudes, bro. It was a lot of these guys. It says were recruited into the Corps of Colonial Marines. Cochrane recruited slaves from Chesapeake Bay. Oh, I said Bay. Chesapeake was contrary to his orders from the government, which had instructed him to accept volunteers for military service only from Georgia and South Carolina, and to immediately send all the volunteers overseas for the British Army service. Right, so he was supposed to be taking them and shipping them over to Britain to get trained, proper training in Queen's English, you know, yada yada bing. And I don't think he really did that. Again, here's another, like, I don't know if he's putting his interest before us or this is just serving his own agenda. But it says following the war 1812 ended in 1815. Britain settled the American slaves it freed across the Britain Empire, including Canada, Jamaica, and the Bahamas. So you see that these are the same people. These are the same people, African Americans. These are African Americans, not foreigners. They're African Americans, and they're being shipped off to the Caribbeans and Canada. Well, now the African nation is spreading out, right? So now we're getting bigger, right? So it says in 1815, the Colonial Marines were initially stationed at the Royal Naval Dockyard in Bermuda. Although they had signed on for a life of military service, the Marines rejected the orders to be transferred to the West India Regiment, and finally agreed to be settled in Trinidad and Tobago. Now, I want you to keep this in mind. Into the sovereign powers, and they rejected orders. They're rejecting orders. The British ain't reprimanding them for rejecting these orders. Why do you think that is? What like you?
Because of their military prowess.
Because of their military prowess, right? So instead of fighting with them, they like, okay, yeah, let's just renegotiate, right? So although, and that's why I'm like, y'all got to read it for what it is. They rejected the orders to be transferred to West Indian regiments and finally agreed to be settled in Trinidad and Tobago. The governor of Trinidad, Sir Ralph Woodford, wanted to increase the number of subsistence farmers in the colony and arranged for the creation of a village for each 6 companies in Naparima Plain in the southern Trinidad. Robert Mitchell, a local planner, managed the establishment and maintenance of the settlements to the governor for supplies when needed. Unlike the American slaves who were brought to Trinidad in 1815 in ships, so like they telling you like these are different waves, right? In the Royal Navy, His Majesty the Carrion and His Majesty the Levant. The veteran Marines were bought there in 1816 with their families. So now you're talking about African American families. These are African Americans. These are African, for the most part now, are colonists. They're colonists now. They're their own colony now, right? Like it said, in higher transport of Marion, Dorothy, and Lord Eden. These are the name of the ships, right? It said there were 574 former soldiers plus 200 plus about 200 women and children. To balance the sexes, more black women were subsequently recruited. Women who had been freed from other places, such as captured French slave ships. These six look, captured French slave ships. Now, what do you think that implies? What do you think that implies? Who you think captured the slave ships? Them niggas did. They did. They did it. I just told y'all that the French is a military industrial complex. Like this, these ain't no pushover dudes, man. The Napoleon, they're warmongers. I mean, you gotta respect the honor that they giving them, bro. They took the French spaceship. The 6 companies were each settled in separate villages under corporal and sergeant who maintained military-style discipline. Some of the villages were named after the companies, and the 5th and 6th company villages still remain in those names. And then they go off into let me see. Each veteran Marine was granted 16 acres of land. So each Marine was given 16 acres of land. Remember, it was like 570 of them, right? So that's 570 times 16. So it said, and some of the plots are still formed today by the descendants of the original settlers. So you still got the descendants of original African Americans, or AKA the Americans, still there in Trinidad, still holding down in the land that was granted to them by another sovereign power, right? It said the land was fertile, but the conditions were primitively initially, as the land had been cleared, and the lack of roads was an especial problem. It sometimes said that some of the settlers were craftsmen more and used it to an urban environment, and that they had been expecting better. They were disgruntled, and some returned to America. So right there, you see that some of them was disgruntled about the conditions, and they came back to the mainland. And you know why they came back to the mainland? They're gonna tell you right here, because they was disgruntled. No, these are battle-hardened Marines. You think they want to go home and go sit and plant food? No, they want to get back in the shit. They want to get back in the thick of it. They want to get back into the fight, and that's exactly what they did. And that's where you had all the slave revolts popping up all over the place. That was all military excursions from Marines doing insurrections, invasions, right? So one Marine get caught, right? They gonna throw him in there with the other slaves, right? And then by the end of the night, he didn't convince about three, 4 of them to rise up, and they wake up in the plantation on fire. They can't figure out how and why this keep on happening, and it's because you keep catching these renegade Negroes and add them to your people, and you think they just slaves, but they are Marines. They're battle hard trained Marines that understand invasion and recovery and all. So like they was giving the white man the business. They was giving them the blues. Like when you start reading the war reports about the white generals, they were in fear.
Yeah, like General Jessup
was living in fear. They were all living in fear, all up and down the East Coast.
Right, and across
this
the Southeast.
This is a whole different story than how they paint it. And it's like you got to go into what they actually talking about. It says, but this comment applies to later free black African settlers who came from towns, and not the veteran colonial Marines who were all refugees from the rural area of Chesapeake Bay and Georgia. The settlers built houses from timber. They felled and planted crops of banana, tabacia, maize, and potatoes. Rice was introduced from America and was especially useful because it could be stored for long periods without spoiling. 20 years of initial establishment, the Governor Lord Harris supported improvements in infrastructures of the settlement, arranged for settlers to get their deeds to their land, so confirming their property rights as the original state stated on arrival, though it's not clear that the initiative was carried throughout university. But Anyway, their agricultural advances from subsistence farming, including cash crops, coca, sugarcane. Later, oil was discovered. Descendants were able to lease their land for mineral rights. You know what I'm saying? Now, this is where it started getting interesting, right? The religion. Many of the original settlers were Baptists. Many of us are Baptists, Southern Baptists. I was just talking about a lot of us are Southern Baptists from evangelical sects common in places such as Georgia and Virginia. The settlers kept this religion, which was reinforced by missionary work by Baptists from London, who helped organize and construct churches in the 1840s. The villages had pastors and other religious elders as authority figures, and there were rigorous moral codes of abstinence and Puritan work ethics. African traditions were influential to these, included the Gayap system of communal health, herbal medicine, and Obe. I don't know if y'all know what Obe is, but it's like the E5. It's like E5. African tribal science, again, E5. African tribal science, herbal medicines, that's all E5. Prominent elders in the 20th century was Papa Niza. Go look him up. He's another E5 practitioner, right? And they Christians too, but they practice voodoo like a they practice voodoo like a mug.
Voodoo was synchronized with Christianity.
Yeah,
you know what I'm saying?
Yeah, the time, yeah.
So that's why I keep trying to tell people like, listen, you ain't gonna get rid of the Jesus thing. You might as well roll with it, or it's just gonna drive you insane. But black people not giving up Jesus because it's ingrained. It's so ingrained into our culture. So Southern Baptist is what our national religion would be. Southern Baptist E5. It would be like E5 voodoo. I don't know what you would call it. It would be
Marie Laveau. It would be
E5.
Marie Laveau. You heard me?
Right. It's Christianity. It's Christianity because, like, you got to think, in the Baptist church, right? They do the laying on of hands, right? That's E5. They catch the Holy Ghost and get to speaking in tongues. That's E5.
And that's what we're doing. Yeah, absolutely.
You see what I'm saying? It's all the preaching, the charismatic preaching, and the way that they do that. That's all E5. That's all E5. That is not Christian. That is not Catholic. That ain't Protestant. That's not how Protestants do it. That's not how none of them people do it. That's specific to Baptists. The Baptists do it because it's related to Native American and Native African traditions. You know what I'm saying? So when they get to push all that, look, hey, we ain't all Jesus freaks. Some of us still stick with our African traditions, and it is just okay. It's okay for you to still be sticking with your traditional African system. You ain't got to be pressured into serving Jesus Christ. You know what I'm saying? But if you want to keep your Jesus, that's fine. Just don't hate on us. And you're talking about we over here doing this witchcraft stuff. That's all we saying. Y'all get to drink blood and eat his flesh. Y'all get to drink his blood and eat his flesh. Damn. Right. We can't talk to our ancestors. Eh? Can we get some religious tolerance up in there somewhere? You know what I'm saying? Y'all already piling around with the devil anyway. What a little voodoo gonna hurt? Y'all already employing the Antichrist.
Hey, it was
gonna hurt, man.
It was a voodoo practitioner who led the largest slave revolt in American history. You know, Charles Desalon. That happened right down here in New Orleans.
You know what I'm saying? They said his syncretic form of religion included the veneration of Shango. There you go, Shango Ogun, right? E5. Again, E5, man. Prophecies from the Obc, right? And revelation from Psalms. It ain't even a damn revelation book, but whatever. That's what they was using. Hey, bless their heart, cuz. Hey, Swab, bless their heart, man. Bless their heart, man. Just bless them. Yeah. They're the ancestors, cuz. Just bless them, man.
Right on.
Because I mean, like, what do you say? They did it. I mean, this is how you know that they wasn't playing. They wasn't playing no game. Out of all the gods that they decide to use as a totem, they chose Shango. Look, hold on. They chose Shango out of all the gods. The one god that's gonna get you hacked and slashed and burnt to death. They chose the god of thunder and fire and axes and bloodshed.
Hey, man.
Look at say like it's tyranny, like destructive powers, braveness, fairness. I mean, it really it just really describing the black man. You know what I'm saying? Like it's just embodiment of this. Like that. Look what that is. Hey, we ain't gonna say nothing though. We ain't gonna. Hey, Ruben, we ain't gonna say nothing though, cuz we ain't gonna say. We ain't gonna say nothing though. Hey, look.
Right.
You look. Hey, you know what? We ain't gonna say nothing though. We ain't gonna say. We ain't gonna
I'm gonna go ahead and say it. Now I go over everything.
We ain't gonna say nothing though. We ain't gonna point out this right there in your face. We ain't gonna point that out. You know what I'm saying? Because that'll be petty of us. You know what I'm saying? To make it a Naga thing, but y'all do see it up there, bro. Y'all see Naga Nation right there. Y'all see it with our own eyes. We didn't put it up there. You know what I'm saying? So, but anyway, but that's this is Shango, god of fire and lightning and thunder and bravery and tremendous power. He wields double head axes, and he's the equivalent of Haru and Thor and Hercules and Zeus, and like all of those energies is what you're dealing with when you're dealing with Shango, or Shango, right? So yeah, that was it. Wasn't Jesus. I mean, like that is the veneration of Shango. So I mean, this is a different type of Christianity. Like I don't even know if you could really call this Christianity. You know what I'm saying? Like, I don't know, man, because Shango and Jesus is so far away from each other. I just don't even know how they sync those together. Like how?
Now they put the breadcrumbs in your face. They just changed the SH to a DJ and called it Django, and they put it right in your face.
Say that. I was just about to say Django.
You know what I'm saying? But look, that's the spiritual Baptist faith. Spiritual Baptist faith is that what they call it? Spiritual Baptist. The spiritual Baptist faith. Spiritual Baptist. Okay, let's click on that. These are new terms to me. I've never heard this. Oh, I guess that's exactly what it is. It's called Spiritual Baptist. The Spiritual Baptist faith is a syncretic Afro-Caribbean religion that originated from Afro-Caribbean communities and plantations in the British West Indies, particularly in Grenada, Saint Venetia, and Grenada, and Tobago. You know what I'm saying? Like, yeah, Christianity and traditional African beliefs. You know what I'm saying? Y'all see it right here, nigga. The Americans, about a country by the Americans, because former American slaves. Y'all see that? Y'all see that? The history out here, yo. Look. It's out here. It's out here. You just can't run from it, man. You know what I'm saying? All history is just mixed up with all, man. It's right here, man.
Right. And like the statement you made earlier about that there was Native Americans seeking refuge among these black communities. Yeah. You know what I'm saying? And the history is denied, but you could look that up. You could really look it up.
That's your some of our ancestors American. Let me see if we can find some more part service. Americans, I think it's a badge of honor to call ourselves Americans, man. After everything they done, all the sacrifice they made, man. They are the beacon, they are the bar that we trying to reach. Like what you talking about, Swab. You want to separate and you want to start over unmolested. And then check this out, bro. Everywhere our people went, we did the same thing. We started settlements. We started up farms, stores. We started professional entrepreneurialism, bro. Everywhere we went, no matter if it was Canada, if it was the Bahamas, down in the South and the West, we all did the same thing. No matter where you put black man, we're gonna create civilization, man.
Hey, I just shot you a link from the historynewsnetwork.org. Go ahead on and read that.
Hold on, you want me to show your screen?
Yeah, you could.
All right. Let me know when you got it up.
Yeah, it's up. I'm gonna go to the top, right? You know what I'm saying? Let's scroll on up. The Black and Indian freedom fighters who defeated the U.S. Army on Christmas Day, 1837. On Christmas Day, 1837, 179 years ago, the Africans and Native Americans who formed Florida Seminole Nation defeated a vastly superior U.S. invading army bent on cracking this early Rainbow Coalition and returning the Africans to slavery. The Seminole victory stands as a milestone in the march of American liberty, though it reads like a Hollywood thriller. This amazing story has yet to capture public attention. Despite its significance, it does not appear in school textbooks and social studies courses, Hollywood TV and Hollywood and TV movies, right? This daring Seminole story begins around the time of the American Revolution of 1776, when 55 founding fathers wrote the immortal Declaration of Independence. About the same time, Seminole families suffering ethnic persecution under Creek rule in Alabama and Georgia fled south to seek independence. African runaway slaves who earlier escaped bondage welcomed them into Florida. Let me repeat that. African runaway slaves who earlier escaped bondage welcomed them into Florida. Africans did more than offer Seminole families haven. They taught them methods of rice cultivation they had learned in Senegambia and Sierra Leone, Africa. Then the two people of color forged a prosperous biracial nation and a military alliance strong enough to withstand European invaders and slave catchers. The Seminoles were led by such skilled military figures and diplomats as Osceola, Wildcat, and John Horse. This alliance drove U.S. slaveholders to sputtering fury. These armed black and Indian communities lived a stone's throw from the southern U.S. border. Seminole unity, prosperity, and guns, slaveholders claimed, posed a lethal threat to their plantation system. Here was a beacon that enticed escapees and offered them a military base of operations. Further, these peaceful and successful agricultural communities destroyed slaveholder myths, claiming Africans required white control. The U.S. Constitution of 1789 embraced slavery and protected slaveholder interests. From George Washington to the Civil War, slave owners sat in the White House 2/3 of the time, were 2/3 of the speakers of the House of Representatives, 2/3 of the president of the U.S. Senate, and 20 of 35 of the U.S. Supreme Court justices. With the support of their northern trading partners, merchants, and businessmen, and politicians who served them, slaveholders had been able to direct U.S. foreign policy. Slaveholders and their allies kept up a drumbeat of demands for U.S. military intervention in Florida. And in 1811, President James Madison authorized covert U.S. invasions by slave catching posses called patriots. Then in 1816, General Andrew Jackson ordered General Gaines to attack the Seminole Alliance and restore the stolen Negroes to their rightful owners. A major U.S. assault began on hundreds of people of color living in Fort Negro, which is what we was talking about on the Apalachicola River. A U.S. Army Colonel Clinch sailed down the Apalachicola. He wrote, the American Negroes had principally settled along the river, and a number of them had left their fields and gone over to the Seminoles, on hearing of our approach. Their cornfields extended nearly 50 miles upriver, and their numbers were daily increasing, which means they had a constant flow of runaways, right? When a heated U.S. cannonball hit Fort Negro's ammunition dump, the explosion killed most of its more than 300 defenders. The survivors were marched back to slavery. Then in 1818, General Jackson invaded and claimed Florida. The United States purchased it for $5 million from Spain in 1819 and sent the U.S. Army of Occupation for pacification. But suddenly, the U.S. faced the largest slave revolt in its history. Its, its busiest underground railroad station and the strongest African and Indian alliance in North America. The multicultural Seminoles carefully moved families out of harm's way from 1816 to 1858 as they resisted the U.S. through three Seminole Wars. Today, many Seminoles still claim they never surrendered. In June 1837, Major General Sidney Jessup, the best informed U.S. officer in Florida, described the danger posed by the Seminole Alliance. The two races, the Negro and the Indian, are rapidly approximating. They are identical in interest and feeling. Should the Indians remain in this territory, the Negroes among them will form a rallying point for runaway Negroes from the adjacent states. And if they remove, the fastness of the country will be immediately occupied by Negroes. Then on Christmas Day, 1837, 380 to 480 Seminole fighters gathered on the northeast corner of Florida's Lake Okeechobee, right? Ready to halt the armies of Colonel Zachary Taylor, a Louisiana slaveholder and ambitious career officer. He was building a reputation as an Indian killer. Taylor's troops included 70 Delaware Indians, 180 Tennessee volunteers, and 800 U.S. infantry soldiers. That's what I was supposed. As Taylor's huge army approached, Seminole marksmen waited perched in trees or hiding in tall grass. The first Seminole volley sent the Delaware fleeing. Tennessee riflemen plunged ahead until a rendering fire brought down their commissioned officers and then their non-commissioned officers. The Tennesseans fled. They ran. Then Taylor ordered the U.S. 6th Infantry, 4th Infantry, and his own 1st Infantry Regiment forward. Pinpoint Seminole rifle fire brought down, he later reported. Every officer, with one exception, as well as most of the non-commissioned officers, and left but 4 untouched. They killed all but 4 of them. That Christmas Day, Colonel Taylor counted 26 U.S. dead and 112 wounded, 7 dead for each slain Seminole, and he had taken no prisoners. After the 2.5-hour battle, the Seminoles took to their canoes and sailed off to fight again. Lake Okeechobee became the most decisive U.S. defeat in more than 4 decades of Florida warfare. But after his survivors limped back to Fort Gardner, Taylor declared victory, and the Indians were driven in every direction. The U.S. Army promoted him, and he later became the 12th President of the United States, based off a lie. Lake Okeechobee was part of the Second Seminole War that took 1,500 U.S. military lives, cost Congress $40 million, pre-Civil War dollars, that is, and left thousands of American soldiers wounded or dead of disease. Similar losses were not recorded. The truth of Lake Okeechobee remained buried. When President Taylor died in office in Illinois, former Congressman Abraham Lincoln memorialized him on July 25th, 1850. He was never beaten, Lincoln said, and added, in 1837, he fought and conquered in the Memorial Battle of Lake Okeechobee, one of the most desperate struggles known to the annals of Indian warfare. A century and a half later, noted Harvard historian Arthur Schlesinger Jr. wrote in the Almanac of American History, fighting in the Second Seminole War, General Zachary Taylor defeats a group of Seminoles at Okeechobee Swamp, Florida. The United States needs to face its past. Americans of all ages have a right to know and to celebrate the freedom fighters who built this country. All of them, our school children, teachers, and parents, deserve to learn about a daring Christmas day that has been too long buried in lies and distortion. And I think that's the end of it. So you see, the Seminoles sought refuge among the Negroes. You know what I'm saying? But it's like a lot of people like to tell that story in reverse, that they was running to the Seminoles. No, the Seminoles took refuge among the Negroes, and they formed an alliance that actually defeated the U.S. military. Ain't too many people can make that claim that they defeated the U.S. military, but you can, black man. But yeah, man, you can actually pull up the communications between General Jessup and Washington when he was reporting back what they was experiencing down there. And he tell you he was fighting Indians, Indian Negroes, and Negroes off of the plantation. You know what I'm saying? So it's like they paint that narrative about the history of slavery as if it was just a one-sided thing. It never was.
Well, children.
You got something? Anybody got anything they want to add to that?
Anything. Keep building. No.
I think I heard, if anybody is familiar with Dr. Thomas Sowell, he said one time that if I might be paraphrasing, but he said if it wasn't for the American Revolution, slavery most likely would have been abolished much sooner, because of the British and everything. It was just an interesting thought.
Yeah, man, because they was actively fighting to end that, not only in the Americas but also off the coast of Africa. You know
Absolutely.
what I'm saying?
Yeah.
They was fighting. They was really fighting to end that. But we were not really told that or taught that here in our school curriculums, and I feel like that's a huge part of American history.
Absolutely.
That needs to be taught.
Yeah. No, you're absolutely right, brother.
So when you see these elbows, brother, and really not all that off. They're really not all that. They're really not all the way off when they're telling you what they're telling you. You know what I'm saying?
A little radical with it, though.
Yeah, they're radical with it. You know what I'm saying? They try to rewrite history and all that, and you really don't have to do that. You know what I'm saying? To make the claim.
To make the claim, you can really make the claim without having to go, far measures.
Right.
Born in Bethlehem to a virgin named. Everybody knows the story of the first Christmas, right? Jesus was born in Bethlehem to a virgin named Mary, who is engaged to Joseph. The baby Jesus was wrapped in cloth, placed in a manger, and had visits from wise men and shepherds. There were angels, there was a special star, and there was even an evil king. And that about sums it up, right? Well, not exactly. As it turns out, the story of Jesus' birth is only mentioned in 2 out of our 4 Gospels, Matthew and Luke. Many people just assume that Matthew and Luke say basically the same thing about Jesus' birth, with just a few different details sprinkled in for good measure. But if you put Matthew's gospel side by side with Luke's gospel and compare Jesus' birth narratives, you will find that these two gospels actually only have a few things in common, and they have differences. So what's going on here? Well, let's look at Matthew first. Matthew's gospel starts out with a genealogy of Jesus' family traced through his father's lineage. And you'll notice that the genealogy is broken down into 3 major sections, all containing 14 generations. Matthew, in Matthew 1:17, says this: "Thus there were 14 generations in all, from Abraham to David, 14 from David to the Babylonian exile, and 14 from the Babylonian exile to the Messiah." 14, 14, 14. Luke includes a genealogy in his gospel as well in Luke chapter 3, but Luke's genealogy looks quite a bit different from Matthew's. First of all, Luke's is a lot longer. Luke's genealogy traces Jesus' lineage all the way back to Adam, and actually it even goes all the way back to God himself. And within Luke's long genealogy, he includes the genealogy and the number of generations from Joseph to Abraham, just like Matthew does. But there's a pretty significant difference in these two genealogies. First of all, it's not separated into 3 chunks of 14 generations. Secondly, Matthew's genealogy tells us that the number of generations from Jesus to Abraham was 42, because 14 plus 14 plus 14 equals 42. Luke's gospel doesn't say it was 42 generations from Jesus to Abraham, but 54. And if that's not enough, the people within these two genealogies are seemingly different. For example, who is Joseph's father? Is it Heli, as Luke suggests, or is it Jacob, as Matthew suggests? Now, why would this be? This seems very strange considering that most Bible scholars believe that Luke used Matthew's gospel to help him write his gospel. So what's the deal with the different numbers and the different names within these two genealogies? Well, there are a number of theories about why this is, and I'm not going to go into all of them in this video, but it will be sufficient to point out that Matthew has a secret meaning or secret purpose hidden within his genealogy. Now, this may be a secret for many of us today, but this was probably not a secret for most of the original hearers and readers of the Gospels. So here is the secret hidden within Matthew's genealogy. Remember the 14, 14, 14? Well, the number 14 is not insignificant.
He's talking about the Jesus birth legends?
Significant, and it's certainly no accident. As it turns out, in ancient Hebrew, you can assign a numerical value to individual Hebrew letters. Kind of like if I assigned a 1 to the letter A, or 2 to the letter B, and so on. This was the case in ancient Hebrew as well. The letters within words and names could be added up and you could get a numerical value. For an example, if I continued having...
Yeah, that's called gematria.
having A equal 1 and B equal 2, and I wanted to use my name as an example, here is what I would get. My name is Luke, so the L would be 12, the U would be 21, the K would be 11, and the E would be 5. Then I could add them up and get my name's numerical value, 9. And in ancient Hebrew, this practice had a special name. It's called gematria. Now, in order to solve this mystery, we have to try and figure out the significance of the numerical value of 14. There are a number of different ways you can add things up to equal 14, but not all of them spell something and not all of them are significant. But there is one. Dalet, Vav, Dalet. Dalet has the value of 4. Vav has the value of 6, and Dalet again has... So 4 plus 6 plus 4 equals 14. And what does Dalet, Vav, Dalet spell in Hebrew?
David.
Dawid, which is the Hebrew pronunciation for the name we English speakers call David. Bingo! That's Matthew's purpose. The 14 represents King David. King David, of course, is the second and most mighty king of Israel, and from whose lineage the Messiah was supposed to come. That's Matthew's purpose for why he structured his genealogy the way he did. He wants to show unequivocally that Jesus is the true Messiah because he comes from the true lineage of King David. 14:14:14. Need more proof? Check this out. In Matthew 1:20, when the angel appears to Joseph in a dream, addresses Joseph not as Joseph, son of Jacob, but Joseph, son of David. And this is just the first way that Matthew and Luke differ from one another when they talk about the events in and around Jesus' birth. But there are many more. Like, did Joseph plan to divorce Mary when he found out she was pregnant? Matthew says yes. Luke doesn't mention this detail at all. Or how about this? How did Mary and Joseph figure out they were going to give birth to the Messiah? According to Matthew, an unnamed angel appeared to Joseph explaining the situation. But in Luke, the angel, now identified as Gabriel, appeared to Mary, not Joseph. There is no mention in Luke that an angel appeared to Joseph. Matthew tells us that Joseph and Mary did not consummate the marriage until after Jesus was born. Luke, again, leaves this detail out. The next major part where these two Gospels differ has to do with the travels that Mary, Joseph, and Jesus make. It tells us that Jesus was born in Bethlehem in Judea. Then we learn that because Herod wanted to kill Jesus, they fled to Egypt until Herod died. Then, when Herod died, they tried to go back to Bethlehem, but were afraid to do so because Herod's son, Herod Archelaus, was reigning in Judea. So instead, went to Nazareth in Galilee. So they went from Bethlehem to Egypt to Nazareth. Luke, however, gives us more travels, but then again, he leaves some out. Luke tells us in Luke chapter 1 that Mary, right after becoming pregnant, went from Nazareth in Galilee to the hill country of Judea to visit John the Baptist's parents, Elizabeth and Zachariah. And according to Luke 1:56, Mary stayed with them for 3 months, with no mention as to what Joseph was doing during this time. Then Luke tells us that when Mary was pregnant for 3 months, she traveled back home to Nazareth in Galilee. But in Luke, Mary, Joseph, and Jesus' travels don't stop there. In Luke chapter 2, we're told that Caesar Augustus wanted to take a census of the entire Roman world, and everyone was required to travel back to their ancestral hometown, which would have been in Judea again, in Bethlehem to be exact, because that is where King David was born. It was in Bethlehem that Mary gave birth to Jesus. Then we in Luke 2:22 that Mary and Joseph took Jesus to Jerusalem for the purification rites required by the law of Moses. Then after the purification process, Jesus and his parents returned home to Nazareth in Galilee. So in Luke's gospel, we get that Mary traveled from Nazareth to the hill country of Judea, then back to Nazareth, then back to Judea, to Bethlehem, then to Jerusalem, then back to Nazareth. Them traveling to Egypt whatsoever. And as a matter of fact, it sounded like Joseph and Mary's real hometown was in Bethlehem, and they only wound up in Nazareth because they were trying to escape Herod's jurisdiction. Luke, on the other hand, makes it sound like Nazareth was their hometown and they only wound up in Bethlehem because of the census. Interestingly, Matthew doesn't mention anything about a census at all, and Luke doesn't mention anything about Herod wanting to kill all newborn babies ages 2 and under. These are two very different stories. Also, Matthew mentions the Magi coming from the east to see the newborn king of the Jews. The Magi are, of course, the wise men that come and bring Jesus gold, frankincense, and myrrh. Luke, however, doesn't mention the wise men at all, but instead it's shepherds tending their fields by night that come to see Jesus in the end. Luke's gospel is the only gospel that mentions Jesus being wrapped in cloth and placed in a manger. Matthew doesn't mention this at all. So with all of these differences, what do these two gospels have in common? Well, both of these gospels agree that Jesus was born to a virgin named Mary. They both agree that Mary and Joseph were engaged to be married. They both agree that Jesus was born in Bethlehem, and they both agree that in the end, somehow when Jesus was young, he wound up in Nazareth in Galilee. But that's it. Everything else in these two gospels are different. And until they line the two gospels up and analyze them bit by bit. Now, I'm not saying that one gospel is right and the other is wrong. I'm also not saying that these gospels contain contradictions.
All right, man, comments, man. What we talking about, bro? Like, did y'all follow the narrative with that or what?
That contradiction.
Huh?
No, they definitely do contain contradictions. I think, in fact, one thing that he didn't mention was in Luke's gospel, you have the census under Quirinius, who was the governor of Syria at the time. And in Mark's gospel, oh, I'm sorry, in Matthew's gospel, you have Jesus fleeing from King Herod. And historically, this is an issue because Quirinius didn't serve as legate of Syria to do the census like about 10 years after Herod died. And the fact that you have a Roman official doing censuses during the time of Herod's period is kind of nonsense as well, because that's not how it worked back then. Judea was a client kingdom to Rome. So the census, those taxations would have been done amongst from him and within his empire. They didn't have people to go and do censuses on on the entire population of people.
So are you saying the Smithsonian hides evidence of giants?
The story is always the same. This guy's digging and finds these giant bones, calls the Smithsonian. They come over, they investigate, they take the bones, they go back, and then it disappears. Much later, the Dead Sea Scrolls are found. And then among the thousands of parchment, there's the Book of Enoch. That title sounds cute until you read it and you realize he's talking about really Adam and Eve. The CIA was so interested in the Book of Adam and Eve is
to the giants.
Giants are fun. And where do you want to start? The beginning?
Yeah.
Giants are in every culture's history. Every culture's got giants mentioned. Ancient Indian Vedas, Native Americans, island of Malta, East Asian. Every culture has giants. And the Bible, of course. Epic of Gilgamesh. So giants show up all through our culture. And whenever I see that, a lot of what I do is just pattern recognition. Like, I wasn't even really a flood myth guy. And this flood story keeps showing up over and over, no matter what I'm talking about. The flood myth shows up, and it's always showing up at the same time as, like, the end of the Younger Dryas. Like, these things, it's just the same pattern over and over. Maybe it's a coincidence, but if one culture has a story about a flood, then they have a story. If two cultures have it, it could be a coincidence. But if you get 40 or 300, then maybe there's something to it. Maybe it really happened. So I'm pretty sure that flood happened. Now, as for giants is tricky because we don't have any hard evidence, but we have a lot of circumstantial evidence where the most recent would probably be late 19th century, early 20th, where you just have these discoveries all America, over 1,000 of them, of these amateur archaeologists finding giant bones. And the story is always the same. Is this guy's, he's digging and he's like desecrating a Native American burial mound, finds these giant bones, calls the Smithsonian, they come over, they investigate, they take the bones, they go back, and then it disappears. Over and over through these stories is the Smithsonian conspiracies always involved. But
sort of the Smithsonian hides evidence of giants.
I'm saying that the conspiracy theory is that the Smithsonian hides evidence of a lot of things. The Smithsonian, of which I'm a huge fan of. Like, if I go to DC, I spend 4 days there. I love the museum part. But what we don't see is we don't see the kind of the dark underside of the Smithsonian. Like, when it was formed.
Like the Vatican.
Talk about that too. The Smithsonian, I think the first director might have been John Wesley Powell. I could be fact checked on that. Who was, he spent a lot of time with Native Americans. He respected them. He saw them as very intelligent and resourceful.
Right. So, how do y'all feel about like the whole giant?
That's nonsense. That's pseudo.
You saying giants are nonsense?
Yeah, that's pseudo, man. Come on.
Are you denying all of the finds and the?
What finds?
Ancient stories of giants.
Ancient stories of giants. I'm cool with the ancient stories of giants because it was a myth. But any like hardcore physical evidence, come on, man, that's nonsense.
I mean, but he's saying that the Smithsonian kind of like sweeps in
He also said it's a conspiracy theory.
be like, it never happened on some Men in
Yeah,
Black.
yeah. He also said it's a conspiracy theory. We don't really. He said there's no evidence of it.
Okay,
And
so how many
he
times
said
something gotta
circumstantial
happen
evidence,
before
but
it's
that's
not
a
a
myth.
conspiracy?
Do you think giants are real, man?
I mean, that's the point I'm saying. How many times do something got to happen before it's not a conspiracy?
I mean, what did we find? What did we
The
find to
fact,
confirm that giants existed?
well,
For it to
not
not to be a
that. It's
conspiracy
the
theory.
fact that every time something come up, like they find something, they discover something, that it get confiscated, and then all of a sudden we don't hear about it.
I don't know. I never heard that before, brother.
You ever heard of Dr. Kincaid?
No, I never heard of Dr. Kincaid.
Huh?
No, I never heard of Dr.
Never
Kincaid.
heard about the dude who found the Egyptian artifacts in the Grand Canyon?
Yeah, I heard of that. Now that's pseudo. He's a pseudo archaeologist.
How do you know that?
Because what's the evidence? What's the evidence? What are the primary sources? What are the documents? What are the things that he found? What are the artifacts? And where are they?
It was in the newspaper.
And what newspaper? Like from from like 1865 or something?
Yeah.
Yeah, it's pseudo. We don't have no evidence for any of that stuff. And how did Egyptians get to the Grand Canyon?
Boat.
By boat. So how they traverse? What ocean did they traverse? How did they get here? How did they navigate?
They took a boat upstream and then they climbed up the side of the cliff.
You think it's as simple as taking a boat upstream?
Yeah.
You think getting to America is as simple as taking a boat upstream?
No, I'm saying to navigate where they found the artifacts in the Grand Canyon, all they had to do was go upstream.
So why I mean, Arizona's a big place. Why we don't see any type of artifacts anywhere else? Ancient Egyptian artifacts anywhere else?
The Vatican, the Men in Black took it.
See, that's the conspiracy part, man. We can't prove none of this stuff.
But we know the Men in Black take everything, though, right?
Yeah, I don't know who the Men in Black are, man.
And that's why they're the Men in Black. Nobody knows.
So how you know?
You said how do I know that the Men in Black will show up?
Yeah.
In all the movies.
Gotcha, player.
The Men in Black show up in all of the movies, bro. They showed up for Malcolm X. They showed up for Martin Luther King. They showed up for Huey P.
And they showed up for the Giants. They showed up to hide Giants.
Shout out to the Men in Black, all being the spooky boogeyman behind the scenes that don't nobody want to acknowledge. Oh, let me keep going, man. What happened?
Oh, I had brought it down.
Oh, okay. So what do y'all think about it though? Like, so y'all saying is y'all saying what he's saying is a bunch of crap or what? Like,
yeah, it's nonsense, man. Yeah. It's nonsense.
Dude, pretty deep, pretty heavy. Have y'all ever watched any of his other videos?
I'm pretty sure he probably along the lines of all those other like cosmic guys that just be talking about stuff. So yeah, probably. If he believes giants exist, then I mean, what can you say?
Do you believe in the Bible?
Yeah, but if you read the Bible, giants aren't giants.
What are they?
All right, I'll give you an example. There's in the text when it talks about Goliath, and it tells you how tall he is, about like 6 cubits or whatever, 9 cubits or something. If you read in the Dead Sea Scrolls, it tells you, which are variant texts. These are variant manuscripts, meaning they are different versions of the same text. And when you look at Goliath's height, he's only about, I mean, not to like try to figure out what a cubit is, but he's only like, 6 feet. But it makes sense because in ancient times, in that area, people only grew so tall, to where tall people was really tall to them. So they would be giants to them. They didn't grow
Somebody
that tall.
fact check. How tall was Goliath?
Goliath was like, well, it depends. It depends on what you're reading. Are you reading the King James or are you reading the Dead Sea Scrolls? It
All right,
depends. These are two different
let me check.
variants.
Let me fact check you real quick. Hold on. Okay.
Yeah, feel free.
How tall was Goliath according to the Bible? See what it say. Man, they say he was 9 feet 9 inches, bro. Hold on. Let me. It says according to different ancient texts, Goliath's height was either 9 feet 9 inches, based on the Hebrew Masoretic text, or 6 feet 9 inches, based on the Septuagintum and the Dead Sea Scrolls. The shorter height is more widely considered likely by scholars, as the Hebrew text may have been incorporated over time.
There you go.
Yeah, but the Greeks are known liars.
I mean, I don't see how that kind of. I don't see what that means. I don't understand what you're saying.
You got to be more definitive because you made a broad statement about Greeks, and then we're talking about a specific thing. So you either have to come with evidence for a specific thing.
What about the Greeks being liars?
No, that was the broader. The Greeks being liars in reference to this. You see what I'm saying?
Okay, so you talking about the Greeks being liars? The Masoretic text.
Just say they forged the text.
Well, I was gonna bring up.
That's what you think, but to say that all Greeks are liars. I mean,
I'm sorry, I cut off for a second.
That's a blanket statement to throw on top of
No, I wouldn't say Greeks are liars, but if you think about it,
I'm saying that the Greeks are known exaggerators, and they got a tendency to put other people down, right? When they talk about other city states and other people, they got a tendency to have a negative.
That's everybody.
Superior.
I mean, yeah, that's not a rebuttal.
Yeah, that's everybody in the ancient world. Everybody think that they are better. That's it.
No, the Greeks looked at everybody as uncivilized outside.
Yes, because the Greeks think they're better.
Right. So what if the Masoretic
just like the Egyptians think that they're better? Or like the Nubians.
That's what I was saying. It's not a rebuttal.
What if the Masoretic text actually said 9 inches and 9 feet?
Okay.
9 inches, and then the Greeks was like, you know what? That just sounds too low.
I got you. Listen.
No.
The Masoretic text is a 10th century text. Remember, the Masoretic text is how we get the King James version of it. You go through the Latin Vulgate, you do all that. That's how we get the King James version. So when it says 9 feet, that is a variant translation. So you go to an earlier text like Greek text like Codex Sinaiticus or Codex Vaticanus or the Dead Sea Scrolls as 4Q 247, where it talks about Goliath's height and it says 6 feet. And it makes sense because historically people didn't grow that tall. So to see someone, that's like going to like Sudan and seeing these really tall African people. Now, when most people in the United States don't really grow that tall. So it's like, God dang.
Yeah, but it 5'11", right? And they send somebody who's 6'9". That's not that. I mean, that's taller, but I mean that ain't be like, oh, they just so giant.
Yeah, but remember the average height. The average height at the ancient time. Sorry, go ahead. My bad, brother. I'm sorry. I didn't mean to cut you off.
I'm saying that difference maybe versus being 3 foot, a 3 foot difference, right? Like one actually looks like a giant and the other one just looks like a big man. Like it's just not.
That's a giant. That's a giant. A big man is a giant.
I'm saying, but if okay, so let me ask you this: which one do you think is more sacred, the Hebrew Masoretic text or the Septuagintum copy?
I'm sorry, brother.
Which one is more empirical? Which one is more primary? Is it the Hebrew Masoretic text or is it the Septuagintum and the Dead Sea Scrolls?
You said which one is the primary?
Yeah, which one would be the more primary source?
The Dead Sea Scrolls in the set. Well, we don't really have say the Dead Sea Scrolls.
So you said that the Masoretic texts come after the Dead Sea Scrolls?
Yes, the Masoretic text is a 10th century text. Remember, it is a 10th century text. It has Nikud is diacritical mark. Ancient Hebrew doesn't have diacritical mark. Our new interpretation of how to speak the language.
I can't really speak on that because I'm not knowledgeable.
Yeah, I got you. But the Dead Sea Scrolls are absolute. That's why it was such a pandemonium to get these things translated, because these are some of our oldest manuscripts of the Old Testament, of the Hebrew Bible.
So are you saying that the Jews in Israel follow the Dead Sea Scrolls? They don't follow the Masoretic text?
Well, it depends on which Jews you're talking about. You got Sephardic Jews, you got Hasidic Jews, you got. It depends on which Jews you're talking.
We go to politics, man.
No, that's just that has been an ancient thing since the first temple. Oh, sorry, since the second temple Judaism. It was Orthodox Judaism.
So,
but you have different sects of Judaism, just like you have Baptists, like you have Protestants.
The Greeks and the Romans came up with the Septuagint, right?
No, brother.
The 70 elders that translated.
No, that's a myth. That's a myth.
Okay,
that comes from a letter called the Letter of Aristeas, which is
where does the Septuagint come from?
Where the Septuagint comes from? Is that your question?
Yes.
We don't necessarily know where the Septuagint comes from. It's a lot of competing theories on how Hebraic literature came to be in.
Come on, A1, man, where you at? You supposed to be on the hip fire, man.
What happened? I'm over here doing something. Talk to me.
Oh my bad. Now he said that the Septuagint, they don't know where the Septuagint come from.
We don't know how it was composed. We don't know how it was composed. It is a Greek text. That we do know. That it is a Greek text, but we don't know how it's composed. The story comes from a pseudepigrapher letter. That's what I'm saying. The 70 elders that came to Greek and that's a myth.
Once who translated the text, and that's what became the Septuagint. But you're saying that that's not it. So can you give us the origins of the Septuagint, as you call it?
I just said we don't know how it was composed. That's just something we don't know. We know that it's a Greek manuscript, Greek text.
How do you know the Septuagint and the Dead Sea Scroll predates?
Because we understand how texts are written in the ancient times. We understand how it's written. It's not a flat form, process. It happens throughout many centuries, throughout many years. It's a composition.
We're talking about primary. So primary.
We don't have any primaries of the Old Testament. We don't have no primary manuscript.
So you said the Masoretic text isn't the primary.
It's not a primary text.
The primary source for the Torah.
It's not a primary text. It's a text.
So
it's a Hebrew text, but it's not a primary manuscript.
Where does the Torah come from?
Say it again. I'm sorry.
Where does the Torah come from?
The Torah comes from Judite elites. That's where the Torah comes from. The Torah comes from post-Babylonian exile Judite elites.
So you saying that they follow the Dead Sea Scrolls, they don't follow the Torah?
The Dead Sea Scrolls and the Torah is in the Dead Sea Scrolls. The Torah is the first 5 books. The Torah is the first 5 books.
The ancient scrolls that they have, and they've been followed for thousands of years, right? Is that something different than what the Dead Sea Scrolls is?
Of course. I'm going to assume that, of course, it'll be different. We don't have any primary documents, but I will assume, in my opinion, it will be different. I'm just trying to be on the same track of what you're saying.
I'm confused, man. Jose.
I'm confused about what you're saying as well, brother. I'm trying to understand what you're trying to get at.
All right, man. If I start,
Jose, what you got over there for us?
Jose, man, come on, man. We'll wake up, brother. What you got for us, man? Can you make some sense out of this? Jose.
I say I can clear up anything you need, brother. Just trying to understand.
Let's go swab, man. Let's swab it, man. Maybe swab can answer that.
Yeah, the letters of Aristeas is a pseudepigrapher. That's false. It's been debunked.
Yes.
I actually did that debate with Blue.
Hold on, what you
That's
say?
that's a made up letter, and that's the only validation that the Septuagint had. But the story of the 72 priests coming and reciting it from heart and writing it
It's
down in separate
pseudepigrapher.
rooms and getting it right.
Yeah.
That's not true. That's not true history.
Absolutely. It's a legend. It's a legend on how the text was developed, but
A
it's
very
not
bad
it's
written
not
legend
true.
too, because the Ptolemy at the time was not, well, the Caesar at the time was not contemporary to the librarian that they named in that letter of Aristeas. He had already
And that's
been
how
dead.
they indicated that this might likely be a
So
later
you're
letter.
saying that nobody was practicing true Judaism until the
No.
Septuagint was created.
No, we're talking about the text. The text and the practice are different.
Okay, so we're talking about the Masoretic text versus the Septuagint and the Dead Sea Scrolls. Which one is the more primary source?
The closer you get is the Septuagint, but we don't have any primary.
How is that possible?
Because all of our sources are secondary sources. These are our understanding of the Septuagint comes from secondary translations. We don't have any primary.
I'm saying
we did, but
for
we don't.
the Septuagint to be it has a source of translation, right? That
As a
means
mode of translation, yeah.
That means something preceded. Like where did it come
I'm pretty sure something preceded it that we do not know.
How don't you know? Okay, so which one comes first? Oh my God, like that, I'm so confused.
Yeah, I know.
Suave help, bro.
No, what was the contention?
Okay, so they saying that the Septuagint trumps the Hebrew Masoretic text.
You blanked out. I don't know if y'all heard it. You said they said the Septuagint.
The Septuagint, they said the Septuagint and the Dead Sea Scrolls trump Hebrew Masoretic text.
I mean, I guess that's if you believe in it already. But if just going by what it is, yeah, the Septuagint is supposed to be like the closest thing you get to a primary, right? Like that was supposed to be what the Jewish priests wrote down, and then they just put it into Greek. They put it into Greek. So yeah, that was supposed to be like.
But he's saying that's a myth, though. He's saying that it's a myth that the 70 elders didn't write shit.
Yeah,
that is a myth. That is a myth.
Yeah. So I mean, you could go with the Masoretic if you.
Myth. And I'm saying if 70 elders are myth, then where did the Septuagint come from?
The Septuagint is a process. It's a development. Of course, it comes from Judaism, but we don't have any primary sources.
It comes from the Greeks.
As far as their work.
It comes from the Greeks.
It absolutely comes from the Greeks.
There was no original Hebrew text. There's no original Hebrew text
that we have.
So what is the Masoretic text they talking about there?
The Masoretic text is a 10th century text. It's a 10th century Jewish text. The Dead Sea Scrolls are 1st century text.
Oh, okay.
The Septuagint is what, like 300 BC, something like that.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, the Masoretic text is a baby.
See, y'all can make me go to AI, bro.
No, go ahead, man.
Go ahead.
I was trying to lead the AI man out of this shit.
Feel free, man. It's gonna tell you the same thing.
I mean, you know, you need AI to talk to us. Ain't that y'all?
Oh, you gonna
yeah, Doug. Hey, that's what this nigga about. Killing people with their own
on this subject, yeah, I probably do, because I don't know all this religious crap. So
yeah, but the Masoretic text is a young text.
The Hebrew Masoretic text versus. Hold on. Do that.
So Ben Eden, what you believe in the original Hebrew text?
No. I don't believe in none of that stuff. I'm just.
Oh, okay.
Hebrew Masoretic text versus the Dead Sea Scrolls.
Yeah, the Dead Sea Scrolls been debunked too.
Versus the Dead Sea Scrolls.
What you mean debunked?
Like it was like it's been like a ton of fake Dead Sea Scrolls submitted into museums that they swore were real, but they're
Okay.
not.
Okay. Well, I know there are authentic Dead Sea Scrolls. The Qumran library is authentic, in my opinion. I'm not sure about anything else.
Mm. All you need is pennies.
You got over there.
I'm looking it up now, man. I'm going to God Google and see what God Google got to say.
I got you. Just look up the Masoretic text. It'll tell you everything you need to know.
Yeah, I'm looking it up now, man, because y'all confusing me, man.
They lied about the Bible, man. They'll be simplified. We caught them.
They say the Hebrew Masoretic text is the standard biblical text from the 7th century, 10th century. While the Dead Sea Scrolls are a collection of ancient Jewish manuscripts from the 3rd century BC. Okay, so these are just manuscripts. What are y'all talking about, man?
Say it again.
On my Suki shit, man. It's just manuscripts, man. Y'all trying to.
What are those manuscripts? For anybody who's interested, let me make this a clear point. By the way, the Dead Sea Scrolls are more than just biblical manuscripts. These are community manuscripts. So in addition, you have like a manuscript called Disciplines of War.
Hold on.
Okay, I got you, brother. I just wanted to help.
The plot thickens. Hold on.
Gotcha.
It said the Dead Sea Scrolls include the oldest known copies of biblical books.
Yep.
It also contains different contextual traditions alongside.
That's what I was saying. Yeah.
The support of eventual Masoretic text showing a high degree of textual consistency over time, despite variations and discrepancies in specific verses. So it's saying that the Masoretic text is on point.
I didn't say it was. Well, no. In the context of manuscripts, it's not on point, but it is an authentic text. I'm not saying it's not. I'm saying it's a late text.
Find out y'all hate on the
It came late in the game. It wasn't a shocker.
Let me find out y'all hate on the Masoretes.
By the way, during the time that the Masoretic text was in circulation, you had other variant texts that people practiced with.
So how many books did the Dead Sea Scrolls uncover?
I'm not sure. I think most of the Old Testament and some community scrolls. They got the complete, well, somewhat complete. The most complete translation of Isaiah. You know, the 4Q, the ISA.
How many books were found in the Dead Sea Scrolls?
There's many different books, depending on what you want, man.
930. 200 texts from the Hebrew Bible.
That's too many.
I mean, it wasn't all biblical books. Like you said, it was people was writing about their birthday. They were writing about the birth of a child, the death of a relative.
A lot of it is community scriptures.
Bro. Man, like y'all really know what y'all reading, bro. Like,
well, what do you feel? Do you think? What are you saying?
It's 1,100 different that represent a vast collection of Jewish writings, not specific numbers of books. So these not even books, like they just random pages. Like
no. Listen. They have scriptures. They also have community text.
The Hebrew Bible, except for Esther and Nehemiah, along with a large number of non-biblical works like secretarial rules, commentaries. That's what I'm saying.
Yep.
It's a bunch of collections of papers and essays.
But what's the Bible?
That's what everything is.
Right, I'm about to say, what's the Bible?
All of this stuff is scraps.
All this is a collection of papers.
I'm saying y'all do realize this could be a collection of fictional stories that a teacher.
It is a collection of fictional stories.
Yes.
It is. Yeah. It's an authentic collection of fictional stories.
Yes, that's what it is.
What is the Bible?
And they all just saying that like, oh, this is the holy word of God.
I mean, but that's what the people with the agenda that's trying to like build that narrative Yes, that's what they're gonna do with that. But ultimately, yeah, it's just a
Oh
bunch
no.
of right. And I question them.
It
I
sound like
question.
y'all that's the right haters, man. Hey, chat, man, y'all. Somebody from the chat come and do some cross examination because I'm
Yeah,
not.
come on, man. Come on, everybody, come on.
Yeah, no,
Hey,
they dead. They dead on that
I'm
Bible
out
shit
the
there.
chat 'cause y'all trying to confuse me, brother.
The Codex Sinaiticus, the Vaticanus, the
Yeah, Codex
Septuagint,
Vaticanus.
all of these, like, yeah,
Afro
they
Ace,
done when it
come
comes to that.
on up, man. So
Absolutely. These
we
are our
can
early. These are our earliest manuscripts of
come on up so
New
you can
Testament and Old Testament in Greek.
brother, because they don't know nothing about the Sheshu.
Yeah, because somebody called the Shashu a collective group last time, and that was incorrect.
So I'm saying these Sheshu people, right? He talking about.
They're not
Are
a
y'all
people.
saying the Sheshu though? Who would be more empirical? Would it be the Sheshu who wrote, or the people who wrote the Dead Sea Scrolls?
Together.
Okay, we got Joseph coming up, man. Yeah, Joseph, come on up here and explain
Come
this.
on.
You got the floor, bro.
Come on in.
What's up? I just jumped in. What you guys are talking about?
The Masoretic text or some other stuff.
Okay. Now I'm gonna say something that you never heard me say before. This is not my jam, and I don't study this particular thing because it's something biblical. So I wouldn't be able to comment on it.
Oh, what's your couple forte? Like what you be like on the African spiritualism type stuff?
I like talking about Kemet.
Kemet? Oh, okay. I like Kemet too. Let me ask you, what's your take on the field of reeds? Is that heaven?
Well, I guess when you look at it and how you read it, you could probably say
Kemet had
that's
no
heaven.
heaven.
You could probably say that's heaven in a way, but even if it is heaven, it wouldn't be the same thing as the religious heaven.
Kemet
Because
had no heaven, but people who
no,
came up in the culture of heaven would correlate that to heaven. Yeah.
nah, I'll say this: there is a word for heaven in the Kemetic language, but there is no word for hell. There is no word for hell.
Go ahead, hop up here, Manuel, man, and come defend it. They saying that y'all faith ain't got nothing on the Kemetic stuff because
Everybody say that, man.
I don't even know who's in here, so.
Okay, so basically, like when they talk about the reeds, the field of reeds, and then they talk about the Duat. Like when like explain the Duat to us,
Anu?
and how the Duat relates to the judgment in the Bible. Like, is there any significance or similarity?
Is that Anu I'm talking to? Who am I talking
to?
to?
Yeah. Oh yeah.
Well, let's do this, right? When we talk about religion generally has, at least the Abrahamic faith generally has the idea. When you die, you see God, whoever that is, right? And you go through a judgment and you go to either heaven or you to be with God, or you go to hell to see the devil. In Kemetic spirituality, for lack of a better term, you go to see Ma'at, and then of course, as you're standing before Ma'at, they have a whole judgment scene playing out with, I don't know if have you ever seen any judgment scene paparazzi before?
You said, have I ever seen a paparazzi school?
No, have you ever seen any judgment scene paparazzi before?
Mm-hmm. I have.
Right. So now in the judgment scene, you're let in by Ma'at, and then you have Ma'at as the scales and different things like that. Unfortunately, I can't share my screen at the moment, which is very disadvantageous, but I can't do anything about that. So
Jose, I
as
got
you
it. Can I ask the question? Do poor people go to heaven in the Kemetic religion?
Who asked that question?
Ben.
Who?
Ben.
You see, I wish I had my laptop available because I had a whole I had a whole discussion about that.
Okay.
To say that people tend to say that only prominent people were judged and were allowed to be judged.
It's a conversation.
But
That's why I asked. Yeah, I understand. It was a conversation that I heard as well. So that's why.
but the fact of the matter is there's no primary text that mentions status of any kind.
Mm-hmm.
People just assume because all they see is the prominent people that's a thing. That you have to
I
have a
kind of wanted you to speak more about the similarity, the judgment in the Duat and the judgment when you meet your maker in the Abrahamic faith.
There is none.
Oh, okay.
Yeah,
So
the only thing is when you go get judged in the Kemetic spiritual system, like he said, your heart is weighed up against the feather of my eye, and
Yes.
your heart is eaten by the alligator head thing.
No,
And
no,
you
no,
either
no, no,
if
no,
you
no.
if
Slow down,
if
slow
hold on,
down.
hold on, hold on, hold on, hold
Slow
on. Let me
down.
get it
You're
out. Let me
going
get
too
it out. Let me
far.
get it out.
Let
Let me
him
get
get
it
it
out.
out.
Nah,
Yeah.
you
Let me
just
get
got wrong already. Stop it.
Let him
okay.
go. Let him go.
And then you either if your heart is lighter than a feather, then you move up to a higher world, like another Earth.
Nope.
And if
See?
it doesn't,
You
if it
start
does,
back.
hold
You
on,
start
and
back.
if it don't, then you come back to this Earth to try again. But go
No,
ahead.
no.
Jose, do you believe that like heaven, like a Kemetic heaven, and do you practice that?
Now I'm gonna be fair. Out of respect for people who do practice it, I advocate it, but I am not an active practitioner. So I
Okay,
don't
that's
want
fair.
people to think that I'm an active practitioner, but I'm
Okay,
not against it. I don't think it's devil thing, as people think. So now
gotcha.
when you deal with actually, how should I say, when you deal with actually how it works, what it tells you is when you're led in there and you're in the hall and they weigh the hall of Ma'ati and you weigh the heart. If the heart is indeed lighter than a feather, you get to move on. And then there's a whole journey that you take through the afterlife that's described in these papyri. They have a famous, two famous ones called the papyrus of Hunefer and the papyrus of Ani. And in these papyri, they have certain, it tells you the journeys that they take and, where they end up. But if your heart is not lighter than a feather, you end up getting eaten by a beast named Amet, who is a composite of, I think, a crocodile, a hippo, a lion.
Sobek.
No. Sobek is not Amet. Sobek is a different deity who is a crocodile, but he represents something different. In actuality, Amet is I don't know if you call Amet a deity, because she doesn't really play that role. She basically eats your soul if your soul is unworthy. So according to Kemetic spirituality, if your soul is unworthy, you pretty much just die. You don't go nowhere, you just die. There is no hell. Your soul just dies. It gets eaten. So there is no hell.
Like
There's no
shows, like with the
judgment doesn't
Hebrews.
work that way.
I didn't get that. I didn't get that. I got if your heart is heavier than a feather, you're reincarnated. You're reborn back in the earth. You come back through the womb
No,
and
no,
you
no.
go back through
You
life
missed
again.
the step there.
Uh-huh.
Because in the case where you're talking about resurrection, it's not the same as reincarnation. It doesn't mean they think you literally come back as someone else. You become a Sar in the afterlife, or possibly, these papers show you becoming a Sar, or possibly Heru. So it's an actual journey through afterlife. To me, I don't get the impression that they think you're physically going to come back. No. They do say that they have things that they call spirit doors that allows your car to come back and forth from the spirit realm into this realm. So if you look at the term quote unquote false door, you'll see the that they have a famous one from a specific temple, and that's the purpose of it.
Hey, Jose, how do you feel being called the Egyptomaniac?
You know what? I think people who don't read the text and don't understand the law of the text, quick to call you an Egyptomaniac, because they repeated what racist people and Egyptians and the other people who don't want you to read the text to know that the people look like you say. So that's
I typed in the Google, and we got an AI overview of the Duat judgments and the similarities to the Bible. So the similarities of Duat judgment and the ancient Egyptian and biblical judgments include the concept of a final reckoning after death, where the deceased actions are judged. Both traditions feature a judgment process, a supreme deity who figures or a figure who judges the dead. The idea that the afterlife is a destination based on one's earthly conduct. There are also shared themes of overcoming obstacles such as serpents and guarded gates in the Egyptian duats, which may correspond to overcoming challenges in the biblical narrative and the need for the correct life. Post-mortem judgment. Both the duat judgment and biblical concept judgment involve the evaluation of a person's life after death. In the duat, the deceased heart is weighed against the feather of Ma'at, truth. In the judgment before Osiris, according to the Procrest in the Bible, the Hebrew 9:27 states that a man is appointed to die once, and after that to face judgment, divine judgment. The supreme deity presides over the judgment in the duat. Osiris judge, while in the Bible, God or Christ is the ultimate judge, as seen in the verses of 2 Corinthians 5:10, which states that we all must appear before the judgment seat of Christ. The outcome of the judgment determines the deceased eternal fate. In Egyptian belief, a favorable judgment led to an eternal afterlife with the gods, while an unfavorable one resulted in annihilation. The Bible presents a similar concept, with judgment leading either to afterlife or condemnation. Then it says the similarities and obstacles and trials. Both traditions describe afterlife as a journey that requires to overcome obstacles. The duat is described as a guarded gates with fortified pylons guarded with serpents, and the deceased must know the correct passwords to pass. While not literal journey through gates, the biblical narrative also presents a concept of navigating trials to reach salvation. Both traditions describe a final supreme destination. In Egypt, the supreme goal is to join the sun god Ra and barge. Similarly, the ultimate destination in Christianity faith is eternal life in God in heaven. So
now let me tell you what Google
chime
didn't
in
say.
on that, man. Chime in.
Now let me tell you what Google didn't say, and probably it's not going to say. That in reality, the reason why they're similar is because Christianity got it from Kemet. And Kemet might possibly be the place where a belief in an afterlife comes from in general. Kemet might be the origin of that idea. And then Christianity.
Got to push back for that. I mean, that's a pretty steep statement to make, bro.
No, I'm saying we'll put it this way: if we're talking about the Abrahamic faith, then they definitely got it from Kemet.
You're saying definitely?
There's no doubt about that.
No pushback.
If we're talking about other ancient,
where you at, Manuel? Where you at, bro? We ain't got no pushback from it.
They had to have got it from Kemet. It's just that.
No, I'm not saying. I'm saying they had to have got it from Kemet, because all of these founding fathers of these faiths were in Kemet. The Greeks were in Kemet.
Okay.
And we know that the Greeks definitely got their ideas about spirituality.
But you also know that the
chemistry.
Greeks got a lot of things from the Persians too. That idea, concept of dualism and everything. That I mean, it ain't just Egypt. It ain't just Egypt.
Yeah, so I noticed last night, that old head nigga, all praises to you, Elder, but you just be saying shit. Can you prove what you just said about all Abrahamic religions having to be stolen
Now,
from
who
Kemet?
said that? Who said that?
I just need you to prove what you saying.
Emmanuel, he wanted your name, brother.
Now,
I got you.
Now, Emmanuel, who wants to call me old head nigga, put a text in front of him in Medunetra, or put any Kemetic text in front of him, and ask him, is he familiar with it? And if he says no,
can you prove that Abraham stole his religions from Kemet, like you just
you're not
said?
listening to me. You're not listening. You're coming
Okay,
in to
can you
argue.
prove that they got the theory or understanding of the afterlife from Kemet? Because you just explicitly made these two statements.
I can prove that
straight out of a rectum.
No. Hold on.
Both of these statements came straight out of a rectum. I need you to try and prove.
Hold on. He came on here, called me an old head nigga, and said what I said came straight out of a rectum.
I said, Elder,
now
shout out to you.
Now ask
you
him.
also said old head nigga.
I did, but why leave out the fact that
let me show you
Elder,
something.
shout out to you. That's all right.
It might be wrong.
You is an old head, and you definitely been called a nigga all your life. Don't try and act like I just tore your life away from you by saying that.
That's not the point that I'm making.
I know. Listen. So I also called you an elder and said shout out to you. So why leave that part out?
No, I'm going somewhere with this.
All right, I got you.
It doesn't matter what you call me.
Are you gonna go back to the Abrahamic religion, or we gonna focus on the words?
Let's do that.
Emmanuel, you know what it matters? That you ran up on here talking mad brolic. But if
I ran up in the comments,
but if I ask them, I'm gonna say
so
it
I'm
again.
just listening to all the bullshit that you saying, and I finally clicked the link.
Can I talk?
Hey, Emmanuel, yeah, we've been having amazing decorum. We just did about 24 hours. Let him get it in.
I'm gonna explain this to you. If I pull up a copy of the Papers of Aone right now and say, read any Medunetra on there, you can't read it. If I ask you to tell me anything that it says in there, you're not familiar with it.
Is the Medunetra before or after Abraham?
What type of stupid question is that?
No. The first question. Just clarify what you meant by they got it from Egypt.
You see, just what I said. They got it from ancient Kemet. There is no
they got the
clarification.
That's what I'm saying. You're just saying that.
Yeah,
that's
just
all
saying,
you're doing. You're saying
I don't agree with that.
I'm
yes. That's all you're doing is saying.
Let me tell you why. And let me tell you why.
Do you have any proof of
it? Emmanuel, if he was familiar.
All right, so the answer is no. I just wanted to get on live and prove that he ain't doing nothing but talking out his ass.
You just want to get online and run your mouth.
Shalom.
Man, you're going to have to put up a shit up.
No, leave Emmanuel and let him talk. Because anybody who ever read the text know that what I'm saying is true.
Yeah, Julius, but you don't. I mean, Jose, you don't read the biblical text though. That's the issue. You don't understand Judaic religion.
Who told you that?
I can tell because if you're comparing the two, then this is just a flawed statement. What's your mode of transmission?
We're gonna pull it up. We're gonna pull it up, man. We ain't gonna play with it.
How can you explain the mode of transmission? How did they get this into the text?
Because that's what I was going to ask. What is he going to accept as proof, and what proof is he looking for? Because
it's not about
because you can't just say things. Okay, so can I give an example real quick? You can't say that this word comes from this, that comes from this, without a linguistic mode of transmission. How did it get there? And if you don't understand biblical studies and the biblical text and ancient Near East history, you won't understand. These.
Ben, who told you I don't understand biblical history?
It's clear because you made a statement that anyone in biblical studies would just see as ridiculous. It's not that simple as just saying they got it from this. It doesn't work like that. It doesn't work like that.
If you chat GPT the book of Proverbs and the book
I don't
of
need to.
Yes, you do. Because now biblical scholars
I'm gonna do this off the head with you, Jose.
You're talking too much. Biblical scholars tell you that the book of Amenemot, which is one of the oldest texts in the
I have it over here,
which is a very old Egyptian text.
Now explain to me.
It will tell you
what scholars say about the mode of transmission.
Hold on. It will tell you that they got certain texts from the Book of Amenemoth, and they are now correcting Proverbs and I think Proverbs and Psalms based on the Book of Amenemoth because they now know where it came from.
Who's doing this?
Bro, you could chat GPT that. And
No.
Who
You saying, and they're changing Proverbs. This is your statement. They're changing Proverbs now based on the text of a minimum. I heard this argument before, so it's fine. I'm with you. But you have to explain a lot before you even get there. You can't just say that they got it from here.
Okay, let me explain this
and I'm
to you.
not saying that ancient. I'm not saying that the biblical text is not influenced by Egyptian text. I go on a whole rant about that. But you have to present it in a scholarly manner. You can't just say this is just from that.
Well, I'm with you, but as I said, I can't share my screen. But I can definitely point you to a book that you can read for yourself, and it will, the Papyrus of Aone. And very early in the Papyrus of Aone, you will see a statement that's very similar to the King of Kings, the Lord of Lords.
I got you.
There is a statement in there, and if I remember the statement, as a matter of fact, you know what? Let me not do that.
You know that wasn't what you said though. You said the idea, the concept of the afterlife. Let's just stay on topic. Come on, let's just stay on topic. I'm familiar with what you're saying.
Well, we just read that the concept of the afterlife is really similar. We read that.
Yeah, but he's saying that it was stolen from ancient
But
Egypt.
didn't you look? Thank you, Anu. You just read that they were similar, right? So
They are similar, like the Hittite, like the Hittite myth is similar to an Assyrian myth. They are similar because they are living within the same environment. That's a different conversation. But you have.
Well, I'm glad you know. See, and this is what I'm saying.
Right now, we got the Papyrus of Aone on the screen right now. So somebody read that, and while we reading it, we're gonna see if it reminds us of the Bible.
All right.
That's not my argument, by the way. So that's fine.
No. It's not for you.
Okay.
Right. Is this what? Which? Who wrote this particular one?
This Budges.
Right. Okay. But this is just in English, so this doesn't have any Medu Neter on it.
Right.
Okay. It says, "Homage to thee, Osiris, Lord of eternity, King of the gods, whose names are manifold, whose forms are holy, thou being of hidden form in the temples, whose ka is holy. Thou art the governor of Tatu, Osiris, also the mighty one in second, Lectoculus. Thou art Lord, to whose praises are ascribed in the name of Ati. Thou art the prince of divine food in Anu. Thou art." You know what? This is a very bad translation, and I have a good one. What I'm going to do is here's what I'll do. Here's what I'll do for you. If you give me about 10 or 15 minutes, I'll be close to the computer. I'll come back on, and I'll pull up.
That's cool.
And I'll pull up the particular source that I have with the Medu Neter, so I can break it because mine is more of a primary source because it actually has the Medu Neter on it. So if you give me 15 minutes,
we most definitely
I'll pull it up for you. How about that?
So we can put the myth to rest. You know what I'm saying? So we can read from the papyrus, and we can read directly from Psalms and see if there's any real correlation. We ain't gotta
No. I didn't say the papyrus and Psalms have a connection. I'm saying I will show you in the primary source a particular phrase that is familiar in Christianity, and because is older.
Yeah, but I can show that throughout. I can show that all throughout.
Just gonna say that you cherry picking
from everywhere.
Doing confirmation bias by only picking out a phrase or a couple of phrases that might sound similar.
I can do that everywhere.
Yeah, and they just gonna say you cherry picking, whereas reading it, you know what I'm saying, and then really pulling out the correlations and where they all cross it. I mean, because just listening to the language, I mean, Well, I'm not. But listen. Princes of princes. Thou hast ruled.
I'm with you on that, but here's the point that I'm making, right?
Thou hast governed the lands of.
But hold on a second, Anu. Here's the point that I'm making, right? If I'm showing you primary source, and I could show you the phrase in the primary source, and then you read.
It's still a phrase, brother.
Hold on. Right?
Hold on.
And if you're saying, hold on, using simple chronology, if they're telling you that the papyrus that I'm looking at is about 3,300 years old, and what you're talking about might be 2,025 years old, then clearly chronology tells you where it has to come from.
That's not how that works, man. Come on.
Of course.
You think that's how that works? You really think that's how that works?
Yes.
You really think scholars think like that?
Of course. Of course they think like that. What is the matter with you? Of course. If you're going to show me a text,
poor methodology.
First of all, bro. First of all, if you look at the original texts are nowhere near as old as Kemet.
What original text? What original text?
You don't know that they found something called the Dead Sea Scrolls that they're comparing?
That is not an original text. That is a manuscript.
Are you mad on us, bro?
That is not an original text. An original would be the actual primary source, the primary text.
The Dead Sea Scrolls are primary sources.
So I want.
Dead Sea Scrolls are primary sources.
Okay, so
but they are not primary manuscripts.
Yeah, one mic. Let's put a. Okay, so I want y'all to look at.
No, hold on. Don't put up a timer.
No, I'm not putting up a timer. That's not what I'm doing. I want y'all to pay attention to the description that's on the screen. It says, "Thy members are silver, gold, and thy head is of lapis lazuli." And we all agree that this is the papyrus of Aone, right? Okay, so then what's this? Okay, this is thy members are silver and gold, thy head is lapis lazuli, combines the description of the glorious being, likely the cherubim figure of the representation of God. In Ezekiel 1:26 describes the throne of lapis lazuli with the radiance and appearance of the glory of the Lord, which is light, radiance, right? That's what they're talking about. Describing Ezekiel 28:13 describes a being in the garden adorned with precious stones, including lapis lazuli. Is this all coincidence? Within the setting of mountain gold, Songs of Solomon describes a figure whose arms are like rods of gold sets, a beryl, whose body is like polished ivory, decorated with lapis lazuli. Mentions of lapis lazuli in the context of beautifying the foundations, but it's not directly describing a person or a throne in the same way. And they showing you that lapis lazuli represents the heaven, divine authority, and the glory of God. It symbolizes divine, spiritual, and eternal nature of God's reign, and so on and so forth with the gold. So, is this a coincidence? Is this a coincidence? The use of the symbology of lapis lazuli.
You know why lapis lazuli is so symbolic? Because that was the primary import of Egypt from Afghanistan, and Afghanistan imported lapis lazuli all throughout the Mediterranean region and the Near East region. It's just a popular thing. So
we're not arguing import. What we're arguing is when you see references in Kemetic documents that sound like biblical scripture or the Bible, we understand that if we're doing a timeline, when these things like Dead Sea Scrolls were given, I might have used the word manuscript, whatever, but they're saying that when they look at these Dead Sea Scrolls, they recognize that these Dead Sea Scrolls deal with the Bible. These are things that are considered primary documents when it comes to the Bible. Maybe not manuscripts, but they're considered primary documents. And they look at those things and they say that it clearly, from what they could find, because they're destroyed, that these are where King James, these are some documents that would be considered, or where King James would have got some of his things from. Whether those particular documents or earlier
You
copies of
said
the
you said
documents,
you said a lot
that's
of different
another
things,
story.
brother. You said a lot of different things, and I'm trying to keep up with you.
I know that. So if you let me finish, maybe you could keep up with me.
Yeah, well, you said Dead Sea Scrolls, and then you said King James is you.
Hold on. What I'm saying is this: the Dead Sea Scrolls would be considered some source documents for what later became the King James Bible. So when they would compare that to the Bible, they realize that they're misinterpretations, right? So if that's the source document for the Bible, and you see similarities in those source documents, right, dealing with between that and Kemet, then you would compare the source document, the Papyrus of Ani, to the Dead Sea Scrolls. So, and you would and hold up, stop talking, and you would know that the Dead Sea Scrolls could never be older than the Papyrus of Ani. So if you're seeing these biblical similarities, you would know it would have to come from Kemet. If we're saying there's a similarity, it would have to come from the older civilization, which would be Kemet.
So that's how it works. You know, I can show you similarities with this book from.
You're not listening. You're not listening.
From all over, and I'm not denying. I'm not denying influence. I'm just saying the methodology in which you are like trying to describe these influences, it's just flawed.
No,
it's flawed.
It's not flawed.
You just looking at something that looks similar, sounds similar, and then you're just comparing the two. That's just not how it works. I'm not denying if it's true or not. I'm denying the methodology.
I'm not making the comparison. What I'm saying is, scholars and others are making the comparison, and they're saying when they look at the source documents, if the Kemetic source document or ancient Egyptian source document is older, they have to say it came from Kemet.
Okay,
that's just called chronology, history, and common sense.
Okay,
your mother can't come from you because she gave birth to you. She was first, and that's the same thing with using here. Kemet has to be the source document.
Okay,
because you can't copy from something that didn't exist.
Okay, that's cool. That's cool.
And that's
how you want to see it. That's fine.
No, that's how it is. That's not what I say. That's how chronology works.
Okay, but also I was talking about, like I said, the concept of the afterlife, and you said that you made that statement. So I'm asking you to clarify that statement based on your logic now. Clarify that statement.
I just did, but you're not listening.
No, so show me how
I just did.
Kemet influenced the biblical text, right? The authors of the biblical text, so they can write down. No, I'm not deaf. I heard what you're saying, but you're making false equivalents. These are two different things. So clarify what you said. This is what you said. I'm not talking about the Papyrus of Ani. I understand what you're trying to do. It just doesn't make sense.
Because you're not listening. And you're probably a Christian too.
I'm not a Christian. That's the problem. You think I'm a Christian.
Well, then you're not listening then. Because everybody else.
I know, I understand the text, and you don't. And you said that earlier.
Let me ask everybody.
This is not your lane.
So let me ask everybody else. Hold on. Stop for a second. Everybody else on this panel. Did everyone else on this panel understand what I just said? Anybody who didn't understand besides him, say I.
I understood what you said. That's not the point.
So how come he don't understand what I just said?
I'm asking you to explain the mode of transmission, like I said, of the afterlife, these concepts, these two distinct concepts of the afterlife. How did Kemet influence? Like, what can you show some primary sources? Show some documents. Obviously, it just didn't happen in a vacuum.
He just did.
So explain how it happened. Explain it.
He just did. He showed you a text and explained the transmission.
Okay.
We all know
the issue is you are an Egyptomaniac because you think everything comes from Kemet. When it comes to the book that you said yourself that you are not too sure about.
That's not the issue. The issue is
the issue.
You study,
most people like
hold
you
on,
don't
hold
really
on. Let me answer
study
you,
the
Ben.
text.
Let me answer you because
hold
you're saying
on. I'll let you just talk. I said most people like you don't analyze the text academically, and you're not sure. So when you say these things in the scholastic world, it sounds ridiculous because there's so many other steps you have to get to say that.
I'm gonna laugh at you again.
Okay,
Because,
that's fine.
because
Go ahead. Say something crazy again.
Because if you Google, you're gonna see scholars do exactly what I did, and come to the
Okay, show it. Come
conclusion,
on, let's do it.
and come to the
Let's do it.
conclusion that that's
Show
where
the
it came.
scholars.
Okay, so let me jump in, man. So I looked up some stuff. So you got certain things in there, like the prohibition against harm, right? The negative confessions against doing innocent people harm.
And you're comparing that to the Ten Commandments?
I mean, it's parallel. I don't know if
See, that's what I'm saying. But the Ten Commandments can be also parallel to the Code of Hammurabi.
I wouldn't say that necessarily mirror image of one after another. I think the Ten Commandments are. I think the Ten Commandments are simplified, and there's a lot of things that are implied in between the lines of them. You got against murder. I have not killed, but could dead.
Hittite law say they was against murder. That's what I'm saying.
It's similar to "Thou shalt not murder" in the Bible.
Bro,
I have not stolen.
Y'all just looking at things. Y'all just looking at
the argument is not.
I know what your
ancient
argument
cultures have similarities. The argument is, if we are putting up the original documents, or as close to original as we can get, to the Bible.
Okay.
And we know the source documents of the Bible.
I got you.
Or what they think are the source documents of the Bible.
I got you. Let me ask you a question.
They're not old.
Can I ask you a question? Is the Hittite culture, right? Is the Hittite mythology, their religion, is their culture older or younger than Egypt's?
I'm gonna say that that the Egyptian culture is probably older than the Hittite culture.
It's much older. It's much older. Absolutely. Now the Egyptians have laws, and their laws say you should not murder, or whatever it says. And then you have a younger society, a younger civilization that also has in its laws, oh, you cannot murder.
Bro,
by your logic, should I say they got that from the Egyptians because the Egyptians are older and they have that law, and somehow got intermingled into the Hittite society.
Okay, I'm gonna say
it doesn't make sense.
Hold on, can I finish? The reason why we're allowed to say that they definitely got it from the Kemetic culture was because, guess what? The first church that we are talking about was in Alexandria, which was in or near what we are now calling ancient Egypt. That's a fact.
What?
We're not going to argue
that. Church of Alexandria have to do with the mode of transmission of the biblical text. How does that help?
Can I finish?
You're just saying things. You're just saying things.
You're not letting me finish. You're talking too much.
Okay.
I'm telling you.
You haven't said anything.
They're going to say that because history tells them that Christianity was in Egypt. The Greeks were in Egypt, and the Romans were in Egypt. And these are people who definitely showed you that they got that they took Egyptian culture and they do something called Greco interpretation, which means you take.
They did the same thing with the Jews.
Hold on.
They did the same thing with the Jews. That's how you get Hellenistic Judaism.
Which means be quiet.
What's the point?
You're talking too much. I'm trying to get to the point. If you would be quiet, I would have finished already. That they do something called Greco interpretation, which is taking a culture that they conquer, such as Kemet, and dressing it up in the Greek culture by making them look Greek. And they did that. So now in doing that, when the Greeks and the Romans later became Christians, they took those same things that they dressed up and put them into Christianity, along with a lot of other things to make it popular to people. They mixed in the paganism, if you will. I shouldn't use that word for Kemet, but that's the term that Christians use. Quote unquote, paganism, non-Christian. They mix that in to appeal to other people. So, and when you look at primary sources and you start to break down primary sources, you see that, which I can't do now. So if A1 wants me to come on because I'm supposed to come on Tuesday. If he wants me to touch on that Tuesday, then I could touch on that Tuesday, which will be tomorrow, and explain it a little better. Because I'm supposed to do a presentation tomorrow anyway, so I could touch on that and show you what I'm talking about. Tune in, you'll see what I'm talking about. So
here goes some more. Here goes some more things in the book. It says the Egyptian wisdom, which comes out of the Amen Optep. It says biblical proverbs, Proverbs 22 and 24.
It says Amen Optep.
Yep, it goes into the business, which warns against tampering with scales, weights, and measurements to cheat. Which is also found in Proverbs 23, when it says, do not remove ancient landmarks. It says, do not remove ancient landmarks, and God detests dishonest scales. Like that's similar. They say, care for the poor. Guard yourself from robbing the poor, from being violent to the weak. And then the Bible.
No, I knew. Slow down for a second. You mean Ptahotep, right?
This shit is crazy.
What?
You mean the instructions of Ptahotep, right?
Yeah, sure.
By the way, he read off 3 different texts. By the way.
No.
No, now he's talking about a different text than he was talking about before.
No, we talking about the same thing. The Egyptian Book of the Dead, it's broken up in different sections.
Yeah, but you were talking about laws the other time.
Hold on.
Wisdom is broken up.
I knew. What were you referring to just now? Which document were you referring to in compared to Christianity?
I'm reading. We're reading the Book of the Dead, like we're reading excerpts from the Book of the Dead, and we were doing a compare and contrast to like Psalms and Proverbs.
Yeah, what text are you reading from? Is what I'm saying.
The ancient book, the Book of the Dead.
Yeah, I know. Within that book, with what primary are you reading from? What text are you reading?
It's just the AI overview. It's just pulling the information out. I mean, I had the whole book up. I mean, I could put the whole book up.
I mean, it's fine. My point was
no, but that's not a primary source. The one that I have is.
I got the actual book up. If we all want to just read it line for line, or we could just skip past the line for line stuff and just go straight to the overview.
No,
I mean that ain't really my point.
Here's what I'm saying, Anu. I don't want you to read that one because that doesn't have the glyphs in it. When I come on tomorrow, I will pull up one with glyphs in it, and I will show you specifically where in the primary it says what the translation is saying. So I can show people that if you're now going to challenge me, you're not even challenging me, you're challenging a scholar's interpretation of a primary source. So it would be better for me to do it that way. So, you understand? Because I'm pulling up something from someone who's considered a definite, legitimate scholar when it comes to these things, which is Faulkner. And I'm sure if you study, you know who Faulkner is. So when I pull that up and pull up that translation, he's not arguing with me anymore. He's arguing with Faulkner.
I'm not arguing with you about nothing. You are hijacking my point. You are talking about something completely different from what I'm talking about. So I don't care. You can say what you need to.
Okay, so maybe I'm chipping in. Maybe I'm being unnecessarily confrontational because I'm accustomed to being confrontational. So repeat your question, and then I can know if I'm being contentious for no reason.
I was talking about the afterlife. You are attempting to make that case, and I just kind of gave up on you.
The afterlife, we already did the afterlife thing. That's
So right now that's on you guys. I'm not sure what y'all talking about, but that's on you.
What he's doing
this wasn't my point.
It's certain
hold on.
It's certain things about the Christian religion, Abrahamic religion that do parallel. For example, the dying god, right? You got Osiris. For the most part, Asar, which is a dying god, a god that died and got chopped up.
Right, but parallels are not indicators of reliance.
No.
Remember, they are not indicators of reliance. Just because something is similar, that doesn't mean it has its origin in that.
The similarities don't end there. That's just one. I'm just talking about the fact that you have a dying god, and then you have a avenging son, Right? You have this dying god, that's the Asar, right? Avenging son, which is Haru. And then in the Bible you have God, right, which sacrifices himself, which is Jesus, which is just so happens to be his son, and his son is also the avenging son. What I'm saying, so you still got those similarities. Jesus is an avenger, right? He's an avenger. He's coming to do his daddy business, finish what his daddy started, right? And it's the same thing with Haru. He's picking up the throne after his daddy got usurped, right? So you got a divine kingship through Asar, through Haru. You got divine kingship through the Most High and Jesus, right? So we can both all agree that those are similar. Would you agree?
But those are also parallels in any other culture in the ancient Near East. I just said that. So when do you draw the line? How do you delineate who is influencing who? You can unless you do a comparative historical study.
Are you sure you're not a
Which
Christian?
you're not doing. I am not a Christian, man. I don't know why you keep messing me up.
Well, then you're unread. You're unread on the subject.
I'm unread because I'm not a Christian. Okay.
No.
That's what you just said.
I said no. I said if you're not a Christian, then you're unread. And the reason why I'm saying that is because if you are not defending it because of Christianity, you're just not defending it because you're just not familiar with the topic. Just like
It's just misinformation. I'm just providing clarity. That's all. It's misinformation.
So let me ask you this question: what translations of ancient Egyptian texts have you read?
I'm sorry. Say it again.
What translation of ancient Egyptian texts have you read?
Which translation of what?
What translation? What Egyptian text have you made an attempt to read?
Which are you asking me? What? I'm sorry. I'm trying to keep up. Say it again.
I'm asking you: have you read any translation of any Egyptian text?
Yeah, a few. Not sure how they equate. Not sure how
Which ones have you read?
I can't remember. It's been a while ago.
Okay, so let's do this then.
Like I'm familiar with Faulkner, with Gardner. I understand the material. Okay, it's not an issue. I'm trying to understand what is your point.
My point is, if you read more and do these comparisons, then I would think that you probably come to the same conclusion that I would come to.
I've heard the argument, brother. That's not.
Well, then you just disagree.
I've heard the arguments. The arguments just don't stack up, and I'm not saying that.
Well, then guess what?
The academic world is saying that. You're just not privy to that much material because you don't study biblical history. You don't. That's not your lane. I just told you that.
Once again,
I just told you that. Dr. Ehrman said something that is very important. Most of what we know within scholarship has been the norm within scholarship for over 10, 20 years. We just don't know it because we are not privy to that type of information.
And once again,
you're doing the same thing. Come on.
And once again, with all due respect, I'm going to laugh at you because anybody who is familiar with me on YouTube knows that's not true.
Okay.
Okay, so I'm gonna read this bit of knowledge. I don't know if y'all are familiar with this, but this is something that I came across in my own studies when I was doing comparison studies with Kemet and the Bible. I had linked the ceremony of the crowning of the prince with the Christian religious structure. So it goes by the ancient Egyptian crowning ceremony and the Christian religious structure and ceremonies developed in different cultural contexts. Scholars have identified shared ritual models, such as anointing, ritual purification, and the symbolic of a leader, which suggests a degree of indirect cultural influence. Anointing of sacred oil, the central element in Egyptian coronation, was the anointing of a new pharaoh with holy oils, symbolizing divine protection and the reception of divine power. The practice finds a strong parallel in both Old Testament enthronement rituals for kings like David and Saul, and Christian traditions of anointing priests, bishops, and monarchs with symbolized consecrations and holy and the gifts of the Holy Spirit. Ritual purifications. The Egyptian ceremonies involve ritual cleansing and sacred waters to symbolize spiritual purity and readiness for divine roles. Purification through water is a foundational element in Christian religious structure, most notably in the sacrament of baptism, which symbolizes spiritual cleansing and rebirth, divine sonship and transformation. The Egyptian ceremony was believed to transform the mortal heir to a god king, a son of Re, or Horus, whose authority was divinely mandated. Similarly, in the Christian theology, Jesus is the Son of God, and baptism and other rites of passages emphasize the spiritual rebirth and adoption into God's family. The hierarchical priesthood and temple worship. Ancient Egypt religion had a professional, often hereditary priesthood that performed daily rituals in temples, which were not open to general public. Christian religion structures also features a distinct, often hierarchical priesthood, deacons, priests, bishops, etc., responsible for leading worship and administering sacraments with sacred places in churches and temples. The symbolic regalia, both traditions use symbolic objects to devote authority. The Pharaoh received the double crown, crook and flail. The Christian leaders received various regalia, such as mitres, crosiers, which resemble the crook, and crosses, as their symbols of their office and spiritual authority. The iconography, the ancient Egypt iconography of the goddess Isis suckling the infant Horus is suggested by some scholars to have a potentially influence on the Christian artistic model for the Virgin Mary and the infant Jesus. So,
I know.
Yeah.
So I'm going to say this respectfully. If the gentleman says that he has read Egyptian text and he is not convinced that this is the case, then either he needs to read more or we're just not going to convince him.
Listen. He is
So
looking
let's
up
leave
on
that
the
in.
AI overview parallels from one religion to another. It's going to give him parallels. If you do Buddhism and Christianity, it's going to say both leaders advocated for peace.
I'm
It's
not
just describing
arguing.
parallels. This is not an academic way to do this.
Yeah, but Buddhism is Christianity practiced in Asia.
Come on, man. See, just be okay.
You see,
So you're saying that Buddha is
So Jesus went to China. Jesus and his disciples went to China.
It's Christ. I said Christ. I didn't say nothing about Jesus.
Okay, all right.
I would say, yeah, though, if you don't know about the stories of Isa, that was Jesus in Asia.
Well, I'm speaking.
You got any primary sources
Christ.
on
I'm
the
talking
stories of
about
Isa?
Christ's energy, the anointed one, the Messiah. When you go into Buddhism, you're dealing with Buddha, and Buddha is the enlightened one, the anointed one.
These are just similarities. These are parallels because
similarities.
every culture, every religion has parallels. That's how it works.
That was just similarities.
These are just similarities. Every culture has a flood story. Listen, stop. Every culture has a flood story. Does that mean that every culture's flood story originated from one flood story?
Brother Ben, stop.
No, bro, you got to stop, man.
I am not disagreeing with you, but in this particular case, we are not comparing all ancient cultures to Kemetic culture. We are comparing Abrahamic faith or Abrahamic religion to Kemetic culture. And history and chronology tells us if there is a similarity between the both and we are comparing primary sources.
Okay.
Then the similarity has to come from the older one.
Okay, I got you.
We're not making a general about every culture.
Okay.
It's not the oldest culture on the planet.
Okay, that's fine. That's fine. Okay, did the biblical authors have access to primary documents, primary Egyptian sources? Can I ask you that?
Thank you, A1. Please, because we're now having a whole discussion.
Okay. Can you answer if the biblical authors
look at the screen though? Can you see the screen, Jose?
Ain't nothing.
Yes.
Oh, okay. That's for your flyer for Tuesday. I'm gonna send it to your email.
Tell Brother Ben that because he's challenging me on something I told him. But what time tomorrow though? I'm not seeing the
didn't
time.
say nothing.
Tomorrow, whatever time's good for you. The prime time's good for me. 7, 8.
All right, but
Great.
now,
Go ahead, Jose.
now I'm in Trinidad, so it's 3 or 5 here. So what time is it where you are?
It's 2 p.m. where I'm at.
All right, so I'm an hour ahead.
Okay.
So if we're doing 7, that's 8 here, right?
That would be 8 there, correct.
All right. So let's
What y'all doing tomorrow?
Tuesday night takeover with Jose.
You gonna
He's
do
got
the
a.
Tuesday night takeover on Mondays?
Oh, dang. Good looking, man. I'm glad you reminded me, man. Let me go ahead and fix that, man. Monday night take. I don't know why. Yeah, you know what? I was just streaming 24
That's a
hours.
cold ass title. Tuesday night takeover on Monday.
I like that. I like that.
Fuck your
Make it
calendar.
happen.
Yeah, nigga. I'm an hour ahead of you.
That's a real invasion.
Right.
Yeah,
Now what
I'm changing it to Monday Night Madness.
All right. So now, Brother James, we're not really arguing. Well, sorry, Brother Ben, we're not really arguing. We're not having an argument. We're just having this agreement that you have not seen enough to be convinced that Christianity.
How do you know? You don't know me, brother. Come on. You
Bro,
ain't got to do that.
I'm trying to pose a question, and then you can answer the question so we
Yeah,
can get somewhere.
But you ain't got to do the extra stuff. You don't know me, so you don't know what I know. Just keep it here. Keep it about the information.
No, I'm not making a personal attack. I'm trying to understand where the disagreement actually is. Because in actuality, the only disagreement that I'm seeing is that he doesn't see that that Christianity came from Kemet. And I think that's the only disagreement.
That's not my argument, but I do disagree.
I think elements of Christianity came from Kemet. I don't think the entire religion did.
Right. And I think that's the only disagreement that we're having.
But remember, the same reason he is an opponent of that argument is for the same reason he thinks the afterlife concept comes from Kemet. Everything comes from Kemet. Yeah, if anyone has ever heard of a term, there's a term in scholarship.
Similarities are too close to just.
No. I think I have to.
There's a term called.
I think I have to let him know. I think I have to let him know. I'm not saying that. I'm saying there are civilizations that are older than Kemet. But when we're making the comparison between Christianity and Kemet, if there's a similarity or the Abrahamic faith, you have to give it to Kemet based on chronology.
I'm not talking. Listen, Christian afterlife and Hebrew afterlife are two different things. Remember. So I don't know what he's saying. He's saying Christianity. I'm not talking about Christianity. I'm talking about the afterlife as a concept understood by Judite people, which is in the Old Testament. These are two different things.
Do you know?
So explain to me.
No. Let me say it again. I said Abrahamic faith.
They don't all have the same concept of the. Oh my God.
Okay, calm down, bro. So I get what he's saying.
Do you know?
So check this out. When you talk about the afterlife in the Bible or in the Torah, they're talking about you being in the grave, like you're in the dirt.
Exactly. So Sheol is just
right.
A
So you're just
state.
talking about being in the grave. That's not very much of an afterlife sitting in the grave.
No. I knew. Once again, he's missing the point that I'm making because he wants to argue. He doesn't want.
I'm not trying to argue with you, brother.
I am not saying Kemet.
So do you agree that Shiloh? Do you agree that the Shiloh is not an afterlife? It's just a holding cell. It's just a holding cell. It's not an afterlife. It's just you're waiting to be.
But you're going too far, Anu, because he is saying something I didn't say. I didn't say Kemet is the oldest culture and everything that you see that has a similarity to Kemet comes from Kemet. No, I'm saying if we compare Judaism, Islam, and Christianity to Kemet, we have to say it comes from Kemet. That's it.
They all have different versions of the afterlife. So which one are you talking about?
There's only one.
No, it's not. And that's
in general,
brother.
That's in question. The afterlife. The afterlife. And I'm not saying everything is the same, and that is where you're getting it wrong. I'm saying
So the idea of an afterlife came from Kemet, the very indistinct afterlife was a play on that. So yeah, people got the thought of the afterlife from Kemet, but then they went into their own version of what it would be. Like it progressed or developed into being in the
Bro,
grave
and
or
So
guess
wait, so
whatever
now,
else.
so
and
now
guess what?
everybody got the concept of the afterlife from Kimmy?
No. What I'm
The
saying is,
Abrahamic faith, yeah.
I'm saying if we're comparing,
All of
if
them.
we're if we're comparing the Abrahamic faiths, right? And
Well,
then like the
if
other,
we
hold on,
compare Christianity, you can't compare Judaism to it because it's not the same thing. They
Not
got
the same.
different rituals. They got
I
different.
can't. Who
I
said
Yeah,
mean,
that?
that
No,
that
you
that's what
you could
I'm
say one
saying.
is based on the other, but you can't say
The different rituals may be unique to that class of Jews, but the thought of the afterlife for them to even ponder or
right.
philosophize came from Kemet.
That's
Because
Yeah, but
even when
no,
you
no,
look
you're
at these
you're
cultures,
misunderstanding the concept of Sheol. Sheol is not an afterlife. It is just a natural state after you die. The Judite people did not believe in life after death. It was that's it.
that's what
Once
I'm
you
saying.
die, that is
Until
it.
300 BCE. Until
What?
300 BC. Once you get these certain people in Egypt and they come up out of that, then you get the development of the Judean culture to this specific
Yeah,
thought,
and this
Christianity, and then after the
Swab,
Diadochi Wars, you get Islam, which is the
swab,
same thing.
What?
swab,
and that's where I was going to kind of go with
swab.
it. Right? Is
You need swab. You
it'll
need
be
to
hard to
simplify.
say that
Swab.
this
You
is
need to
not.
simplify. Hold on, bro. You need to simplify what you just said. And
Do
what
you,
you're
do you
saying
guys
is,
know
and
that
what you're saying is, the original quote unquote Christians
more
were
as more
Jews,
common to
or what we
purging
call Jews, or
theology in
Yeah,
death
Israelites.
than anything else?
yeah, they
So
were, yeah.
therefore,
Did you
that's the
guys know that?
connection. Simple as that. That's the connection. If they didn't believe before,
Yeah, I thought
they started
everybody
to
knew
believe
that though.
after.
My
So
bad.
That's what.
here's my thing, right? So even when we go down this road, the Jews just so happen to be Egypt adjacent. The Christians just so happen to be Egypt adjacent. Egypt is in the Hebrew Bible. It's clearly part of the Nile Valley system. The Christians are there, so they're all in the same proximity. So to say, oh, one didn't get one from the other,
They can
even
start
though
still
all
talking.
the Nile Valley is older than the Jews are older than the Christians, and they're all standing on Egypt, the land of
That's the
Egypt.
issue. You guys understand history just
And
like
then
that.
and then
That's the
hold
problem.
on, I want
You
to
guys
also point
you
out
understand
that
ancient Near
the
East
land.
history
I
just
also want
like
to point
that, and
out.
that's the problem.
Hold on, bro. One mic. I also want to point out that the lands in the times that y'all talking about were also occupied and dominated by Egyptians, all the way up into Syria.
Maybe he
So,
didn't know that.
so keep that in mind.
I
Keep
did
that
know
in
that.
mind that the
I
Egyptian
absolutely did know that.
culture didn't just stop in the Nile Valley. It stretched all the way up to Syria. Some even say up into India. So,
Well, guess what? Well, guess what? I knew. If he doesn't know that,
I do.
let
I
me.
don't know
No,
why.
hold,
See,
hold
why,
on, hold on,
why do you keep
hold
doing
on,
that?
hold on, hold on.
Why do
I'm
you keep
talking
doing?
to.
It's
I'm,
obvious that I
I
know
don't know
some
why
shit.
he keep
Stop.
throwing ad homs at you, bro, but he do.
no, I'm no,
You keep
no.
doing
I'm not
that.
throwing ad.
It's
No, I'm not
obviously
throwing
you
ad
don't
hoc.
know.
I'm not
Yeah,
throwing ad hoc.
you been throwing all ad homs at him, cuz.
Yeah, but you
No,
keep
no,
like
no,
you
no, no,
don't know what I know.
no.
Just talk about the
I
information.
knew. I'm not throwing.
Address the
I'm not
issue.
throwing ad hoc. Ad hoc
God
means
damn.
I'm saying something that doesn't apply to what's going on, and I'm not doing that. I'm saying, because I don't know him personally, ad hoc means I'm going outside of my academics and I'm throwing something else at it. It means I'm adding words. Correct? That's what ad hoc would mean. Adding words.
Ad hoc mean to
Adding
personally
speech.
attack someone to dismiss their knowledge. You don't know this because you wear Jordans. That's an ad hoc. If you just say, man, you wear raggedy Jordans, that's not an ad hoc. An
Well, did
ad
I personally
hoc,
attack
the
him
ad
just
hoc
now? I didn't
fallacy
personally
is,
attack him. That's not a
yeah,
personal attack. Saying you don't know something
no,
does
no,
not
I
mean
didn't take it that way, but
Calling
he just didn't
somebody
like the
ignorant
fact that you,
of the subject of that they talking about is ad hom, though.
I
Well,
ain't take
people
it as
said
an
it to
ad
me,
hom. I'm just saying it's just
bro. People said it to
unnecessary.
me
no,
because and
you're just insinuating he didn't know something that he's saying he knew.
Right.
and no. I'm not insinuating. I'm saying
You
to, to,
have
to
been.
put it to put it a little more politely. Let me put it a little more politely. I don't think that the brother has read enough history to
Ad
be
hom.
able to understand what I'm saying. Now, I could be wrong,
We think that you're wrong, Joey, because it's kind of like narcissist. Like you think that you're
It's
smarter
fine.
than everybody.
Oh, here
on the
comes stupid again. It's fine.
So that's an ad hom right there. That's an ad
Yeah,
hom.
that's most definitely an ad hom.
That's an ad hom.
No,
But I just want to.
no.
I was
Fall back on the ad homs, gentlemen.
That was meant to be an ad hom.
Hey, look, they friendly ad hom. They're not terrible.
Yeah, but there was
No.
unnecessary ad hom that
No.
doesn't make him more
No,
intellectual.
that wasn't friendly.
It doesn't make him intellectual at all. But I would
That
just
wasn't
say,
friendly.
I just want to say A1. If I could have like 30 seconds, because I did listen to the conversation that was at hand, right? And
A1.
So
A1.
you can get off the panel if you want, Joey.
Hold on.
Nobody cares.
A1.
Let the brother let us play, man.
No. Hey,
I
A1. With all
appreciate
due
that.
respect to you. A1.
So,
With all due respect to you.
A1, nobody's talking to you.
Hold on.
I mean, Joey.
Hold on. Before I disrespect
Joey,
your platform,
Joey,
let me
you're
get
not
out of here.
even
Before
being
I
talked to.
disrespect your,
Go ahead and get
before I
out. We
disrespect your
appreciate it.
platform, I'm gonna leave. Right?
You don't have to announce that though, Joey. Just go.
I'll
We
see
don't
you.
care.
It's called respect. Maybe you should shut up.
Okay. All right. Well,
I'll
go
check
ahead
you
and
out tomorrow, Jose.
All right.
we'll check your presentation out, Joey.
Have a good day.
Love. It's love.
No.
brother.
You don't need to check out my presentation.
We will. It would be non-existent. We know. But go
Hey
ahead.
Ben, did you read Hebrew is Greek?
All right, Yeah, Nathan. I have that book on my computer. Yeah, I read it about like a few years ago.
Right.
What you think about it?
No, it's a good concept. It's definitely a good. It's still technically a hypothesis, but it is.
You don't think that he proved it?
If you read Russell Merkin's book, he kind of elaborates on the same thing that Hebrew is Greek is talking about, and the concept is that Hebrew as a term is indeed Greek. The language per se has its roots in Phoenician and Aramaic, but the term is absolutely Greek.
Linguistically, can I share this to the conversation? So if I say
Absolutely.
Aleph, Bet, Gimel, Dalet, right? That's Hebrew, right? And if I say Alpha, Beta,
That's
Gamma,
Greek.
Delta, that's Greek. And even guess what? If I say A, B, C, D, that's English, right? So it's linguistically it's all the same.
Absolutely, but
Hebrew is Greek.
It's all the same.
What he proved is that the Hebrew came from the Greek, not the Greek came from the Hebrew, because a lot of people like to teach that the Hebrew is the first language or reading system, and that's just not true.
It is. You made that up. So the Hebrew is called the Aleph-Bet. The Aleph-Bet, we call it alphabet in English, right? So the Aleph-Bet is the first. It's alphabet. It's the Proto-Sinaitic.
And who was that? Who was that? King James?
So he's right. Historically, if you're saying that, I would just want you to show me an alphabet that predates the Proto-Sinaitic script.
But just to clarify,
the Hebrew script is not the original. The Hebrew script was not the first
you're making
script,
an argument that the Greek predates the Hebrew. So that's
that's
not
true. Yeah, that's not true.
That's not true.
Well, hold on, fellas.
Greek don't come to
y'all
around
making
600.
an argument? Are you making
Greek
an
don't
argument
come to 600 BC?
Language, because those are not the same things.
Yeah, but Hebrew and our Greek.
Are you talking about scripts? Or are you talking about language? They're not the same thing.
I'm talking about the script.
Linguistically, they transliterate it. So just like the brother saying Phoenician is the Greek word for the Canaanites.
Yeah.
It doesn't even exist. It doesn't even exist until 600. It doesn't even exist.
We're talking about language.
We're talking about language. So the correct term it wouldn't be Phoenician, brother.
The term is technically Phoenician. It's a Greek term, but it's
language would predate script, right?
Okay, so this is what I'm saying. I see the first Greek script.
The first proto script would be the Greek script would be the linear B script. It's a Mycenaean script. It's linear A, linear B.
Okay, hold on. The Greek script examples.
Yeah,
I got you. I don't know why you went to the proto. I don't know why you ran to the proto. But the Greek script, the Greek script earliest known examples are from the late 9th or 8th century BCE, appearing on artifacts like the Cup of Nestor and the Dipylon inscription.
Yeah,
now
but the Greek script. Okay, I'm sorry.
Now show me a Hebrew script. Show me a Hebrew script before the 9th, 8th century BCE.
That's crazy. Hold on. The Greek script we have is not linear B though. That's what I'm saying.
I'm full of all that extra information. I'm coming straight up the middle. Show me a Hebrew script before the 9th or 8th century BCE.
It doesn't exist because Hebrew is a dialect. Remember, Hebrew is a dialect.
Bro, the Proto-Sinaitic
So
is
which one
1250
came
BC.
first, the Hebrew script or the Greek script?
There was no people called
Brother.
Hebrews. There was such thing called
Hold on,
a
hold on,
Hebrew.
hold on.
Man, why do y'all
Hold
keep
on.
giving all of this other information? Which one came first?
There was no Hebrew.
Brother.
Okay, so the answer is the Greek. Am I right?
No,
Instead
you're
of trying to
incorrect.
explain.
The answer is not the Greek, brother. No.
Well,
So there's a
there was
Hebrew.
no.
So hold
Listen,
on. There's a
there was
Hebrew
no
script
term
before
Hebrew
the.
back then. That's the issue.
Brother, can everybody quit
I see
Man,
what's
filibuster?
going
listen,
on.
bro. Listen, brothers.
One
Listen,
mic.
brothers.
One mic.
Listen, brothers. I'm not defending shit. Okay.
No, that's
If
cool.
you ask me a question, I'm gonna answer it. Was there a Hebrew script before there was a Greek script?
But
Yes,
that's
brother.
it's
Yes.
too.
Okay,
We
so
said it
now
5
can you
times.
show
Yes.
me that the person that
Let them
said
Yes.
answer
yes?
that.
The proto.
Let them answer that first before you go. Let them
But it
answer.
wasn't.
Yeah.
It wasn't called Hebrew. Okay.
This is King J, and it was a Proto-Sinaitic script. We've already told you
The
this. This is the first
Proto-Sinaitic
alphabet. It
script is
predates
not
not.
Hebrew.
It
It's not
It's not
Hebrew.
Hebrew.
You're
it
right because
predates.
Hebrew is a dialect.
It pre.
It's not
Exactly.
Israelite. It's not
Exactly.
Jewish. It has nothing to do with the people in the Bible. What are you
Hebrew is
talking
a
about?
dialect
Exactly.
Right. So
that
again,
didn't exist until the 10th century.
Swab, that's the reason why the question you asked was kind of ambiguous because there's no such thing as Hebrew. There was no Hebrew people to be called a Hebrew script.
Right. There's no
Okay, so
name.
now,
That name don't exist yet.
is there a Hebrew script today?
There's
Yes.
there was no people called the Hebrews
You see
like
what I'm
that.
saying, Doc? I keep getting not my answer. I get some shit that you think I
That's
need to
because
know.
Yeah.
It's
Listen,
simple, bro.
listen.
You're assuming
Hebrew.
I'm
We
ignorant of all this
There is a
information you
Hebrew.
saying.
Yeah,
There
but
is
we
a Hebrew
applied the
script.
term. We applied the term to the language today. That's the issue. Hebrew is a dialect. Hebrew is a
Brother.
Proto-Sinaitic dialect.
Yeah, because if
Remember,
you
just
wasn't
like Syriac, it's just like Arabic, Proto-Sinaitic languages. Hebrew is a dialect. It
Well,
doesn't
you
have
said that
any
wrong. You
written
said
form.
you said you
It
said that
doesn't have.
wrong, brother.
Listen.
It's not
Hear me out. Hear me
Proto-Sinaitic
good.
language.
It doesn't have a written form because it uses the
look, y'all.
Phoenician written
Let's just
form,
talk about the pink
but the
elephant in
dialect
the
is
room.
different.
The pink
Okay,
elephant
so
in the
which
room
one came
is
first?
Afro-Asiatic languages. That's where it's stemming from. It's coming from the Afro-Asiatic languages.
Technically,
What?
Hebrew existed before Greek.
That's where
We're
it's
talking
coming
about
from.
as a dialect.
When they keep telling you that this is
I don't think
proto-Semitic and all of those, they are literally talking about proto languages or the first languages, bro. They're not. There's no Hebrew. There were no Hebrews then, right? There were only people of African descent who had been.
there were Hebrews there.
There were no Hebrews.
There was Hebrew
There were
wins.
Hebrews. So
There's
so
no
let's
such
let's
thing
let's
as
get the
So
2
do
minutes going
you
on
understand?
so
Do you
everybody can
understand
speak.
that,
there's
brother? Do
no
you
such
understand
thing as a
that
Hebrew.
the first Hebrew that they claim is Abraham?
There's no such thing
That's
as a
not
Hebrew.
true. That's not true.
I
The
said they
first
claim. It's not my claim.
That's not true. And well, you got
Okay,
their claim wrong
so
because
who
the
was the
Hebrews that
first
I
Hebrew?
say, hold on. Let's get
Who was the
clarity,
first
brother.
Hebrew?
Cause you just over talking and just thinking you saying something that's right. Let's go back and forth. Hebrews that I know, they don't say that. They say Eber is the first Hebrew. Eber, not Abraham. So I just want to correct you
Yeah,
because you're saying stuff
it's
that's
just
not really true.
it's just a transliteration of Hebrew. That's all.
Eber, yeah.
It's a
And so that
it's a
so
mis
Eber is literally the word Hebrew.
And if you
Eber
look
is
up,
literally the word Hebrew. So
it's
the
a
first Hebrew
misplaced
is Eber.
transliteration.
And if you look up the term Ibnari, it is talking about a region within the ancient Near East. That's where the term Eber comes from. That's how it gets inserted into the biblical text as an
And that's
ancestor.
how they're stealing it, trying to put Hebrew people somewhere they weren't.
I mean,
The question is in
Hebrew
regards to the
understood as
translation of
what?
the word Eber meaning Hebrew, and it does. So that's the
it
question.
does come from Eber, as in Ibnari, the people of the region of the. That's all.
It means Hebrew. Those that cross over.
Yeah.
So just in regards to what the brother was just trying to say, right? Kemet, right? That the Kemetic afterlife. Wait, no. I don't even want to. We're talking about the Proto-Semitic script, right? So the language is Semitic. These are Semitic speaker people from the 1110 area. The language is Semitic, right? They're Semitic speakers. That script, the Proto-Semitic script that they find in Sefer B. El Kadim, that is the If you ask what is the Proto-Hebrew script, it's the Proto-Semitic script. It's symbols.
Yep.
It's symbols. So and it guess where it came from?
From Egypt.
That script came directly from the Medu-Neter.
Yep, it came from Egypt.
It came directly from the Medu because they were miners and they were miners.
Miners, yep, they were mining for copper. It was a copper mine.
The turquoise mine, turquoise. Yeah.
Yep, yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Who was?
So that these Semitic speakers that came up with the Proto-Sinaitic script.
And in fact, that's their script comes directly from Egyptian script. Absolutely.
Okay, but you're not saying these are the Jews or the Israelites.
Yeah, but then that comes later. That comes much later.
They would have to be the proto stock of who would later become known as the Israelites.
Okay, and by your what is your theological? Or maybe I'm just missing it. What did you align with?
Yeah.
Huh?
Who that?
You.
As far as what religion? I'm not a religious person. I just study history, brother. I ain't gonna lie. I have my information is unbiased either way. So I'm just gonna tell you what it really say. You know what I'm saying?
Okay, and so
I'm not a Hebrew.
Okay, yeah, that. But you still say that your studies show that the Israelites or the Jews existed when? When's the earliest?
So the terminology that you're saying, so like I don't agree with
Oh
Israel.
man.
So
Okay, I'm gonna be done with it in a second, bro.
We're talking when you
Jews
say
and
biblically,
Israel
when you say Israelite, you're talking biblically. When you're trying to have a conversation about historical events, we don't say Israelites. We say Semites, Semitic speakers, things like that. I call them Amu. So we're identifying these tribes, who they are.
Yeah. The most
So the
likely
Israelites
identified as far as Israelites
didn't
are
exist in
Samaritans.
real history.
No, I didn't say that. The term.
So when I say when do you see the Israelites, would you be able to stay within those terminology and say the earliest Israelites I see? Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. So when are the earliest Israelites you see in history?
So in history, we see the deity Yahweh, right? The worshipers of Yahweh. We see them in history at a certain period of time around 1500 BC. And then we see, I mean, they're literally identifying the same names as the bubble. Brother, I'm trying to name
Israelites, not Semitic speakers, not
they're
worshipers of
they're not
Yahweh.
Israelites.
The Israelites, not Semitic speakers,
brother,
not worshipers of Yahweh.
Brother, I'm building the point. If you cut me off, you're not letting me finish. I'm building the point. It's not just one word and it's there. I'm building to it. Just chill for 1 second. So when we get to the Myrna Patastella, right?
Mm-hmm.
That mentions that the word is in content. That's possibly Israel. Correct?
Yeah.
But it's not.
That's the first time in history.
That's the consensus. But
they are referring to specific groups, nomadic groups within the Levant, nomadic groups within the land of Canaan. This is who they're talking about, and this would be where the Israelites come from.
And the Myrna Patastella does not say Israel.
What does it say?
That's what the consensus say, brother. I'm just going with what the
consensus.
Yes,
that's what the Abrahamic agenda
what does it say?
Does. I can take you to it. Hold on, give me a second.
If you can tell me what it don't say, tell me what it say.
I mean, what it say? Yeah. Some people say Jezreel. So what do you think it says?
No, it's not Israel. When you look at that sign,
it's Y, S, and W. So from just studying looking at previous stellas that contain similar wording, I would. So if we go to, I'll give you the Soleb inscription. I give you the Mara West inscription. They all say Shashu of Reuben, Shashu of Yahweh, Shashu of Shir. They're giving you.
And the Benepta Stela does identify this term as a people, not a place, not a toponym, but a people within the Mediterranean region, within the Transjordan region.
Okay.
So, yeah.
So that's what I'm saying.
If it don't say that, what does it say? If it don't say Israel, what does it say?
What does it say then?
It's been a minute. It's been a year or two since I looked it up, but I debated that. It don't say. I mean, I didn't debate. I've argued it plenty of times, but it don't say. If you bring
brother,
up,
I look at this stella every other day, brother.
I understand, but yeah. But
I look at this stella every other day, and like we talked about earlier, it's in matter.
You just said that sentence.
What sentence?
That you look at it every day. Did you know you just repeated that sentence?
Exactly. This is
I'm
something
just
that
saying
you're that I'm
the
familiar
vast
with. So
majority of
I'm asking you.
Egyptologists
That's why I'm
agree.
asking you to say, if you're saying it doesn't say that, what is your scholarly opinion? What does it say? Because I can give you my opinion about what it says based off my knowledge of the matter netter. So I can say, oh, that those two reed leaves as the Y, we may associate that with Yahweh. The S, we may associate that with Seer. The S and so it's like, if you don't even have an understanding of of what it's actually saying, how can you say what it don't say?
Because the character that they trying to put there is not, it's some type of
What
bird.
are
I
the
know it's
characters?
like,
What are the
man,
characters? You don't
goddamn. Hold
know.
on, calm down, you're stopping me. You say you're not religious. Seem like I'm attacking your religion.
No, go ahead, brother. Go ahead.
Yeah, that it's like a bird that they supposed to have there with this certain footing, but it's crack. And that crack is what allows for the misinterpretation of it saying Israel. Now, like I say,
What is the bird? What does the bird sound make?
I could dig. Hey, if you listen to Infudici, it say, oh.
It's a ow. It's a ooh. It's a ooh. It's a ooh sound.
That nigga Infudici crazy. Yeah, but I'll look it up. But yeah, the Merlin Patah Stella does not mention Israel, bro.
What does it mention?
I'm convinced that it do, brother. The vast
I mean,
majority of
what does it
scholars
mention?
agree
Like
that it
I'm
says Egypt.
entertaining your scholarship. If you're saying it doesn't say that, intellectually, tell me what does it say?
Understood. I'll see if I can
It has
grab it and bring it
Libyans
back
on
up.
it, but I don't know. Yeah, the Israel part is a little shaky.
Yeah,
It
I
says
mean,
YSW, so we can come to our own conclusions of what those three letters represent.
I'm gonna
YSR.
just go. I'm gonna trust the scholarship on this one, man.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah,
I'm gonna trust the scholarship on this one.
Do you ever like come to your own conclusions based off information off primary sources? Like, can you look at a primary source and come to a different conclusion than maybe somebody that else does?
No, absolutely, yeah.
Okay, well
I
that's okay.
mean,
That's what you're supposed to do.
Yeah, absolutely. I'm in agreement. I think it's the Israel. I think it mixed well with the historical timeline, and I think I'm okay with that.
I don't think it says Israel particularly, but I know that these are proto stock. You know
I
what I'm
know
saying?
they.
Like, these
Yeah,
are
I understand. I understand that they are definitely probably talking about Semitic people
Semitic people who later became these people they're calling Israel. So of course you're not going to look and find Israel. You're not going to find Jake. I mean, we might find Jacob. I have found Yakub. I found Jacob as a 14th dynasty Hyksos pharaoh.
Yeah.
That's interesting.
But that's definitely not. It's definitely not no Jacob.
So it's like, oh well, if this Yakub actually was in Avarice and fixed the timeline of the biblical Jacob, then why couldn't it be?
Because are you saying Hyksos or Israelites or Hebrews?
I'm saying that the Hyksos that came into the Levant, those elite of the Ammon that came to power.
And Yosef was one. He was one, by the way. He was a Hyksos king.
Later would be, so that's why I'm saying, to me in my studies, I would say that what you're calling Israelites are a composition of possibly two different types of, different groups, different tribes from different areas. Some are in the Levant, some are from the Transjordan, the highlands.
Yeah, I agree. I can agree with you. That's pretty much the consensus. If you read Ann Killebrew's book, Biblical Peoples and Ethnicity, she kind of summarized that to say that, there's a new thing that's growing within scholarship now about the ethnogenesis of ancient Israelite origins. And based on, academic material, based on archaeology, we kind of are coming to a conclusion to know that these people originated within the land of Canaan. These people are Canaanites, practically, who
Basically, yep.
upshifted, and we point to the Bronze Age collapse as this like method that these societies start to branch out, and this is where you first see the first settlements in the highlands, which would later become ancient Israel. And I agree with the scholarship on that.
Yeah,
And like you said, ancient Israel is a mixture. Like if you look into the Amarna letters and you see this term that people like to misuse, the Habiru. The Habiru are a multitude of brigades, of band, it's not one concise group of people. These are different groups of people who are here as
what is it, like bounty men and like,
mercenaries.
mercenaries. There we go. Yeah. And that is how you should see ancient Israel. These are a multitude of different ethnic groups who are coming together, through whatever circumstance that, the society went through. And this is how you get this is how you get ancient Israel.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. That's fine.
And that's why I agree with the Amana Stella, because it works with the timeline. It absolutely works.
Also, of a biblical Exodus?
No, I don't agree with no Exodus nonsense.
Really?
Nah, I can't, brother.
Hmm.
Do you think the Exodus is a historical?
I can make an argument for it.
I'm gonna be honest with you. I think every argument that has been made, it has been washed up. I think I agree. If you read the book Archaeology in the Bible, the consensus of scholars when talking about the Exodus as a historical event is that it likely is mythology. It's a legend. It's like King Arthur. It's like that. It didn't actually happen. It seems impractical. It's exaggerated.
I would say that it happened, but maybe not exactly the way that it happened in the biblical account.
That's what some scholars say. It's a smaller Exodus.
Yeah, because I would ask about the expulsion of the Hyksos. When we talked about their expulsion out by pharaohs Amos and Hatshepsut, we could talk about that in Egyptian records of them talking about how the blood turned to red. I mean,
the Ipuwer papyrus. I wrote a whole paper on it.
Mm-hmm. The temples were destroyed and things of that nature.
Yeah, but you do know that it describes Semitics entering into Canaan, not leaving. That's what they don't tell you about when they try to compare it.
Mm-hmm. But when we talk about
so many vastly different things, and it's not talking about
the
new kingdom or the middle. It's talking about something that happened in the old kingdom. So you got to read it. Just read it.
Talks about Libyans.
Yeah,
that's a different Stella. So I'm talking about the expulsion of the Hyksos by the by the Asiatics.
By Manetho.
No,
by Manetho.
No, by Hatshepsut.
But it's only written in Manetho. The Hyksos. The story of the Hyksos only exists in Manetho's writing, which only exists in Josephus's writings.
That's nothing. I didn't say anything like that. I'm saying
but that's how we really got to only know about the Hyksos, brother.
Well, brother, listen. You're not listening to what I'm saying. There is an Egyptian stela called the expulsion of the Asiatics or expulsion of the Amu by Hatshepsut. And she and it's not Manetho, it's not Josephus, it's Hatshepsut. And she details about how she went and expelled the remnant that was left by Amos.
Amos and Tutmos, yeah, I understand.
Yeah, she left. There was a remnant left. They didn't get all of them out. She was the one who expelled the last remnant of these Asiatics out of avarice and Tanis. Actually, they were down there in Thebes as well. So, and she talks about how
capital, actually.
And she talks about when she kicks them out, how they go to where? Palestine.
She's what term is she using for Palestine?
PLSE, Palestine.
Palestine.
Yeah. She sends
I'm fine with that.
She sends them to Palestine. So, I mean, and this is what
I'm fine with. Are you saying? I mean, what are you saying?
Who do we associate with Palestine? Palestine, Jerusalem.
We associate different groups with Palestine. We associate the Amorites with Palestine. We associate the Syrians with Palestine. We associate a lot of people with Palestine.
Depending, because before they got there. But
all these people lived in these regions. That's the important part to
you.
understand. These people lived in these regions for centuries.
Was that you I spoke to last night that said that when they were talking about the Hurrians and the elite of those groups that were the actual Hyksos? I agree with that. Is that you I was speaking to?
I'm not sure. I was on one other night.
We were talking about the Mitanni kings and the Hurrians, and the brother was making a correlation between those Hurrian elite and the Hyksos.
Oh no, I wasn't. That wasn't me.
That wasn't true.
No, sir.
Yeah, but I mean, so
I mean, the Exodus is a controversial topic, for apologists and everything. That's the foundation of a lot of people's belief. So,
I understand, but in my opinion, I don't think that has any historical grounding. That's my
A mass exodus out of
yes,
Egypt.
and in the way that the Bible describes, absolutely. I don't think that I can't see that.
Yeah, I don't see it described in that context.
Yeah,
but
but I
historically,
do agree that people have been running. Slaves have been running back and forth in and out of Egypt for centuries. It could
Mhm.
have some, some substance to it, but
I would say that it's a shared culture.
yeah, I can agree with that.
There's been Semites in the Nile Delta since the Neolithic period.
Yeah, absolutely.
You know what I'm saying? I would probably make an argument that most of the Sapots in the Nile Delta were probably always Semitic. You know what I'm saying? Starting with the Merimde culture. If you're familiar with the Merimde, there were a group of traders, Levantine Mesopotamian traders that settled in the Nile Delta during the Neolithic period.
Yeah, and then you have
So
some of the earliest, like Nakata 1, Nakata 2 cultures.
like even if we look at the Palette of Narmer, we look at the decapitated foes that are from the land of Tamaho.
Yeah, they're Semites.
They look just like Semites.
Yeah, Semites and Nubians, man.
So and it's just like some people don't like to say it, but I would make an argument that the population of the Nile Delta, which is Egypt, is so when we're saying Egyptians, we're saying Semites and Nubians.
I absolutely agree with you, brother. Yes,
I thought it was Libya
Egypt
before it
was
was
a very
Egypt.
multicultural
Before
society.
Egypt
So
was
to say
united, it was
Egyptian
all
is like to
Libya.
say African, honestly.
It
These
was
people,
Libya before it was Egypt. So what are you talking about?
it was called Libya before it was called Egypt.
Yes. So you sound completely like, man,
It
I'm
was
so,
called
you know what?
it was called Libya by
Listening to
who?
y'all talk about this history is just, it's
But
like,
that doesn't
makes
make
my
any.
ears
But that
itchy
doesn't. It was. But
sometimes.
Silky, that doesn't make what you just said. Because before it was Libya, it was
You're giving
Tamaho.
praise to
Listen,
Egyptians. I'm
brother,
telling
listen,
you,
brother,
before
listen.
Egypt even was found, thought of, came into existence, before that Nile, any of that stuff, it was Libya.
Somebody called it Libya. Like you can source
No,
that.
baby.
Oh,
No, brother.
nobody
You
called
got
it
that,
Libya.
brother. You got that
Okay.
wrong, brother.
And
So
I
I
don't think
can
nobody
tell you
called it Libya.
the exact name. So the land wasn't before it was Libya. It was Tamaho. Before it was Libya, it was Tahino. So I don't
Tahina?
know where you get Libya from.
Okay,
Tahino land.
so it was Tahina, so
Brother. Hold on,
Africa was
quit
called Tahina.
filibustering, brother. When somebody else talking, just let them get the
Filibustering. Oh,
information
I
out.
agree. Hey, hold on, wait. All right, stop right there. Stop right there. Who are the Tahinu? Do you know who the Tahinus are?
Yeah, I can. Yeah, I can tell you if you let me quit
Who?
talking.
Tell us. Okay, tell us.
Brothers, let me talk. I brought it up so clear. I should know when I'm talking. I should know who they are.
Where are you? You need to know where you're at right now.
Brother, I can't speak if you quit talking over me.
For real. He don't know who the Tahino tribe is.
I'm waiting, brother. I'm waiting for you to stop talking so I can speak.
Yeah, brother. Yeah, I'm gonna go mute. Go ahead.
I appreciate that. So Tahino land means olive land. It refers to the olive colored people in the land. Tahino. Tamehu refers to the land of papyrus, right? The land of paper. Those are the lands that were in the Nile Delta, what you're calling later on North Africa, Amazi land, Libya. That's Tahino. Those are the ancient Tahino.
So you're agreeing with me now. So that's ancient
No,
before
I'm not.
Egypt,
No,
right?
I'm not agreeing with you. You said it was named Libya. It's not. It's named Tahino.
Do you know that the Tahinos are Libyans?
But
Did you
the
not
word
know
isn't.
that?
But the word Tahino does not transliterate to Libya. So what are you talking about? You're making stuff up. You said
So
that
you're saying
the name
that
of
Africa was
the
never
name
called
of the
Libya?
country was Libya. It wasn't.
You're saying Africa was never called Libya?
Did the Greeks
No,
call any
the
part of
whole
Africa Libya?
continent,
when they say Western Asia,
the whole
Western
continent was
Nile.
never called Libya. A particular portion of North Africa was referred to as Libya.
You literally are naming Libyan tribes. You just named Tahinu, Tamihu, all those are Libyan tribes. They speak Berber language.
Okay, so the
That's
name
Libya. That's
the
ancient
name
Libya.
Tahinu predates Libya, so they weren't called Libya at
All
first.
those
Before
are
Egyptian,
Libyans.
they were called
Those
Tahinus.
those predate Egyptians. And didn't you just say that?
They are the Egyptians, brother.
They
They
are
are the
the
Egyptians.
They are okay. They predate the Egyptians. Your Egyptians don't come out to what? 3000 BC, maybe?
The word, brother. The word. So when
So
you look at
the tribes before that are who?
brother,
And what was the tribe you named again?
brother, when you look
The
at Nile
Rivu,
Valley,
the
when you look
Livu,
at
Tahino.
Tahinu and Temehu, that's the
Those are
name of the
tribes.
land.
You do know those are tribes, right?
Yeah, I do.
Those are people.
I do. Yeah, they are.
Yeah, those are ancient. Hey, that's way before Egypt.
Way before Libya. That's the point I'm
They
making.
are the Libyans.
I gave you the indigenous term. So
You're making my argument for me.
No, I'm not. You didn't make an argument. You said the name
So
was
they don't
Libya.
predate
No, it's not Libya.
So these not predate the Egyptians, and they're not Libyan.
If that's the case, I could say it was Het Kapata, because Egypt is translated from Het Kapata. It really was Het Kapata first. That's a dumb argument.
Well, you would have to prove me that with some historical information about people
brother,
calling it that.
If you give me 5 seconds to talk about cutting me off, you won't even have a question at all. I'm the one. If you think about it,
no, because you're not really going nowhere. Like you're trying to make my argument for me.
Silky, listen. I'm the one who told you. I'm the one who said 2 weeks ago in the chat that it was called Libya before its name was Africa. So that's the fact. That's Greek.
What are you talking about? What?
You don't even remember. So while we here right now,
so you're just saying you're agreeing with me again?
No, I disagree with you.
You disagree. So you name
In order for me to disagree, you have to let me talk in order to filibustering.
I heard what you said. You said you
didn't let me say anything. Okay,
you
so
just
can
said
I tell
you
you
named the
why?
tribes. I agree with those tribes. I like those tribes you named because those are all Berber tribes.
So
those are all ancient tribes that predate that go way before Egypt.
So now can I speak?
Go ahead.
Thank you, I appreciate it. So when we talk about that,
we can get a word from our sponsors, man.
I can't even talk.
Oh, that was your QA1, cuz my bad.
Yeah, so when we talk about the Nile Valley inhabitants from Aswan to the Mediterranean, right? When you say these are Egyptians, that is encompassing the pots from Aswan, from Kasseti, all the way up, encompassing all of the Sapots in the Nile Delta as well, right? So when you saying these are Libyans, well, technically they're Egyptian because those Nile Delta Sapots are included in Egypt. So you're not making an argument. You're not making an argument at all. So when you say the land was called, Libya,
mute out.
The name, and you filibustering. And when the name was detracted from my point, taken from my point. So when you say that the land was called Libya, you're incorrect. It was called Temehu. It was called Tahinu. That's the name. Those are the names of the land. They don't transliterate to Libya. Oh,
I'm not even mad at you for that at
all. And for your information, you said if they're Libyans would be considered Egyptians based on what you just said.
They speak the Libyan Berber language. That's a Libu Berber script they speak, bro.
So they're Egyptians.
That's ancient Amazigh stuff. Like you're just an ancient.
Are they? Is the Nile Delta in Egypt or not?
Is the Nile Delta in Egypt? Yeah.
Okay, so they're Egyptians.
No, before it was Egypt, that's Libya. That's the Libyan border.
But it doesn't matter, right? But they're still the same people, right? Those are the people that will later become known as Egyptians, according to you, based off your
even on the wall, right about battling the Libyans. Libyans ruled all that first.
Based off your logic, brother, they weren't called Libyans during antiquity, brother.
I mean, you're good though, because you're talking about the common Tahini. That's just a Libyan tribe. So, like, once again, you're proving my point.
But they're Egyptian tribes.
Even Africa, even the word Africa has a Berber origin to it. From those tribes. Yeah, the word Africa comes from the land of Ephraim, the tribe of Ephraim, which is in Libya. That's a Libyan area.
Greek word, man. Let's get over that. It's a Greek word. We know what it is.
Look at
It's very Greek. So when we use Greek words, you're a certain time period.
Berber tribe. I hate to tell you, it's named after a Berber tribe.
How did they get that? All right, okay. How did they get that? I'm interested to know that.
Is Africa named after the Berber tribe? Real simple.
Because like when I think of Africa,
well, I thought you said it was Libyan.
That's a Greek word, right? That's a Greek term.
I'm just moving on to Africa. I mean, I'm good with you. You said Tahinu, said the Reef. Those are all Libyan tribes, so I'm cool with that. I ain't got no problem with you agreeing with me. Like once you started dropping,
I didn't agree with you. I didn't agree with you,
Libyan
sister.
tribes. You're
They're not
naming.
Libyan.
Oh, you know what? I got you though.
I
I got
named
you a source.
Tahinu tribes.
All right, you know
I named
what?
the
Go ahead.
Tahinu tribe and Tamehu tribes that would later become known as Egyptians.
Go ahead and fly, brother. Fly high, bro.
So
I
if you
like what
want
you're
to,
saying. Go
if you
ahead.
want to say they're Libyans, and then we can have a conversation about or those when we're talking about Ramses, and when Ramses goes to the Sayite Nome in the Nile Delta, those are Libyans he's fighting, but they're not.
Can we go back to hold
When
on?
we
First you said Africa was called Tahinu, right?
brother, quit filibustering. I'm
What you
on a
mean?
whole different
These
point
are
right
your
now, brother.
words. These are your
Deal with
words.
what we're talking about, brother. I'm
What you
making a
mean? You
point,
said
brother.
Tahinu. You said Africa was called Tahinu, right?
And
No, I want to ask you.
we've moved past that. You said
Is
you
that
agree with it,
Egyptian or is that Libyan?
brother. I'm talking about something else. You can respond when I get done,
So
please. Just let me
you
finish
brought that
talking.
up, but you didn't comprehend. You was talking about Libyan. All right, carry on.
Let him go back and forth.
I appreciate that. So when we talk about Ramses, right, and he in his fight in the Nile Delta in the Sayite Nome, comprehend the point. Sayite Nome is in the Nile Delta. It would be considered Libyans. These are what we would in historically would be considered Egyptians. These are all Egyptians fighting amongst each other from one spot in the north to one spot in the south. That's it. So what you want to call the Sayite Nomes Libyans? Okay, but technically they're what? They're all Egyptians, brother. If under that banner, from the Nile Delta to Aswan would be considered Egypt. Whether you want to say Libya, Tahinu, Tamehu, I could say Tamehu in the north. I could say Tashamay in the south. So you do know Tamehu transliterates to what? Lower, upper Egypt. It's lower and
You're
upper
naming
Egypt.
all ancient.
Tamehu
All that stuff's
and
before Egypt.
Tahinu.
You're before Egypt. Those tribes are before. That's indigenous tribes of Egypt, but way before Egypt was
I'm
ever even
naming
thought of.
exactly. So you're following the
So
point that
what
I'm
are you
being made.
saying? Why are you saying it's Egyptian if the indigenous tribes are Libyan?
What? The
Listen to
indigenous tribe,
yourself.
brother. Understand the
You
point.
just called it Tamihu, Tahinu. Those are
Understand the
all
point being
Berber
comprehend.
tribes. Those are Berber
Comprehend.
tribes.
Go
And
ahead.
you're
I'll let you
saying
finish
these
now.
are indigenous tribes of that land that predate all the Egyptians. So why are you saying they're Egyptians?
There we go. So it's about terminology, right? So I'm giving you the geographical locations of the people. So when we say Egyptians, right, we know that's a false equivalent of false. That's some later on Greek stuff, right? The Nile Valley inhabitants from Aswan to the Nile Delta is 42 different Sapots. Each Sapot has a name, right? We can name them if we want to, right? So particularly when I'm talking about Tamehu, right, which is the north, right? Those
areas,
those Sapots, those 22 Sapots in the Nile Delta, at the Sayite Nome, Alexandria, Tanis, Average, all those Sapots would be technically Libyan. But we know that the Nile Delta and all the way down to Aswan is Egypt. So it's wordplay, brother. And sometimes the
Hold
point
on.
here,
You know what? Let
all
me
of
help
it,
you out.
if you
Hold
want to,
on. You
if
know
you
what?
want to say the
Hey,
Libyans are Egyptians, that's fine because guess what? They are Egyptians under
let's make it. Hey, I'll make it easy. Let me talk. I'll make it easy for you. Okay, so we know that those tribes you're naming, they speak a Berber dialect. They speak
spoke
Berber
Egyptian.
language. So, but hold on, I'm not
They
done.
spoke
So
Egyptian.
these are ancient Egyptians he's talking about, y'all, right? But we all got to remember, how far do Berbers stretch? They go from Egypt to Morocco, all the north, all up in those areas, way before any of that stuff was even named. Those are the
Berber
indigenous.
is a derogative term.
I'm talking about the Amazighs.
That means unintelligent people.
So hold on. So Egyptians are saying that? That's what it means. It means that for sure.
It's not an Egyptian term. Berber is not an Egyptian term.
So you saying Egyptians don't have no?
I'm saying that you're using a bunch of Greek words that don't apply to antiquity. We're in antiquity. You're talking about Greek terminology.
I'm talking about
that's why I'm like, you're not
they
even
have
on the
many
right.
names. I suggest you learn them all. They have more than one name. So if you're only going to
clearly
learn
I do know them.
one name or
and
something,
none of them are none of them are Greek. None of them are Greek.
I know all the names of all the Berbers. Why do you think I know the tribes you're talking about?
Exactly.
I know
So I'm telling you,
names, all the terminologies,
we're
all the
not
nicknames,
talking Greek.
all
We're
the
not
side
talking Greek.
names. Okay, I know all that stuff. All right?
Okay. Let's talk about the indigenous terms, not the Greek terms.
And how many years? And okay, hold on. So the Berber, the indigenous tribe, this Berber, this Libyan tribe, that's ancient before
these
Egypt.
Tahinu tribes, these Tamehu tribes.
The Tameo tribe, yeah. Lebu, Rebu, Taminu, yeah, all that. You're doing good. You're doing my work for me.
So you're making my point. These are all in the Nile Delta.
Slow down.
Like,
No,
come on now. Like, you're not going to get around it. The Nile Delta is Egypt.
I'm not. Hold on, bro. I hear you with the Nile. That's great. Yeah, we run the Nile. Tell me something I don't know. But we're also all the way to Morocco. We're all the way to Morocco.
Tamehu is North Egypt.
So, and the Berbers are indigenous to all of North Africa. And he just put down the Tamil tribe way before anything Egyptian.
Brother, Tamehu means Lower East Egypt. What are you talking about?
Tamil is a tribe,
brother, it's a tribe. Yes, but there, guess what? It's a geographical location too, brother. You have to learn something, brother. Learn something. Tamehu means Lower Egypt. Tashame means Upper Egypt. It's lower in Upper Egypt. Tamehu
and that's a Berber tribe, right?
Tamehu and Tashame.
And that's
whatever you want to call them. I just want you to understand, brother. But guess where they're at? They're in Lower Egypt. That's what I'm trying to tell you. That's the point that I'm trying to express to you.
When they say west of the Nile, you know what they're talking about, right?
Brother,
Libya.
For clarity, because we can end this right now, brother, in a 30-second, just 30 seconds.
You're doing. Go ahead, you're doing good.
Real quick, because I just want to ask you this, brother, just to ask you this, just so I can understand your comprehension. Lower Egypt and Upper Egypt, correct? Lower Egypt and Upper Egypt, correct? Their names are brother. How are you asking? I'm asking a question. You're talking in the middle of me asking you a question.
Go ahead.
You can't even hear. You're not even hearing the question that I'm asking and answer it properly. That's all I'm saying, brother. I'm trying to have a fair conversation with you, brother. So if somebody's listening, they can get some edification about what we're actually saying. I'm not trying to win an argument with you. I just want to. If I'm maybe mistaken, then maybe you can say something like, "Oh, brother, you're right. I'm wrong," and I'll be like, "You know what? You're right." I'm not trying to win an argument with you. I just know that the shit that you're saying is bullshit. So I just want to actually say what I'm saying. So when I'm asking you this, Lower Egypt and Upper Egypt, you're familiar with them, right?
Go ahead.
Pashamehu and Tamehu. Those are the names and the geographical locations of those two places, Upper Egypt and Lower Egypt. I often get them mixed up sometimes because the upper is the lower and the lower is the upper. But Tamehu, I believe, which is the south, is the M26 glyph. The north, Tamehu, is the M16 glyph. That means north. So when you're saying Tamehu,
so I can educate this dude.
When I get done, I'm asking you a question. I'm asking the question, brother. So when I say Tamehu is in Lower Egypt, is that not correct or is that wrong?
All right, put me on the screen, A1.
You're not answering my question, brother. Is Tamehu in Lower Egypt or not?
Let's get to the solo. I just want to hit you with some.
So you're not going to answer the question. So don't even. If you're not answering my question, then why are we having a dialogue?
Go ahead. I got sources. I'm trying to read a source.
You can read whatever you want, brother. I just want you to answer my question. You can answer my question with a source. I don't care. I just want I want you to answer my question, brother.
You answer.
Fair dialogue.
You answer.
Is Tamehu located within Lower and Upper Egypt?
Lower and upper?
Either one. You can pick. Which one is
you tell us,
that's the better question. Which one is it located in?
It's north. Why? Upper.
Huh?
Well, I don't know. It's a few of them though. I mean, I could probably get them mixed up. What? Prove your point.
I asked you, which one is it located in? Which one is Tamehu located in? Upper or Lower Egypt?
What's that say, y'all? What does that say?
Tahina, we're talking about Tamehu right now.
What? There? What? Mentioned in what? Egyptian records. Oh yeah, of course they are. What?
Yeah, that's the
Started with what? Nile. That's the 3000 BC right there. Hell, ain't that when they get started?
Yep.
Trials of what? Light the Tamihu and the Meshwesh.
So are you going to
Are
answer
you
my question now
serious?
that you showed your source?
Dog, you gonna keep interrupting me, man, crying about this question?
No,
Move
I'm asking
on.
about. I'm waiting for you to answer the question.
Okay, North, man. North, now what?
So you just admitted that Temehu is in Egypt. Okay, that's my whole point. So whatever you want to say, whatever you want to call them.
What are you talking about?
What am I talking about? You didn't comprehend the point that you just made. You said that Temehu
No,
was
the
located
scholars
within
got
that.
your land.
Huh?
You're telling lies. Do you not know? Do you not study?
I'm repeating about what you just said, brother. I asked
I'm
you a
reading
question.
the source right here, bro. It's ancient Libyan. So why are you saying Egyptian?
Brother, I'm asking you a question.
You're the only one saying Egyptian. Everybody else is saying Libyan. All the scholars are saying Libyan. You're saying it's Egyptian.
Brother, you're not comprehending the question. So maybe we heard what you said in your stance. So now if I'm asking you a question, take the time
Do
to
you know
answer
what
it.
ancient Egypt means, dog? That's Libya. When they say ancient Egypt, it's before it was Egypt, so that's Libya. You don't get Egypt between the names.
It's Temehu. It's not
Okay,
Egypt.
you know what? Yeah,
Libya.
let's get to that. Let's get to that one. Let's go to that one. I'll take that one. I don't have no problem with that. You're agreeing with me.
Well,
You don't
why
even realize
why
it.
can't you answer my question?
You're naming Libyan tribes, bro. I'm not about to argue that. You're making my argument for me.
Why can't you answer my question?
I like that you brought them up, though. I was glad somebody did.
You're hanging yourself.
I'm dragging myself down. I'm
You
making you
hung
work
up,
for me right now.
hung
You work
yourself
for
in a
me
row.
right now. I straight up put you to work. What? Look at that song.
Brother, I'm in the Uber on my phone, brother.
Put back on screen. So that's the to me who one, right? That's the one he's teased. That's another one. That's the one he was just talking about. Guess what it really reads, y'all? Of course, I'm right and he's wrong.
Why can't you show it?
I am showing it. The
No, you're not.
ancient
You're not showing your
group
screen, brother. You're not showing your screen.
Berber speaking. He got to put me on the screen. Berber speaking tribes, right there. Hold on, I'll bring it. I only typed in this tribe. That was it. That's all I typed in.
We don't see
So
anything, brother.
In it, and
we
it
don't
said
see anything, Chucky.
It says refers to an ancient group of Berber speaking tribes who live in North Africa.
Okay.
Particularly the Fezzan region of Libya. And were to know.
Somebody mute out.
Show your screen, Smokey. We're looking at llamas and stuff. We're not looking at your screen.
Neighboring people.
So we probably think
Don't
you're making
worry,
it
I'll
up.
mute you out. I don't know who that is. That's I know. Yeah, that's I know.
Nah, y'all good. I rest my case.
Brother, you haven't showed anything.
Oh, my bad. I knew he playing this. Does that song go with this?
And nothing you showing would it doesn't dispute anything that I just said anyway. So what are you like? I don't
You
get
just
it.
speaking on Libyans, bro. Like I said, the whole time you talking about Libyans, you keep screaming Egyptians. But I mean, go ahead, dog. That's how you want to do it, which is completely wrong. But go ahead.
So when
I saw my sources. Everything you
showed
said Libyan.
if you showed it and proved your point, you shouldn't even have no reason to keep on
Everything you
talking, brother.
said, I looked it up, and the scholars said it was Libyan. So you need to stop lying to the people, telling everybody it's Egyptian.
Are you done talking now?
That comes way later.
I'm gonna let you talk and get it all the way out, so I can go on in after you.
Yeah, I'm good, man. I rest my case.
Okay, your case is rested, and let me put the nail in the coffin without you filibustering and interjecting in anything that I have to say. So, if I can get my 2 minutes, basically, this is lack of comprehension. So, when I'm saying that, that's why I asked about this specific question. I said, was Temehu located within Lower Egypt or Upper Egypt? He gave an answer. He said it was located within within Egypt. So whether you're identifying them as Libyans, Temehuans, Tahihuans, they're all within the Nile Valley, and they're all what we would be considered modern day Egyptians, because the Nile Delta, from the Nile Delta all the way to Aswan, would be considered what they're considering Egypt. And that would incorporate
North Africa, bro.
Now you're filibustering. And
North Africa.
brother, I didn't cut you off.
Yeah, go ahead. You're good.
if your point was so solid, you wouldn't be worried about me what I'm saying. So those the Temehu is actually called Lower Egypt. Temeh is actually called Southern Egypt, Upper and Lower, whatever they call. So when the brother is saying Temehu is Libya, well, it's their Egyptian Sapat, their Egyptian nome. So it's very disingenuous because that's what will be considered Egypt. The Nile Delta, Temehu, is what Egypt is. So for the brother to say, no, they're Libyans, that's like some semantic wordplay bull crap. They would call it Libya later on during the Greek time period. After that, after it was called Libya during the time of Herodotus, the Greeks came and the Afrique tribe and that little north portion of North Africa was called Africa, never the whole continent. It's just like, come on now, brother. Like it's wordplay and it's bull crap and it's different. You're making it seem as if that they're different people groups. When we
that might accidentally remove him. I was trying to pop him up on the stage.
Egyptians, people you would consider Nubians, all live within the Nile Valley and are all considered Egyptians under that group blanket term. So, I mean, like, I don't even get the argument. I don't even get what he's trying to say because Temehu, I keep saying it. Temehu is Egypt. So he's saying the people of Temehu are Libyans, but they live within Egypt. Well, I just don't even get the argument. Really don't.
You want to respond to that, Silk?
Are you done? Yeah. I mean, he actually debunked himself, which is kind of what I like, how he word semantic played himself, which is real cool. But yeah, I just want to hit y'all. Huh?
What word did he use semantics on?
Oh, I'm just the way. Yeah, he had to run to Egypt, and he's talking about all this Greek stuff and all this indigenous stuff and all that. And he act like Egypt started with Egypt first or something. Yeah, real cute, man. You crying about Libya, but you want to harp about Egypt. Okay, but yeah, man.
Well, brother, the word that I used was Tashemeh. That's why I'm using Tashemeh and Tamehu because there was no Egypt at that time. So that's why I'm saying, brother, the Tashemeh and Tamehu later became what was known as Egypt. The combining of those two lands. When they say Tawi, when they say Tawi, now you're filibustering. Why are you cutting me off?
Let you talk. What you
Why
mean?
you cutting me off in the middle of what I'm saying, brother?
You're the one filibustering. We let you talk.
I'm answering the question that the brother just asked me. The brother just asked me a question.
You talk, brother.
It's not your turn, though.
The
brother just asked me a question that I'm answering.
Now it's not my turn, but I'm filibustering. How is it not my turn? That man just asked me. Have some decorum, brother. Stop interrupting me. Stop filibustering. Okay? Stop trying to go on and do the most. I'm just simply reading the source. Once again, you're agreeing with me. You're going running back to the unification, North and South. Unification. Duh. Yeah, way to go. But what was that? Those are Berbers. Those are Libyans. But let me read my source, though. Outside of that was Africa called Libya, which would still be the Tamihu tribe, the Tahinus, the Rebus, the Lebus, and a whole lot more. Well, let's read. Yes, the term Libya was used by ancient Greeks and Romans to refer to the entire continent of Africa.
Because they only known about North Africa.
Brother, that says 1954. Like, come on now.
That says the name was later applied to modern day Libya, which was formed in 1934. This is ancient. This is
1934.
Ancient and Roman.
1934.
Is 1934 ancient? Is 1934 ancient Greek?
It's recent. So why are you talking about something that
what are you talking about?
1954?
Hold on. Where you get 1954 at? Where you even getting that? Where is that at? Where you see that?
It says the name was later applied to modern-day Libya in 1934. It wasn't even formed until 1934, brother. Like, come on now, you just bagged yourself. AI
So
is not
you're
your friend,
saying
brother.
ancient Greeks and Romans didn't call it Libya?
No, they absolutely did.
Like, what is like? This is crazy, yo. And then, boy, you know what? Let me hit you with one. You know what? I'm gonna let that. I'm gonna
It
stop
says
killing you, bro.
modern-day Libya wasn't even formed
You're
until
killing. That's the
1934.
modern. Hold
Yeah,
on. That's the
but
modern.
It said
Libya
it
is a
wasn't
Yeah,
even
the
formed until
modern Libya.
1934. Libya.
Yeah,
Libya is a.
the modern
Yeah, it
day
wasn't applied
Libya,
to like modern
modern
day
day
slavery.
Libya. But
Yeah.
the ancient Greeks referred to the term Libya.
Huh?
Romans called
You made
it,
that up, brother.
referred to the entire continent of Africa.
Silky, I'm probably about 5 minutes away from my laptop. Just stay online.
You filibustering, Diana?
Just
You the
stay
one with that
online.
bad
I'm about 5 minutes
information.
away
Yeah,
from
get
my
your stuff
laptop,
together.
brother.
Get it
Because
together, bro.
I don't like how you think that you're like twisting words and
Are you still
history and geographical.
filibustering? You
Like, you're being
filibustering
very
now.
disingenuous, and I don't like that. So I'm trying to pull up my laptop when I get to the
So
crib,
ancient
and I'm
Greeks
on
and
your
Romans,
ass,
man.
Silky.
I'm
I'm on
being
your ass, Silky. Just
disingenuous
know that.
by showing you ancient Greeks and Romans referring to the entire continent. My bad. Sorry for schooling you.
No, I'm finna school you. You're using AI.
All
That's not a
right.
source.
I'll be waiting. Bet.
You can ask AI anything, and it's gonna type up everything according to how you type it in. So I could type in something
Feel free to
contrary to that, and
debunk
it's
it
gonna
then,
give me
brother. Go ahead and debunk it then, brother.
give me contrary information
Take
to what
your
you just
time.
said. It's
Go
AI.
get
It's
your
gonna pull up
sword.
whatever source that's on the internet. You could be pulling
Okay.
up a source from ABC 123,
Yeah, okay.
but
Filibuster, huh?
mostly you're pulling up Wikipedia.
And you saying
No,
filibuster.
ain't nothing wrong with Wiki, man. Come on, don't attack Wiki, brother.
If you think
Yeah,
Wiki is a
well, they can
primary
teach
source,
it.
something wrong with you too, brother.
I don't think Wiki is a primary source, but it's a good educational tool, man. Don't do that.
But we're talking about primary sources in antiquity, brother. That's what we're talking about. I'm mentioning Tamehu and Tacheme. So if you ain't on that level, then it is the same conversation ain't for you because he's being slick with the words, brother. So when I'm
Just
talking
saying,
about
respect, brother.
Tacheme, when I'm
I don't
talking
want to
about
fight, man.
Tacheme and Tamehu, period, we know that's those are later become known as Egypt, Lower and Upper Egypt.
No, yeah, sure.
So
That's your
if he's
call.
saying that the inhabitants of Tamehu are Libyans, that's fine. But just keep in mind that that's also Lower Egypt. Like I don't under, there's no getting away around that. Lower and that's so when we talk about the combining of the two lands, they are combining Tamehu and Tasheme. So if the brother is saying that Tamehu is a part of Libya, or the Libyans are from Tamehu, that's fine because they're Egyptians. They're Egyptians. So it don't matter. Shit. The inhabitants of the Nile Delta are Egyptians. So if you want to say that they were indigenous Libyans or indigenous to Hinu tribes or Tamehu tribes or Rebu tribes, that's fine. Most of the Sayyid dynasty, kings from the Sayyid dynasty or have Rebu lineage. So I
Okay,
don't have a
hey, hold on one second, brother. Let me hit you with the source. So this is about your Tamihu,
I'm
right?
finna
The
bust your ass,
Tamihu.
brother.
This is I'm helped out. You're working for me. You just need to. I mean, you're doing all right, but you just rough around the edges. You just got a little more stuff going.
I'm on your ass.
Okay, hold on. So this is what I asked. We on the Tamihu. He said, if you ain't talking about Tamihu, I ain't trying to hear that shit. I ain't mad at you, brother. He said, I saw all the talking. How many years do the Tamihu predate Egypt? You know what I'm talking about? Just on some simple shit. Just throw out some ballpark bullshit. See what the fuck we talking about. So this is what
Type
it
in
gave
is
me.
Tamehu Egypt.
It says the Tamihu people, also known as the Tahinu, predate the formation of dynastic Egypt by several millennia, with the historical footprint in North Africa going back potentially 100,000 years. So you're harping about Egypt,
Keep reading your
ancient
source.
Egypt,
Keep reading your
okay,
source.
ancient Egypt as a unified state, ancient as in unified, as in the unification that you keep talking about, North and South, that are all Libyan,
Brother,
are
read it.
all
You ready? No, you're
Berber.
reading it. Read it.
Oh, yeah, okay, yeah, bet. All right, began around 3100 BC. Your unification, right? While the Tamihu were part of the indigenous population who maintained a continuous presence in the region long before any significant foreign influence or the rise of the Niles Valley civilization.
So what did you just read that makes you think that they're not Egyptians? Where did it say that they're not Egyptians?
What did they just tell you? They was around way before your civilization even thought of.
Silky, are you just being ignorant? Tamahu is Lower Egypt. What are you talking about?
It just told you that
That's the Nile Delta.
indigenous people predate that area way before in the continuation, the present continuation of these tribes, all the way
Brother,
up to.
Brother, they are the indigenous tribes of the Nile Delta. What are you talking
Okay,
about? I'm not agreeing,
the North
brother.
Africans.
And they are Egyptians.
Now who are the North Africans?
And they are Egyptians. Like, what
Who are the
don't you
indigenous
get
North
about that?
Africans? Who are the indigenous North Africans?
The Egyptians.
The Egyptians are all
the inhabitants of Lower Egypt,
all
which
North
is
Africa
Tamahu,
is Egyptian now.
which is Tamahu, are Egyptians. That's
You
Egypt.
don't.
Not the Nile Delta, which you're calling Tamahu, is Egypt. So why are you on here trying to play wordplay with people that don't know better?
No, that's indigenous Berbers, indigenous populations, which are the Tamihu. So that would all be just Tamihu land because they're the indigenous.
They're indigenous. They're indigenous
Okay,
to
and
North
they speak
Africa.
Berber. That's a Berber
So
language.
hold on. Just like the inhabitants of Tashamay are indigenous to the South, right?
The South comes
You
a
have
little later.
you have a southern population and a northern population.
Now do some South work.
Right. The
I'll let
southern
you do some
population.
South work. Go ahead.
Brother,
Show us some
we're
South
talking.
sources.
Brother, we're talking. We're talking, and you know, the South is Tashamay. So we're talking strictly about the North, which is Tamahu. What are you talking about? Together they are Egypt. Together they are Egypt.
Okay, good. You're good. Let me read. Let me just finish this little paragraph right here. So it says,
Together they are
therefore,
Egypt.
the ancestors of Tamihu were established in North Africa tens of thousands of years before the emergence of unified Egyptian state. So before Egyptian anything, it was Berbers Tamihu. So why are you steady saying it's Egyptian? It's not Egyptian. The hell with Egypt. To me, Egyptians are put together the Egyptian records for the New Kingdom.
Are you comprehending the?
Are you portray distinct neighbors, ancestor presence broader than the much older Egyptian civilization. Egypt ain't nothing compared to the Tamihu.
So
you the one downplaying the Tamihu. I don't appreciate you coming over here downplaying them.
Silky, comprehend the point being made.
Well, they come back. Well, they're 10,000 years ahead of your Egypt.
Silky, comprehend the point being made. If Tamahu is the north, right? And Tashamay is the south, and together when they are combined, they are called Tawi. They're both Egypt. The southern population of Tashamay and the northern population of Tamahu is called Tawi. It's called Tawi. It's the unification of both lands.
The Berber. So, but before that land, what was the predominant?
See, now you're making up shit.
North Africa?
Now you're making up shit.
I was in the north then. Who were the indigenous North Africans?
Brother, the indigenous North Africans are the Tamahu. The indigenous South Africans are the people from Tashamay.
So in Egypt, in Egypt, you're claiming
together when both of those lands are combined, they are called Tawi. The Greeks later came along and called it Egypt. The combined of both of the lands.
And all that land is called Libya, right?
So one of them is called, so when I'm saying Upper and Lower Egypt, Tamahu, that you keep saying they're Libyan. Well, Tamahu is called Lower Egypt. Tashamay is called Upper Egypt. And together when they are combined, it's called Tawi as Egypt. So you're making up stuff. When I say that the Nile Valley is multi-ethnical, it includes the Libyans, dummy.
So how many did wow, call me dummy. That's what you resort to. So I went to 10, I showed you 10,000 years
You didn't show
before
anything
all that.
that was
And
made
then
me
I
insecure
showed
about my
you
statement,
then
though.
I showed you
You
like
didn't debunk
100K
anything that what I
years.
said.
Then I showed you 100K years. It was talking about them.
But
So and you're
Silky, what
just
you did
talking
was,
about,
can I tell you why what you did was disingenuous? Because the same at the
oh, so
same
now
time,
it's
but because
disingenuous
guess
now.
Silky, at the same time, the inhabitants of Tasha May predates the unification of Egypt as well. So
Then
you're not
prove that
making
Tasha
sense,
May means speaking Egypt. Okay, show the Tasha May speaking Egyptian. I'll wait.
brother. That's not the point of what they're speaking. The point
You
is what I'm
gotta show
saying.
me what
The
I need
point,
to see what
brother.
they
The point is,
speaking. What
brother. The point
language
is,
are they talking?
I'm finna go into the crib right now. But the point is this: before I get up on my laptop, is what I'm telling you is that what you
Which
just
one you
said
talking
about
about? You know what? I'll do
Silky.
it for you. Which tribe?
No, I can pull up
Yeah.
my own
I
sources.
forgot
So
which one is
and
it.
it won't be AI, but smoke. I'm sorry, appreciate
You
you, sis.
mad because the scholars agree with me and they proving you wrong?
No, you haven't said anything incorrect that proved me wrong. You just are playing wordplay with people who don't know better and acting like you know what you're talking about. Smoke.
Oh, acting like I know what I'm talking about now, proving to you that them tribes you named
No,
had
I'm just
Libyan
no
origin,
because
like I told you,
what you
and you're
just said.
screaming they're Egyptian.
No, Silky. What you just showed
And
was
then I
this.
show
You
you
said
that
that
they predate them by tens of thousands of years, and you still don't. You disassociate with that. And then I show you 100K, you disassociate with that. It's like,
that's
all
not
right,
what
well,
that
if you want
says,
to name
Silky.
all the scholars, fuck it.
Go ahead and get what you got to get out.
You keep filibustering. I can't even talk that much. I was trying to get that little tribe you were talking about. I mean, but 100K and then 10K before that. I don't know what else more we need to be talking about. You still crying about Egypt when I
The hundred
predated all that.
the 100K is in regards to the indigenous inhabitants of Tamehu, correct?
That's what it said. That's what you wanted to
Okay.
look up. You said, if you ain't
So
talking to me, you ain't
so
trying to hear it. I said,
so,
I like that.
okay. So now we're going to talk about the South, Tashame, right? So
Tashame. There you go. Tashame. I forgot about
hold
that.
on, brother. Hey, baby. So the South, right, would be the same, right? Before the unification, they were indigenous inhabitants of Tashame before the before the name of Egypt. Like, why are you playing these little stupid? Like, come on, brother. I'm finna bust your
I'm
ass.
just saying where you at, bro. You doing, like I said, you studying that name in
Do
these
you
tribes.
wanna put some money up?
What you talking?
I'm at my laptop.
I'm gonna put some money out. What you saying?
You
You
wanna put
talking
some
mighty
money up?
big talk out a little guy like you.
Nah, man,
You
nah,
said
don't
some
do
big
that.
talk
Don't do
coming out
that.
a guy like you, bro.
I let you talk for a long time and you know
You
go
let
by
me?
yourself to sleep.
Oh, like Almighty Master, you let me now. Okay.
I'm in my computer now.
All right, source up. Prove
Okay,
it to me who are Libyans.
That's not the
Start with
okay.
that one. Since you wanna or ask your computer if Africa was ever called Libya. How about that one? You want to take that one for $500? Yeah, boy, you know what I'm saying? You Garamantes, there's tons of tribes out there, bro. Like in rural origins though. That's me who just hit them boys with 100K. That was 100K through the archaeology. But to me, Tainu tribe, to me, yeah. You got the Rebu tribe, the Lebu tribe. Oh, that's the one. That's the source I'm looking for. Tell you how the name came about. Putting it by the way. All right. Let me see. Mm-hmm. I wish I hit y'all with a source, man. You know what I'm saying? We like to learn around here. It's all about learning. Give me 1 second. I need the hot one. Yeah, this is the one I had to smack up Leandre up on. Let's try to Now check this. Now check this one. This is called this nasty work right here. Now check this. This is the source, right? This is ancient Libya, right? Yeah, it's in the wiki. You know what I'm saying? Nothing major, but let's get into it though. So it says during. Can y'all see that? Can y'all see it clear? Hold on, I'll try to let it focus maybe. All right. During the Iron Age and classical antiquity, right? During the Iron Age and classical antiquity, Libya, from Greek, Album Libby, which came, check this. So from Greek, right? From Greek, which came from, oh, dang it. Can y'all see it kind of? No. From the Berber Lebu tribe. From the Berber Lebu. From Lebu. Okay? So the Greeks got it from the Lebu. Everybody at home, the Lebu or Berbers or Amazigans.
That's not what that says.
So what's it say? So Greek came from Lebu. What's it saying?
That's not what that says.
What's it saying?
Or should I say maybe that's not what it means? Because I can't read
What's it mean?
What does
It literally says.
Read what it's saying.
Can you see the screen? Let me know when it's focused for you.
It says
Or
during
you can
the
type it
Iron
in
Age.
yourself. Or you can look it up yourself. Go to Ancient Libya, Wikipedia, right there. Real simple.
I can look it up, but I can't share my screen.
Okay, well, I'm reading it just word for word. This says during the Iron Age and classical antiquity, Libya, from Greek Albon Libi, which came from Berber Libu. That's what that little word is right there. That's Berber Libu. Referred to the area of North Africa directly west of Nile River, modern day Libya, Tunisia, Algeria, and Morocco. Not to be confused with the modern country of Libya, is what you was doing earlier when we read that source. You was confusing it, which represents the eastern part of the time. And ancient Libya was one of the three parts of the world of the ancients. The ancient old world. And if you know anything about the ancient old world, you just look up the ancient old world, which is Libya, Asia, and Europe in the ancient antiquity times, if you study history.
So what the source would be actually saying is that the Greeks called a particular part of Africa Libya because that is what they knew of that particular part of the world.
Well, slow down. I mean, there's, I guess, but no, it's bigger than that, though. I just want you to comprehend a part of it's Greek, but which came from the Lebu. So the Greeks are getting it from the Lebu. The Lebu are telling them, correct? Because which came from
No,
Lebu.
brother. The Greeks can't get it from the Lebu.
They can't get it from Lebu.
Were the original people. And the term Libya is Greek, and the term Berber is Greek. So they can't get it from the Lebu.
It reads Latin from the Greek, Libby, which came from Lebu. That's it. So if it's coming from?
No, brother. That's not what it said. It says which came from Berber, and then it has
Lebu. Right.
In parentheses.
So people don't get lost and they know what the hell we're talking about. So people can pay attention. For all
referring
you folks that know, don't keep up with names.
The area of North Africa directly west of the Nile.
Mm-hmm.
Now, I am not disagreeing with you. I'm simply saying I don't agree with the way you're reading the source and interpreting the source. What it's doing is it's actually making a comparison between the word Lebu and Berber.
That's what is that what this source is doing? It's making a comparison.
And in doing so, it is.
So this verse is, but this source is about comparison Berber and Lebu now, right?
But that's what it's doing.
Classical antiquities, man. Classical antiquities. That's not what it's doing. It's giving you the reference.
You do
it's giving you the reference so you know what you're talking about.
You do know. Hold on. Silky. You do know antiquity is a specific period, right?
I'm just saying it was called that, bro. Like I'm just showing you the source, dog. Telling you what I said.
But late antiquity is a specific period.
You said Africa was never called Libya. I've proven that over and over.
That's not what I'm saying. Listen to me. You're arguing for nothing. I agree with you.
I'm not arguing.
But it's taking it to a specific period when the Greeks were there.
You asked me to say a period. You asked me, was Africa called Libya? You said no.
Let me finish.
I said yes.
Silky, let me finish.
Go ahead.
It's taken to a specific period when the Greeks were there, which is implying that we know there's a period before the Greeks were there, because the Greeks are not native to North Africa. So, if the Greeks are not native to North Africa, they are either visitors or invaders. And
you see that? You see that right there? The entire African continent.
I'm not arguing with
you.
Yeah,
but to them.
But if you're saying if you're saying Libyan is a Greek word.
In classical antiquity and history times, that's what Africa was.
Listen, Silky. Listen.
Mm-hmm.
I am with you. But what you have to understand is the term Libu predates the term Libya. So you're dealing with two different time periods, and you have to understand.
I asked you hold on. You have to understand. That was it. I didn't ask about it here.
You have to understand while they are the same, and they're talking about the same people, they're two different languages. So technically speaking, they don't really mean the same thing. Libya is a Greekicized version of the word Libu that they would have found.
Well, hold on, wait. What language? What language you said they changed up? What?
Libu or Tibu, or these words go back to ancient Kemet. So they found these words in Medu-Neter. So we understand that those are the prevalent terms that would be considered indigenous. Greeks have a habit of coming in and throwing and Greekicizing terms. So Libya is a Greek term that would not mean the same as Libu or Tibu or Rebu. They don't mean the same thing. They can't mean the same thing because they're two. I'm not arguing that.
You're conflating and making a whole story up about a source that has literally nothing, like what you're saying has nothing to do with the source. You read the source, take the information from the source. The source says this.
Well, number one, hold on. Wiki can be impeached because it's user edited, so it doesn't count as a primary source.
Yeah, but I showed you I'm on two devices. I showed you like the same.
Bro,
like,
I'm not with you, but show us the references. Show us the sources to the wiki, and go to one of those sources. Because the wiki is not a primary source.
Okay, well, show me your source calling to me who the modern the Egyptians. Show me your sources. You said you had your computer, right?
No, I didn't say that. I didn't say that.
Okay, cool. You know about the Garamantians, though, right?
Bro, hold up. Before we start going to another subject, hold up, man. It's Hercules, what's up, man? But I just want to add. It's confusing to me that why y'all always like y'all get on here, y'all start caping for the enemies of black people, whether they the fucking Libyans or Hebrews, Israelites, or some shit. At the time when they was around, the fucking ancestors, the people of Kemet, they called them their enemies. So what the fuck does it matter? They was the enemies.
Now Hercules.
They didn't call the Greek mercenaries that they invited into the Egyptian army.
Okay, but that's later on. We talking about that's ancient Egypt. About the Libyans. He came for the Berbers and the Libyans and shit. It's like these motherfuckers when they united Kemet, that's who they was fighting down in the Delta. They was fighting the motherfucking Libyans, the Berber people that you talking about. And also you try to be slick and try to make it like, oh well, they got look at their civilization, their culture was 100,000 years in North Africa. So what? Kemet was founded 4,000 years BC. So what? But they was living in that area. We know that black people was already living in that area for 50,000 to 100,000 years as well.
That's what I proved.
But I'm not talking about the fucking Libyans. I'm talking about black people. And by time Ramses III came along, he left it on the wall. He left it on the wall. How do people
He's
look?
A Berber Hercules.
These are not.
They're
They're not calling themselves black. These are not black.
Like, like this guy right here. Yeah, bro.
He's telling everybody he's a Berber.
It's not
Ramses,
fake information.
He said Ramses was a Berber.
Even you got gods. Y'all praise our gods and all type of stuff, bro.
No, that's stop that. Because you're gonna have to show me. You're gonna have to show that they had already had that, and you claim they from North Africa. You got to show that they had that up there in North Africa.
I didn't show nothing. I didn't prove nothing.
Before they had it in Kemet, before they have it in the South, because the further you go south, you see the culture of that was in Kemet. It's not in the North. It comes from the South, from Central Africa and South Africa.
Hercules, you don't know that.
Okay, prove that. Okay, so prove it's coming from
the South. What'd you say, Jose?
So you're gonna prove you're gonna put the Berber language in South Africa. All right, bet. Go for it.
And I could tell you he don't know that.
The Libyans or the Lebu.
Hold on, be quiet.
In South Africa. I'll wait.
And I could tell you he don't know that because anybody on here who has read a text and read a book and considered it well studied will agree with what we just said. Including A1.
I'm just saying, bro. I'm just saying the
Berber. All over the place. First off,
no, Silky. You said a lot of stuff that's correct. What I'm saying is that the people that you're claiming to be Berbers, they was living in the North. However, you have the black culture of Kemet comes from the South. It's not from the North.
He don't know the connection, Hercules. So you're way correct. He don't know what you're talking about.
Hold on, wait. I just showed you.
He don't even know that.
100,000 years, and then you got nothing to bring up Kemet. And we're talking
not
about
arguing that. That's not the argument.
And you still got
hold on, Silky.
Wait, hold up.
The argument is,
prove to you 100K.
You all over the
and
place.
I'll prove to you tens of thousands of years before Egypt, and then you run to Kemet.
Yes,
and then you say it's black people. No, it's not black people. They have a name. We got tribes. We got.
Listen. Hold on, Hercules. Hold on, Hercules. Hold on, Hercules.
Hold up, Silky. Yes, you showed it. Wait, Jose. Let me finish off.
Hold on. Give me a second, Hercules.
I looked at the tribe you gave.
Silky,
I just knew it was gonna be old.
Silky, hold your peace. We're not disagreeing with you. But what we're going to tell you is,
if y'all not disagreeing, we need to move on to the next case.
Hold on, let me finish.
We need to go to commercial.
Hold on, can I finish? Can I finish? Can I finish?
No, because you agree with me. So nothing to say.
No, I agree with
you. If you agree, I don't want to hear nothing.
Be quiet.
If you agree, I don't want to hear nothing.
No.
Both of y'all agree. So case closed.
No. I'm saying they come from the South, brother. The culture is coming from the South.
So you have to prove these Libyans originating in South Africa.
No, I'm not saying the Libyans originate. I'm saying the culture of Kemet comes from the South. The Libyans were the enemies. I'm saying the Libyans were the enemies.
He don't know what you're saying, Hercules. He doesn't know. He doesn't know that you're making a correlation.
You go to 3,000 BC. I'll show you 100K.
That they call ancient Libyans. The people that they call ancient Libyans, they got those names off the walls of ancient Kemet. He does not know.
Do you want to see how many these tribes, these people, these indigenous populations
and Tibu comes from
are still out there? They're still out there. You still got to see we Berbers and see Oasis in Egypt that are still indigenous out there. They still speak the old language. So what are you talking about?
That's not the argument. That's not the argument.
So what is the argument? If you agree with me, what is the argument?
Let me repeat it again.
Like
argument.
You just said you agree with me.
Be quiet. No.
Man, I'm about to go to the store. I'm gonna holler at y'all.
Yeah, do that.
What did I miss, man? What did I miss?
Let me repeat it again.
Your boy don't understand.
Argument.
Wait, hold up.
I know it's 5 mics, though.
Wait, hold up. I'm about to go. Let me say this real quick. Yo, Silky, what we saying is that yes, the Berbers was in the north. However, you trying to make it as if their culture is older because you can show the 100,000 years of being up north. When I'm saying that even before Kemet was founded, the people living in the South, we can show that they was also there for 100,000 years, and they was producing shit. You know what I'm saying? They was doing stuff, so we can show that as well. And the people from the Libyans that you're talking about, who was in the north, those were the enemies. the people that Namir was fighting.
You missed an important. You missed an important part, Hercules.
Let's break it down. Hold on.
Berber is not an indigenous name.
We talk Amazon. We know what we're talking about, though. We're talking about indigenous North Africa, the indigenous people. To me, who live all that.
Amazon.
Right, so hold on.
You are correct.
So by your
Amazon
logic,
is considered an indigenous name.
So by your
Berber
logic, you're saying Egyptian and Commission has South Africa influence, yes?
Yes. There's
what they're telling you, Silky.
ideas that South Africa might get.
Okay, prove that.
Scholastic ideas that yes.
Hold up.
Prove
South Africa might.
Prove the language. Prove the language and the influence that's not Libyan and coming from South Africa.
Hey, I'm ready to show my.
No.
I'm ready to show my screen now.
We know the Libyans got influence. So prove to me that
there is an academic idea.
Influence.
Hold on. There is an academic idea that Kemetic influence might have reached to South Africa.
You mean reached? It reached to South Africa?
Yes.
It reached to South Africa?
Yes.
So wouldn't that be coming from north down south?
No. When I say South Africa, I mean the country South Africa, not Southern Africa.
Okay. So A1, give me I see my screen is showing. Let me give me the 2 minutes real quick.
So show me Egyptians having South African influence.
You been talking since I've been gone, Silky.
Because King J
I'm about to give him the timer, Silky. I'm about to give him the 2-minute timer.
They've been talking since I've been gone, so I can show
I'm
my
gonna go
screen.
mute. Yeah, I'm gonna go. They got it. I'm gonna go mute.
And then I'm gonna give you the 2-minute timer right back. So
and then
everybody stay around.
If you have anything contention with what I'm showing, Silky, then you can say that this isn't true. Okay.
Time starts. Go.
And I just typed in this is AI, which is what he did. So the contention is Tamehu and Tasheme. Is this Egypt or not? Silky saying that Tamehu is not Egypt. Okay, so let's talk about it. Here's what it says. It says in ancient Egypt, Tasheme and Tamehu were the indigenous names for the two primary geographic and political divisions of the country. Of what country? Tashemehu, land of reeds, was the name for Upper Egypt, the region that was the narrow valley in the south, extending from the first cataracts near modern-day Aswan northwards to just south of modern Cairo. Tamehu, land of papyrus, was the name for Lower Egypt. That should be the bomb. Tamehu was the name for Lower Egypt. This region encompassed the broad, fertile Nile Delta in the north, where the river spread out and flowed into the Mediterranean.
Did you just switch and say Tamehu was lower and Shasta is upper?
Hold on.
This is what it says. The point is that it's Egypt. It's Egypt. It's Egypt. So Tamehu is the north. It's Lower Egypt. Tashemehu is the south. It's Upper Egypt. So when the brother is saying Tamehu's not Egypt, I really just wanted them to understand when I was saying Tawi, this is what I'm talking about. Upper and Lower Egypt. Tawi. Now go ahead, brother.
I'm gonna just keep it short and sweet. Just say those indigenous people turn into your Egyptians way later in time. Way later in time.
No, because this is the name. The name is literally Lower Egypt. Brother Silky, this is what you're not comprehending. Of course,
I thought it said ancient Egypt. I thought your source said ancient Egypt.
Silky, this is
you
what you're not
comprehending. You started off with ancient Egypt, and then you went to indigenous.
Silky. When we say Egypt, we know who we're talking about, Egyptians. We're talking about these inhabitants. That's all we're talking about, Silky. So we know that in Tashemehu, there was a southern indigenous element, probably from Kerma or Nehesi stock. And then we have a northern, which is people would be a more Levantine Mesopotamian stock, right? And this happens after the Neolithic period, right? Where we see domestication in the Nile Delta, right? We see it first with the Merimde culture. So we can start there. But I'm just wanting you to know this is Egypt. I hate the term Egypt, but when we're saying Tashemehu, when we're saying Tamehu, we're talking about Lower and Upper Egypt, the two lands that combine, Tawi. So we know they're multi-ethnic. The Nile Valley is we already know this. So I don't understand why he's so insecure with saying this. The word Egypt doesn't come into the Greek, was it around 600 BC? It's a Greco-Roman word. Well, Egyptos is Greek. English is Egypt is English.
Okay, so I think you're not so in your own source, if you pull your own source,
what is your What is your contention with what I'm showing?
I'm about to. You know what? I got it right here. I'll show you on my screen.
Just say what your contention is.
I'm gonna tell you that I'm gonna use your own words against you because in the beginning of your source, you don't comprehend how you read ancient Egypt, and when they say ancient Egypt, they're referring to Libya. That's all Libyan. That's all Berber. That's
Libya isn't an ancient
Egypt
word.
Is not Egypt. Ancient Egypt is not Egypt. That's Libya, because before it was all Egypt, it was Libya. You had to wait for the unification, even for your Egypt to come about. But let's read it though. The Tashemeh likely refers to an ancient Egyptian language as a Tashemeh translation word, the upper region of Egypt. Hold on, wait. So as a Tashemeh is a transliteration of the word for the upper region of Egypt. So you're back to the upper, yes? It just took. I'm hitting you with language right now. So
you do know upper is south, right?
A word for the upper region of Egypt, and it's like so. But first off, it's the language is ancient Egyptian. That's ancient Egyptian language. Do you know what ancient Egyptian is? That's the indigenous people of Egypt way before it was called Egypt. FYI. So commonly studied as ancient Egyptian. The language evolved over thousands of years and eventually replaced by Arabic. Then you going into Arabic stuff, but yeah, ancient Egyptian was studied. Yeah, but yeah, man. So you're only here to 3,200, but ancient Egyptian, bro, that's Libya. You like I said before your unification.
I think I said that. I think I said that.
It took you back to the north, right? So it took you back to the north languages, which would be Libya.
It's all the North same Africa. Language, brother. There is no separate Egyptian language. The people in the north didn't speak a different dialect than the south, a different language in the south.
Well, actually, the Libyans spoke a different language than Egyptians. You don't know those are separate languages,
brother. Hold on. Let me just show my screen again.
But then again, your Egyptian language comes later.
You're clearly
100,000 years old, as the source showed, proven to y'all.
What's 100,000 years old?
The Tamihu tribe.
Is 100,000 years old?
They go way back to 100K. That's what the source said. You can look it up.
Silky, stop.
So I didn't show everybody on the screen. I didn't look that up and show everybody now. We all didn't see it together.
Silky. Now you're making up stuff.
It's made up now.
This
is what I'm talking about. A lot of you guys are not scholars. No information, bro.
I'm gonna give you your 2 minutes. Go.
Yeah, I'm gonna look up the source for you. Let's see how old the Tamihu tribe is. All right, bet I'm on your tribe. Tamihu, how many years do Tamihu?
Nothing predates the Neolithic. So your 100,000 is pseudo as hell, boy.
You want me to put Kemet or Egypt? I mean, it's gonna give me a big number.
You said 100,000 years ago.
I'll put Kemet. Yeah, let's put the
Kemet. There is no language.
There is no domestication before.
Well, that would be verbal before written history.
Brother,
that would be before
there is no domestication before the Neolithic period, and that's 6,000 BC. So you're talking about 100,000 years ago. You're crazy.
I'm crazy now because I'm reading a source.
That was incorrect. You can read an incorrect source.
It was incorrect because it's giving you archaeology and you don't like it.
Brother, okay, there is no archaeology in the Nile Delta before the Neolithic period. You don't know what you're talking about.
Okay, so this is the source. All it says was the Tamihu people, also known as Tahinu. So the Tamihu and the Tahinu, are they the same? Yes or no?
You're supposed to be showing our data of 100,000.
So you're talking about upper and lower. You're over here harping
no,
upper. I
no,
keep
don't
hearing you
divert
stop.
now. Show your date
But
of
let's keep going.
100,000 years
Hold on.
ago.
I'm on your source.
Because
Predates
before
the
the Green
formation.
Sahara, the Green
Can I read?
Sahara,
Bro,
the area
can I
wasn't
read?
inhabitable.
Can I read? What? Can
I
I
said
read, bro?
before the Green Sahara, the Nile
I'm reading
Delta
the
was
source,
not
bro.
inhabitable.
I'm reading the source, bro.
Okay.
Predate the formation of dynastic Egypt by several millennia with historical footprint in North Africa. The Tamihu historical footprint in North Africa going back potentially, how many zeros is that? How many zeros you see right there? Did I make this up, or this is what they give? This is what the information says. Bet 100,000 years. Ancient Egypt as a unified state began 31 BC, while the Tamihu were part of the indigenous population who maintained a continuous presence. These people that predate all what y'all talking about have had a continuous presence in the region long before any significant foreign influence or the rise of the Nile Valley civilization,
Now click the
because
source.
they are the
Click on the
Nile
arrow.
Valley civilization.
Now click the thumbnail to show the source. That's the hearsay. Now show the source.
This Tamihu Wiki, National Geographic,
Silky, that still don't mean those people from Egypt. Egypt's culture come from the south.
Wait. Now let me get my two. Now let me get my
What
two.
did it tell you, bro? You mad at the scholars, bro? You mad at the scholars for telling y'all the indigenous people of the land?
Bro,
who
I didn't make a comment on who the indigenous people of the land.
Who are the indigenous people, man? The Tamihu are the indigenous. He just told you.
Listen, Silky. The ancient Egyptian culture originates in the Sudan. It comes from out of the south. That has nothing to do with the indigenous people of the Delta, bro. I'm not making that argument.
Yeah, dude. Whoever talking, you taking him away. You taking him way away from the point, brother. Just let me get my response real quick. He don't know what he's talking about. So let me, because it's a combination of both. So Silky, let me get my response. So everybody on the panel, like Silky, you're playing with our common sense. Neolithic period represents domestication within the Nile Delta. You do know what Neolithic means? Well, domestication means we see sedentary farming. We see polished tools and stone. We see domestication of animals and plants, cattle, things of that nature. People are going from a hunter-gatherer type of a lifestyle into domesticating, right?
Yep.
We see this for the first time after the Green Sahara in the Nile Delta. This is 6,000 BC. And this is the first time. Like, you're not going to tell me that people lived there before then. And 100,000 years ago, like, there is no source for this. Like, this is pseudo information at its finest. Like, to insinuate that there were people living in the Nile Delta 100,000 years ago is crazy. It's freaking crazy. We see in the South, we see Naphtha Playa, right?
Correct.
We see Naphtha Playa, and we see them coming from the South and establishing what they see in the South. We see the Merende culture. I keep mentioning that because to me, the Merende culture is the first culture that we see in the Nile Delta that's coming from the Levant. There's a continuation of that we see the Fayum A and B, right? Culture. And then after that, we see the Badarian. And what we see in that is that they're coming down. The Merende is in the Nile, the Fayum is under that, the Badarian culture is under that, and then underneath that, we see them in Thebes. So at some point, there's a I don't even get off the point. The point that I'm establishing is this: there is no people living in the Nile Delta before the Neolithic period. So I don't know what source he's reading on AI. I asked him the source, but it's like this is the most pseudo crap I've ever heard. And then, like, for you to insinuate this on this panel is like you don't think that we have enough common sense to understand Paleolithic dates, Neolithic dates, understand, like, you're making shit up.
Yeah, I made it up and
Let me
typed it up myself and put it in the Word
show
Excel.
my
I somehow magically typed that up myself and just put it in there. I added the 100 on there, just anticipating this one moment for me to happen, hop on this panel. I had all this planned out, premeditated way ahead of time, that I knew you was gonna come on the panel and say some silly stuff out your mouth. So I went and made up this fake source just so I could show y'all and have an aha moment.
That's not a source.
Bruh, it was a simple Google search, bruh. You could do the same thing. Type in Tahinu tribe. How many years does it predate Egypt, Kemet? Anything you want to type in. Nubia, take your pick.
Well, I want to show my source, my screen now. I got sources. So I'm on my Silky. I'm on my laptop, and I refuse to let this pseudo finasco continue to
You
go
mad
on.
at the source, bro? Do what you gotta do.
That's not a source. If you think that's a source,
bro, it was a simple overview.
Here we go. Now I'm showing my source. So be quiet for 1 second.
Ain't my fault it said that it predate everything you talking about, and it's indigenous people that they're indigenous.
All right. So respectfully, Smokey, let me just show my screen. Share my screen. So what I'm reading here, it says the first Neolithic inhabitants of the Nile Valley are considered to be the cultures that emerged around 6000 BC. With the earliest evidence appearing in the Nile Valley region, these early people were hunter-gatherers who developed sedentary life. This is everything I just said to you. Agriculture, pottery, laying the groundwork for later Egyptian civilization. The Badarian culture was followed is a key precursor to the dynastic Egypt. Early Neolithic culture. 6,000.
Hold on, brother. Let him finish.
Early Neolithic cultures. 6,000 BC. Now Delta. Early Neolithic, brother, come on.
You
now.
died by your own source. So it said it laid down the groundwork for Egyptian stuff. Yeah,
Silky,
tell me something I don't know.
Right. I'm trying to speak to you. But you do know that this date doesn't say 100,000 years ago, right?
So you were talking about farming. You were talking about not the player.
I'm talking about 6,000 BC, brother.
You got the nerve to bring that up, and then you come pull up this source and blow your brains out.
Silky,
I don't know why y'all do this to
said
yourself.
100,000 years ago, brother.
Bro, hold on, wait. Go back to your source. You was just reading. I like that story. Start off again.
Yeah,
you said
this is 6,000
it laid
BC.
the groundwork for Egyptian. For all that was done by them people, right?
Right. These are the people who came.
Did it say Egyptians?
Silky.
No, it said it laid down the groundwork for Egyptians. Yes.
Right. Yes.
Okay, then compose.
These are the Egyptians.
Oh, the Egyptians are laying groundwork for Egyptians. That's what it said.
Are you gonna let me finish, or you started laughing? So let's
start
get
at the
clear.
beginning. Go and start over. Go ahead and start over. It was a good source. Okay, start over.
You talking over me doesn't make you right, brother. It's just
I just want to break down your story. I don't want you to go on mute.
I want you to go on mute. I want you to go on mute.
Go ahead. Are you gonna start over for me?
Like I did for you. I want you to go on mute like I do for you.
On mute. Go. You're right. Go ahead.
I don't filibuster you. All right. We go. The first Neolithic inhabitants of the Nile Valley are considered to be the cultures that emerged around 6,000 BC. So this right here debunks everything that Silky said. He said 100,000 years ago, the Tamihu people lived in Tamihu was 100,000 years ago. So I'm establishing right here that there was nobody there before 6,000 BC in the Neolithic period. It says, with the earliest evidence appearing in the Nile Delta region, these early people were hunter-gatherers who developed sedentary lifestyle, agriculture, and pottery, laying the groundwork for later Egyptian civilization. The Badarian culture was followed is a key precursor to dynastic Egypt. Of course, the Badarians are. There we go to early Neolithic cultures, 6,000 BC, the Nile Delta. This is Tamihu. This is the contention is this area right here. Early Neolithic settlements, such as the Merembe, appeared in the northern Nile Delta, 6,000 BC. So, Silky, you're going to have to show people living here in the Nile Delta before 6,000 BC. These groups developed well-rounded Neolithic subsistence strategies, including both farming and animal husbandry. Because before then, Silky, remember, these are hunter-gatherers. and they weren't able to live in this area because it was the green. Why you cut me off? You finna have the mic, brother. You finna have the mic. The production of pottery began during the late 6th millennium BC. And it talks about the Badarian culture, the Naquata culture. The expansion of the Sahara Desert pushed more people into the Nile Valley, contributing to the development of sedentary agriculture-based life. So it's talking about going from hunter-gatherers to domestic lifestyle. This is go down here to the bottom. There is evidence that people from the region south, such as Nubia, also influenced the development of Egyptian civilization, with population settlements existing in the Sudanese and Egyptian Nile Valley from the 50s. From the south and the north, we see them coming, and there is an area of confluence that they do meet. I would probably argue that it's like in Badaria or like the Waset area, but yeah, brother, it's overkill. So I'm debunking your date of 100,000 years ago. That doesn't even make sense. That doesn't even make history, science. They don't even like familiarize yourself with Paleolithic time periods and Neolithic. The Neolithic is where we're going from hunter-gatherer to domestication. Go ahead.
And who are the ones that, are you done? Are you still filibustering? Are you done? Okay, so you brought up the ones that brought farming, right?
Domestication.
And that was the Tamihu tribe that did that when you said that, correct? In your own source?
No, it says the Marende culture, which is the Butu culture.
So you didn't look up nothing about Tamihu?
That was all about Tamihu. It's a Nile Delta. Comprehend the points, brother. The Nile Delta is Tamihu.
The Nile Delta, and they're indigenous, yes?
They're the first culture, it says, came from 6,000 BC was the Marende.
And
they're the first inhabitants of the area of the land.
So the Tamihu are not a Marende.
They are of the Marende. Everybody who lives in that geographical location is Tamihu. It lives in the land of Tamihu.
And
it's multi-ethnical. It's a region.
All called land of Tamihu, right?
The north. Want me to show again the screen?
And it's land of Tamihu. All right.
The north, yeah. So it says here.
The north?
It says right here, the land of Papyrus was the name for Lower Egypt. This region encompassed the broad, fertile Nile Delta in the north, where the rivers spread out and flowed into the Mediterranean Sea. So that's the Nile Delta that we're talking about here, where I keep referencing the Nile Delta. Like, I don't have to continuously say Tamihu. I can just say, you should be smart enough to know what I'm saying Nile Delta. I mean the same thing, right? So when I'm talking about the first inhabitants in the Nile Delta, I'm literally saying the first inhabitants of Tamihu, Lower Egypt.
Which would be, and those are later Libyans.
Well, the culture is called the Maremde, and it's the Butu. It's actually Madi Butu culture. So when you look at the Narmer palette, when you see those decapitated people whose head he's cutting off, that's the Madi Butu culture. You see the Tamihu.
And how? Okay, the Butu culture, right?
Yes.
The Mighty Butu.
Madi. M-A-D-I.
Okay, so how far back does that culture predate Egypt?
These are all precursors. So when we're talking about the formation of what you would call a city-state, for one, the term Egypt doesn't even come along until the Greeks.
This is story you said a lot about. Just FYI, I didn't. That was it. It says that their presence go back to the footprint historically, going back. You know what I'm saying? Potentially 100,000 years.
Where do you keep getting that source, brother? Do you understand to comprehend when you read something that's wrong to be like that can't be?
All you gotta do is type this in, brother. How many years do the Tamihu predate Egypt? That's it, brother. Type that in.
So let me ask you something, brother, because you have common sense. You know that nobody lived there 100,000 years ago.
Are you going off the? Nobody lived there in Africa. Nobody was in Africa 100,000
Are you not
years
aware?
ago.
Are you not aware of the? Are you not aware of the geographical conditions of the land and climate 100,000 years ago in Africa?
It was luscious. It was like flooded. It was grassy. It was all
So
green.
that means that you couldn't
It
live
was
there.
great.
Hey, King J, specify in that part of Africa, because you're gonna use that to wiggle out of what you're trying to tell him.
Nigga trying to help him. Ruben, dog, you can help that nigga. Y'all can both step. I kill both of y'all at the same time. It's not a problem. What's up?
You've been dead.
How? I've proven everything I said. I haven't lied now once.
Brother, that shit is pseudo as hell. 100,000 years ago. Hold on, let me look it up.
I already got you on the hook.
Source. I'll show this man a source. He be mad at me. I'm on the hook.
100,000 years ago is crazy.
Yeah, I got you on the hook.
How was that? To me, who being 100K older got me on the hook.
Berbers, I got you on the hook for that already.
Wow, you want to bring up Nubians? This is sad.
Sugar, you just died.
Dude, let's make this real simple. How many years do the Berbers predate the Nubians? Y'all want to see that out?
That would be non-sequitur to our debate. The debate isn't
who
the debate. Listen. The debate isn't who predates who. The debate is, are the Nubians Berbers? Because that is their claim.
So Silky, I'm reading this source, brother. It's like, come on, brother. Like you just So look, okay, it says 100. It says 100,000 years ago in North Africa, there were Homo sapiens. It says the climate was wetter than it was today. It says the Sahara. It says the Sahara was a significant barrier. That means they couldn't get there. It says evidence of early humans. It says footprints. It says
So you got evidence that you think they couldn't get there.
It says that means that a barrier means they couldn't get there. It was so it says well preserved. It says well preserved Homo sapien footprints, including those in Morocco, date back 100,000 years ago. They're talking about 100,000 years ago. It wasn't, people wasn't living there. It says the oldest human activity 100,000 years ago was in Tunisia.
Tunisia. North Africans.
Brother, that's not Egypt, brother. That's not Tamehu.
That's before Egypt, bruh. Obviously, it's way before Egypt.
These aren't right. This isn't Tamehu.
So this Egyptian tribe goes back to Morocco, 100K.
Brother, these are archaic humans.
They're humans. All right, they're old. You know what archaic means? Do you know what archaic means?
God.
Old. So they're older Berbers or older Tamehu. Just older ancient, older North Africans.
Brother, they're older hominids.
All right, that's great. All right, cool, man. Good stuff. Now let me read my verse. I'm glad you learned it, bro. Yeah. You learned archaeology, bro. That's called science.
I'm back.
Hold on, let me
what I missed, but I'm back. Was y'all wilding out without me, man?
Hey, how many years do Berbers predate the Nubians, right? How many years do the Berbers predate the Nubians? Let's make it real simple. You know what I'm saying? We ain't gonna do all that extra. Y'all claim the Berbers are young.
Berbers would technically beat Nubians in some instances, brother. This is a stupid question.
We read, bro? Can we let the scholars talk? Can we listen to the scholars?
I keep telling them that because Berbers show ancestry coming from East Africa.
One mic. I need one. Can I talk? Stop filibustering. Let me read my source. Both the Berber and Nubian people are indigenous to North Africa and have exceptionally ancient origins, with evidence of their ancestral cultures dating back to at least 10,000 for Berbers and 8 to 7,000 for the early Neolithic peoples of Nubia. So that's literally everybody at home that knows how to do simple mathematics. That's 2,000 years predating the Nubians. Let's keep going. The indigenous people of the Madrid are believed to descended from the Stone Age culture, who inhabited region at least 10,000 BC.
Predating them.
So what are you talking about? That predates Nubia.
What predates Nubia?
The Berbers predate Nubia.
Brother, the word Nubia is a Greek word. So when you typing that in about, brother, quit cutting me off. Listen, when you're typing in stuff about Nubia, it's gonna go to Greek, to that 600 AD date. It's not gonna, you're not talking. Listen, Silky, You're not talking about indigenous Nahesi tribes in South Africa. You're talking about
8,000 BC.
For one, Silky, the word Nubia wasn't even used. They weren't calling it. That wasn't Nubia.
It said Nubian. I'm typing Nubian. He brought up Nubian. You're talking about Nubian.
Listen. If you would have typed in a word like
you type it in then. Go for it. What are you waiting for? Do it.
Brother, look what this is what he's confusing.
8,000.
I brought up our debate, right? Man, I got him locked in the debate. And the debate is Silky.
Real easy.
Silky.
So Silky, you saying that there's no black people, there wasn't black people in South Africa?
Who the hell said anything about color?
You.
Look, King
really,
you just said that the Berbers predate the Nubians.
Something about color.
They're not black.
Yeah, y'all quick, dog. I'm over here talking about black and white the whole time.
Black are modern terms. Black and white are modern terms.
Ancient times.
Listen to what he's doing. I brought up our debate title, right? The debate I got him locked in on that I'm not going to let him off the hook on. He made the claim that Nubians are Berbers, right? The title of our debate is "Are the Nubians Berbers?" So he said, "What the Nubians are Berbers?"
Hold on, Silky.
He just died. Right. Let me just read this. No, Berbers and Nubians are distinct ethnic groups, but they are historically connected through a shared region and cultural exchange. Berbers are indigenous to North Africa, while Nubians are native to what is now known to be called Northern Sudan and Southern Egypt. Historically, the term Barbara was used by Arabs to refer to Nubians, but the term has been associated with Berbers, suggesting an ancient link and some confusion between the two groups. It says Berbers. It says Berbers origin, indigenous to a vast area of North Africa. It says Nubians origin, indigenous to the Nile Valley in what is now southern Sudan and Egypt.
Put me on the screen, A1.
The term Berber is from the Greek. It was used by Arabs to refer to Nile Valley Nubians. Connection and confusion.
He want to debate me on this too, y'all.
You will lose. You didn't just read what you didn't hear what I just read?
Nah, the Berbers predate them by 2,000 years. You're 2,000 years late.
What do you mean they're late?
Why do you think they're distinct? Because you come 2,000 years later.
That's 9 seconds to the debate, Silky. That is 9 seconds to the debate. The debate ain't about who predate who. The debate is not about who predates who.
So you think these people are 2,000 years ahead of you?
Listen,
don't have any. Y'all aren't none of them, right? Y'all think y'all don't have any of Berber in them, even though they're 2,000 years ahead of y'all.
Silky, can I ask you a question, just for clarity?
This is ridiculous.
We're not arguing. We going over information. When you say Nubia, who are you referring to when you say Nubians?
I put in Nubians, so everyone included.
I'm asking you.
I typed in Nubians. Whatever. So everything that goes under that flag.
I'm asking you who they're referring to.
Who they're referring to? Obviously, these people that come 2,000 years after the Berbers.
No, Silky, understand the question, comprehend the question. Nubia is a Greek word. So we're talking about people, something that happened about 3,000 to 5,000 BC. We're not talking about the term Nubians at all. So when you want to say, I'm asking you, who are they referring to? What people group are they referring to when they say Nubians? Who are they referring to? Are they referring
to ancient Nubians, whoever was under that flag?
Are you referring to the Nahesi groups?
All those people you're naming literally come after that.
Are you referring to the people who would be considered from Kerma? Are you referring to the people who would be considered?
You show it. You prove it. You show show it. Prove it. I'll show you they come at 8,000. I don't really care about Nubia because that's young to me. Nubia's not old. Kemet's not old. Egypt's not old. All right, Libya's old. Berbers are old. None of that stuff y'all are talking are old. Tamihu are old. The Lebu are old. The Rebu are old. Y'all stuff is not old. My stuff predates all y'all stuff by thousands of years. And y'all study harp on 6,000 BC like that's something. You harp on 5,000 BC like that's something, 3,000 BC like it's something. It's buku amount of civilization and living way before any of that stuff even happens.
Brother, before that time period, no, Silky, that's impossible. Brother, before that time period, we were
okay, bro.
Silky, before that time period, we were hunter-gatherers.
You don't study archaeology,
Right.
do you?
Even
You don't study archaeology?
Even in Africa, they were hunter-gatherers, and the Berbers are not hunter-gatherers, Silky.
To me, who? To he knew. They're not hunter-gatherers.
Silky don't comprehend a lot. Silky don't comprehend a lot because
no, I don't comprehend a lot because you out here
brother,
lying.
I just showed you that before the Green Sahara phase, brother. The now Delta was inhabitable, brother, until 6,000 BC.
Yeah, they were hunter gatherers. You're right.
For hundreds
hunter gatherers because they had to be. Yeah, he's right.
Because they had to be before it's a transitional period, brother. They went through an aqualyptic period as well. We look around
okay, what year is the transitional period? Bet. Hold on, I'll kill you right there. What year?
Study the Neolithic period. The Neolithic period is the primary transition.
Land is plain.
What year is it? No, I need a year. What year is the transitional period?
Bro, you derailing his spill.
You can go as far back as 13,000 BC.
Back 13 to 9,000 BC.
Yeah, you can go as far as back.
13 to 9,000 BC.
You will find things like fishing.
Okay, and I showed you a tribe that goes back 100K. Yes.
No.
They have to be hunter gatherer foragers.
Okay, hold on. So yeah, 13.
Exactly. He just showed us. You showed some archaic hominids.
All right, hold on. You know what? Let me go ahead and put you in another dagger. Since you talk, okay, 13. So you only want me to beat? I got to beat 13,000. That's it. That's your argument. Okay,
yeah, great. That's the period of the Neolithic.
All right, great, cool. All right, now here go the dagger. So this is real simple, y'all. Everybody at home can do this. Anybody can look this stuff up. It's real simple.
You're not showing a source.
How many years do the Berbers predate the Egyptians? Let's see what it says.
Faulty premise.
Berbers predate ancient Egyptians by thousands of years, with their ancestors living in North Africa since the Stone Age. Do any of y'all know what the Stone Age period is? You should Google up the Stone Age and see what period that ranges from.
You're proving that point, though.
So, hold on. Over the Stone Age period, Africa since Stone Age, over 20,000 years, predating the unification of Upper and Lower Egypt. Don't waste my time. While ancient Egyptians developed a civilization along the Nile, the ancestors of the Berbers inhabited the broader North African region, with the earliest council.
You debunked yourself right there. That just debunked yourself right there. Your source just said that they're two distinct groups, and what are you even talking about?
20K, bro. 20K.
Yeah,
you said
20K time frame he's given. Listen, that 20K time frame he's given is from the Maghreb, not the Nile Valley.
Right.
That predates the Nile there, right?
Oh my God. No. Nile Valley culture is. Hold on, bro.
Show the culture then. Okay, we'll pull up the culture. Show it. Go get the name.
And additionally, I would like to add that 20K,
the tribe that's 20K over.
20,000 years ago, it wasn't no Berbers. That would be the Abaru Malaysian culture, brother. That would be the Abaru Malaysian. That would be
the scholars didn't say that.
That would be the ancestors of the Berbers, Silky.
Yes, indeed.
You need a source. Source up. Source that.
Oh, that's just general academic knowledge.
Where's the source at, bro? Where's the source at? Source up. Y'all aren't sourcing nothing. You keep dying on you. Most of your sources are literally.
All right. Well, let me read a source that debunks you. I'm tired of you.
Now I need you to show me a tribe. Show me a tribe.
I'm finna show you. Let's go. I'm tired of you.
You got a source up.
Okay, listen. It says, were there Berbers 100,000 years ago? No. The modern concept of Berber as an ethnic or linguistic group did not exist 100,000 years ago. Okay.
So that's all you got is Berbers.
That's all I need to say. That's all I need to say, because it's common knowledge, brother. There were 100,000 years ago, brother. There were no dwelling groups.
2,000 years ago.
Right, you don't even really show the
100,000 years ago, we didn't even really have rights.
Yeah, you didn't even have distinct ethnic groups 100,000 years ago.
100,000 years.
Yeah, like you said, you didn't really have sources. Like King said, you didn't have distinct ethnic groups 100,000 years.
The Tamihu people. This is literally the Tamihu. Predates your freaking Egypt stuff. Anything you talking about? 100,000 years.
All right, let me share my screen right quick, because I'm about to kill the pseudo stuff, because that 20,000, I keep telling you, that 20,000 year time frame is the ancestors of the Berbers. That's the Aborigine raising culture, bro.
Is that what the source says?
I'm about to show you.
Is that what the source says? Okay, bet.
You about to have to pick your head up off the floor.
Don't conflate sources.
You're about to have to pick your head up off the floor.
Don't add up extra stuff to a source, bro. The source is right here. We're reading it. You don't have to add on extra.
Share that screen for me.
Yeah, bang. Nasty work.
Somebody share that screen for me.
Now, where your tribe at? Not that old.
Silky, I thought you were smart, but this argument is not even an intelligent argument. Like,
you showing your IQ. You just don't
listen, bro. Listen. It says, while anatomically modern humans were present in North Africa 100,000 years ago, the specific cultural and linguistic group today known as Berbers did not exist at that time. It says,
so who's indigenous today?
Do you understand what that means?
Okay, so can you tell me what other group is indigenous to Morocco?
When I told you that you're talking about archaic hominids, that's exactly what you're talking about.
Can you tell me? I'll say, okay, so hold on. So, oh wow, this is sad right here. So you don't comprehend.
It says
pre-Berber. Let me read my source. When it says these people are old and ancient, and the presence has been inhabited, and these people are indigenous, and these other ones are older, ancient, autonomous, and archaic, and all that. That just means that's like they great grandparents. Like that's just older versions of them, because these people are indigenous to the land. So unless you're gonna move out all the Amazons, all the Berbers, all the indigenous people, including the Tamihu, if you're gonna try to get rid of all these indigenous people.
None of the people you just named. None of the people you just named are 20,000 years old. Their ancestors would be that old. Silky, it's like
the indigenous. The indigenous ancestors. The indigenous ancestors.
Bruh.
The ancestors to the indigenous.
Yeah, check it out. It says
pre-Berber. Wait. Before we move on, the ancestors to the indigenous population. Correct.
Yes.
Duh, nigga, duh.
Yeah, I mean, what else would it be?
All right, man. Glad I'm there. 2-1.
Let's go.
Yeah, you killed yourself 2 times in one state.
Okay, because they're indigenous. Because they're continuous.
It says this, Silky. It says pre-Berber, North Africa, 100,000 years ago. It says around 100,000 years ago, North Africa was inhabited by various ancient hominin groups and early anatomically modern humans.
You said it wasn't inhabited.
Brother, hominin, listen.
You said it wasn't inhabited. You were like, they can't live out there.
Silky, let the man fly his plane, Silky. Let him fly his plane, please.
Early modern humans, fossil evidence from Jebel Ihu in modern day Morocco. We're talking about Morocco. Indicates the presence of early hominids in the region about 300,000 years ago. It says Stone Age cultures. Human groups in North Africa were engaged in activities like tool use, mining, 100,000. The Arterian culture.
Right.
And this is what the brothers just said earlier. The Arterian culture, known for its distinctive stone tools, also existed across the Sahara.
Awesome.
During this period. So
what was the other culture
when the climate was much wetter than it is.
Hold on,
today.
wait. What was the other culture? So it's 2 cultures.
Brother, listen, I'm finna tell you. The emergence of the Berbers. The people who will become the Berbers, who refer to themselves as Amazazi or freemen, are descendants of successive prehistoric cultures and migrations. right? That have occurred.
Everybody, what is the prehistoric time frame?
Silky, clear the runway.
Listen.
Go ahead.
And migrations that occurred much more recently. Ibero-Maurusian culture. This culture appeared in the Maghreb region in northwestern Africa. So we're not even talking about the Nile Delta.
You're way before
this culture appeared. This culture appeared in the. This culture appeared in the.
Silky, clear the runway.
I'm just saying, you gotta wait for these people to leave Morocco to go over to the Nile. That's what I keep trying to tell y'all.
That's what I'm trying to tell you, brother. Silky, when we talked about it earlier, and I said there was a barrier. Come on now, they ain't made it there yet. We're working our way down. The Iberian culture appeared in the Maghreb region, Northwest Africa, about 25,000 years ago. The Capsian culture flourished around 12,000 to 8,000 years ago. This Neolithic culture. So we're not. So when they're talking about Neolithic culture, Silky, they're talking about the time period when we talked about the transitional period about 13 to 9,000. They give a date about 12,000.
We're predating everything y'all are talking about in Egypt. Yes, all that Egyptian
Nobody's
stuff is
there yet, Silky.
Well, hold on, wait. I just want to make sure that they all comprehend. We're predating existence. We're predating all that Egyptian stuff. We're thousands of years ahead of that. We're just slowly getting there.
They're talking about Silky. They're talking about modern atomical humans.
Those are regular humans.
They're talking about all. Let's smoke Silky.
Homo sapiens.
They're talking about Homo sapiens.
We're humans, us, you and me.
And they migrate, right? And they migrated from Morocco, but they weren't able to. They were not able to enter into the Nile Valley until Neolithic period, about 6,000 BC. They came from the north and from the south.
Well, you'd have to put your some type of south. You just said it came from Morocco. You just said it came from the north.
They came from all around, brother. They were hunter-gatherers. They were following
the oldest is in Morocco.
They were hunter-gatherers. They were following the bull.
And hold on, and the Berbers are the descendants, yes?
They was following the
indigenous descendants.
The bull, the Taurus bull.
Yeah, the Berbers would be the descendants of the Abarumarasian and Caspian culture.
No, it said that was a different. Abarumarasian is Mauritanian.
Brother, we all descend from modern anatomical humans, from Homo sapiens.
Right, that part. Okay, great. Which is in Morocco. Well, so you all descend from that bone in Morocco.
It's in Africa.
Bruh.
Well, Africa, North Africa.
No, hold up. This is another thing. This is another thing I want to point out, right? Because he keep talking about the 300,000-year-old fossils in Morocco. Those fossils represent a transition in between archaic Homo sapiens and modern Homo sapiens. They have modern-looking faces, Silky, with an archaic brain case, a smaller, elongated brain case.
Did you not hear what he told you?
Berbers, Silky, are anatomically.
He said Homo sapiens. He just said Homo sapiens.
Nigga, Silky.
Listen, he said anatomically modern humans. He just told you that.
Airplane on the runway at a time.
Go ahead. Okay, but just remember he said that. He just told you Homo sapiens. But go ahead.
Silky. They are all Homo sapiens, Silky. Those 300,000-year-old fossils are a transition in between archaic Homo sapien and modern Homo sapien because they have features from both archaic and modern Homo sapiens.
Well, he didn't say that when he read the source.
Get the hell off the runway. They have modern facial features with an elongated brain case from archaic Homo sapiens. Berbers are anatomically modern Homo sapiens. They are not a transitional state in between archaic and modern Homo sapiens. But you keep trying to make the Berbers these 300,000-year-old fossils, which is a pseudo-is bunch of mess
on
the internet.
That's definitely pseudo. That's pseudo.
Is it a Homo sapien? Yes or no?
Yes, but it is a modern. It's Homo sapien sapien.
Oh, it's Homo sapien sapien now. Are you sure?
Yes,
Oh
Berbers are Homo sapiens sapiens. You can't
Berbers are Homo
equate
sapiens
them
sapiens
to
now.
some of our
Berbers don't come
earliest
into the
ancestors.
Neolithic period, Silky. They don't come into
Berbers
Neolithic.
are Homo
Yeah,
sapiens sapiens.
the Berbers are a mix of Near Eastern ancestry, European ancestry, and East African ancestry. And he want to get around his East African ancestors and put them before their ancestors.
Yeah.
So you're saying the origins of Morocco are from the East?
The West. Oh wait, what? Brother.
If you tell me, y'all don't want to say this crazy shit.
Silky, you know how you see how you move the goalpost? We've established that
you said all people come from Morocco, right? You just said all the modern humans descend from Morocco, right? Yes or no?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, then case closed.
That's not the Nile Delta.
I don't. Well, yeah, you gotta wait on that to me who get all that going.
6,000 BC. We've already established this. You talk. Where is this 100,000-year-old date come from of Temehu?
Don't even have any writings at 100,000 years.
He made it up. Like either he doesn't comprehend the information. We're showing you, Silky, that when they're talking about 100,000 years ago, they're talking about anatomically modern humans in Morocco.
What is it? An anatomically modern human is a Homo sapien. Yes, a regular human. Yes or no?
They're hominids for sure.
Regular human. Yes or no?
Archaic hominids.
You didn't say no. You just when you read it, you said it's an anatomically modern human, right?
Yeah, no, Homo sapiens sapiens are modern humans. Yeah, absolutely.
Let's look. Okay, hold on. Let's go to anatomy. You said anatomically modern human. So
we haven't developed in 100,000 years.
Developed. Yeah. What do you think? You're all eating the same food? You think everybody's breathing in the same stuff? Like you're doing the same habits?
Are we Homo sapiens? Are we Homo sapiens now, or are we Homo sapiens sapiens?
We're Homo sapiens.
What is the difference between a Homo sapien and a Homo sapiens sapien?
We're talking years.
No,
let's read it up. I got it right here. Let's break it down. Let's get to the scholars. Let's let the scholars do the talkings. All right. Anatomically modern Homo sapiens, right, are humans who possess the physical characteristics of what? What's that say, y'all? Contemporary people. What does contemporary people mean?
Us. Homo sapiens sapiens.
That part.
Homo sapiens sapiens.
A high round forehead, small face with prominent chin, and a more graceful skeleton. The first emerged, they, anatomically modern humans, yo ass, first emerged in Africa around 300,000 years ago.
I'm not an anatomically modern human. I'm the Homo sapiens sapiens.
The evidence suggested they spread across the continent before migrating out of Africa. Of course, they spread across before migrating out of Africa.
They went south. They went south first. They couldn't go east.
Morocco.
The climate didn't allow them. The climate and the barriers didn't allow them to go to the east.
It says from he first emerged 300,000 years ago.
In the west.
Emerged
in the west.
From the north, from Morocco, from
northwest.
And then y'all start going in later breakdowns.
That's nowhere, Silky. That's nowhere near the Nile Delta.
Let me read this.
And the Tamilu tribe make up of your Egyptian, right?
Let me read this, Silky.
The indigenous Libyans are going back 100K. The Tamilu are going back 100K.
Silky. The tribe come 96,000 years later.
Let me read this.
You gotta wait, bro. You gotta wait on things.
Silky, listen. The Jebel Erhu fossils represent a transition between archaic and modern Homo sapiens because they have a mix of features from both groups, with a modern-looking face but a more archaic, elongated brain case. The discovery, dated to approximately 300,000 years ago, suggests that the evolution of Homo sapiens was a more gradual pan-African process rather than a single out-of-Africa event. Features of the Jebel Erhu fossils. Modern features: a modern-looking face with delicate cheekbones, the jaw and teeth aligned with those of Homo sapiens. Facial variations fall within the range of modern human variation. Archaic features, an elongated brain case similar to archaic humans rather than the rounded shape of modern humans, prominent brow ridges, a large face, and larger lower jaws. Significance of the Jabal Erhu findings. Rethinking human origins. The fossils push back the origin of our species over 100,000 years. Pan-African evolution. The findings suggest that the emergence of modern humans was a gradual process that occurred across the African continent, not just in one region like Morocco, like you keep trying to make the shit be. A root of our species. Researchers consider these fossils to represent the very root of the Homo sapien lineage, showing a group that was on the path to becoming what we are today. What you're trying to make them what we are today.
They emerged. They first emerged. Right. Yeah, tell me something I don't know, bro. First emergence. Nasty work.
I mean, they still don't have any culture really or anything that we can readily identify, you know. So
well, that would kind of be the beginning of your stuff. You just don't wait on.
They don't have no DNA from them either.
Yeah, that too.
But you got you got constant habitation.
There is no DNA.
You got consistent people living in that stuff out there.
Silky, all humans go back to those first anatomically humans from Morocco, Homo sapiens. We all do.
That part. So I guess they're North
the ancestors of all humans.
So what are so Silky? You're not saying anything.
Oh yes, no. I'll let you say it. That's all. You're
not saying anything because we know that they migrated.
So hold on, wait. So who's indigenous? Hold on, time out. Let me ask you this: is the Khoisan indigenous to North Africa, or are the Berber Amazigh indigenous to North Africa? Which is it?
The Khoisan is South Africa, brother. No.
So if the humans started in the north, that means your son Khoisan comes way later. Yes.
They say modern human evolution was a pan-African process.
It's not a vacuum.
Silky. For one, when you're talking about that Morocco,
it happens everywhere.
You're talking about mitochondrial DNA. You're talking about the woman. So when you're talking about when you're talking about the Khoisan, which is A001, right? They come from West Africa. They might so A-double-O originates in West Africa. And migrate to South Africa.
Y'all being respectful over here,
man. Yeah, we just beating.
It's just get a little muddied and pseudo with Silky, you know.
Okay, as long as they're being respectful, I expect you to hold it down. King Naga, you are an honorary vet on the channel. You've been here since before day one. So yeah, if you don't hear me up here responding, make sure you keep the decorum tight for me. You too, I knew. And we had two new King J and Ben Eaton, man. They've been here for a couple days, man. Let's give them a round of applause. I definitely appreciate
that. Love
all
the show,
wisdom.
Man.
Already.
Oh, that was good. You know, Ben has been kicking hella sources. King J has been kicking them too, straight off the top. That's what I like, man. I like to see that. Interviews from these two gentlemen coming up real soon. We got Jose tomorrow for Monday Night Madness. Who did he bet that he could put a presentation together? Who was that? That was you, King J? You want to see the flyer?
Let me see.
I'm about to show you the flyer, man.
Let me see. He better show up.
He just popped on the panel.
he better show up.
So we about to give him a shout out, man. I'm gonna show the flyer one time so everybody can know.
But you didn't send me the flyer.
Oh, I didn't send me the flyer. No. Right. This is tomorrow's flyer. Let me make that big on the screen, right?
Okay.
You got Jose Francis. I don't like it like that. Jose Francis, Monday Night Madness tomorrow. Make sure you step up and check out the presentation he's about to bring. Do I have your moving background up here already? Nope. Let me
so at least if nothing A1. You made me look good on the flyer. If I come and embarrass myself, then at least it ain't your fault. At least you made me look good on the flyer and you make people want to come and see it.
I got you looking like $1 million, man. I appreciate you, man. I put that together.
Really look good, eh?
I do all my own graphics. I do the voiceovers. I make most of the beats. Laurel has been helping me with some of the AI songs, but yeah. So if you need any work for your website or rebrand you're doing for your channel, make sure you hit me up.
Right now I'm dual streaming the thing. Now my question is, how do I maintain control of the dual stream, or do I have to just let the dual stream run? Is there any way I can bring people in on my dual stream, or the dual stream just has to run and I have to do a side stream?
No, what you would do, can you hear me?
Yeah,
what you would do is you would share the link to this channel, and if they want to hit the panel, they have to click. There's only one link to hit the panel. If they want to watch, they can watch from your channel or my channel. But if they actually want to come up here and interact with us,
I have to put the link. I have to put the link to your channel.
Well, it's the invite guest link. That same link that you click, that says StreamYard, etc. Yeah, here. I can actually post it in your chat, but you have to give me a wrench. So,
but here's the thing.
How do you spell your name again on there? Solomonic?
SOLOMONIC TV.
Solomonic TV. Okay, I'm going to make a comment on. It says you only have 2 subscribers. That can't be you. That's not true.
No. I have about 90 subscribers. So it ain't that bad, but it ain't that good neither.
SOLOMO.
How many do you need before you can start like going live and stuff?
Oh, you can go live almost immediately.
Really?
You just got to submit and wait 24 hours. I believe, or maybe it's 50, but I don't think I had to wait.
No, apparently, I guess once you get a certain, I don't know how many subscribers you have to get initially, but what happens is you cannot. I think you can't go live on YouTube directly unless it's 50 subscribers. You can work your way around it by using StreamYard or something like that. You could probably still go live.
Okay, I just
go
made a
directly
comment.
through YouTube. All right. So
I just made a comment. If you give me a rent, I have a rent. Okay,
I know that.
So I just I just actually copied the link in both of your chats, so anybody who sees it can copy it. Let me put open panel so they're not confused.
So because what happened was I had some people who were in there yesterday, and they probably wanted to make some comments.
Got you. It's
but
in
they
there
couldn't
now.
get in. So I think I'm gonna let them know when I go over there that they dropped the link, but the link is not on my platform. The link is on your platform.
It's in your platform too, and you can actually copy and paste it.
Yeah, just copy and paste it.
You can copy and paste it, and you can actually copy and paste it and put it in the description where you when you create the stream. Next time, copy it first, and then you can paste it right there.
But the thing is this though, I can't invite them I can't send a link to my platform for them to come on my platform unless I do a live of my own, correct?
Copy and paste it, put it in your.
He's correct. He has to do a live on his own for them to come.
And this is what I'm saying.
Right.
Because I saw someone in the chat last night and I wasn't aware of all that. Now that I'm aware of that, I'm going to let it play out and let whoever wants to come, let them know they can come on your platform. But I'm going to look for my people and I might just do a side stream to discuss what I want to discuss with them.
Got you. No problem.
All right. So now that I know that.
Anytime. Do what you want, man. I appreciate the support.
Right, so right now, I'm going to get off here, rest myself for tomorrow. And I'm just going to let it play out how it play out. And if I had to do a side stream, I'll just do a side stream. And I could always send you the link later. So maybe you could post it up and advertise it for me, right?
Okay, perfect. Yeah, let me know. I'll be ready for you tomorrow afternoon.
And I think I'm just going to let this one go to the wheels fall off. And if it posts, it posts. If it don't post, then it don't post.
Oh, yeah, I'm going to stop it around 11 hours.
All right.
Yeah, I got a game show coming up tonight. It's called Is That Pseudo or Facts?
How far are you in now?
I'm 9 hours in, 9.5.
All right, good. So let me do that. And I'll probably get a good 2.5 hours, and I'll just post that up and we'll see where that goes.
And before you go, here's a sneak peek at your moving background I got for you.
You know what? I have to put some little light flares over that on top of this. It's not finished, actually.
Right.
I'm glad
So
I
when it's
pulled it
finished,
up.
just send it to me, and I'll send it to my people, and then we'll do that, right?
Yep, tomorrow, 8 o'clock. I'll see you then.
All right, later.
Where was I at? All right, gentlemen, back to you.
Yeah, I think Smokey dipped off.
Smokey
he
dipped
went
off.
right.
Ben
He went
dip.
right to help.
Yeah, we don't blame. I don't blame Silky for that.
Yeah, he was a little pseudo with that.
That's not the one.
King Naga, what's going on?
Oh man, I'm chilling, man. Enjoying the day, spending time with the kids, man. That's about it.
Type shit. Football on your little football. You fuck with the NFL?
A little, I watch every now and then. You know what I'm saying? My team's doing bad right now.
Who your team?
The Saints.
Oh yeah. Did they win today?
Nah, we
lost to
lost by
Miami?
2. Yeah, lost to Miami by 2. It came down to the wire though.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I got the quarterback on my fantasy team. I'm looking at him like,
oh snap! Silky's back, y'all. Silky is back.
we on
I
his
told
head.
him. I told
You
him to
get
come
some
back.
pseudo reinforcements, or you by yourself, Silky?
We on his head. Silky.
They're doing the work for me, man. They keep on killing themselves. Hell, every source they reading is in my favor.
No, it's not. Silky. It's not.
Okay, well, let me hit you with this one. So this is your co-sign, right? And I think the co-sign was A. It's A03 or A3. I think they're A3 haplogroup. But let's just get into it though. So this is a little light haplogroup work, man. You know what I'm saying? If y'all study up on haplogroups, if you know anything about that, so check this, right? So your AOO is only approximately 200K, right? That's your AOO.
No.
No?
No. AOO is older than two. If Homo sapien is 300,000 years ago, how can AOO just be 200,000 years ago? Comprehend your information you're reading, Silky. AOO is Albert Perry.
Right, and it's 300,000 years old at least.
From North Carolina.
Go ahead.
From Ancestry.com.
Go ahead.
Yeah.
It's older
From
than
23andMe.
And you think
from the Embo Pygmies, that.
Whatever. So wait, let's just stop right here because this is the perfect time of AI being wrong. AI
being wrong.
AI is drawn off of some bunk sources.
You're standing on 23andMe, Ancestry.com for your little Perry Y. Are you serious?
So AOO only goes back to 200,000 years ago.
I'm only showing co-sign. But hold on, let's just go. Let's drop a zero. Hey, let's drop a zero.
Show us the question you asked. Show us the question you asked.
Hey, it was haplogroup AOO for the oldest known lineage. AOO for the co-sign.
Let me see. Go down to the
right.
Go down. Go to the search bar.
Known branch by some many.
That's specifically Khoisan.
All right. He trying to sway the information.
Sway what? I'm just showing you I literally just typed it in. Like, what the hell? Y'all niggas,
even that 200,000-year-old time frame that you got for the Khoisan subclade of A00 is
look at that. Now
hold on. It's over 150,000. Matter of fact, it's over 175,000 years older. Listen, Silky, even the 200,000-year time frame you just showed is 175,000 years older than the ancestors of the Berbers.
Berbers have AO though, which is 300,000 years old. Right here, I can show you. Let me show you.
Berbers have what?
So hold on, just pay attention. Pay attention real quick.
Look, King J, there's a 1.5% frequency of haplogroup A0 found in some Algerian Berbers.
Hold on, let me read that 300,000 right for AO, right? Now let's see if Berbers had this. Let's see if any Berbers had this AO haplo that's 300-something thousand years. Yeah, let's see what the thing says. Mm-hmm.
My bad. Was anybody trying to share their screen?
Not yet.
Okay. We add this timer back up here, even though I don't think y'all need it. Put y'all on the speaker so I can hear y'all. What he got you fact checking?
I'm just about to hit him with this Hablo real quick. You know what I'm saying?
I don't mind your date with the Quasar. That's fair.
Yeah, all right, now bet. Now check this. Now let me bring you to this. Can y'all see my screen? Put me on the screen, A1. Yes. Berbers in Algeria carry AO haplogroup.
Although it is not as common as other haplogroups. Go ahead. Why you cut it?
I mean, that was my only point is that they have it. I just wanted to show you that they have that Berbers have AO.
It's not common though, right?
But they have it though.
But it's not common.
But they have it though. So they do have it.
What is the common?
What is not a common? Everything after AO is common. Like
E1B1, E1B1A.
Everything after AO is common, bro. Basically.
Or are they J?
Who is what? They're AO right now. So I'm showing you AO. They're E. Shoot, you got E, you got N. It's a lot of them, but yeah, AO, bro. Now take them studies right there. Take that little bit of information I gave you, bro, and go be great, dog. Go dive down that. Go handle all that information there, bro, and it's gonna open up a lot of doors. And that's just simply through the genetics.
It says AOY chromosome haplogroup, the oldest known paternal lineage in modern humans, has its highest concentration and deepest roots in West Central Africa, particularly with the Mubo and the Bengwa ethnic groups in West Cameroon. The AOO haplogroup is predominantly found in Western Cameroon, with a high frequency of over 40% in one study, while it is also present among the Mubu people and other neighboring groups like Bayang and Izaham. While other A haplogroup subclass such as A1A have been identified in other West African countries like Guinea, Bissau, Senegal, and Mali, the AOO lineage itself is strongly concentrated in the Cameroonian grassfields region. So it's not even distinct to. It's not even so. Maybe through some admixture or some type of a back migration, they may have acquired it, but it's not even. It's not something that's associated with.
I think you need to go deeper into your studies. Break down the exact
A1. Let me share my screen. A1, if you there.
Nasty work. Yeah, man. Look at your samples, bro. Go study up on your samples. And try not to use 23andMe commercial genetics.
Since A1 didn't respond, right? Let me read this, Silky, again for the 1,000th time to you. Algerian Berbers have a 1.5% frequency of haplogroup AP305, which is a subclade of A0, a subclade of Y chromosome haplogroup A, which is attributed to gene flow from sub-Saharan Africa.
We said this.
This specific haplogroup is found at its highest rates in certain sub-Saharan populations, such as the Pokola pygmies of South Cameroon, but it's also present in Berbers from Algeria and Ghana. The presence of haplogroup AP305 in Algerian Berbers is evidence of a historical genetic connection to sub-Saharan African populations.
1.5 ain't shit. 1.5% is not shit.
Who got AO?
Frequency.
So brothers have AO, yes?
Get off of the runway. Frequency.
So they have AO, yes?
Get off of the runway.
Okay, bet. Keep going.
The frequency is cited at 1.5% in Algerian Berbers.
Mm-hmm.
Origin. The oldest branch of haplogroup A, the oldest branches of haplogroup A are believed to have originated in Northwest Africa, with evidence of gene flow further south, making its presence in both North and Sub-Saharan Africa a result of ancient population movement. Let me read that again for you. I don't think you comprehend what that means.
Read it again. Okay, read it again.
The oldest branches of haplogroup A are believed to have originated in Northwest Africa, with evidence.
The oldest branches are in the north?
With evidence of gene flow further south, making its presence in both North and Sub-Saharan Africa.
So they go south? Hold on, so the gene flow goes south?
Population
Hold on, so the gene flow went south, yes or no?
Yes, it went everywhere,
Okay,
brother.
so it started in north and it went south.
It started northwest.
It started northwest.
It's Algeria and Northwest.
Morocco.
Oh man.
Morocco, man.
It's not even that though, bro. Check this out.
Berbers have AO. What are you're running your goalpost moving? So Berbers have AO.
No, I'm not.
And then they tell you it originated in the northwest and then traveled to the south. So y'all, the south got it last. Duh.
No.
Okay,
you got it last. The Berbers got it last. That's what you're not getting it.
So it started in south and then originally went to the north.
Listen, the Berbers don't get it until the Neolithic period.
The Berbers don't get what? Hold on, the Berbers don't get what?
The gene flow from the south. The gene flow from the south. They don't.
So the gene flow doesn't come to way later, is what you're saying.
The gene the gene flow comes from the hunter gatherers when they're transitioning to domestication, brother.
Okay, but the origin is where? And where's the origin?
Okay, let me read it for you.
Where's the oldest lineage at?
Let me read. This is what I typed in. This is what I typed in.
Go back to your source. Read your source again.
This is what I typed in. Haplogroup A0 origin, right? That's what you're asking for. The origin of A0. Are you asking for the origin of A0?
Bro, who has A0? Do you know?
Perry.
Haplogroup A0.
Perry has A0. Perry is A00. That's not A0.
A0 is a descendant of A00, Silky.
Prove it. Okay, bet. Prove it.
Bro, it's a mutation, bro. Stop playing.
Prove it.
Okay, prove what?
Prove what you're saying, bro. Prove it.
If you knew this information, you wouldn't be asking me to prove it.
This is how sad y'all are. I literally just looked up AOO and then I looked up.
Let me read this. Let me read. Hold up. Let me read this first. Let me read this first. Then I'm gonna prove what you asked me to prove. All right.
I'm really done with y'all because y'all ain't got no smoke for me.
Haplogroup A0, specifically A00, originated in Central R, Northwest Africa, approximately 338,000 years ago, making it the oldest known. What you for? So
that's where that's where Perry Y, right?
So you're gonna negate the fact that it says Central R, Northwest Africa. We're gonna negate that.
I mean, what do you mean?
Northwest Africa is fine. That's nowhere near the Nile Delta.
Making it the oldest known Y chromosome lineage.
Hold on, we're on human origins right now.
Humans.
We're on oldest DNA lineages. So pay attention.
And Silky, why do you think they didn't migrate east? Because the geographical borders didn't allow them to. They went south. Later, the people from the south migrated north.
Right.
And you're gonna prove. Okay, well, prove everything. I want to see sources. Prove all this. Let me see what you're talking about. I just want to see
off the runway. Clear the runway.
Clear for what? Duh, you're not going nowhere.
I was reading before you started filibustering.
Okay, go ahead. Filibustering what? You're agreeing with?
So look, let's get back to that Khoisan, because when they talk about the migration going south, That's what we see. We see the mutation of the Khoisan. What is it?
Yeah. At what year? At what year?
About 100,000 years later.
Just add to it. I'll give you 2. I'll give you 200K.
That's when we see him, South Africa. So we're showing the migration. We're showing the migration of the genome going from northwest to south.
Well, you're a whole 100K behind right now already. You're 100K behind first.
Okay,
so
let's see, Silky.
If you're trying to go say whatever you want to make up a whole bunch of stuff in between that 100K, that's on you. I don't really like to just be making up a bunch of stuff.
Let me know when you're done. I'm gonna mute out.
Literally 100K
I'm gonna mute out and I'm gonna mute out.
So we're at 300K, and we already jumped to 200K. So that's 100K short right there.
Thank you for sharing the screen. Haplogroup A0, specifically A00, originated in Central or Northwest Africa approximately 338,000 years ago, making it the oldest known Y chromosome lineage in modern humans. Its discovery challenged previous understandings of human Y chromosome diversity and suggests an ancient population structure within Africa, with the oldest known lineages linked to some populations in Central Africa, like the Imbo people of Cameroon. It didn't say Berbers. Let me read that again. With the oldest known lineages linked to some populations in Central Africa, Silky, not West Africa, not Algeria, like the Imbo people of Cameroon.
It ain't even a such thing as a Berber right now. Like he's making this shit up. Like, come on now, bro. There is no Berber right now.
Hold on, stop feeling so by your own logic. So they tell you north, right? Say, hold on,
northwest,
wait.
It says Central.
Northwest. Okay, so northwest. So let me ask you something. Are the Cameroon people in Northwest Africa?
Wait, Silky, stop negating the fact that we see on the screen that it says Central
who's in Northwest
or
Africa?
Northwest.
Who's in North? Who's in Northwest Africa?
Africa?
Who's in Northwest Africa? Who? Where? Who's in Northwest? Who's indigenous to that land?
Let me finish reading, please. Time of origin. Estimated at around 338,000 years ago, predating most other known Y chromosome lineages and even some early human fossils. Place of origin. Listen, place of origin. Research points to Central or Northwest Africa, with its closest matches found among some populations in Cameroon, such as the Imbo people, not Berbers. Scientific significance. The discovery of the haplogroup A00, first identified in an African American man, has reshaped the timeline of human paternal ancestry.
An American man.
And highlighted Silky, get off the runway. And highlighted the complexity of ancient human diversity within Africa. Current distribution, while extremely rare, it is found in very low frequencies in some African Americans. You heard that? It is found in very low frequencies.
Say it again. The American man had the oldest lineage, older than Africans. Yes,
nigga.
And then it turned around and said that the blood was older than the skeletons.
So what the fuck did you just do, Silky, to that sentence?
Duh, you didn't hear what it just said.
Chopped and screwed and remixed it.
It said it was found first in the African American. It didn't say it originated in the African American.
Okay, well it's found. Okay, well it's found first. Well, the oldest
but your brain just failed you though.
It's coming from America. You want to stand on that? African with the oldest lineage, Pastor. You want to stand on that?
It was like pouring water on the computer motherboard just now. Like,
do you really want to stand on that? Are y'all serious?
Sugar, we built to ass. I'm tired of playing with you.
Let me tell you what he said, bro. He said they have DNA older than fossils, older than the bones. They have DNA that's going older than the bones. And y'all don't comprehend that at all.
Let me share my screen.
Oh my
All
God.
right, you got it. You got it, bro.
Yeah,
Bro,
if you
if you
can,
don't
let me.
stand on that, stand on it. Crazy work.
I'm
The fact you let them tell
gonna
you
stand
that.
on this. I'm gonna stand on this, Silky. Hey, check it out.
You
Hey,
gonna stand on
let
commercial?
me.
You're gonna stand on commercial genetics. You're gonna stand on
No,
commercial
I'm finna
DNA.
stand on. I'm finna stand on. I'm finna.
23andMe coming from the guy in America that supposedly has older bottleneck pure DNA, older than goddamn Africans.
I'm finna show you
And then
something.
you
Silky, it matches Africans. It matches the people of Cameroon, Silky, the Imbo people.
the people.
What are you talking
Okay, some
about?
people. Okay, pull up the people sample.
Hey, Silky, he let me show my screen right now, so let me just give me 2
Go
minutes.
ahead, show the samples. Look at the samples. Let's check them out.
Boom. Like I keep telling them, that keep popping up. EM81.
Let me cook, Silky. So it says the predominant Y chromosome haplogroup among the Amazi, the people that Silky is talking about, is EM1A1, also known as E1B1A. This lineage is widely considered. This lineage is widely considered a defining genetic marker amongst these people, the North African population. Key haplogroups amongst these people, EM1A. It says this is by far the most frequent paternal lineage, often exceeding 80 to 90% frequency. This is who these people are, particularly in Morocco and Algeria. It is considered to be of North African origin, meaning the mutation occurred there in North Africa, Silky, potentially dating back to the Neolithic period about 5 to 10,000 years ago. Silky, this is what we've been telling you. These are some new people.
Why you lying, bro? Why you lying, bro?
Listen, Silky.
This is AO.
Listen, Silky.
This predates E.
And this is everything I've been saying 5 to 10,000 years ago. Is the Neolithic. Silky, why are you filibustering?
Berbers have AO.
Silky,
why are you filibustering?
Silky, a 1.5% frequency in
so
some Algerian Berbers is virtually non-existent. That's like if I take a DNA test and I should say you got 1.5% Native American ancestry. I go run around this bitch with feathers on me.
Stop crying.
Man, let the brother get his point off. He's sharing his screen, bro.
Yes.
He's sharing his screen. Hold on, wait. Silky.
Send me your email, Suave, so I can give you the admin because I've been slacking on the screen share.
All right, for sure.
Oh, I know what it is.
You ain't on that, bro. Let the brother King J get his point out. He's sharing the screen, brother.
Definitely showing it. So I mean, I'm focusing on the date. So it says this mutation of the genome, Silky, doesn't happen until about 5 to 10,000 years ago at the latest. So that puts us right back in the same time period that we've been talking about from the whole time, the Neolithic period, brother. No, they didn't exist before 6,000 BC, brother. You know what I'm saying?
So you're not talking about AO.
I'll give them 8,000.
You're not talking about AO.
I give them 8,000 BC. Particularly,
you're not talking about AO haplo.
Listen, brother, and particularly the reason why I'm telling you that date is significant is because that's the first time, brother. Listen, why are you filibustering, brother? You talk, I mute out.
Bro, you talking about E? I'm on AO. Berbers with AO. AO comes way before E. What are you talking about? Like, why are you wasting your time with E when Berbers have AO? Is what I want to know.
Brother, because it says here, listen, the origin, listen, it says the predominant Y chromosome haplogroup is EM1A. This lineage is widely considered to be that means this is who they are, a defining genetic marker amongst the North African population.
So they don't have A0.
I'll go to the sources and see what
Hold on, wait. So they don't have A0, yes or no?
At a 1%, they're 90%. Hold on, I'll go back.
It's a yes or no question.
They have a small percentage of it.
It's a yes or no question.
Okay, yes.
Thank you.
So this is closed. It's not case closed.
How is it not case closed when A comes before E?
So now can I speak?
AO comes before E, yes or no?
Brother, can I speak? You can have your whole 2 minutes. You can have your whole 2 minutes.
This disassociation, dog. You're looking at AO, and you know AO. You're running over to E, which is pointless because we got AO. So you need to update your information.
Okay, so you can go 2 minutes uninterrupted whenever you get ready, but I just want the same in return. So when we're talking about, so this is by EM181. This is by far the most frequent paternal lineage. So you bringing up that 1.5% is irrelevant, Silky. This says often exceeding 80 to 90%. So at rates of 90%, they have EM1, EM81. So that's their genome, right? It has nothing to do with this 1.5 A1 that every human should have. They should all have that small percentage of some small percent. It shows the migration in the admixture. Particularly in Morocco and Nigeria, it is considered to be of North African origin. So we could talk about this. That would mean if it's of North African origin, that means that the mutation occurred in North Africa at that particular spot, potentially dating back to the Neolithic, around 5,000 to 10,000 years ago. So I'll give it a time period. I'll give it about 8,000. This haplogroup is also found among them. This with studies of ancient remains in the Moroccan caves showing the presence of epileptic around 15,000 years ago. It is more common in eastern North Africa and the Levant. So right there, that lets you know that it's when we talk Silky about the Neolithic period and the migration from the Levant into the Nile Delta. This is what we're talking about. When we talk about the Natufians, when we talk about all these groups that's bringing these different markers into the Nile Delta, they're one of them. So when we talk about the Madi Butu culture, when we talked about the Tamehu, the Tahino, these are the people, and they're coming from their gene markers are coming from the Levant.
And their ancestry ties directly back to the Natufians you mentioned. When you look up the Berber DNA,
they put me on the screen.
They are genetically tied to the Natufians.
I got you.
I think Silky
you had your chance. You had your chance. Okay, put me on the screen. I need everybody to see this.
Yeah, what's the name? Drop his down. I gotta remove. Oh, okay, no, hold on. Edit name. No, just highlight. Remove from stage. Oh, that's because that's you. I gotta.
All right, there we go.
I didn't even change and shit.
Yes, everybody. Yes. While these guys will come out here lying all damn day, claiming everything in one study, and they're looking at a whole source about a whole lot of studies combined, and they'll come over here screaming that they only got E when they have A0. Berbers have A0, has been observed in Berbers from Algeria. Berbers, A0. Let's see the year on that A0.
No, go back up. Go back up and finish that sentence.
Finish what?
The sentence you stopped on. Go back up with a highlighted blue at a very low frequency of 1.5%.
Do you not know what yes means? Do you not know what yes or no means? Do you comprehend yes and no? Yes? Do you not comprehend that? That's a simple word.
Do you get his point in saying that though?
You don't comprehend yes. They have
AO. At a very low frequency. Why are you doing this? Does not help you. Like, what are you doing?
Like, do you get his point in saying that? And then, hey, Silky, could you teach me something?
Hold on. Wait. Let me ask everybody.
I need you to teach me something though.
Hold on, wait. Let me ask everybody. Does A come before E?
No.
No,
yes, that's what.
E.
Yeah, A does come before E. That's how we know AO is older than Berbers.
I'm gonna say no.
Berbers have AO, yes.
You listening, right, bro?
That's what I was finna get you to teach me. Can you show me how the A genetic marker come before the E? If I'm even asking that right.
Oh, wow, that's easy. That's an easy look up. That's it's the alpha. It's easy. Look it up. Does AO come before E? That's simple. Like that's piece of cake.
It says, does the A genetic marker come before E? Does not have a simple yes. Hold on, brother. It says does not have a simple yes or no answer in a biological sense, as genetic markers are not arranged in the universal list where A must precede E. You sound like you think it does. The relationship depends entirely on a specific time context, such as now it says the DNA sequence. In the actual DNA sequence, A stands for adenine, and E is not used as a nucleotide base. The four bases of adenine, thymine, cytosine, and guanine, G, and it's another one. The position of A relatively to any other specific letter in the DNA sequence is entirely dependent on a specific gene or marker being sequenced. So no, the A genetic marker does not mean in biology, in the biological sense, that it comes before E. Now, can you show me how the A marker comes before the E? I'm letting you know I'm ignorant. I did the
No,
simple
you good. I'm
Google
glad
search.
you asked that. Hey, you asked a great question. I'm glad you asked that, right? So the EM81 haplogroup age, right? It's real simple. You just break down the ages. So it's giving that one 13,000 years, right? That's what it's saying for the E. It's putting them at 13,000. That's fine and dandy. That's real good, E. Now let's go to AO. We're on E right now, right? E, you want to type in any other ones? That's at 13,000, 8,000 there. Whoop-de-doo. Okay, great. Now let's go to some real haplogroups. Let's get to this AO. We're gonna make so we know that the E is at 13,000, right? Well, let's see what the AO haplo age is. Y'all see that? Because it's the one from the AO, AOO, subs, same stuff. So now you're still at. Hold on. I just typed it in. I'm on AO. Stop filibustering, and that's at 330,000. That's at. Well, I mean, that's for that one. But let's get to the AO. We got to go before that. AO Hablo group. I mean, it's a virgin. It's still the same. Like, you can't really just. I'll break it down later. I'm gonna handle that in my debate. I got a debate coming up. But anyway, A is at 300,000. All right, you know what I'm saying. But then I just showed it for the Berbers though, and it was at 200. There we go, right there.
But you messed up.
Hold on, wait. This is the AO with the Algerian Berbers. That's 275,000.
Do you think if I can show you how you messed up, would you be like, brother, you know what, I was wrong?
I just showed you mathematics, so prove it. Prove your E being older than AO.
Would you do that?
Prove. Are you going to prove E being older than AO?
Yeah, brother, listen. Yes, I'm gonna show you how you were you're incorrect in assuming that the Berbers. Okay, so this is what I want to show you.
We know Berbers have AO, so you need to move past that, bro. You need to move on to something else.
Hold on, bro. Just listen.
All right, because AO's old. So I don't know how you want to do that.
Brother, but I'm showing you how I'm going to show you how you make
your screen.
All right. So it says
one of the deepest. There go right there. How we'll go AO, one of the deepest. Here I go. 275,000.
I'm finna share my. Stop sharing your screen so I can share mine real quick.
He won't share. He be cutting his camera on, highlighting his stuff. I think I know how to.
Here we go. All right, here we go. Am I sharing? Okay, yeah.
I'm sharing. That's you.
Okay. All right, so here we go. This is where Silky is making his mistake at. So if I just hope he can understand and be like, you know what, brother, you was right. So it says haplogroups AOO and E did not mix to form the Berber people. So Silky, that's where you're erring at. You thought that they mixed A and E. You thought the AOO mixed with E to create Berbers. And that's where you were wrong at. And that's why your premise is wrong and everything your arguments are confusing yourself. Because AOO and E did not mix Berber people. Instead, the Imazian are defined by their total dominance M1A haplogroup, with the AOO lineage being an extremely rare, distinct, and ancient marker found primarily in a different region of Africa. Here's the breakdown. It says haplogroup E is indigenous to North Africa. These Libyans are characterized by the E1B1 paternal lineage. Specifically, is major North African subclass EM81. Origin of the E1B1. Ancestral E1B1 haplogroup is believed to have originated in East or Northwest Africa and spread across North Africa to the Middle East and Europe. The North African dominance. EM181 originated in the Maghreb, Northwest Africa, approximately 5,000 to 10,000 years ago, and is defined by this male lineage of the Libyans today, often found in over 80% of the males. Ancient presence. Ancient DNA from individuals in Morocco dating back 15,000 years ago, blah, 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 were found to carry the E1B1, demonstrating the deep indigenous of the E lineage in the region. Haplogroup A00 is distinct and rare. The haplogroup A00 haplogroup is an entirely different, much older, and deeply. This answers your question, Silky. Which one is older? The A00 haplogroup is entirely different, much older, and deeply divergent lineage, primarily associated with West Central Africa. Age and location, A00 is the oldest known Y chromosome lineage, estimated to be about 200,000 to 300,000 years old. Highest concentration is going to be in Cameroon. There is no significant presence of A00 among typical North African Libyan people. Its presence in Africa is most limited to specific communities in West Central Africa and very low frequencies. There is no direct link. It says no direct link. A00 and E.
Okay, can I talk, bro? You just gonna keep going?
Represent different branches of human paternal.
Okay, great. How long are you gonna go? You're not done yet.
Hold on. He reading. Your ass went in.
And evolved in geographically separate regions. The Libyan ancestors defined by the E lineage, not a mixture with the A00.
Okay, bet. So you went to Libya, you ran away from the Berbers, and then you went. It is different. The Perry Y, yes, it's completely different, and it's extra dumb because you got DNA that's going past fossils. You got DNA going past the oldest humans. So yes, it is very ridiculous haplogroup. And then when you're going to your little Cameron samples, you're only getting that from some things they dug up out the ground. And then 23andMe from an American. So commercial genetics is something they dug out the ground.
That if they found it.
I just want clarification, Silky.
How
do you get DNA that's older than the oldest human? Where they get that DNA from?
Well, they're saying not the DNA from the oldest human. They're saying you can't have DNA that's older than the oldest fossils type shit, is what they're saying.
Okay, but you just, and I may be mistaken, maybe my brain failed me, but you just said we have a genetic marker that's older than the oldest fossil, like the oldest human ever found. That's what you told
the AOO is, but not pay attention. I'm glad you said that. It's a good point. Now let me show you.
No, you asked about this busts his head on this point. He talked about the
EM81. I'll let you talk, bro.
Yeah, because to me that seemed like that rebuked what he said.
Let me read. So haplogroup A0. You're at A00. A00 is older than any fossils. It's older than anatomically modern humans.
And this has no connection with Berbers.
So what are you talking, bro? I'm reading. I'm talking about AO haplo. This is strictly AO haplo.
And it's not a Libyan haplogroup.
Bruh, Berbers have AO. Those would be Libyan.
Didn't you just hear me read where the Libyan population is EM81 and it is indigenous to where it is from?
So Berbers, and once again, I'll let you do all that talking. I'll let you do all that talking. Stop filibustering. Stop filibustering.
Stop filibustering. 90% rate.
So check this out.
It is extremely rare.
Once again, it's rare. Now that's another rare. How rare is it? Go find that out and come back. Go study up on how rare that is.
The brother already showed you 1%.
What are you talking about? Berbers with AO?
Yes, it's at 1%.
So hold on, when you say 1.1%, okay, what's the other percentage then? What's the rest of it then? Tell me.
Okay, 1.5%.
The other 90-some% was EM81 and E1B1. Like, stop. What are you? It's like Silky. Stop.
Now see, this is the problem with y'all. This is why I know you don't comprehend what you're reading. This AO is found in Berbers, right? At a frequency of 1.5 in certain studies. Now, do you think all the freaking studies that they're doing are all combined? Yes or no?
No, but do you think they're using the higher or the lower number?
The higher number for what? The whatever. They're
From all of
studies.
the
They don't have
tests,
nothing.
The 1.5 is the high number.
The 1.5 would be the most represented number. That's why they went to it, because that's the
No,
highest
in
number
the
that they got.
study, they have the percentage of people that they grab. This could be 1,000 people right here. You don't know how many people that 1.5 is. But this
Brother,
happens. Hold on, but you need to pay attention though. You're missing it. Just know Berbers have AO. So we know Berbers have AO. So that's case closed. Now check this. The haplogroup AO is the deepest, oldest Y chromosome lineage, but estimated around 275,000. Now yours is 40,000 years past humans, past anatomically modern humans. And I'm gonna leave y'all at that, because if you can't comprehend that
let me know when you're finished.
Yeah, because he didn't comprehend that when it said the AOO is a totally different. Let me reread this shit. Hold on.
Yeah, you do need to reread it. You little commercial genetics.
You tripping? It says haplogroup.
You don't even comprehend what you're reading.
It says I do. Haplogroups AOO and E did not mix. Instead,
whoever said they mixed.
Okay,
whoever said that, they just told you it's rare. It's coming from an American.
Brother,
it is coming from a couple people in Cameroon.
You asked about why did the Libyan people have. You asked about why did they have the Libyan population have.
You found it from 23andMe to North Carolina. You just said the Perry Y gene. You came out the first thing you said out your mouth. Perry Y gene. An American. An American.
Your question was, why did the Libyan population carry the 1%?
That was not my problem. What you mean? I proved to you Berbers have AO. That was my only point. Berbers have AO.
They have 1%. Yes, they do.
They have AO. I don't care about the percentage. I don't care nothing about that.
So it says here, it says instead the Libyans are defined by their near total dominance of EM81. With the
Berbers have AO, right? Everybody on this line, Berbers have it, right?
Hold up. Wait,
listen.
What does near total dominance mean to you?
Who has AO, y'all? Do the Bantu have AO? Do the Khoisan have AO?
Total dominance of EM81. It says
and then
with
once
the
I start ruling y'all out, you're gonna die on that end.
Brother, come on, brother. It says with the AOO lineage being extremely rare, distinct, and an ancient marker found primarily in a different region of Africa.
So America to Africa, huh? Look at the samples, bro. You need to study more.
A whole different area.
You got a lot of studying to do. It's found in America, though, I thought. Ain't that what you said?
You tripping, brother. So you're saying that you so are you that 1% near Neanderthal DNA that you got in you?
1%. Now you're on Neanderthals. I thought we were talking about
you
AO.
are. You are.
Where does it say that at? What source did I pull that said that?
Why does the 1.5 have to do with anything?
When did I ever say that the E was a mix or whatever?
Their genome is 90% EM81.
So if they have AO, that would make them pretty diverse, right?
The population doesn't. 1%.
So no
1% do.
One study.
So
in certain studies.
Well, show me a contradictory study that shows a higher percentage.
You don't have nothing contradictory. I prove AO is rare. Look at where AO found at.
Brother, the rarity of AO in the Libyan population isn't the question.
Fine, okay, show me where AO all is. Prove to me everybody that has A0. Go.
We already established that AOO was in the Cameroon, Morocco area, and it went south.
You said North Carolina, but that's coming from the Perry, right?
Yeah, Perry got it.
Yeah,
Right.
but,
So it came from an
listen,
America.
Silky,
Pay attention.
Silky,
Pay
you
attention.
pay
It's coming from
attention.
an America.
You pay attention. Albert Perry's DNA was linked to the Imbo people of Cameroon, not
Did they
Berbers.
link it so they connected it to people in Cameroon?
Berbers have
Yes,
nothing to do
nigga,
with West
yes.
Africa. Brother, North African Berbers have nothing to do with West Africa. And then on top of that, Silky, the genome is only 5,000 freaking years old. 8,000
Which
years
one?
old at the oldest.
Hold on.
The
What's
genome is a
8,000
blue
years old?
genome.
Which one?
The EM81 is
How
only
old is AO?
Huh?
How old is AO haplo?
200 to 300,000 years.
Okay, great. Good job.
Two different, totally different parts of the world, country.
Oh, and who all has AO?
A very rare percentage of the North African
then,
population.
Clean as my gun.
What
is that? What does that mean?
1.5% frequency, Silky. That's
That's
like me taking. That's like Silky. Mute out. That's like me taking a DNA test today, and my DNA test tell me you got 1.5% Native American ancestry, and I put a goddamn headdress of feathers on my head and run around this bitch talking about hey ya. That shit don't make no sense.
Do hablos come in 0.5? Can you have a 0.5 hablo? Can you have a 1.5 percentage hablo?
Yes,
Is that possible?
in a population study, yes.
Right.
No, those are sub-hablos. Okay, you only have one hablo. You only get two.
Bruh.
That's it. Men only have two hablo groups.
Bruh.
That's it.
Bruh.
You get two. That's all. There is no
Bruh.
half hablos.
In a population study, you will find multiple haplogroups within that population.
How many haplogroups can a human carry?
Mute out, clear the runway.
They can only carry two.
I'm gonna go down the list.
Haplogroups don't come in half.
Silky,
They
get
don't
off
come
of
in
the
0.5
runway.
hablos.
Get off of the runway, Silky.
I'll look it up for you.
I am going to go down the list of
Silky, I'm gonna
haplogroups
bring this time out on you.
I'm going to go down the list of haplogroups found in Berber population.
Yeah, start 2 minutes on niggas, man, because I'm getting tired of not being able to talk.
All right,
you the one who's cutting people off.
All right, you got 2 minutes, King Naga. 2 minutes starts now. Go.
Okay, in the Berber populations, they have haplogroup EM81, EM78, haplogroup J2, J1. They have haplogroup G and R1b. All of these haplogroups were found in the population study on Berbers, and the least amount of frequency that was found in Berbers was haplogroup A0 at a 1.5% frequency, which is virtually non-existent, Silky. That means that those haplogroup AO sub-Saharan Africans ain't your pappy. Your pappy is EM35, which is the haplogroup that EM78 branched off of and gave rise to EM81. This is your ancestry. You're trying to get away from the fact that your ancestors migrated into North Africa from East Africa, the Levant, and the Near East. And I yield the rest of that time. Take the rest of that minute.
And then a couple of them went into West Africa and got the little 1%.
Quiet. It's on me. It's on me. Let me rebuttal. I'm gonna keep it sweet. I'm gonna keep it short too. I ain't gonna go long either. You got me on the screen? All right, y'all. So y'all be hearing them harp about, they steady screaming 1.5, screaming 1.5, screaming 1.5, right? And they just don't comprehend how slow. That's how I know they're way they don't really study genetics and they're way behind. No. You cannot have a 1.5 haplogroup as an end of a person. You cannot, there's no such thing as a 1.5 haplogroup. In the way major haplogroups are named and classified. So you say it's a 1.5. You sound completely crazy speaking on genetics and haplogroups. There's no such thing as a 1.5. That 1.5 can represent 1,500 people with AO. Like, I don't know why y'all keep running around here screaming it's 1.5 and then in the haplogroups on top of that, which is horrible to even speak about it like that. You were completely wrong to run around here talking about a 1.5 haplogroup. Stop saying that, and I yield.
Oh, okay, Swaball, you see what he just did?
Yeah.
He asked about a 1.5 haplogroup. He asked, could you, an individual, have a 1.5 haplogroup when the study he's talking about is a population study? It's dealing with an entire population of Berbers in Algeria, Silky, not an individual.
Man,
So
he
stop
knew that.
conflating. He knew that. That's why
He knew
typed
that
in
because
that
he
question
said
like he
that
did.
that 0.5 could represent 1,500 people. So it was like he jumped in and out of the logic. That was like kind of crazy.
No, I'm just breaking down y'all's logic. This is your logic. Y'all the ones harping
No,
on
I'm
it.
saying, no, I'm not
Well,
even
they
in the
are.
argument. I'm saying, but you do see how they got that, what that 1.5 represents, right?
No, it just means that they found it. I mean, it's just found. It means it's a group of a number of people that found it. Out of the study, there was a 1.5 of people that had it. So they have it, period.
Well, okay.
Yeah, that's
Thank
it. Berbers have AO, and then I show you that AO is the oldest. You know what? Like I said, man. Well, now you know. So when you say 1.5, you sound retarded being like they're 98% this and they're 98% that. No, those people with 1.5 with the AO are AO. That's it. They're not no AO this and not AO that. They're strictly AO. So you just comprehend that in your head. So when they ask you, if anybody asks you, hey, do Berbers have AO? You say yes. And I yield.
And I'm about to cook him for 2 minutes.
Go ahead. Time starts now.
I'm about to microwave this food.
Time starts. I can't
All
share
right.
the screen. I'm trying to create a new layout for y'all. So you
all right,
wait.
this is the question. All right, this is the question I asked. Is haplogroup A0 Berber or sub-Saharan, right? Haplogroup A0 is sub-Saharan, not Berber. It is one of the oldest known human-wide lineages and is found predominantly in sub-Saharan Africa, with some of the highest concentrations in groups like the Bangwa of Cameroon, while some very minor occurrences of A0 have been detected in North Africa, such as among Algerian Berbers. It is overwhelmingly a sub-Saharan lineage, not a Berber one. Sub-Saharan origin. Haplogroup A0 is considered one of the oldest Y chromosome lineage and has been present in West Central Africa for a very long time. High concentration in certain groups. The highest concentration of the A00 subclade is found in the Bangwa or Nwe people of Cameroon. Minor presence in Berbers, right? Some A0 has been found in Berbers from Algeria, but the percentage is very low compared to its prevalence in sub-Saharan population. Berber haplogroup. The paternal haplogroup most strongly associated with Berbers is E1B1B, not A0, Silky. So stop saying that stupid shit. Ding, the microwave's done.
Yeah, it's on me. It's on me. Let me get him. Let me get him. Hold on, 1-on-1. Let me get him.
he rendered me his 10 seconds, Silky. He rendered me his 10 seconds.
Go ahead, have your 10.
So
Oh, my bad. Go ahead. There you go.
Silky, let me jump in here for 1 second.
All right, go ahead.
You got 2 minutes, Jose.
What we're saying is, right, the Perry DNA is a pretty recent discovery, and it changes the whole idea of human evolution. So when they went into Cameroon, they found the 800, which is similar but not exactly the same. So when you're looking at them, there's a margin for error between the two in terms of...
I think one's A3.
You understand what I'm saying? They're not exactly the same. That's the
I feel you. Don't even worry about that, though, because they got way bigger problems than that. Don't even worry about that.
Yeah, I don't think Joey. I hate when Joey jumps in because he never understands the argument and he makes up and you don't.
Well,
you're not even talking about that, Joey.
Let me finish and then you can curse me out.
We talking about E1. We talking about the presence of EMA1.
We on AO. No, we're on AO.
Hold on.
AO ain't got nothing to do with Libyans. We know AO is West
Africa. Ain't got nothing to do with Berbers. Nothing at all.
No, brother. It's very rare. Brother, listen. When brother, EME is indigenous to North Africa. The mutation happened in Northeast Africa, brother. Not in West.
But Berbers have AO. They're not. They didn't have no diversion or nothing.
Because they went there and got that 1%.
Because they went there. The Algerians went
That
where?
We read that to you. Bro.
Okay, where they go? Where the Algerians
They
go?
went and they probably went. They probably got it from Chad.
They probably.
Where else? Where would they?
Okay,
where would
we're
they
done.
be
We're done. You're making up stuff now. I don't want to hear you make up stuff. I'm tired of y'all making up stuff all the time.
Brother, why does the one? Why does the 1%? Why does that 1% mean so much to you?
What you mean?
Because he's trying to make Berbers 300,000 years old, like
1%, 1 to 2% in human genetics sometimes makes a difference as far as.
Boy, Joey, shut the F up.
Did they not just read that?
What did you put the time on?
These people,
give my time, man. Give me my time.
90. Joey, you always mess up.
So what did he put the time on for?
These people are 90.
I got
what are we agreeing the time?
That's not how it works.
Hey, one, let me get my 2 minutes real quick and let me share the screen.
Wait. I ain't gonna lie. We did kind of cut his 2 minutes.
Hold on, you cut it to a minute.
Let him get his 2 minutes. Let Jose get his 2 minutes.
Jose get another 2 minutes for y'all cutting
Yeah,
him off.
So at least let me finish.
Hey, well, don't cut him off, and he won't get no more extra time.
Let me finish. If I'm wrong,
I don't want to hold the quorum. I'm gonna give him extra time.
If I'm wrong,
go ahead.
You guys have all right to curse me and say that I am wrong, and I'm giving Silky extra dispensation because I was talking crazy to him on DMG 2 days ago. So I don't mind you guys doing that, but at least let me get my 2 minutes to say what I want to say, and if I'm wrong, you're gonna correct me. I might be a little bit behind on the conversation, but I'm speaking on the AO and the AOO. So let me finish that, and then you catch me up to what you're really talking about. The AO is something. I think the AO the AOO was discovered in Perry, who was someone from North America, and when they were looking for it through whatever means, they found. No. The AO was Perry, and then the AOO was in the Cameroonians.
Whatever
So
means.
it's not exactly the same, but it's the closest that they could get. So it's a new discovery, and they're dealing with that. So my understanding, I might be wrong, is when they see this AOO, that's a West African haplogroup.
They say it's 340,000 years old.
If I'm wrong, correct me.
They say that it's 338 years old. Is how old it's older than anatomically modern humans. Is how old it is. From America.
No, from North America, right? They
found
North Carolina. When it comes from West Africa. Correct?
Well, they try to match it to some camera through the camera people.
But it's not an exact match.
Go ahead, Jose.
It's the closest they could find. So
they still ain't found nothing else to match that. Yeah, they still not.
So I think they're establishing that it's definitely West African. So if you find in any group in East Africa, that would probably give them a connection to West Africa. Am I correct, Silky? Do you agree with that?
Yeah, I'm kind of. I don't want to just go too hand. You're kind of. It's still a whole lot. It's a whole lot.
Hold on, his time's up.
So now it's on you to respond. You got 2 minutes. I'm gonna use the floor to whoever wants to respond.
I'm just read some quick.
After Silky.
Yep, you have to Silky.
I'm gonna make it quick. It ain't gonna be too long because I'm about to get off and let my phone charge up. So, but when you're talking about that, the Perry Y, the AOO, and they're putting it the DNA past humans, past modern humans. So they're kicking the balls in the archaeology department with that part right there. They had to try to match it. It's coming from a 23andMe, Ancestry.com. That's another thing. You're coming from commercial genetics. And then they took that and tried to match it over in Cameroon with some bodies they dug up. I believe they said they was like 8,000 years old. And that supposedly is, that's it. Because that's why it's rare. You ain't even going to find it nowhere else.
They matched some living people too. It wasn't just dead bodies. They matched
he's talking about he matched them to E1B. That's good and all, but Berbers have A0. And I'm about to read that right now. I got the source right here. Let me go hit y'all with the source one time, just so y'all know. So I like to source up around here. But this is a good breakdown, though. Y'all need to really pay attention to this and watch how it breaks this down. So, yes, Berbers can have AO haplogroups. We all know Berbers have AO, right? But they're not the most common. Yeah, okay, great. Some genetic studies may show different frequencies due to population stratification, while Berbers are predominantly associated with the Y chromosome, haplo E1, B1, B1, and all the other M81, and other Y chromosome haplogroups like A, B, J2, and R1b have also been found, along with A0. But let's keep going though. While some studies have indicated a share of haplogroup A with other African populations, a more comprehensive analysis study may be needed to determine the exact prevalence of AO within Berber populations. Because why do they say that? Why are they saying this, everybody? Oh, well, Silky D, this is why they're saying it. Because they don't study Berbers all the time. They're not going out studying Berber tribes every freaking day trying to get DNA from Berbers. So that's why it's rare. And I yield.
Shout out to the game show tonight. That's Pseudo.
Yep, shout out to the game show tonight. That's Pseudo. That's coming on at about 8 o'clock tonight. Make sure you're here to check that out. I'm tightening up these graphics right now for that. And 2 minutes on King J to respond.
Let me know when I'm sharing my screen.
Yeah, we're sharing.
Can we pause it? Can we pause my timer?
I gotta take the time. Okay, hold on. Timer pause 1:45. Screen shared. Let's make it.
Silky, I'm gonna use you as an example of that pseudo. Okay, you the example tonight. All right, here we go.
Ad homs, huh? That's all you got, bro.
Haplogroups. Give me 30 more seconds, please. Haplogroups A00 and E did not mix to form the Libyan population. Instead, the Libyans are defined by the near total dominance of the EM81 haplogroup, with the A00 lineage being an extremely rare, distinct and ancient marker found primarily in a different region in Africa. We'll break it down. I've already went over this. Haplogroup E is indigenous to North Africa. The Libyans are characterized by the E1B1 paternal lineage, specifically its major North African subclass EM81. The EM1 originated in the Maghreb approximately about 5 to 10,000 years ago. So it's a fairly new genome, often found in over 80% of males. So it's predominantly it is their genome. Haplogroup A00 is distinct and rare. It says it's entirely different, much older, and deeply divergent lineage, primarily associated with West and Central Africa. So I'm showing the distinction, two separate geographic separation. There is no significant presence of A00 among typical North African Libyan populations. Its presence in Africa is mostly limited, specific among communities in West Central Africa with very low frequencies elsewhere. There is no direct link of A00 and M81. M81 represent vastly different branches of the human paternal family tree and involved in different geographical regions. The Libyan ancestor is defined by the E lineage, not a mixture with A00. So here we go. That's an answer summary, but I'll go to this. So it says that premise that the Libyans have a small percentage of A00 haplogroup is generally inaccurate based on current genetic studies.
30 seconds.
The A00 lineage is extremely rare globally and highly concentrated, specific in regions of West and Central Africa. The Libyan population is overwhelmingly dominated by the EM81. The main reason for the potential extremely low presence of A00 outside of its core Western Africa regions are due to this: ancient population migration, trans-Saharan trade and gene flow, and rare sampling. The A00 haplogroup is so rare that it was first discovered in Africa. We already know about Perry. In summary, the Libyan gene pool is overwhelmingly defined by the EM81 lineage, which is indigenous to North Africa. The A00 haplogroup does not play a role in the formation or genetic material of any Libyan people. The end.
All right, on me.
No, it's not on you. It's on me.
I got a rebuttal. I got a rebuttal.
Wait, because you're gonna die.
How can you rebuttal that?
I got to rebut him.
Go ahead. I'm
Okay,
gonna let you
let me
go.
work.
I'm gonna
Okay,
come
put
behind
me
you.
on the screen.
Go ahead
Put
and
me on the
conflate the
screen.
information. Go ahead.
Put me on the screen. Make this real easy.
Where you at?
Put me on the screen.
Time starts now.
Okay. Yes, Libyans are Berbers. Yes, Libyans are Berbers. Let's go to the DNA. Yes, Berbers have AO haplogroups. Yes, Berbers can have AO haplogroups. And I yield. Piece of cake. Go ahead. It's on you, Ruben.
Ruben, you're muted out. Or I don't even see Ruben up. Yeah, there he goes. He's muted out. If he's talking right now.
Yeah, he harping on Libyans. I'm in Nigeria.
Panel. Shout out Lord Benu. Have you been checking out any of the conversation? You got anything to add? Or did you just pop up here real quick?
Yeah, I just popped up. I ain't seen nothing I was talking about.
Appreciate you hopping up here. We're going to pass it around so you can catch up. In the event you need a timer, I got the timer going, actually. We're doing a 2-minute timer. Let me go ahead and put it back on the screen. So that way everybody can get a bite of this conversation. Even with 8 people up here at 2 minutes apiece, you only going to get to speak 4 times an hour for 2 minutes. So I think this is to everybody's advantage, not disadvantage.
Yeah, that timer putting in overtime.
Yeah, that timer getting in that work. So who wants to respond to what Silky just put down?
I believe Ruben said he had. Is Ruben still on?
Silky didn't have a decent rebuttal to what I said. To what I presented.
I hit you with facts and you mad.
Go ahead, ask your question, pose your question again for the panel, and so Lord Benu can hear it as well. Actually, well, Ruben's right here. Still pose your question. Then we're gonna go to King Naga and pass it around to whoever wants to chime in next. Go ahead, King Naga.
I'm about to share my screen right quick.
I'm starting your time now.
All right, the statement that Berbers have haplogroup A0 due to a 1.5% frequency in Algerian Berbers is accurate regarding the frequency observed in specific studies, but inaccurate in suggesting it is a defining or primary characteristic of the Berber people as a whole, which is what Silky is doing. Accuracy analysis. Frequency. Genetic studies have indeed found haplogroup A0, specifically AP305 or AV148, at a frequency of approximately 1.5% in a sample of Berbers from Algeria. It has also been found in other populations like the Bakola Pygmies in South Cameroon at 8.3%, defining Berber trait. The inaccuracy lies in implying haplogroup A0 is a significant or primary Berber lineage. The vast majority of the Berber paternal gene pool belongs to other haplogroups.
1 minute.
Primary Berber haplogroup, which is what Silky keeps overlooking, the most common Y chromosome haplogroup among Berbers is E1B1B1B, EM81, which is considered an autochthonous North African lineage and often reaches frequencies of 70 to 90% in some Berber populations. Genetic diversity. The presence of A0 at a low frequency, along with other haplogroups like J1 around 35% in Algerians and R1b European, reflects the complex and diverse genetic history of North Africa, shaped by various migration and gene flows over millennia. In summary, the 1.5% frequency is a real data point from specific research sample, but it represents a minor component of the overall Berber genetic profile, making the assertion that Berbers have haplogroup A.
That's time.
Making it misleading.
You know what? I haven't heard anything from Yodi. Do you have any comments you want to add to anything you've heard tonight, Yodi? Throw the timer on for you if you wanted to chime in. Yodi, if you are talking, you're on mute. I can't hear you.
Oh, my fault, bro. I was driving. I'm in the cut listening though, man. I like the conversation. What's up to the panel? What's up to everybody? You know what I'm saying? I hope y'all having a blessed day. And I was just on
I
here
like my
just
2
on for the
minutes.
haplogroup DNA conversation, really. You know,
I'll tell you.
I'm just gonna be brief. Me personally, I believe that the haplogroup DNA analysis is not really accurate, or it's flawed. It's flawed. You know what I mean? So when I heard y'all talking about the haplogroup situation and stuff like that, when it comes to Africans and Negroes and stuff like that, I just I jumped on. So I'm listening though. I'm listening to the conversation. It's good. It's good points, and the brothers that's up here spitting that shit. Excellent convo, bro. So, but I'm in the back though. I'm in the cut. So if I hear
Bet.
anything, I'll jump in. But right now, I'm just listening to the convo, bro. I appreciate you having me.
Appreciate it.
Yeah, appreciate you hopping up here, man. I just wanted to make sure you wasn't being left out because these brothers, when they got their sword out, it's hard to get in and get you some. Pause on that. But yeah,
I got you. Appreciate
yeah,
you.
no doubt. Now who was next? We got
Suave.
Suave next, and then Raymond after that. If he has anything to add, I know he just got up here. He might be catching up. Go ahead, Suave. I'm gonna start the time when you start.
2 minutes. Yes, I don't believe any of these brothers know what the fuck they talking about when it comes to genetics. I think Silky's argument about the Berbers and their genetic markers is like so cartoonish that the brothers don't really even know how to kill his argument, which is already there from the beginning. He's trying to centralize the genetic marker for the Berbers, and that's impossible. And I mean, the brothers are doing a fantastic job of just not participating in the conversation, But he does have his rhetoric down, and so shout out to him. But he won't be able to do none of that in the debate, trust me. But yeah, I would like for y'all to actually get a geneticist of some kind in here to get their opinions. And I can see my time to
Where's
King
Uncle West when you need him, right?
All right, man. Give my 2 minutes.
Somebody's got a
man.
minute. Wait, somebody's got a minute to directly rebuttal what he just said.
I got a rebuttal. Unless he talking about them. Who he talking
This
about?
is your direct rebuttal to him, and then you get another 2 minutes to go on to something else.
Oh yeah, bet that. Yeah, I just want to call his fake candy eating, snorting, punk soft ass weak motherfucker, sorry motherfucker, failure, got disrespect, goddamn disgrace to the race ass nigga. I just want to tell him that's him right there, you know what I'm saying? And that's how niggas talk. All right, now next line of business.
If it was anybody else, I might have had to check him about that, but wasn't that
Nah,
Suave?
that's my nigga, man.
It's you.
Definitely
So,
my
Good morning, Triple C exploding his hand.
the people at home, that's how they joke all day long. I'm with these gentlemen all day.
Keep exposing that ammo, boy.
Okay, so yeah, we yield the rest of that 1 minute. Now it goes to
I can give you all the ammo.
Raymond.
What it do? You know Silky D trying to expose all this ammo. Yeah, aka Raymond in the building. The real Bantu, the real esoteric. Yeah, I see Silky D trying to expose his hand for our major debate coming up. So let him go ahead and expose himself. And I'm gonna sit back in the cut and watch him drown.
There you go, boy. Learn.
Where the
Study.
bombs at, man? Where the sound effects? Somebody give me a bomb over here, man. Raymond in the cut, like Fredo, just watching you make mistakes.
Very exciting, baby.
Well, actually, this was just some light sparring for me, and you see, I'm handling like 4-on-1 easily. So
no,
what you
not,
think
man. You talking to 2 people, man.
So
Why you just do that? You talking to 2 people.
I said
that's how bad he getting beat up. He think he can jump by 4 people.
No, I just keep hearing retarded echoes.
I'm taking on 4 people over here.
We got BTA.
That was hilarious.
Yeah, man. Study up on your hablos, man. Study up on it, man. I suggest all of y'all dive in deep on that AOO hablo and figure out everything you can about that one. That's why I give y'all that little bit of advice.
But Silky, you know you got beat up because you moved the goalpost. How are we even right here right now?
I killed you with Origins. I killed you with Origins.
The Tomahawk conversation has been over with.
I murked you with Origins. You literally confirmed the Origins and agreed with me. Everybody literally agreeing with me. Like, what are you saying? Humans?
Oh, that's
modern
where
humans?
This is where your cognitive dissonance comes in, because AOO has nothing to do with EM81. The
EMA1. So what are you? So why are you screaming E for?
Cause that's your daddy.
So what is A then?
Origin.
So what is AO
brother. Its origin is in Northeast Africa.
So what you talking about?
It has nothing to do.
The Perry Watt, the North Carolina, the Ancestry.com or the Cameroon samples, right?
Why do you keep bringing in AOO in regards to Libyan populations?
The Libyan Berbers have AO, right? And Berbers are Libyans, yes?
Bro. You're what you're saying is kind of like disingenuous, or either you're slow or you just playing games.
I think you don't comprehend how you disassociate yourself. You keep disassociating yourself with the information, bro.
The dominant genome of the Libyan population is 90% EM81.
Okay, all right, bet.
It has nothing to do.
Great. Stay
it has
right
nothing
there.
to do with
Stay
AOO.
right there.
And the
let's break this
small
down.
percentage of the AOO that it does have in it.
What you're saying.
Listen, the small percentage of the AOO that it does have in it comes from possibly backflow, migration. It could come from anything. But
it can come. So your answer is it can come from anything. That's your answer. Is it comes from anything? That's
it seems like your only question is how did the Berber population get the little of AO that it has in it? That's your only question. It's a question.
That's the only. Hold on. First off, is it old? Is AO? Hold on. Wait. First off, is A0 ancient? Yes or no?
You act like because the Libyan population has 1%.
You keep saying Libyan. I mean, like it reads Berbers. But go ahead.
Let me share my screen because I'm
but hold on, man. Let me land my plane, bro. Could you keep going?
You don't have a
now, let me ask you something.
Somebody has to win the argument, and you're not winning.
This is for everybody. Can I talk, bro? Stop filibustering. Dang. Now, everybody out there, how many goddamn DNA genetic studies do you think they're running in Algeria? But better yet, let me ask you this. How many studies do you think they're running in Libya? Oh, let's go a little further. How many studies do you think they're running in Tunisia? In Morocco, how many DNA studies do you think they're doing out there? Do you think it's frequent? Do you think they're just chasing down all these Amazigh Berber tribes and they're getting DNA from them? Is that what you believe?
Millions. I think they're doing millions of 23andMe genetic tests.
Okay, all right, now, okay, but I'm glad you said that. Nobody stands on commercial genetics. You bringing up commercial genetics is trash scholarship. That's garbage. You don't stand on commercial genetics ever. Okay, when it comes to real geneticists are gonna say, "Man, don't bring that commercial crap up in here, bro." Don't you know that stuff is a scam? All you gotta do is look at the stuff and tell you it's a scam. There's got buyer scammer beware on it. Y'all don't see that stuff on 23andMe when you look at it. Scammer beware. Y'all getting scammed.
Bro, now you straw man it because that ain't got nothing to do with
I'm breaking down your 23andMe. You're not using real genetics.
Yo, A1, let me know when I get my 2 minutes, man. I want to say something.
We about to double back around to you as soon as they finish rebuttaling each other.
Yeah, go ahead. I yield.
If you yield, let me get my rebuttal because I just
you get 2 minutes, then it goes to Lord Banu, and then who is that? King Naga that wants to get in after?
Yeah, I'll wait patiently. You know what I'm saying?
Okay. Just let me go real quick 1 second. Then
time starts. Go ahead.
All right, for sure. So, can I share or no?
Yeah.
Okay. Let me just real quick.
You can teach while you share. Keep teaching.
Yeah, bring the sources. That part, bring them.
Okay.
Best believe we welcome all sources and information over here. Bring it.
Because I want us to be on at least on some kind of level, right? So it says this is the question, right? How did the Libyan population get the small percentage of AOO that they have, right? So it says the premise that the Libyan population have a small percentage of AOO is generally inaccurate based on current genetic studies. The AOO lineage is extremely rare globally and highly concentrated in West Africa. The Libyan population, in contrast, is overwhelmingly dominated by the EM81 haplogroup. And this is what it says. The main reasons for any potential extremely low presence of AOO outside of West Africa region are due likely to these to this. The ancient population structure and migration. Before major population expansions like the Bantu migration, ancient human populations across Africa were highly structured. It's possible that the AOO carriers existed in other parts of Africa in the distant past and left behind a vanishingly small trace in various populations. But this is a theoretical explanation for the haplogroup's rarity and deep age, not a significant current presence in North Africa. Trans-African trade and gene flow. Historical trade routes. It is highly unlikely, but theoretically possible that individuals carrying the rare AOO lineage were parts of these movements, but AOO is not a documented or common finding in Libyan populations throughout this route. It says rare samplings. The AOO haplogroup was so rare that it was first discovered in Perry. Its appearance in non-Cameroonian population is often a result of chance or very specific individual family histories rather than broad population migration patterns. In summary, the Libyan gene pool is overwhelmingly defined by the EM81 lineage, which is indigenous to North Africa. The AOO haplogroup does not play a role in the formation or general genetic makeup of the Libyan people. I mean, so this would be a first round knockout. We wouldn't even make it to a debate because there's no rebutting certain. Like at some point, like this is a fact. You have to yield. You have to say, you know what, brother, you've presented information that's disproven that my position. So I mean, you're arguing blind now. You're just arguing to argue. You're not even comprehending the points being made or looking at the facts that is being presented. So at this point, it's really irrelevant, and I really want to just move on to something else.
All right, my 2 minutes, right? 2 minutes on me? 2 minutes on me, right? I got the whole 2? Yeah, deuce me up, man. Hit me, drop that timer. Let me get my 2 minutes, bro. Oh, my God. So you went to Libya. When did I ever say Libyans had AOO? You can't even focus, bro. You can't even pay attention. How are you ever gonna beat anybody in any type of debate? You can't even focus straight. You don't pay attention.
Are the Libyans.
The
Amazi are Libyans.
Berbers.
Those are the Libyans, bro.
Berbers.
Are Libyans, brother.
Berbers.
Berbers are Libyans, brother.
Study that have AO.
Now you have cognitive dissonance.
Algeria that have AO. Berbers in Algeria that have AO. So Berbers have A, they have E, they have J, but the oldest one out of all of those is what, everybody? It's A. And not only is it, and it's not no AOO that's only found in one guy out of the DNA from America and Cameroon, okay, and a couple people, and that's rare amongst the Cameroonians. Like, make it make sense. But bruh, stop coming on here lying, dog. I'm tired of telling y'all, man. Berbers at AO. AO's the oldest thing. E comes after A. Smart guy. So you need to deal with them ones that had A first. And Berbers have that. Not the Kohi side. And a couple of your pygmies, man. Then everybody else is like subclades and whatnot like that. But yeah, bro, you would get murked in a debate against me, bro. You can't comprehend, man. You got major disassociation with information and facts, bro. So you'll never be able to stand next to me, dog. Your information is not accurate. It's very ill-informed and ill-flawed and majorly flawed, bro. Everything you've been presenting been majorly flawed, bro. You've been mixing up my words. I never once said that the Libyans had AO. I said the Algerians had AO, and those Algerian ones that have AO are Berbers. And then I showed you that the Libyans are Berbers.
You're right about that. You're right about that. You didn't say Libyans had A00, but are you aware? Yeah. Are you aware? Yeah, that's what you said.
Right,
yeah, I'm agreeing that you didn't say Libyans had it.
Yeah, I never said Libyans had AO.
But are you aware that A0 is a subclade of A00? Are you aware of that?
Oh, really? You want to stand on that, Ruben?
That's a yes or no question.
Then you didn't hear what he told you earlier about A00 isn't connected. It's different. You didn't hear him when he told you that earlier?
That's what makes it a subclade.
No, the A00 is the one that's different. That supposedly has no association to it.
But they have neither one of them has
30,000 years old. And it's from North Carolina.
Every time I look at Silky, I start laughing. I'm sorry. Look, Silky, the AOO has nothing to do with the EM81 Libyan population. Here, I'm showing my screen right here. All right, here we go.
Back to the Libyans again.
Keep making, but Silky, you keep making the mistake of thinking that the Libyan population mixed with the AO. They did not mix. This here we go. Haplogroups AOO and E did not mix to form the Berber people.
Who made that statement? Whoever said that they mixed to make this?
You, because why are we talking about AO if you're not making the correspondence?
Hold on, whoa.
Why are we even talking about our whole conversation? This is my 2 minutes, by the way. But this is our whole conversation. Our whole conversation has been about the Berber people.
Right. And Berbers
right.
have AO.
So the Berber people are EM81. So why are we having a conversation about AO at all if it has nothing to do with the Berber people?
AO has nothing to do with Berbers.
No.
Nothing at all. There's no Berbers with A0 haplo.
It's not a defining characteristic.
Silky, you read the screen. Let's see, do you have cognitive dissonance?
Disassociation, bro.
You read
Horrible
the screen.
Disassociation.
It's on the screen. Let's see, can you read? You read it. Maybe I'm reading it wrong.
You got $1 on you, and I say you got some money on you, and you say I only got $1. You got some money on you.
Silky.
Like,
maybe I'm reading it wrong. You read it.
It's sad.
I'll read it.
What are you talking about now?
Here we go. Haplogroups brother, I'm reading. Haplogroups AOO and E did not mix to form Berber people. Instead, the Berbers are defined by the near total dominance of EM81 haplogroup, with the AOO lineage being an extremely rare, distinct, and ancient marker.
But they got
found primarily in a different region of Africa. Here is the breakdown of the relationship of the haplogroups and the formation of the.
Are you on A00 still?
No, it says that AOO is rare and found in a different region of Africa.
Why is it so rare?
Why is AOO rare?
You ever thought about that one?
Here we go. I'll tell you why. The AOO haplogroup is distinct and rare. It is an entirely different, much older, and deeply divergent lineage, primarily associated with West Central Africa. The AOO, the oldest known Y chromosome lineage, is estimated to be about 203,000 years ago. It is the highest concentration in these.
Hold on, what did they put it at? How many years did they put the age at for AOO?
But Silky, why are we talking about AOO?
What is the? Then
why are we talking about AOO?
Is this not your source? This is your source. This ain't my shit. This is your shit.
Bringing up AOO, Silky, because you brought it up.
We're talking about your shit. Well, this is your source. I can't ask you questions.
My source, Silky. Comprehend the question, Silky.
What is the A-frame for the A00 that your source said?
AOO has nothing to do with the conversation
about
year?
Bruh, oh my goodness, dog. This is how sad your comprehension
we should
is,
be
bruh.
talking about EM81 if we're talking about Libyan population.
This is sad, dog. You got the nerve to
Unless
bring
you
up
have
that.
a
Wait,
question
hold on,
about
hold on. Pay
populations,
attention.
period. We
Hold
need to be
on.
talking
Just pay
about
attention.
EM81.
This is what you're doing, y'all.
So here
Hold
we
on,
go.
wait.
I'm sharing this. I'm
Can
sharing
I
the
talk,
screen.
bruh? Can I talk?
I'm sharing this. It's my 2 minutes, Silky. So
All
it
right, bet. I'm
says.
gonna get mine after you.
So it said geographic deal with the points that I'm actually showing on the screen.
No, you deal with my points.
It says geographic separation. There is no significant presence of AOO among typical North African Berber populations. Its presence in Africa is mostly limited to specific communities in West Central Africa and very low frequencies elsewhere in Central Africa. There is no direct link between AOO and EM81. Represent vastly different branches of the human paternal family tree and involved in geographically separate regions. The Berber ancestry is defined by the E lineage, not a mixture with AOO. So I'll actually show this is Wayne State University, philosophy of EB1 and MA haplogroup, blah, 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 subclass. If I can get to the chart, I had a map I like to, hold on. Because I'm tired of the, so here we go. This is a map. So where we see here in the 11, what is that? Libya 49 on the chart. So we're showing the haplogroup frequencies, right? Can you see this, Silky?
Well, for what? For what are you on? What are you looking at?
The screen.
For who? Libya? For Libyans? So you're not a Nigerian during Libya.
For the E haplogroup. I'm showing.
For E? What? Okay, you know A comes before E, right? Are you aware of that?
That's the whole point. You're filibustering. What does A have to do with this?
Berbers have A, right?
Berbers are E.
I give y'all three guesses why he don't want. I give y'all three guesses.
So this is so silky. This is where I keep showing you. You keep making that same mistake. I just showed you where it says. So just stand. You ask the question. I'm finna show you right here.
Nah, man, hold on. Let me hit you. Let me bust what you're saying. Hold on.
He's not making a mistake. This is deliberate.
Haplogroups AOO and E did not mix to form the Berber people. So
who said that?
That's what you just said.
They mixed with AOO?
So why did you just ask? So why did you ask? So why did you just ask? Why was AOO?
Nobody said that. Ruben said that. Ruben asked that.
So why did you just
ask?
I didn't. If I'm showing the E haplogroup of the Libyan Berber population, why did you out of the blue say, what's older? Is AOO older? It has nothing to do with these people.
Yeah, because they're different time frames.
What I'm showing you. When I showed you,
I can answer the question, King J.
Let me rebut the question.
When I'm showing you on the screen,
are you gonna let me rebut you? Are you gonna let me rebut you? You asked the question. Do you not want the answer?
No admixture.
You want the question. You asked the question. Do you not want the answers now?
Go ahead.
Make it make sense. Okay. Now you keep running over here to Libyan, and then you run over to E, and then you're trying to run over to AOO when you don't even comprehend. You don't even comprehend the words coming out your mouth. What they're telling you. They're telling you that this is supposedly older than everything. This is older than all the hablos, right? Because it's 338,000 years, right? But it's rare. As in only a few, one person in America and some people in Cameroon and out there, and that's it. It's hella rare, but it's the oldest. Not only is it the oldest, it's oldest past the oldest anatomically modern human, which you're predating humans now, which is crazy in science. But yeah, so that's one thing you're standing on. And you're disassociating yourself with the information of Berbers having A0. Those Berbers that got A0 are not E1B1. They're A0. So Berbers have A0 and E1B. So when you talk about it, you need to say, yeah, Berbers got AO, bro. And I hate to tell you, but that AO is extra old. Now we want to go to that A00, which is retarded. I wouldn't even bring that up. Like that ain't, like I said, you're at 330,000 years, bro. And it's rare. And ain't nobody else got it. They had to dig up some people to get it. Okay, but you got nerve to want to stand on this and think it's something accurate, bro. It's beyond me. But Berbers got AO, dog, and I'm tired of you crying about this stuff, bro. So when I ask you fools if Berbers have AO, you say yes. That's it. I don't want to hear no more, no less. Update your information. Obviously, your information is out of date.
Let me share my screen and show y'all why he don't want to look at what the real Berber genetic is. He don't want to look at EM81 because EM81 shows exactly what we was telling him earlier, that his ancestors come from East Africa. That's what he's avoiding, and that's what triggers his cognitive dissonance. The Berber marker Y-DNA haplogroup EM81 originated from a larger lineage E1B1B that emerged in Northeast Africa, specifically the Horn of Africa, approximately 24,000 to 49,000 years ago. This ancestor lineage expanded westward, and the EM81 subclade became prominent in North Africa, with its presence in many Berber-speaking people, indicating an ancient connection to the East African region. Origin of the Berber marker, haplogroup EM81. This Y chromosome haplogroup is considered the Berber marker. You heard that? This Y chromosome haplogroup is considered the Berber marker because of its high frequency in North African Berber-speaking populations. Ancestral haplogroup. The EM81 marker is a subclade of Y-DNA haplogroup E1B1B, which has its roots in Northeast Africa, including the Horn of Africa, Egypt, Sudan, and Ethiopia. Those are your ancestors. Migration. Genetic evidence suggests that the B1B1B lineage migrated out of Northeast Africa approximately 24,000 years ago, and the EM81 variant eventually became widespread in the Maghreb region of North Africa. Genetic links. Studies show that while light-skinned Berbers are not necessarily closely related to Europeans, they are genetically closer to populations in Sudan, Egypt, and Ethiopia than to Europeans or Arabs, reinforcing their ancient African origins. What this means for Berber ancestry: indigenous African roots. The presence of this East African derived marker indicates that Berber populations have deep indigenous roots in Africa, predating many other migrations to the region. Complex history. While the EM81 marker points to an ancient East African connection, Berber ancestry is not solely African. Their complex genetic makeup is the result of various historical migrations and interactions with other groups, such as the Phoenicians, Romans, Arabs, and others. Genetic distinction. The relative stability of the EM81 marker over time reflects a long history of genetic continuity in the region, despite significant cultural and political shifts. He's trying to avoid his East African, Ethiopian, Sudanese ancestry.
Nothing you read. Hold on.
Let me rebut him.
Nothing. Hold on. You can rebuttal, brother. Hold on, brother.
He's talking to me. Let me rebut him.
No, we talking to you.
You brought up E1B1 for the Berber marker. Let me ask you something, this smart guy. Is AO and a haplogroup that originated in East?
Why are you bringing up AO?
African origin. Is AO an East African origin? Hell to the no. AO is not.
He got 2 minutes. Let him go.
Yeah, AO is from the North Africa. Okay, all that stuff is coming from North Africa or Central to Maghreb. Regardless, though, y'all people that you're referring to don't even have AO. You don't even have it. Like you steady harping like you got something and you have nothing. You're harping on E when Berbers have A. Like, I don't see how retarded y'all can be. Like, you just disassociate yourself with Berbers having AO that predates E. A comes way before E. So when you are talking about E, you're talking about later in time, as time goes on. But AO is the beginning of all of that stuff. So it starts with A in the haplo groups. For everybody out there in the haplo world, yeah, it starts with A. E comes way later. L comes later. God damn it. See, all that stuff comes later. So I don't know why they steady want to harp on the Libyans being E when Algerian Berbers have A. And not only do they have A, they're one of the few motherfuckers that got A. Shoot, because y'all ain't even got nobody with A. Shoot, Perry Y, the North Carolina that's going beyond goddamn anatomically modern humans with DNA that's older than skeletons. Make it make sense. Okay, that's rare found, but supposedly it ain't found in nobody except some North Carolina person, and then they had to run back to Africa to try to find something to match up with it. Make that make sense. Like, just, you know what? Yeah, man, I'll be because I'll deal with y'all in the debate, man. So we agree, Berbers have A, O, and E. Okay,
well, I'm
there
glad
it
that
goes.
conversation over with, man.
Yeah, like for real though. Like
shout
that
out to the
part.
channel for surviving.
Because I'm getting
Shout out to
headache.
the channel for surviving that drought of information. God, gee.
So who was the brother that I was?
Shit is real. What we could argue about now, man?
Y'all shout out to Swab being our cheerleader for the Titans League. You know what I'm saying? She do her best.
Man, please, man. Shout out to Swab for being a cheerleader.
Shout out to the
bro,
conflation of information by Silky D.
Yeah, I made all that up. It's all made up. Scholars don't say none of that stuff. Genetics, all that. All of it's lies. All lies.
You just made all of that up.
It's all Photoshop. Yeah, you're right. All that is, I cropped it up at the house, pasted it, cut and paste. You know what I'm saying? All fake sources. Yeah, that's
so,
what it is.
You didn't. You really technically nobody showed us. Nobody showed us source. We referenced source material, but nobody actually showed us source. We pulled up AI. We didn't. Nobody showed us source, but we referenced it. To be quite honest, but yeah, man. It's just like sometimes you just have to like I don't know if you're like gaslighting, you know what I'm saying, to be quite honest, I don't know if you're being
your comprehension is hella low.
I don't know if you're gaslighting.
A comes before E. That's real simple. Real simple. A comes before E. Real simple.
That's a fact. It does.
Yeah, that's a fact.
That's
how we know.
Stop right there, Silky. Just stop.
That's how
I agree with that point. So
just
hold on. Just hold on, Naga. Stop. Because every time I try to get him on his point, somebody filibusters. A being before E has nothing to do with the conversation because there are no Berbers until we have E.
There are no Berbers until
we have E.
Is that what the genetic source does? Is that what the source said? When I read the sources, is that what it said?
Show me that there are Berbers existing with A-O before E.
Is he serious, y'all? He can't be serious. Is he serious? He is serious.
Because the information say that Berbers, the information say that Algerian Berbers have a 1.5% frequency of haplogroup A0 due to
so
gene
what's your problem?
Let me finish.
If they have AO, what's the problem?
Silky, let me finish a sentence.
Originate in A. That's the problem.
The information says
not originate in A. Berber ain't happy.
Hold up, King J. Nah. He cut me off. He cut me off mid-sentence.
Y'all just dying together.
The information says that Algerian Berbers have a 1.5% frequency of haplogroup A0 due to gene flow from sub-Saharan Africa, meaning it did not originate with Berbers, Silky.
So there's no Berbers in Sub-Saharan, never, ever, nowhere around that, huh? Not once. No Berbers
not
nowhere.
Before E. Not before E.
Not before E, but Berbers have AO. Yeah, he just told you
Brother,
Berbers have
the
AO.
genome,
Yes.
brother, the E genome is only 5 to 15,000 years ago.
Bro, you didn't
as
hear
far
what he
as
just
the
told you?
Berbers.
He just told you Berbers have A0. He literally just read that to you.
Due to
He
what?
just read that.
Due to what? Due to
Brother,
what?
it doesn't
That
originate in
descend from
A.
some
Berbers
saying
originate in E. In E. There
In
are no
E.
Berbers. Right at this point, King Naga.
This is just, man, y'all see how blind he is, bro?
Just don't let me have 30 seconds just with Silky. Because
You got
he
it,
asked
bro.
the
You got
question
it.
and I answered it. So let's just stay right there. A predates E. A predates E. But we don't have Berber, but we don't have Berbers until E.
Says who? Who told you that?
Science.
Where are you getting it from?
Can you show me something different?
Did we not? Ruben just read to you Berbers having A.
No. Yes. Berbers having A does not mean that that they originated with the A haplogroup.
So okay, well, prove to me where it originated from. Go for it.
It comes from way later.
Okay, well, then prove yourself. Give me a tribe. Give me something.
You have to show that you made that claim that
I
Berbers had.
Ruben just told you Berbers have A0.
You made the claim that Berbers have A0 before E. Before E.
You just said A comes before E.
Yes. So show me a Berber with the A DNA before E.
Wow. So
Are you comprehending the point being made?
Okay,
the fact that Berbers originate with the E shows that the A comes later.
Who told you that? The A, so the A coming after the B, after the E? Is that what you're claiming?
I'm saying the admixture occurred later.
You mean E admixture came after A?
Yeah.
So the Berbers that have AO are way before the admixture, yes?
The Berbers that have AO are the admixture.
They are so AO is the admixture now. Admixture of what? Okay, tell me that. Of what?
To EMA1.
So the AO, they're mixed with AO and E? So now you're saying it's connected.
The Berber genome is EM81.
Do Berbers have A0?
That is the mutation.
A0s? Hold on. Do Berbers have AO? Yes or no? Before we move on, do Berbers have AO? Ruben just told you they do.
And let's to be specifically, probably about 15,000 years ago.
Dude,
we can identify the admixture.
Whoa. So AO is only 15,000 years old?
That's not the admixture occurred about then.
The admixture. Oh my God, this guy's horrible. Yeah, you're a guy. You're way out of bro.
We're trying to determine when the AO became into the E genome.
So you think AO
it wasn't 200,000 years ago, Silky. There were no Berbers. There were no Berbers 200,000 years ago with the
So who has AO? Okay, wait. Who has AO?
West Africans primarily.
Is that what the source reads?
It says the source says that it originated in North. The source reads that it originates in Northwest.
So Africa. Now you're in North.
And it went
east.
And it went south. That's the AOO, and that it has nothing to do with the genetic EM81 marker. They're in two different.
The A is older, yes.
They're in two different parts of the world.
And the A is older, yes.
Yes, the A is older than E, and E has nothing to do with A. They have nothing to do with one another. So I don't know why you keep the fact that you keep saying A is just a filibuster because they have nothing to do with one another. AO being older than E has nothing to do with nothing.
Berbers having AO and Berbers having E means totally nothing, right? They got the oldest and the most mixed ones.
It has nothing to do with because what you're doing is alluding that
you're conflating.
You're alluding that A is the origin of the Berber population when it's not. It's E.
Who said? I'm giving you the. We're
that's
on,
why.
the
So if you're not saying that, the fact that
found in Berbers
that you're mentioning A,
we're on AO
means nothing.
That's found in Berbers.
I've been busting their ass.
Berbers and pygmies. That's it. Like, so what? Like, you have no clue really what you're saying, bro. Like, you really out of line is talking about haplos and DNA.
That tell you where the gene flow came from.
Exactly. I'm
Where was
showing you
that
where the
AO,
gene
right?
came from.
So where did AO come from? Okay, give me the tribe it came from. I'll
From
shut
pygmy.
up. Because we know Berbers have it. Give us a tribe.
Do the gene flow from sub-Saharan
Give us a tribe. So South
I'm not
Africans have AO?
Silky. I
Do
know
South
better.
Africans have AO?
Silky.
Okay, do South Africans have AO? Yes or no?
Can I respond?
South Africans are
I
primarily
know.
AOO.
I know
Do
better.
the Khoisan have that? Do the Khoisan have AO?
AOO.
I know better than to Silky. Listen. I know better. I know better than to insinuate.
Go look up the age of AOA. How about that? Go search that real quick.
It's
Go look that up and come back.
It's 200,000 years ago, brother, in South Africa.
So 200,000, but AO is at 275.
Yep.
Simple mathematics.
It's migration, brother. They move.
Who migrated? Who?
The genome.
The genome migrated from people that are younger.
The genome migrated. So listen.
So you're.
No. He asked me a question. So Silky, there are mutations. We're talking about mutations, right? Of genomes according to different environments. So when this AOO migration goes into South Africa, it mutates, right? We have AOA now, right? We're in South Africa. None of this has anything to do with E. So all this tangent about, we know what A is, we know where it's at. It has nothing to do. So please quit
Why
taking
do you keep
us off on
saying
this
E and I
tangent.
keep telling you AO? I keep telling you AO
Please
and you
quit
just go
taking us
blind
on this
retarded.
tangent.
Why are you keep going retarded over the AO, bro? They have it.
Why
Can we
are you
focus on
mentioning
AO?
A at all?
I'm
when
only
E
focused on AO because E is way later.
Brother,
Even AOA is way later.
So
So
we're
why are you
talking about
wasting my time with
AO.
all
If
this?
we're talking about AO, Silky, we're not talking about Berbers.
So how old is AO?
Jesus
Berbers don't have
Christ.
AO now. So now we're not talking about Berbers.
Shout out to the game show tonight. That pseudo Silky. Are you saying Berbers are the oldest of the Africans?
You should look it up. Look at the lineage. Show me an older haplo. Who has it?
That's a yes
Just
or no
go off the
question.
genetics.
That's a yes or no question.
All right, let me show you.
Are you
are only 200K. So let's see. All right, bet.
Are you saying that the Berbers are the oldest of the Africans? Is that what you're saying?
You said it comes from the north, right? Didn't you say it originated in the north? And if Khoisan's only at 200,000, and we know the Khoisan are indigenous to North Africa, we know that, right?
See, King J, I'm gonna get to the root of the problem and the root of what he's trying to do.
The problem is he's slow.
He's trying to insinuate. Look, what he's doing it's called a geographic fallacy. He's taking the fact that you have 300,000-year-old fossils in Morocco and the fact that haplogroup A originates in Central Northwest Africa, and use those two facts to say that Berbers are the oldest human beings on planet Earth. So that's why I'm asking you. That's why I'm asking you, Silky. Are you saying that Berbers are the oldest of the Africans? Yes or no, Silky?
Find me your older haplogroup then. I'll wait.
It's a yes or no question.
Well, let me show you the older haplogroup then.
Silky, stay focused. Are you saying that the Berbers are the oldest of the Africans?
Let's see. I'm looking it up right now. Okay, so this is what it says, y'all. Ayo.
No. Look up the question I asked you. Look up the question. Go ahead. I'm gonna ask the question. I'm gonna share my screen. Go ahead.
The age of AO haplogroup. The age of AO haplogroup. The age of AO haplogroups. Oldest AO is estimated to have originated nearly 300,000 years ago. The oldest known Y chromosome lineage. Other AO subclades. AOT lineage have different estimates age. The estimate of the time most recent common ancestor is that one. AOO lineage once again is 338,000. So the AO is at 300,000. This is at 338,000. But you don't even know how freaking accurate that is, though. You'd have to go more. You know what? And then we'll jump around here. That's the AOO once again from 275 and 3. You see how it always does the AO and the AOO, how it kind of mixes that up a little bit. But yeah, man, lineage AOO right here. Estimated divergence, human reference 202,000 years ago. But the age of the root, Adam is simply older, presumably 338,000. That goes back to your Perry Y gene again. But we're at 202. So your AOOA have a group age. All you gotta do is look up the ages, man. This stuff is super easy.
You done?
Are
you done? Let me share. Let me share my screen if you done.
Right? And that's only at 250,000. Right?
You still ain't answer my question.
Silky's correct, but he's leaving something out, yo.
You still ain't answer my question.
250,000.
You still ain't answer my question, Silky. My question to you was: are you saying that the Berbers are the oldest of the Africans? And you have yet to answer that question.
Let's see
my screen.
That is the question. That is the question at hand.
Zion on the pen. Okay, we got somebody who's.
What's good with you, King Jay? What's good with you, baby? How you doing, brother?
That's what's popping. Yeah, I like having you on the pen.
A1 must be away from the computer, so I'm gonna just read it. This is the question I asked. All the Berbers, the oldest of the Africans, while the Berbers or Amazigan are the original and oldest known inhabitants of North Africa, they are not. I repeat, they are not the oldest of all Africans. Guess who are, Silky? The San people of Southern Africa are generally considered the oldest continuous human lineage and tribe on the continent. You know what that means, Silky?
That should be a bomb. Drop a bomb.
You know what that means, Silky? That means they're the oldest and continuous lineage on planet Earth, Silky. That's what that means.
So hold on.
You still have a problem.
Your own source said that the Berbers are the oldest ones in North Africa, right? So the Berbers are the oldest ones in North Africa, right?
Hey. I didn't ask you who are the oldest of North Africans.
Now, Africans.
And hold on, wait. And AO originates from Northwest Africa, right?
The AO is was Libya, right? Was Libya, right?
Hey, not on. They got Zion. They got a 1.5%.
Was Libya, right?
No.
First he says that the Berbers are the oldest ones in North Africa. Well, that's done. And then he turns around and says,
yeah.
Hold on, Zion. Before you go in, I'm sharing my screen real quick. Let me just get my 2 minutes. Then you can and then you can give a narrative about what I'm presenting.
So put your cosign in the North Bend or something, bro. You got to do something.
So here we go.
Yeah, I got to restart my computer real quick.
Go ahead, Jake.
All right, Silky. Here's the question that I asked: are there Berbers with the haplogroup AO that predate haplogroup EM81?
Hey, after this we got to end it. Actually, it's been it's about to go past 12 hours.
How about this? Go
ahead, last thoughts, final thoughts, everybody. Everybody gets 2 minutes.
I'm closing out. Silky, I'm closing out. There are generally no individuals identified as Berbers who carry the AOO haplogroup as characteristic paternal lineage. Therefore, there are no Berbers with AOO DNA that predate EM81 in a popular sense. Here is why. Geographic distribution. Haplogroup AOO is an extremely rare and ancient lineage found in almost exclusively in West Central Africa, particularly among these tribes in Cameroon. It is largely absent in North Africa. Berber lineage. The defining paternal lineage for most of Berbers is EM81, a subclase of E1B1. The EM81 haplogroup likely originated in North Africa and is found in high frequencies in between 70 to 80% of Berber populations. Dating of lineages. Haplogroup AOO is the oldest known Y chromosome, blah, blah, blah. You know this. The estimate time of the most recent common ancestor is of the EM81 haplogroup found in Berbers is much more recent. Estimated at only about 4,800 years ago, or in some studies, a few thousand years older, but significantly younger than AOO. So while the AOO lineage itself is much older than the EM1 globally, EMA1 is the indigenous and predominant paternal marker for the Berber people. The AOO lineage is not part of the typical genetic Berber profile.
Right. That's what I was going to say too. That's
it's on me, right?
Yeah, go ahead, brother.
Okay, let's get it. Okay, to answer everybody's question out there at home and TV land and hablo groups, yes, AO haplogroups are older than E haplogroups. Let me read this again. Yes, all I ask, AO haplogroups predate E haplogroups. Yes? Yes, of course. Of course I'm right. Yes, AO haplogroups are older than E. A is older than E. A is older than E. Now let's see if any Berbers out there are holding on to A0 haplogroup, right? Let's see. Let's see what Berbers had it. Oh my God, what does that say? Yes, Berbers have A0. Yes, they have that, right? So stop running around here telling your stupid lies, bro. Okay, they got A, they got B, they got J, they got E. All right, update your information, bro. Like, y'all really need to do major studying, man. Pro other lineages, like, hey, yeah, we had that, bro. They got A0, man. So you need to get that through your head, bro. Update your information, man. Berbers have AO. So you steady harping about god dang, one more time. Yes, haplogroup AO has been observed in Berbers from Algeria. You need me to read it again?
Read the rest of that sentence.
Berbers,
Don't read the whole sentence.
Been preserved, observed in Berbers. AO.
At very low frequencies.
So when does E come? Is E old or is E young? Is E old or young? Or better yet, does A come before E? Yeah, get that through your head. All right, I'll give you my time.
All right, my turn to close out, right? I'm going to pass the design. Haplogroup A0, specifically A00, the oldest known Y chromosome lineage, is far older than the emergence of the Berber population group. The Berbers, as a distinct population, are a much more recent development in human history. Haplogroup A00 age. The A00 Y chromosome haplogroup has an estimated age of around 275,000 to 300,000 years ago, making it roughly contemporary with the earliest known anatomically modern humans. It is the most basal lineage of the human Y chromosome tree. Berber population age. The ancestors of the Berbers are associated with populations like the Epipaleolithic Aborigines. Like I keep telling you, Silky, your ancestors are only those who lived in North Africa around 15,000 years ago. And subsequent migrations from the Near East and Europe during the Neolithic period, the Berber ethno-linguistic group as a coherent cultural and genetic entity is generally considered to have coalesced much more recently with some major Berber associated haplogroups like EM81 being estimated at around 2,500 years old. While haplogroup A0 is found at very low frequencies, around 1.5% in some Berber populations in Algeria, this represents ancient ancestry that predates the formation of the modern Berber identity by hundreds of thousands of years. The primary haplogroup for most Berbers is E1B1, B1B-M81, a much younger lineage within a larger, older haplogroup E. Silky, and I land my plane.
Woo! I don't know if I can follow behind that. Yeah, because and that's basically all I was gonna say. Honestly, you're conflating geographic region with old genetics that produced a diversity of gene pools and trying to label that AO as being Berber when certainly the Berber EM, you know what I'm saying, would have came from AO, just like J would have came from A. Just like, you know what I'm saying, E1B1A, E1B1B, or what have you. You know what I'm saying? That's a conflation and a fallacy of equivocation. Certainly those gene pools were found in those geographic regions, but they still predated what was considered the modern Berber groups, which was about like 2000 or what have you, like the brother just said. So that's what I was saying.
Hold on, Zion, but he read Berbers have AO.
But yeah, so do some of the people in East Africa. I could say that.
Okay, who? What people in East Africa have
Ethiopia?
Okay, hold on, wait, Zion. Hold on, but okay, Zion, you got to kind of prove that. You got to source that, brother, because I don't believe you.
I'm saying like AO is an originator. All of the other.
Okay, hold on, wait. So time out. So Berbers have AO, and AO is an originator, right?
Ain't nobody, nobody cut you off during your closeout. So
Berbers are
Zion fly.
Hold on, wait. So Berbers have AO, yes or no?
In EB, E1B.
Silky, this the closeout. This ain't debate time.
Yeah.
Yeah,
so
get them in the back chat.
Yeah, real quick. We're talking about the delineation of genetic mutations that formed into others, and A is at the top at the top of the pecking order, and everything that delineates from that. That means that you're going to find some traits of AO in maybe someone who has J1 or J2 from the Eurasian. That means you're going to find the AO in another genetic diverse, you know what I'm saying, population in small frequencies, just like he said, and just like your source said, in smaller frequencies. So I think that's what's being conflated. I rest.
And with that being said, that's been one hell of a day. Appreciate everybody who tuned in, shared that link. Make sure you hit that bell so you get a notification every time we go live, so you don't miss any of this fire. And Silky will be back to continue his reign of terror on Titans Debate League.
So, y'all tune into that too, though.
So make sure you
love
tune
Silky,
in.
though, man. I love Silky.
We have
draw that flag all the way until it break your skull.
Yep, and make sure you tune into that pseudo at 8:00 with Sheck Met. And we're going to end with a song "Family" by Connie Son. Here we go.
Yo, we still going to do the
family all around me. Family all around me. Family all around me. He my family, she my family. He my family, she my family. He my family, she my family. We are family. We might have the same last name, but that don't make you my family. I got some people with the same blood, and I know that they can't stand me. I got some people I call that ain't kin, that's gonna pull up and handle it. They take care of that business like family. We come from them trenches like family. They talking, you listen, that's family. They don't tell your business, that's family. They calling your phone, coming looking for you. They say that you missing, that's family. They don't need permission, that's family. When you hurt, they can feel it, that's family. Let them come while you're cheering, that's family. Let them come when you living, that's family. Family all around me. Family all around me. He my family, she my family. He my family, she my family. He my family, she my family. We are family all around me.